Jiangxing No. 3 High School. The square was packed with senior students. Students, today is the day of talent awakening, the watershed that will determine the course of your lives. I hope all of you can awaken a powerful talent. The principal's words were stirring and impassioned, while the students below felt both nervous and filled with anticipation. Amid the crowd, Chu Han gazed calmly at the awakening crystal, yet a faint thrill still rippled in his heart. Having transmigrated to this world 18 years ago, he had long since blended into this era where strength reigned supreme. Becoming a martial artist was his dream. Next, Zhang Tao, a burly boy, stepped forward nervously and pressed his palm onto the crystal. The crystal trembled slightly, then released a faint white glow as words surfaced upon its smooth face: talent grade E, great strength. A look of wild joy blossomed across Zhang Tao's face. Though it was only grade E, it was more than enough to support him on the path of a martial artist. After all, 90% of people could not awaken any talent at all. Warm applause erupted from below the stage. Next, Li Mingran, a beautiful girl with delicate features and a cold, elegant bearing, stepped onto the awakening platform. She took a deep breath and pressed her hand down with quiet confidence. In the next instant, the crystal erupted in a dazzling ice blue radiance. A sudden chill surged outward, making the surrounding students shiver involuntarily. Talent grade A, ice spirit body. A roar of astonishment swept through the crowd. Exclamations and envious comments rang out from all directions. Grade A. It's actually grade A. No wonder it's Li Mingran. School beauty and top scholar, truly formidable. Her future is destined to be extraordinary. The principal and teachers all nodded repeatedly, gratified smiles spreading over their faces. A grade A talent could be considered a true prodigy in the entire city of Jiangxing. For the school leadership, the appearance of a single grade A talent was already enough to complete their mission. In past years, the highest talent ever awakened at No. 3 High had also only been grade A. Li Mingran's lips curved into a proud arc. Almost unconsciously, she glanced toward Chu Han among the crowd, her eyes rippling with a faint trace of barely discernible expectation. At last, the teacher on stage spoke the name everyone had been waiting for. Next, Chu Han. In an instant, every gaze converged upon Chu Han like a spotlight. It's Chu Han's turn. That monster whose potential test exceeded 3,000 points. Supposedly, the Longxia Federation has never seen such a high value. I wonder what grade of talent he'll awaken, grade S. Or the legendary grade SS. It'll definitely surpass Li Mingran's grade A. Our school is going to become famous. Under countless watching eyes, Chu Han walked slowly toward the awakening crystal. 18 years of bitter cultivation. All comes down to this single moment. May I awaken a truly powerful talent. All these years he had trained with relentless diligence, raising his potential for the sake of this very instant. The principal stroked his chin and murmured to the director of instruction beside him, "This child, Chu Han, possesses tenacious will and limitless potential. He is the greatest hope of Jiangxing No. 3 High and will surely be specially recruited by a top academy of the Federation." The director nodded repeatedly. Yes, the future distribution of the school's resources will depend on him. Chu Han slowly raised his hand and pressed it onto the cold awakening crystal. The awakening crystal suddenly burst into an unprecedented blaze of light. Its radiance far outstripped Li Mingran's earlier display, stabbing into everyone's eyes, as though a miniature sun had risen above the field. Heavens, this light. I knew it. He really is different. What grade is this? Grade S. The crowd completely boiled over. Students' faces flushed scarlet with excitement. The principal sprang to his feet, his face flushed with blood and his eyes brimming with boundless expectation, while the teachers craned their necks to see more clearly. Li Mingran's beautiful eyes widened, her small hand flying to cover her mouth as she thought inwardly, so I still cannot compare to him. As Chu Han felt the surging, turbulent energy within the crystal, his heart was equally ablaze with excitement. Yet in the very next second, the blinding radiance rapidly dimmed and vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever happened. 3 cruelly glaring characters surfaced upon the crystal: no talent. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. No talent. I'm a transmigrator, and yet I have no talent. No talent at all. Can potential values be wrong? Chu Han furrowed his brows tightly, unable to accept the result. After that brief silence, the square erupted once more. Could the awakening crystal have malfunctioned? His potential value exceeded 3,000. What a pity. We thought we'd witness the birth of a peerless prodigy. Haha, this is killing me. Number 1 in potential, and he awakens no talent. Isn't this the biggest joke in history? And I actually had such high expectations. Turns out he's just trash. Without talent to support him, even if he becomes a martial artist, he won't get far. What a joke. Chu Han will be the biggest laughingstock in all Jiangxing. Even our No. 3 High will be dragged into disgrace by him. Pity, suspicion, schadenfreude. Countless voices surged forth like a tidal wave, submerging Chu Han in an instant. All trace of excitement and flush had vanished from the principal's face, replaced by utter disappointment, and his face darkened as he dropped heavily back into his chair, snorting coldly through his nose and refusing to spare another glance at Chu Han on the stage. The surrounding teachers shook their heads with sighs, their eyes toward Chu Han, even tinged with resentment. Just then the principal's icy voice echoed across the field: by decision of the school effective immediately, Chu Han's qualification for the first-class scholarship is revoked. All cultivation resources will henceforth be directed towards students who performed outstandingly in this awakening. Scholarship. Those three syllables thundered in Chu Han's ears. The monthly 5,000 Federation coins of the first-class scholarship were his father's lifeline. His father, once a martial artist, had suffered grievous injuries for years. Only with the aid of expensive healing fluid had he barely managed to keep his wounds from worsening. Those monthly 5,000 Federation coins of scholarship meant everything to him. His mother, working 3 jobs alone, could no longer sustain the cost of her husband's treatment. Without the scholarship, what would become of his father? Chu Han clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh. He had never expected the school to be so utterly heartless. At that moment, Li Mingran walked up to stand before him. Chu Han, in the past I was young and foolish, misjudged you, and developed some unnecessary interest. I hope that from now on you can know your place, stop harboring any unrealistic fantasies about me, and do not come to entangle yourself with me again. She made no effort to conceal her disgust. Just recalling how she once pursued Chu Han made her flush with shame and anger. Chu Han slowly raised his head to look at the woman before him, whose face changed faster than flipping pages, his heart exceptionally calm. He had never felt much for this woman who had clung to him out of one-sided affection. Li Mingran was merely his pursuer. Their relationship had never progressed to the level of being boyfriend and girlfriend. Entangle you. Chu Han's voice was unnaturally calm, even carrying a faint trace of mockery. Li Mingran, are we really that familiar? Are you perhaps a little too pleased with yourself? You. Li Mingran had not expected this man, already branded a useless failure, to dare speak to her in such a tone. Rage flooded her delicate face, turning it bright red. She had imagined that once their positions reversed, she would see Chu Han weeping and begging bitterly. Instead, he responded with the same indifferent detachment as before, which only deepened her sense of humiliation. You can only act tough for now. In the future, the gap between us will grow ever wider. We are destined to belong to 2 different worlds. With a cold snort, Li Mingran moved away from Chu Han. What she wanted now was to distance herself from him as much as possible and sever all ties. Chu Han did not care. What weighed on him most was the loss of the scholarship. Without it, he would have to find a way to earn money. The failure to awaken a martial talent did not truly matter. Relying solely on his basic talents, he could still cultivate and become a martial artist. It was just that his cultivation efficiency would be vastly inferior to that of those with awakened talents. Even those with merely grade F talent would, upon awakening, gain tremendous physical enhancement and greatly increased cultivation speed. From what he remembered, the highest level ever reached by someone who failed to awaken martial talent was Martial Path Level 2. An intermediate martial artist. Most people without talent could not even attain the rank of quasi-martial artist. The martial path is unimaginably arduous. Damn it, I'm a transmigrator like those in the novels. So why am I the one suffering? The stories in those novels really are lies. Chu Han cursed the heavens in his heart. Just then a mechanical chime suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has failed to awaken talent. Golden finger is now binding. Daily lottery system activating. Activation successful. Congratulations to the host for binding to this system. The host will receive 1 lottery draw per day. Newbie gift pack has been issued, 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to draw immediately? System. Golden finger. It had finally arrived. A surge of indescribable ecstasy swept away all the gloom in his heart. My golden finger has finally been delivered. Draw immediately. He roared with all his might in his heart. A gigantic 7-colored wheel appeared within his consciousness, spinning at high speed until it was dizzying to behold. Ding. Lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining body tempering pills 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining refined steel long blade 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining grade F talent fragment. Swift run 110 fragments can be fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining grade E talent. Hard skin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 Federation coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Power Pills 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grade D Movement Martial Art Ling Mao Step Spirit Cat Step. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lower Energy Stones 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grade C Spiritual Rice 10 Gene. A string of notifications flashed past. The items drawn were dazzlingly varied. Wealth Martial Arts Pills, even talents. It made Chu Han's eyes swim. Among them were quite a few highly valuable treasures, and there were even talent rewards. Then at the 10th draw, just as the wheel was about to stop, a beam of blinding golden light erupted from its center, instantly illuminating the entire lottery space. Golden legend. The truly precious reward had arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 10,000-fold talent. 10,000-fold talent, your comprehension, innate bone structure, bodily potential, learning ability, and powers of perception. Your foundational talents in all these aspects are increased 10,000 times. Use it immediately. Boom. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones, washing over every inch of flesh and bone. 10,000-fold talent did not merely elevate his comprehension, it also enhanced his innate bone structure and physical potential. These enhancements acted directly upon his flesh, causing his body cells to undergo metamorphosis and sublimation. Every part of him brimmed with surging strength. Though he did not know what awakening talent truly felt like, Chu Han was certain his transformation was in no way inferior to that of someone who had awakened martial talent. In fact, it might be even greater. In his mind, all the basic martial techniques he had previously practiced began to replay like a slide. What had once seemed nearly perfect now appeared riddled with flaws. Stagnant fists and steps that had resisted improvement now revealed paths of advancement in an instant. This was the effect of 10,000-fold talent. So what if he had failed to awaken talent? His foundational talents were amplified 10,000 times. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. On the stage above, the awakening ceremony was drawing to a close. The principal and the various leaders and teachers wore rather unpleasant expressions. Although this year's overall awakening results at No. 3 high were good, they still fell far short of expectations. There is a little more than 1 month until the martial path examination. All of you must seize the time to increase your strength. Those who wish to participate may sign up for the wilderness training camp in 7 days. Out in the wild, you will experience real combat. You may form teams of up to 5 with people you trust and together hunt exotic beasts. Those who rank high in kill count will receive rewards. Anyone who wishes to participate, register with your homeroom teacher. As the principal finished speaking, the students gathered eagerly around their teachers to sign up. Think carefully before you register. The wilderness training camp is no child's game. Fighting exotic beasts carries real risk to your lives. Chu Han's homeroom teacher Wang Hao was a lean, efficient-looking middle-aged man and a level 2 martial artist. At that moment, he was patiently explaining the dangers of the wild to his students. Teacher, I'll participate. I'm joining too. My talent is grade D. I'll definitely be able to kill exotic beasts in the wild. I've got grade C fire control talent. The wild won't trouble me at all. Wang Hao's words failed to dissuade everyone signed up with enthusiasm. Teacher Wang, I'll register as well. The final voice to register left everyone utterly stunned. Chu Han, are you insane? Chu Han, you must not go. You have not awakened any talent. Going into the wilderness is no different from walking to your death. Wang Hao spoke urgently to Chu Han, his brows knotted tightly together. Teacher Wang, I am not acting out of madness. This is a decision I made after careful deliberation, Chu Han replied with a faint smile. Although Wang Hao was somewhat disappointed that Chu Han had failed to awaken any talent, there was only regret in his gaze, never the slightest trace of disgust. This homeroom teacher had helped him greatly over the past 3 years and cared for him deeply. Thus, when Chu Han proposed joining the wilderness training camp, Wang Hao felt only anxiety and worry without a single hint of mockery or doubt. No. If I agree, it would be sending you to your death. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Wang Hao rejected him decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Chu Han could only shake his head helplessly. This old homeroom teacher was admirable in every regard save for his stubborn rigidity. Ha ha, this is killing me with laughter. Some worthless trash actually wants to join the wilderness training camp. At that moment, a shrill voice cut through the air, saturated with scorn. Sun Liqiang. Just by the sound alone, Chu Han knew who was speaking. Turning his head, he saw Sun Liqiang with both hands shoved into his pockets, saying disdainfully, "If I were you, I would tuck my tail between my legs and hide quietly. After graduation, go find some factory and spend your life tightening screws, haha." Sun Liqiang had awakened a great talent and was brimming with self-satisfaction at this moment. He had long found Chu Han an eyesore. In the past, whether in potential evaluations or cultural subjects, he had always been suppressed by Chu Han. Even the girl he liked, Li Mengran, had once favored Chu Han. Now that he had seized this chance, he naturally would not let it slip by. Exactly, trash should have the self-awareness of trash. Stop going out there to embarrass yourself. Haven't you blackened the name of third high enough already? The lackeys behind Sun Liqiang burst into laughter. A cold glint flashed in Chu Han's eyes. These jumping clowns had finally chosen to show themselves. He glanced at Sun Liqiang, a chill curling at the corner of his lips. Pointing at him, Chu Han said to Wang Hao, "If I can prove that I am stronger than certain so-called clowns who have awakened their talents, will that be enough for me to register?" His words left everyone stunned. What was Chu Han trying to do? Had he truly gone mad daring to provoke Sun Liqiang, who possessed a great talent? Who are you calling a clown? The smile vanished from Sun Liqiang's face, replaced by raging fury. His sorest wound had been pierced. Memories of being utterly crushed by Chu Han in the past surged back all at once. I am speaking about you, Chu Han replied evenly. You bastard, you're courting death. Sun Liqiang roared and was about to rush forward and strike. Enough! Wang Hao's sharp shout cut through the noise. His head throbbed with frustration. He had never imagined Chu Han would be so bold, seeking to earn a place in the training camp this way. But how could he possibly be a match for someone with a great talent? Teacher Wang, since classmate Sun is so dissatisfied, I formally request a public match against him. If I win, it will prove that I am qualified to join the training camp. If I lose, I will never again mention registration and will voluntarily apologize to him. How about it? Chu Han continued, while Wang Hao's brows furrowed even more tightly. Huh? You relying on what? A talentless piece of trash wants to challenge me. Sun Liqiang laughed in fury. Before Wang Hao could answer, he eagerly accepted. Fine. I agree, you little nobody. If you lose, you'll obediently admit you're nothing but complete garbage. Do you dare? With someone like you, I won't be the one losing, Chu Han replied with a cold sneer. We'll see who's still talking big later. Around them, the students, afraid the scene might be too calm, started cheering noisily, fanning the flames. Fight! Fight! Suinge, teach him a lesson. Let him understand the gap between the gifted and the worthless. Haha, this is going to be good. Everyone was eager to see this former genius trampled even deeper into the mud, as though only by doing so could their own pitiful self-esteem find immense satisfaction. Chu Han ignored these gloating onlookers and simply looked at Wang Hao. Please, teacher, act as a witness. Wang Hao met Chu Han's gaze, serene yet extraordinarily resolute, then looked at the agitated students. He understood that this contest could no longer be avoided. He sighed helplessly. Very well, go to the gymnasium arena. Stop at the point of contact, no deliberate injury. In an instant, the platform in the gymnasium was surrounded by spectators. News that Chu Han was challenging Sun Liqiang spread rapidly, drawing nearly all the third-year students. Even several teachers came to watch. Mengran, I said before that I didn't approve of you pursuing Chu Han. Look at him now. He has already lost his reason. With a temperament like this, he can never become a martial artist. Among the crowd, Li Mengran's close friend spoke, while watching Chu Han on the platform. At her side, Li Mengran gave a cold snort and shot Chu Han a disdainful glance. She said nothing, but her attitude was clearly expressed. On the arena, Sun Liqiang twisted his neck, eliciting a series of cracking sounds. A cruel smile spread across his face, as though he could already see the scene of Chu Han screaming that he was trash. He did not activate his talent right away. In his eyes, using his talent against someone talentless would be an insult. Chu Han, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, it's still not too late, Sun Liqiang snarled. Do you always talk this much nonsense? Chu Han crooked a finger at him in a beckoning gesture. You're looking for death. Completely enraged, Sun Liqiang let out a low growl, suddenly lunging forward. His right fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, smashed toward Chu Han's face. The punch was blindingly fast and packed with power far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. Clearly, his physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced by his awakened talent. So vicious. Chu Han is finished. Many believed there was no way Chu Han could block that punch. Yet just as the fist was about to land, Chu Han's body inclined slightly to one side, effortlessly slipping past the oncoming blow. Sun Liqiang's fist struck empty air, leaving him stunned for a brief instant before his anger surged even higher. His punches began to rain down on Chu Han like a torrential storm. Yet astonishingly, every single strike missed. Each time, just before the blows reached his body, Chu Han would evade with the smallest, most precise movement. How is this possible? How can he dodge everything? Luck. It must be good luck. No, it's not luck. Even with my talent awakened, I don't think I could do what Chu Han is doing. Exclamations rippled through the audience. This looks like basic movement technique, but how can it be so fluid? A brilliant gleam of disbelief flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. As a martial artist himself, he saw more clearly. Chu Han's dodges were not mere luck at all. They were pure basic footwork. He clearly remembered that before the awakening ceremony, Chu Han's basic footwork had just reached the major achievement stage of mastery, already surpassing the usual level of high school students. Yet the movement Chu Han was displaying now was honed to perfection, obviously having reached the level of consummate mastery. Even Wang Hao, a second-tier martial artist, had only refined his own basic movement to this very realm. Could such a feat truly be achieved by someone without an awakened talent? The other teachers watching were equally stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Martial techniques were divided into 7 realms: first glimpse, entry, stepping into the hall, minor attainment, complete comprehension, major attainment, tempered to perfection, consummate, transcendent mastery, sublime, reaching the pinnacle extreme, and returning to simplicity into the Tao. Reaching consummate mastery was something that newly awakened students simply could not accomplish. To reach this step without awakening talent, his innate fundamental aptitude truly borders on monstrous. But it's a pity that he failed to awaken any talent. What a pity. Chu Han himself felt a surge of exhilaration. The mere enhancement of his comprehension had instantly elevated his movement by an entire realm, an indescribably wondrous sensation. Damn it, is dodging all you can do? Sun Liqiang snarled in humiliation and anger, feeling like a monkey being toyed with. What he had thought would be a swift victory had turned into a performance showcasing Chu Han. Oh, then try taking a punch from me. Chu Han spoke lightly and suddenly struck. There was no flourish to his movement, only the simplest basic straight punch. Yet that punch gathered all the strength in his body. His use of force was near perfect, the speed swift as thunder, simple unadorned. Sun Liqiang had no time to react. With a dull thud, Sun Liqiang felt his chest clench as his breath was abruptly cut off. Staggering backward several steps, he finally toppled to the ground, his face filled with astonishment and pain. The entire crowd erupted. Not only had Chu Han evaded every attack he had actually countered, and with a single punch he had felled Sun Liqiang, who possessed a grade awakened talent. Was this some kind of international joke? His basic fist technique has also reached the level of tempered perfection. How is that even possible? Wang Hao and several other teachers stood frozen, utterly unable to accept what their eyes were telling them. Oh, I want you dead. Lying sprawled on the ground, Sun Liqiang let out a furious roar. To be pushed back in full view of the crowd by a so-called trash was an unbearable humiliation, and it instantly devoured Sun Liqiang's reason. His eyes turned blood red as he activated his innate ability. Beastification. Crunching, cracking, bone-breaking sounds rang out, making teeth ache. Sun Liqiang's body began to change violently. His fingernails sharpened into deadly claws, dense brown fur burst forth across his skin, and his skull jutted forward, morphing into a ferocious leopard's head. His muscles swelled until his entire body transformed into a leopard man. So terrifying. Is this Sun Liqiang's innate talent? This time Chu Han is truly finished. Sun Liqiang has been completely enraged by him. Will Chu Han be ripped open by Sun Liqiang? The spectators beneath the stage were all startled by Sun Liqiang's beast form. Some were even so frightened that their legs went weak. Roar! In his beastified state, Sun Liqiang's speed, strength, and reflexes surged in every aspect. He dropped to all fours, kicked off with explosive force, turning into a streak of brown afterimage as his claws slashed straight toward Chu Han's throat. Chu Han only felt a violent, dangerous aura rushing toward him, forcing him to take the threat seriously. Sun Liqiang's innate gift did indeed have its merit. This is bad. Chu Han is in danger. Wang Hao, watching from below the stage, was horrified. Although Sun Liqiang's talent was only rank in terms of explosive power, it surpassed even some ranked talents. Chu Han was absolutely no match for that power. Yet by this point, even if Wang Hao wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Swish! Sun Liqiang's claws tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages as they flashed past. But the scene of Chu Han being grievously wounded never appeared. He remained completely unscathed. He dodged again. Wang Hao felt as though his heart were about to leap out of his chest, utterly stunned. Chu Han still stood there calmly, as though he had not felt any pressure at all. In his beastified state, Sun Liqiang's strength and speed did indeed surpass Chu Han in every regard. Yet under Chu Han's 10,000-fold gifted insight, those attacks, driven purely by feral instinct, had become even more straightforward, and therefore easier to predict. Sun Liqiang lunged to kill again, only for Chu Han to sidestep a heartbeat in advance. Impossible. Sun Liqiang's onslaught grew more frenzied, claws filling the air as he tried to tear Chu Han to shreds. Yet every time, Chu Han managed to evade at the final moment. Under immense pressure, his footwork became ever more efficient, as if he were dancing upon the edge of a blade. Perilous to the extreme, yet carried out with unhurried composure. Indeed, at this moment, Chu Han had already regarded Sun Liqiang as his sparring partner. Real combat and genuine danger allowed him to improve at a far faster pace. He could clearly feel his basic footwork growing stronger and stronger, approaching perfection, stepping into a realm of mastery that bordered on the uncanny. How is this possible? How can he evade attacks after beastification? Monster. He must be the real monster. Did the awakening stone malfunction? But he doesn't look like someone who has awakened a talent. The students below the stage were completely dumbfounded, their worldview violently shaken. This footwork, transcendent. It is definitely basic footwork at a transcendent level. Several teachers trembled with excitement. It was a realm even they had never reached. Moreover, Chu Han had not used any movement-type martial technique at all, which meant he had reached this realm relying solely on basic footwork. What a true monster. If he were to awaken an innate talent, I cannot imagine what kind of prodigy he would become. It is such a pity. While Chu Han's movement continued to improve, Sun Liqiang only grew more and more agitated as he fought. The more ferocious Sun Liqiang's attacks became, the more disorderly they grew, turning easier to predict. Beastification granted him power, but also magnified his savagery and impatience. Chu Han dodged while calmly observing. The overwhelming insight granted by his 10,000-fold talent allowed him to rapidly analyze the weaknesses of Sun Liqiang's beastified state. His attack pattern is singular and inflexible. His stamina consumption is massive. This transformation must have a time limit. Moreover, his lower back is a glaring weak point. A sharp glint flashed within Chu Han's eyes as he quickly locked onto Sun Liqiang's flaws. After yet another full-strength pounce, Sun Liqiang's vulnerabilities were laid completely bare. Seizing that opening, Chu Han instantly launched his counterattack. His body slipped into a strange angle behind Sun Liqiang. With a sudden burst forward, his elbow smashed brutally into Sun Liqiang's lower back. Bang! With a dull thud, Sun Liqiang's body flew out, crashing heavily off the stage and down below the arena. In that strike, Chu Han unleashed his full strength. Even with the protection of beastification, Sun Liqiang still suffered grievous injury. The beastified state rapidly faded away, his form reverting to that of a human. He curled up on the floor, moaning in pain. In that instant, the entire gymnasium fell utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed as though frozen in place, not knowing how to react. Chu Han stood proudly, his posture unyielding. So what if you have awakened a talent? You are still nothing but trash. His gaze swept across the students beneath the stage. Almost none dared meet his eyes. These were the very people who had delighted in his misfortune and mocked him earlier, yet now they had all been brutally slapped in the face by his actions. Even the brank awakened Sun Liqiang had been defeated, so they had no right whatsoever to ridicule Chu Han. Li Mingran looked toward Chu Han, her gaze complicated. When their eyes met, she saw only deep disdain and cold indifference within his. Chu Han's eyes did not linger on her at all, as if he cared nothing for her opinion. Chu Han, don't think that defeating Sun Liqiang means you can catch up to me. Li Mingran muttered, a flicker of shame and anger crossing her face as her fists clenched. Teacher Wang, now may I register? Chu Han turned to the homeroom teacher with a smile. Wang Hao let out a long breath. Your performance today truly astounded me. With your strength, you are qualified to participate in the wilderness training camp. Good. Chu Han nodded, then left the school. Watching his departing back, Wang Hao felt a swirl of mixed emotions in his heart. The fundamental talent Chu Han had displayed absolutely matched a potential value of more than 3,000 points. As long as he awakened any kind of martial talent, his future would hold limitless possibilities. Yet fate was simply that unfair. Sai, I can only hope you forge a path unlike any other. Wang Hao murmured with a soft sigh as he added Chu Han's name to the wilderness training camp roster. On his way home, Chu Han opened the system space. Of the 10 items he had drawn earlier, aside from the 10,000-fold talent, the remaining 9 had all been stored inside the system space and had not yet been used. An rank talent, huh? Chu Han's gaze landed on that particular talent. Stone Skin, a rank talent. Once activated, you gain a stone-like skin that enhances your strength and defense. Though it was merely the lowest rank, a talent was still a talent. Its effects were far beyond what ordinary training could achieve. Previously, he would have looked down on such a talent, but its effects were still incomparable to conventional physical training. Activate, Chu Han declared without the slightest hesitation. A strange sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. A new power fused into his flesh, making every cell within him cheer and sing. So this is what integrating a talent feels like. It truly is a marvelous experience. The process lasted for around a dozen seconds before it finally came to an end. Once the fusion was complete, Chu Han looked at the skin of his arm. Its color had not changed much, but when he touched it, he felt an unusual toughness and hardness. Ordinary friction or minor impacts would likely no longer harm him. He picked up a sharp stone from the ground and scraped it along his forearm, leaving only a pale mark. This hardness is comparable to thick hide, and my strength has increased quite a bit as well. If I fully activate the talent, the enhancement should be even greater. With that thought, he triggered the stone. At once a grayish-white sheen spread across his skin, its texture growing rougher, as though a hardened layer of stone had formed over his body. He pressed the stone hard against his skin and scraped. With a sharp crack, the stone's edge shattered instantly, while his stone skin remained flawless. Such formidable defense. My strength has been greatly boosted too. Chu Han exclaimed with delight, his gaze falling upon the cobblestone pavement beneath his feet. He smashed his fist downward. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the cobblestone ground split into several cracks under his punch, fragments of stone flying. As for his knuckles, aside from a bit of stone dust, they were completely unharmed. He did not even feel the slightest pain. Not bad, Chu Han murmured in satisfaction. As I am now, even without using footwork, I could easily crush Sun Liqiang. Though it was merely an rank talent, the improvement it brought was still terrifying. No wonder those who failed to awaken talents were abandoned. The gap was simply too vast. After finishing his tests, Chu-Han quickly left the spot and deactivated his stone skin state. That single punch had caused quite a commotion, and he had no desire to be caught and forced to pay for the damaged pavement. Moreover, keeping stone skin activated continuously would constantly drain the energy within his body. Chu-Han sprinted all the way back to a dilapidated, time-worn residential block. This was where his family lived. The buildings were shabby, but the rent was cheap, and everyone who dwelled here belonged to the impoverished bottom rung of society. He pushed through a stairwell cluttered with miscellaneous junk until he stopped before an iron door plastered with countless small advertisements. Slotting the key into the lock, he opened the door to a home so cramped that a single glance could take in its entirety. Part of the living room had been partitioned off to serve as his bedroom. A narrow single bed pressed tightly against the wall, and several stacks of books were piled at its foot. The only window faced the blank wall of the neighboring block, letting in almost no light. Even during the day, the room required a lamp. The kitchen and bathroom were squeezed into a corner, their fixtures old and worn. Yet when he was a child, before his father was injured, the family had once lived in a luxurious martial artists' residential complex. After his father Chu-Han suffered grievous wounds, the astronomical treatment costs quickly drained the family's savings. They sold off every valuable possession, including that apartment. Over the years, they moved more times than he could count, each new dwelling more rundown than the last, each environment steadily worsening. Only in the past year, with Chu-Han's outstanding potential earning the school's support, had the family finally caught a brief breath of relief. Now even his monthly scholarship had vanished. "Is that you, Chu-Han?" A frail voice called from the inner room. Chu-Han stifled all his turbulent emotions and answered softly, "Dad, it's me." At the moment, only his father was at home. His mother was still out working. He pushed open the inner door to reveal a middle-aged man with a haggard face, half reclining on the bed, a thin quilt patched in several places pulled over his body. In his hands lay a dog-eared copy of Basic Exotic Beast Illustrated Guide, its pages nearly falling apart. On the bedside cabinet rested half a bowl of dark, murky medicine. This was his father, Chu-Han. Chu-Han had once been a moderately renowned martial artist in Jiangxing, but now his vitality had withered to that of an 80 or 90-year-old man. Hidden injuries riddled his body, and only expensive therapeutic fluids barely sustained his life, holding his condition back from complete deterioration. Upon seeing his son, a faint spark of light flared within Chu-Han's clouded eyes. He asked, unable to hide his anticipation, "You're back. Did today's awakening ceremony go smoothly? How was the result?" His voice was hoarse, his breathing uneven. Chu-Han poured him a glass of water and replied quietly, "I did not awaken any talent." The room instantly fell into a deathly hush. The hope in Chu-Han's eyes was extinguished in an instant, replaced by profound despair. Without awakened talent, his son's future, and that of the entire family, suddenly became grim beyond imagination. Yet that emotion lasted only for a heartbeat before he forcibly smothered it. The muscles in his face twitched once as he hurriedly pulled out a comforting smile. "It's fine. There are countless people who never awaken any talent. It doesn't mean they can't live well. Don't lose heart. Don't burden yourself with too much pressure." Chu-Han strove to appear at ease, yet his voice had grown even more rasped. He knew all too well that the pain and disappointment his son bore far outweighed his own by 100-fold. He could not allow himself to add even the slightest extra weight to his son's burden. Drawing a deep breath, Chu-Han shifted the topic and asked in a low voice, "Failing to become a martial artist is not the end of the world. You could enlist in the army or aim for a liberal arts university. Your academic scores are quite good too." Chu-Han, however, met his gaze with unshakable resolve. "My goal has never changed. I will become a martial artist, take the martial examination, and enter the best martial arts university. And in the future, I will help cure your injuries." He paused, glancing at his father, then added, "I will become strong enough, and I will definitely seek justice for you." At the word justice, Chu-Han's body trembled involuntarily. A whirl of emotions flashed through his eyes: shock, pain, fear. He blurted out in panic, "What nonsense are you talking about? My injuries were an accident. No one is to blame. Focus on planning your own life properly. Don't dwell on things that shouldn't be thought about. Do you hear me?" His overreaction only confirmed Chu-Han's suspicions. Back then, Chu-Han, an elite member of the Blue Eagle Martial Hall, had been grievously wounded and nearly killed by a powerful exotic beast during a Hall-organized mission. According to the Martial Hall's contract and federal law, the Hall was obligated to provide treatment and compensation. Yet afterward, the Blue Eagle Martial Hall cited absurd reasons such as acting without authorization and exceeding mission scope to refuse payment of most medical expenses, even attempting to shift all responsibility on Chu-Han himself. Their appeals went unanswered, and instead they were met with threats and suppression from the Hall. In the end, they were swept out the door with only a paltry sum in compensation. Chu-Han had witnessed all of this with his own eyes as a child. His parents had thought he was too young to remember, but to him those scenes were etched into his heart, impossible to forget. I will reclaim those debts with interest one by one. Hearing this, Chu Zhan sighed. Things inside are far more complicated than you imagine, and Blue Eagle Martial Hall is a colossal entity, far beyond anything you can contend with. Chu Han suddenly smiled. Dad, I may not have awakened talent, but I have obtained another kind of opportunity. Don't worry, my strength will absolutely not be inferior to those who have awakened talents. You've always had your own mind since you were little. I can't change you. Since you're determined to become a martial artist, your mother and I will support you unconditionally. As he spoke, Chu Zhan pointed to the bedside cabinet. On the bottom shelf of the cabinet, there is a wooden box. Take it out and open it. Chu Han immediately obeyed, retrieving a wooden box about 20 centimeters long. He opened it to reveal a small booklet lying inside. Is this a martial technique? Chu Han's pupils contracted as he saw the bold characters on the cover, 7 forms of Pajun. Correct. It is a crank blade type martial technique, 7 forms of Pajun. It is the only thing I can leave to you, Chu Zhan said with a faint smile. A crank actually. This technique can't be cheap, can it? Chu Han clicked his tongue in amazement. In his impression, a single crank martial technique cost at least over 1 million federal credits. Although Shin Ping was also a second-tier martial artist, his strength was far inferior to that of Wang Hao, who was at the early stage of second tier. Compared to ordinary people, a crank martial technique was already an exceedingly precious treasure, something one might never encounter in a lifetime. Its value far surpassed any of the basic fist techniques or movement arts he had previously learned. Of course, back then I nearly emptied all my savings to purchase this blade technique. Chu Zhan went on. Naturally, the fundamental requirement for cultivating this technique is to train basic blade forms to the great mastery level. That is why I had you practice basic blade techniques from childhood. Without basic blade forms at great mastery, it is impossible to cultivate 7 forms of Pajun. The reason this blade technique is rated crank is that it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. It demands exceptionally high insight into blade arts from the practitioner, so very few can train it to the 5th form. I myself only reached the 4th. Once you reach the 4th and 5th forms, the power of this blade technique already rivals rank techniques. The 6th form stands shoulder to shoulder with the rank techniques, while the 7th form is said to approach strength, though almost no one has ever mastered it. Strength. Its upper limit is that high. Chu Han was astonished, then elated. Right now the one thing he lacked least was comprehension. Don't be overjoyed too soon. If the later forms of this blade technique were truly so easy to master, it would never have been rated merely crank, Chu Zhan cautioned. Chu Han remained unconcerned. My basic blade forms have already reached great mastery. I can begin cultivating it at any time. Indeed, your talent far surpasses mine. If you can cultivate even the 1st form of this technique, it will be enough for you to handle combat in the wild, Chu Zhan said with heartfelt satisfaction. What he did not know was that after obtaining 10,000-fold talent, Chu Han's basic blade forms had long since advanced further, reaching the perfection realm. He had simply chosen not to tell his father. Unable to contain himself, Chu Han opened 7 forms of Pajun. After a single reading, he had already committed all its contents to memory. With the blessing of 10,000-fold talent, the essence of the blade technique became completely clear to him. Though he had yet to begin formal cultivation, his understanding of it already surpassed his father's. The core of 7 forms of Pajun lay in the art of exerting force. The forms themselves were bold and expansive, emphasizing an unstoppable forward momentum and the pursuit of sheer destructive power. With each successive form, that power multiplied, and the demands on force control and mastery of the blade increased accordingly. That was why the final forms were so notoriously difficult to master. I'll go train now, Chu Han said. He headed downstairs. Not far from the complex lay an abandoned park that had long served as his private training ground. He intended to cultivate 7 forms of Pajun there. Coincidentally, the lottery space still held a refined steel long blade, which could serve as his weapon. With a single thought, a fine steel long saber appeared in Chu Han's hand. There were even words marked upon it. Refined steel long saber, forged of fine steel. Its quality is equivalent to an A-grade weapon. Chu Han swung the long saber a few times in a flowing arc, cold light bursting forth in all directions. After his basic saber art had reached perfection, the blade in his hand had become an extension of his arm, moving at the command of his will, advancing and retreating with effortless ease. What a fine blade. Truly worthy of being an A-grade weapon. An A-grade weapon was worth at least tens of thousands of Federation credits. For the current Chu Han, it was still an extravagant luxury. With this refined steel long saber, he had saved himself a considerable sum of money. Moreover, when he entered the wilderness 3 days from now, he could use this saber as his combat weapon. Before this, the sabers Chu Han used to cultivate his basic saber art were all prop blades, useless in actual combat. First is the 1st form of the 7 Jew breaking forms. Channeling the strength of his entire body, Chu Han slashed out with a single stroke, like a strip of silver silk tearing across space. The air before him was instantly rent apart by the saber's edge, producing a sharp hissing sound. I did it. Chu Han rejoiced. The 7 Jew-breaking forms had long since taken shape in his mind. The first form was the simplest, and he succeeded the moment he struck. Second form. He slashed out once more, faster and more forceful than before, and the second form was completed with ease. Immediately after, he executed the third form, succeeding in one attempt as well. It was only upon reaching the fourth form that his exertion lagged slightly, causing the technique to fall short of completion. From the fourth form onward, one needed to blend Yuanli into the saber technique to unleash twice the power of the third. Relying on bodily strength alone made this extremely difficult. Lacking sufficient Yuanli, he could not bring forth the might of the fourth form. Yuanli was a special type of cosmic energy cultivated by martial artists in this world, existing between heaven and earth. Even through ordinary physical exercise, human cells would autonomously absorb free-floating Yuanli to strengthen the body. Martial artists, however, were those who could guide Yuanli into themselves and even manipulate it to obtain extraordinary power. Generally speaking, the more Yuanli a martial artist possessed within their body, the stronger they were. Yuanli could be used to temper the flesh, to infuse weapons and augment their lethality, and even to be released outward as elemental Yuanli attacks of various attributes. The best way for a martial artist to absorb Yuanli was to cultivate a gongfa. A gongfa was a method devoted to cultivating Yuanli, and by cultivating it, one could even obtain Yuanli of different attributes. For instance, someone who cultivated a fire attribute gongfa could release flames even without awakening a fire attribute talent. Of course, if a person had awakened a fire attribute talent, then cultivating a fire attribute gongfa would yield twice the result for half the effort. Combined with fire attribute martial skills, they could exert power far beyond that of ordinary people. For example, Li Mingran had awakened the ice spirit body as her talent. She would naturally choose to cultivate an ice attribute gongfa, and her cultivation speed would far surpass that of others. However, to cultivate a gongfa, one had to first become a martial artist, for before that point, all Yuanli absorbed by the human body would be used solely to temper the flesh. The body was the vessel that housed a martial artist's Yuanli. The larger and sturdier the vessel, the more Yuanli it could carry in the future. Only by laying a solid physical foundation could one cultivate Yuanli with half the effort and twice the result. When the body was tempered to a certain degree, the Yuanli absorbed would begin to be stored voluntarily within the dantian. That was the true mark of stepping onto the path of a martial artist. Chu Han was still far from meeting the requirements of a martial artist. The Yuanli he could mobilize within his body was insufficient to support the execution of the fourth form of the 7 Jew-breaking forms. Could it be that before becoming a martial artist, this fourth saber form can only ever be performed halfway? Chu Han stared at the long saber in his hand, lost in thought. Anyone else would likely have given up at this point, treating it as a skill that could only be unlocked after reaching a certain realm. But Chu Han was different. He possessed a 10,000-fold talent. It was not merely rapid learning, but a terrifying insight and deductive power that went straight to the very essence of things. He understood that the essence of the 7 Jew-breaking forms remained a technique of exerting force. It was simply that the later forms required Yuanli to assist in that exertion. If I don't use Yuanli, is it truly impossible to achieve that manner of power release? Why can't I complete this form using pure physical strength alone? A mad notion flashed through Chu Han's mind like a stroke of lightning. His 10,000-fold talent granted him exquisitely precise control over his muscles, fascia, bones, and blood, allowing him to draw out several times his normal physical strength. Others fail because their control over their bodies lacks such precision, but I can at least try. A spark of excitement flared in Chu Han's eyes. He closed his eyes once more, and in his mind began constructing a model of the fourth form, executed without mobilizing any Yuanli. After a while, Chu Han abruptly opened his eyes, sharp light bursting forth from his gaze. He gripped the long saber tightly again, assuming a new strike stance. All the muscles in his body tensed in a strange pattern, like a fully drawn warbow brimming with stored power. There was no fluctuation of Yuanli, only a pure sense of raw power gathering within him. Slash! The long saber tore through the air, sending up a howling gale. Because it was his first attempt at modification, his withdrawal of force was insufficient, and the blade finally hacked down viciously into the hard stone floor. With a thunderous boom, the ground was instantly cleaved open, the saber's body driven deep into the slab below. Chu Han drew back the saber and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The muscles in his arm tingled faintly with soreness and numbness, the normal reaction to momentarily unleashing power beyond his body's current limits. Yet when he looked at the terrifying saber mark carved into the ground, a strong joy flashed through his eyes. Though his control in retracting the force was still flawed with some refinement, it would be in no way inferior to the original fourth form. He had succeeded. Although this move placed an enormous burden on his body and could not be sustained as continuously as with Yuanli, it could serve as a trump card in critical moments. Once he became a martial artist and could add Yuanli as support, the power of this form would surely undergo a qualitative transformation. Next comes the continued refinement of the fourth form. Calming his blood, and Chi Chu Han gripped the saber once more. Since the path had been opened, what he needed to do next was ceaseless practice to familiarize himself with and perfect this modified saber form. Through repeated practice training until his arm turned sore and numb, Chu Han finally completed his modified fourth form. He cultivated straight through until nightfall. Beyond perfecting the fourth form, he also practiced the first three forms countless times, turning all four saber forms into muscle memory so that in future combat, he could wield them at will. At the same time, his realm in the basic saber art rose again, reaching a state of consummate mastery. At this moment, as long as there was a saber in his hand, he would be able to survive in the wilderness training camp even without employing martial skills. There's not much room left for rapid improvement in saber technique. The next 2 days must be devoted to enhancing my physical strength. Chu Han had already laid out his cultivation plan. Moreover, within his system space, he still had quite a few elixirs capable of strengthening the body enough to rapidly elevate him to the quasi-martial artist level. When he returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. His mother Zhang Milan was cooking dinner. She bent slightly over the stove, stir-frying the green vegetables in the wok. In the lamplight, her profile looked exceptionally haggard. Working 3 jobs a day, coupled with long-term exhaustion and worry over her husband's illness, hearing the door open, Zhang Milan turned her head. Upon seeing her son, a gentle smile immediately surfaced on her face. "Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." Looking at his mother's overburdened back, Chu Han felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He walked toward the cramped bathroom. Once the wilderness training camp is over, I'll finally have a proper reason to bring Federation credits and resources home to help. Our family situation will surely improve. Chu Han silently swore to himself. Though he already had money in his spatial storage, he currently had no way to explain its source to his parents. After the wilderness training camp, he would finally have a legitimate excuse. In the future, I must obtain spiritual medicines that can nourish my mother's body and prolong her life. And as for father's injuries, I will heal them as well. At this moment, Chu Han was filled with boundless drive. The food was quickly laid out on the worn, shabby dining table. The meal was simple: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and a small bowl of soup. Chu Zhan had already been helped up by Zhang Milan and was leaning against the headboard. The family of 3 began to eat. Zhang Milan kept picking up food and placing it into Chu Han's bowl, while she herself ate very little. After a short while, Chu Zhan set down the spoon he was using to drink his porridge. He hesitated for a moment, then finally asked Xiao Han, "How is your practice of the Pei Jun 7 forms coming along? Have you tried practicing the stance of the first form?" Chu Han shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth and replied, "Progress is not bad. I've just run into some minor difficulties." "Not bad is good enough. Don't be too tense. Martial techniques are never easy to get started with. Back then your father was considered to have a bit of talent with the blade, yet it still took me nearly half a month to learn the first form. Don't rush." His tone was exceedingly gentle, afraid that the difficulty of the technique would deal his son another blow. Hearing this, Chu Han's hand paused mid-motion as he was eating. Clearly his father had misunderstood his words. He had only wanted to be modest, yet what this family needed most right now was confidence and hope. He decided to show them the fruits of his cultivation. Chu Han rose to his feet and walked to the small patch of empty space in the center of the living room. What is this child doing leaving his meal halfway through? Zhang Milan was a little puzzled. Chu Han did not explain. He simply returned to the bedroom, took out the practice blade he used for training, and assumed a stance. Thighs is the stance of the first form of the Pei Jun 7 forms. Could it be that you? In that instant, Chu Zhan understood what Chu Han intended to do. He was utterly stunned, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on his son, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. The next moment, Chu Han moved. The practice blade in his hand cleaved out with a sudden slash. It was the very first form of the Pei Jun 7 forms. His movement was as swift as lightning. The air even emitted a faint tearing hiss. That's the first form of the Pei Jun 7 forms. You actually mastered it. Huh? Chu Zhan was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and burst into hearty laughter. Yet his laughter soon died away. Before their eyes, Chu Han unleashed 2 more consecutive slashes, the second and third forms of the Pei Jun 7 forms. After half a day of practice, the first 3 forms of Chu Han's blade technique now flowed like drifting clouds and flowing water. One form followed another without the slightest hint of stiffness. At once both parents were struck dumb with shock. Chu Zhan felt as though a bolt of lightning had split him from head to toe. His eyes bulged round, his mouth parted slightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably from sheer excitement. Cough, cough. His overexcitement triggered an old injury and he began to cough violently, frightening Zhang Milan so much that she hurried over to pat his back. But Chu Zhan waved his hand, refusing to be distracted, his gaze still locked firmly onto Chu Han. In a trembling voice, he asked, "How is this possible? In just a few hours, how could you have reached such a level?" He simply could not trust his own eyes. This was no mere beginner's level. This was clearly someone who had grasped the very essence of the Peijun 7 forms. Even at his peak back in the day, he would never have claimed to wield the first 3 forms with such natural perfection. Looking at his father, who was nearly losing control of himself, Chu Han smiled and said, "Dad, I told you I will become a martial artist. You and Mom must believe in me." "We believe. We believe. We both believe." Chu Zhan's eyes brimmed with hot tears. "My son is a genius, a true genius." "No talent," they said. "Nonsense about having no talent." Ha ha ha. He seemed almost deranged, laughing and crying all at once, as though he were venting all the gloom and despair that had been pent up in his heart for years. Though Zhang Milan did not understand martial arts, her husband's loss of composure and the fierce, extraordinary display from her son made it clear to her that he was anything but ordinary. Her eyes grew moist as well, and she nodded again and again, a smile of pure hope finally blooming across her face. Seeing how moved his parents were, Chu Han silently resolved that he would bring them even more pleasant surprises in the days to come. After dinner, Chu Han returned to his own bedroom. Outside, his mother was still cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. He sat cross-legged on his bed, and his consciousness entered the lottery space. There were still 7 kinds of items he had yet to use. 5 body-tempering pills, 1 grade talent shard, 10,000 federal credits, 10 top-grade strength-boosting pills, a grade movement martial technique manual titled Ling, Mouse Step, 5 low-grade energy stones, and 10 gene of Crate Spirit Rice. Body-tempering pills, when ingested, they strengthen muscles, fascia, and bones, enhancing physique strength, blood, and chi, and foundational resilience. Top-grade strength-boosting pills, when ingested, each grants an increase of 100 gene of strength. The medicinal power diminishes gradually, and a maximum of 5 pills can be consumed. Ling Mouse Step, a grade movement martial technique. After cultivation, the body becomes as agile and unpredictable as a spirit cat, with greatly enhanced speed and reflexes. Low-grade energy stones contain vast amounts of cosmic energy, which when absorbed provide refined vital force. Crate Spirit Rice, when eaten, it improves the physique, accelerates the circulation of blood and chi, and replenishes the body's vitality. Among all these, the least valuable item remained the 10,000 federal credits. The other pills, weapons, spirit rice, martial techniques, and energy stones were all worth far more than 10,000 federal credits. Take the low-grade energy stones, for example. They were indispensable resources for martial artist cultivation. By absorbing the energy within, a martial artist could hasten his training progress. Each stone was worth 100,000 federal credits. However, he did not intend to sell them. He would keep them for his own use. As for the top-grade strength-boosting pills, that type of pill was available on the market, but those sold outside lacked the word top-grade, and each one could only increase strength by 30 gene. Even so, ordinary strength-boosting pills cost 5,000 federal credits apiece, and at most 3 could be safely taken. In comparison, the 10 top-grade strength-boosting pills he had drawn were far superior. If he were to auction them off, the price would undoubtedly be sky-high. With a single thought, a small porcelain bottle appeared in Chu Han's hand. When he pulled out the cork, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire bedroom. Inside the bottle were exactly 10 small pills, the top-grade strength-boosting pills. What a marvel! Chu Han took a deep breath, drawing the medicinal aroma into his nostrils. His whole body shuddered, as if every cell had become more active, and his strength seemed to increase slightly. The medicinal power of these pills is truly astonishing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Han poured out 1 pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his stomach, an immense wave of medicinal force surged forth. Warm currents washed through every part of his body down to his very bones. Every cell seemed to cheer and leap. Only after several minutes did he completely absorb the medicinal power of that pill. So exhilarating. I feel my strength has increased greatly, by at least 100 gene. Chu Han now trusted the description of this pill. 1 pill truly granted 100 gene of strength. He could still take 4 more. Moreover, while this pill boosted his strength, it also reshaped his body, granting him an overall enhancement. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Han poured out another pill and swallowed it. A few minutes later, his strength surged by yet another 100 gene. Immediately after came the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th pills. With all 5 pills consumed, his strength increased by 500 gene at once. Even taken in succession, the efficacy of the pills had not diminished in the slightest. My single-arm strength must now exceed 1,000 gene, far beyond it in fact. A single-arm strength of 1,000 gene marked the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. It was practically like ascending to the heavens in a single step. No, I have to go to the martial hall tomorrow to test my strength. And while I'm at it, I'll sell the remaining 5 top-grade strength-boosting pills. The next day, Chu Han excitedly jumped out of bed. The first thing to do upon waking was, of course, to draw the lottery. The system had kindly provided a prompt as he awoke. He opened the lottery space, silently reciting the words for the draw. Instantly, the colorful wheel spun rapidly. There's only one chance, so I hope to draw something good. Today, there was no 10 consecutive draws, only one lottery opportunity, which made Chu Han feel a bit anxious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Strength Body, Refining Martial Art 9-fold Body Refinement Technique. Strength. And it's a body refining martial art. Chu Han could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly checked the lottery space, and sure enough, a new martial art was stored there. 9-fold Body Refinement Technique. Strength Body Refining Martial Art. Ha, my good luck isn't used up yet. Chu Han was overjoyed and immediately accepted the martial art as basic information about it flooded into his mind. Although 9-fold Body Refinement Technique was a martial art, it was essentially a method of body refining divided into 9 levels of difficulty, with each level increasing exponentially. Practicing it was like being in an endless purgatory filled with excruciating pain. Each level contained several to dozens of extremely tricky and unnatural postures that defied common. These postures were designed to stretch, compress, and twist the body to its limits while ensuring that energy could permeate the deepest and most subtle corners of the body. Just achieving the correct posture required immense mental and physical exertion along with tremendous will. Practicing these postures would accelerate the bodhi's absorption of the world's primal force, which would be used to strengthen the physical body. Long-term practice would significantly enhance bodily strength, power, speed, endurance, flexibility, and self-healing capabilities, making one akin to a human-shaped beast. This body refining technique did not restrict the practitioner's cultivation level, though anyone could use it. Even if he wasn't a martial artist, Chu Han could practice it. Great! This body refining technique is tailor-made for me. Chu Han was instantly exhilarated and hurriedly tried the first level's posture on his bed. He successfully positioned his limbs into an extremely tricky posture. Thanks to the enhancement of his innate talent by 10,000 times, it was not difficult for him to hold this pose. But the moment he held the posture, a deep, bone-chilling pain surged through him, making him gasp several times. Hiss! That hurts. So painful. Chu Han believed he had extraordinary willpower, but this sudden pain made him break into a cold sweat. After just a few seconds, he returned to a normal posture. This is impossible for an ordinary person to practice. Chu Han wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately noticed that his blood and qi had become exceptionally smooth, and his entire body felt unusually energized. Could this be the effect of the 9-fold body refinement technique? Any changes in his body were under his control. He knew this situation hadn't arisen out of nowhere. It was indeed the effect of the 9-fold body refinement technique. This is incredible. A wave of joy surged through him, causing him to cast aside the pain he had just experienced. Even if it hurt again, it was worth it. He decided he would focus on practicing this body refining technique for the next 2 days. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to train today. After finishing breakfast, Chu Han eagerly left the house. He planned to go to the martial arts school both to test his training results and to have a quiet place to practice. In the martial arts era, every city had many martial arts schools, both large and small. The school Chu Han was going to was called the Warhammer Martial Arts School, conveniently located between his home and school. He had once worked there, so he was quite familiar with it. On the way, Chu Han did not waste any time. He learned the Drank Body Movement Martial Art Spirit Cat Step from the lottery space. The cultivation difficulty of this body movement martial art was not high, and soon he successfully mastered the basics. The next step was to practice it until proficient. He mimicked the spirit cat, sometimes moving stealthily, sometimes running, making him agile and unpredictable. Onlookers thought he was acting strangely, as if he had been bitten by a dog and was suffering from rabies. Only Chu Han knew he was continuously making progress. As he kept moving, his steps became increasingly light and graceful. This body movement martial art was nearing completion. By the time he reached the martial arts school, the spirit cat step was fully mastered. Next, he only needed to continue refining this body movement in walking or during actual combat. There was no need for further cultivation. Such training speed was simply unprecedented. In a good mood, Chu Han pushed open the door and entered the martial arts school. The front desk of the Warhammer Martial Arts School was a girl in her 20s wearing glasses and sporting some freckles named Zhang Xiaoyu. She had a good relationship with Chu Han and was said to be related to the school's owner. Zhang Xiaoyu greeted Chu Han as soon as she saw him. Chu Han, it's been a long time since you've come to work at the school. Let me think, what day is it today? Chu Han smiled. Sister Yue, I'm here to train today. Please open a training room for me. Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback upon hearing this. You're here to train. That's rare. By the way, I heard that the third-year students have all awakened their talents recently. You must have awakened a powerful talent, right? Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu's expectant expression, Chu Han did not want to tell her that he hadn't awakened any talent. Oh, isn't this the biggest joke of the third middle school, Chu Han? With over 3,000 potential points, he still hadn't awakened any talent. Ha ha. At this moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Chu Han turned to see 3 students from the neighboring class. The leader was named Li Lei, one of Li Mingran's. Li Mingran had previously complained about this suitor in front of him. However, she had never paid him any attention, considering him nothing more than a toad. As a result, Li Lei harbored great animosity towards Chu Han. Encountering him at the martial arts school today, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock Chu Han. Li Lei's voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the school. Chu Han, is what he said true? You need to pick yourself up. It's okay if you can't become a martial artist. Zhang Xiaoyu saw Chu Han's reaction and realized Li Lei's words were true, quickly comforting him. She was one of the few who genuinely cared for Chu Han. Warmth spread in his heart as he smiled and said, Sister Yue, thank you. I have never been discouraged and haven't given up on my dream of becoming a martial artist. Don't worry. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. A waste dares to be so brazen. This is a martial arts school, not a place for you, a waste. Chu Han had remained silent, which only emboldened Li Lei, making him think Chu Han was weak. Li Lei knew that Chu Han came from a poor background. His past authority in school was merely due to his high potential. Now facing Chu Han, no one would come to his aid. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he coldly replied, If you want to meet the same fate as Sun Lichang, then keep talking, you otherwise shut up. His icy gaze pierced through Li Lei, making the latter's back feel cold. Li Lei instinctively took a half step back, but before his foot landed, he realized and felt embarrassed and furious. How could he be intimidated by a waste? It was utterly unforgivable, especially since Chu Han's gaze was cold and indifferent, just like when he had been the third middle school's genius, showing no signs of change. Li Lei suddenly felt a great insult. What gives you the right? Why was Chu Han still so proud and arrogant? He had indeed heard about Sun Lichang's situation, how he awakened a rank talent, but was defeated by talentless Chu Han. However, he only believed that it was Sun Lichang underestimating his opponent, lacking sufficient mastery over his talent. He would never believe that Chu Han had the ability to defeat someone with talent. Don't compare that waste Sun Lichang with me. My awakened talent is the Kirin arm. Although it is also rank, it's far stronger than that waste Sun Lichang. Li Lei argued with a flushed face. But compared to Chu Han, he was the one truly flustered, causing the onlookers to start doubting the validity of his words. Feeling the skeptical gazes around him, Li Lei could no longer hold back and activated his talent. Instantly, a layer of scales enveloped his right arm, exuding a sense of power and destruction. Ha ha ha, my talent is indeed genuine. Chu Han, you will be the first person I defeat with my Kirin arm. You should feel honored. With that, Li Lei took a step forward and charged at Chu Han. He clenched his fist with the Kirin arm, flames igniting from it, making his entire arm emit cracking sounds, appearing immensely powerful. What a powerful talent, he isn't lying. If he's not lying, the other person is in danger. Li Lei's display of talent instantly caused an uproar. Chu Han, be careful. Zhang Xiaoyu also expressed her concern. It's fine. Chu Han smiled faintly, and then his eyes flashed with a sharp light as his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Spirit cat step. He utilized the newly acquired body movement martial art, turning into a fleeting shadow that circled behind Li Lei. His speed was so fast that Li Lei could not react in time. Although Li Lei's Kirin arm was strong, it only enhanced one arm. With his defenses wide open, he was far from Sun Lichang. Moreover, Chu Han had merged the stone skin talent and consumed 5 supreme strength pills. His strength had long surpassed his previous self. Bang! Chu Han's fist struck Li Lei's back, producing a dull sound. Li Lei was instantly sent spinning away, crashing hard onto the martial arts school's metal floor. He could not rise again. The battle was decided in an instant, and the result was overwhelmingly one-sided. The onlookers were left in a daze. Is this how it ends? Li Lei, who loudly mocked others as useless, was easily defeated by the very person he deemed worthless. Who then is the real useless one? What a disappointment. I thought this guy was formidable, but it turns out he's just a fake. I misjudged him. This young brother is impressive, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse from start to finish. Definitely not worthless. I agree, this young brother just employed a martial art technique that nearly reached perfection. This is undoubtedly the work of a genius. In an instant, everyone became a supporter of Chu Han. Quick, take him to the medical room where the doctors can treat. Zhang Xiaoyu instructed Li Lei's other 2 classmates to take him for treatment, while simultaneously being astonished by Chu Han's displayed strength, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She remembered that a month ago Chu Han was much weaker than he is now. You are truly amazing. I believe you can become a powerful warrior. I support you. Cheer on. Zhang Xiaoyu waved her fist at Chu Han, giving him a training room and handing him a training card. Rest assured, I will not let down those who support me. Chu Han eagerly took the training card and rushed to train. Upon entering the training room, he first approached a strength testing machine. Sitting in the seat, he gripped the testing machine's lever with his left hand. With a sudden burst of strength, he pushed upwards. Boom. The entire machine trembled, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. 892. 977. 1055. 1298. 1380. The final number stopped at 1380. 1,380 pounds. My single-arm strength has indeed exceeded the minimum threshold for a Kwasa warrior. Chu Han tried a few more times, maintaining his left arm strength around 1,400 pounds. Next, he tested his right arm strength, ultimately settling at around 1,500 pounds. Both arms had already far exceeded the requirements for a Kwasa warrior. He then approached the punching power tester, preparing to test his punching strength. There are two ways to determine a Kwasa warrior. One is that the single arm strength reaches 1,000 pounds, and the other requires the punching power to explode to 2,000 pounds. As long as one can deliver 2,000 pounds of punching strength, it qualifies as meeting the standards for a Kwasa warrior, even if the base strength does not meet the requirements. Moreover, the level of punching strength better reflects a person's control over their muscles and bones. The stronger the control, the better the technique, often resulting in greater power. Ultimately, judging a warrior's strength still depends on how much combat power they can exhibit. Otherwise, even the highest strength is merely ornamental. A doubling of punching strength is already the minimum threshold. Generally, a Kwasa warrior with 1,000 pounds of strength can at least deliver 2,000 pounds of punching power. Those slightly stronger may achieve 3 times the punching power, and if using martial arts, 5 or 10 times the punching power is normal. Bang! Chu Han slammed his fist into the punching power tester, creating a tremendous sound in the training room. The numbers on the tester's panel began to rise rapidly. 3,500, 4,200, 5,001, 5,733, 6,056. With this punch, he delivered 6,000 pounds of punching power, achieving a 4-fold increase. Just as I anticipated, my basic fist technique has reached perfection, and with the changes in my physique, its power is now comparable to that of ordinary martial arts. But this is not my limit. A bright glint shone in Chu Han's eyes. He sensed that there was still room for improvement in his basic fist technique. Thus, he continuously struck the punching power tester, constantly adjusting his punching technique and honing his basic fist technique. With his innate talent multiplied by 10,000 each punch he threw improved over the last, allowing him to identify and rectify issues with his technique. The punching strength numbers on the tester continued to refresh. 6,100, 6,200, 6,300, 6,500, 6,800, 7,000. Finally, Chu Han's theoretical methods and physical movements reached perfect harmony, unleashing the most flawless punch he had executed thus far. Bang! The numbers on the punching power tester surged once more. Chu Han's basic fist technique advanced further, reaching an extraordinary state. 7,700 pounds. 5-fold increase. Chu Han rejoiced, realizing that his standard punch could now achieve a power comparable to martial arts techniques. If he were to learn a martial arts technique, he could only imagine the immense power it would yield. Now, relying solely on basic fist techniques, basic body techniques, and basic blade techniques, he could already exert combat power far exceeding that of an average Kwasa warrior. If he utilized martial arts or activated his stone skin talent, his combat power would surge even further. He was not afraid, even if his opponent was a true warrior. The outdoor training camp in the coming days will be the place where I soar to new heights. Chu Han clenched his fist, filled with motivation. He now had a rough understanding of his strength. Next, he would focus on cultivating the 9-fold body refinement technique, which was also his main reason for coming here. In 2 days, he aimed to elevate his strength to that of a warrior. He sat cross-legged, performing the movements for the first level of the 9-fold body refinement technique. Hiss! A heart-wrenching pain surged again, like thousands of needles piercing and flaying his flesh. No matter how painful, I must persist. Chu Han gritted his teeth, continuously breathing according to the frequency described in the body refinement technique, feeling all his cells opening up with waves of heat continuously drilling into his flesh. This phenomenon indicated that his body was absorbing elemental energy. Each pose must be held for at least 1 minute to achieve optimal training results. After 1 minute, Chu Han collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in sweat. The pain quickly faded, and in its place surged an overwhelming vitality and strength throughout him. Such a domineering body refinement technique. Truly terrifying. Chu Han hurriedly got up and began to attempt the second posture. The pain level of the second posture was no less than the first, even more intense. Fortunately, Chu Han had mentally prepared himself and gritted his teeth to endure. He then moved on to the third and fourth postures. The first level of the body refinement technique consists of 36 postures, and Chu Han was tackling them one by one. He experienced a mix of pain and pleasure, practically training his life away. After a whole morning, He finally completed the 36th posture, feeling that his strength had significantly. Thus, he performed all 36 postures in sequence. Instantly, the heat within him formed a cycle, and at his dantian a whirlpool of elemental energy appeared, continuously drawing in external elemental energy. The speed of absorbing elemental energy suddenly skyrocketed several times. Incredible. Truly worthy of being in class body refinement technique. Instantly, the heat within him formed a cycle, and at his dantian a whirlpool of elemental energy appeared, continuously drawing in external elemental energy. Glug glug. At this moment, his stomach voiced its protest. Chu-Han then realized he was hungry. Glancing at the time, it was exactly noon. I should go out for a meal, otherwise my body will be depleted. Chu-Han stood up and stopped his training. Before leaving, he approached the strength testing machine. Let's see how much my strength has increased. He forcefully pushed the test lever with his left arm, and the final strength reading turned out to be 1550. 1,550. The strength of my left arm has increased by 150 pounds, comparable to a top-grade strength pill. Chu-Han couldn't believe the numbers before him and tried his right arm again. 1,550. The strength of my left arm has increased by 150 pounds, comparable to a top-grade strength pill. Chu-Han arrived at a buffet restaurant. At 200 federal coins per person, he could eat all sorts of food. Previously, he would have hesitated at such a price, but now he was willing to make concessions for the sake of his cultivation. Although this restaurant did not offer high-grade ingredients such as spiritual rice or exotic beast meat, the ordinary meats were sufficient. Ever since practicing the ninefold body refinement technique, Chu-Han felt his appetite had increased several times. The body also required a large amount of energy to support cultivation. After indulging, Chu-Han exited the restaurant under the resentful gazes of the manager and staff. Back at the martial arts hall, Chu-Han continued his training. An hour later, he suddenly felt the vortex of his primordial power disappear, followed by a wave of weakness and unusual pain. It turned out that he had cultivated too quickly, and his body could not withstand such a large influx of primordial power, leading to some cellular damage. No one else had managed to master all 36 postures of the first level of the body refinement technique on the first day. He had not given his body time to adapt and recover, forcing himself to train, which led to this situation. Normally, a good night's rest would suffice, and he could continue his training the next day. However, he did not want to waste the precious opportunity for cultivation. With a thought, a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle and poured out a body refinement pill. Had he not been obstructed in his cultivation, he would have forgotten about the body refinement pill. Consuming it could strengthen muscles, fascia, and bones, enhancing physical strength, vitality, and foundation. It was truly a miraculous elixir for aiding body refinement. He immediately consumed one body refinement pill, and as the medicinal effects spread, his damaged cells instantly recovered, and a surge of new strength began to fortify his body. Chu-Han was overjoyed and resumed his training. Indeed, the vortex of primordial power reappeared in his dantian, with a continuous flow of primordial energy surging into his body. All the cells in his body rapidly grew stronger under the nourishment of primordial energy. He trained until nightfall, finally absorbing the full effects of one body refinement pill. After finishing his training, Chu-Han tested his strength again. 1900. 1950. The strength in his arms had reached around 1,900 pounds. Such remarkable progress. It seems certain that he'll exceed 2,000 pounds tomorrow. Chu-Han left the training room with satisfaction. At the front desk, someone was waiting for him. Hangul, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. This person greeted Chu-Han enthusiastically. Zhao Feiyu, what are you waiting for? Chu-Han asked, puzzled. Zhao Feiyu was a friend he had met at the Warhammer Martial Arts Hall up here and a senior student at high school now. 1. Unlike him, Zhao Feiyu was a rich second generation. His family conditions were excellent. He came to this martial arts hall to pursue a school beauty from high school now. 1. However, since meeting Chu-Han, Zhao Feiyu had become a fan of him, especially admiring his talent. Every time he came to the martial arts hall, he trained with Chu-Han and made considerable progress. After the school beauty left, Zhao Feiyu stayed here. He wants to seek your advice on how to become strong quickly, Zhang Qiuyue said with a smile. Chu-Han chuckled. Oh, don't you know that I've become the biggest joke in high school now? 3 now? You should have awakened a decent talent. Do you still need to come to me for training? I've heard about it, but I'm different from those short-sighted people. You are the first person whose potential value has surpassed my sister's. Even without talent, you can still become a powerful martial artist. I heard you defeated someone with great talent at the martial arts hall, which confirms my suspicion. Chu-Han nodded. Thank you. You are one of the few people who support me. All right, Han, good. Don't get all sentimental on me. I want to know how you suddenly became so strong. I see your strength has increased a lot. What did you do? Zhao Feiyu seemed eager to become stronger, his face full of expectation. Chu-Han naturally could not reveal that he had been cheating. He thought for a moment, and said actually I encountered a mysterious powerhouse yesterday. He saw that I had not awakened any talent and thought it a pity, so he gave me a bottle of pills. Such good fortune. Why haven't I encountered anything like that? Zhao Feiyu lamented. Chu Han asked what's wrong. Why are you in such a hurry to get stronger? Is your talent awakening not good? Sai, I've awakened an ancestral talent, the Agrade bloodline of the Mad Lion, but my family has a special way of determining the purity of the Mad Lion bloodline, which is divided into 4 levels: blue, purple, black, and gold. The highest, the golden bloodline, is grade talent, while the lowest, the blue bloodline, is a grade talent, and I awakened the blue bloodline, the weakest in the family. The blue bloodline talent put me at a disadvantage from the start. I have yet to become a quasi-martial artist since awakening. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to get into Jingwu University, which would be an absolute shame for my family. Although there are secret methods to upgrade bloodlines within the family, one must be admitted to Jingwu University first. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's miserable expression, Chu Han felt a sense of sympathy. Zhao Feiyu was a disgrace to his family, while he was a joke in the whole school. For this reason, he could not simply stand by and watch. However, Chu Han felt somewhat unbalanced in his heart. For someone from a wealthy family like Zhao Feiyu's feeling ashamed of awakening a grade talent, while ordinary people would be thrilled just to awaken a grade talent. The gap between people was truly too vast. Hanga, you definitely have a way to help me, right? Zhao Feiyu was Chu Han's last hope. Chu Han smiled and took out a porcelain bottle containing premium strength pills. Inside are 5 premium strength pills, each of which can increase strength by 100 pounds. 100 pounds. Such pills can only be taken one at a time, right? Are there any side effects? I've taken ordinary strength pills before. There won't be any conflict with the effects, will there? Zhao Feiyu asked doubtfully. I took 5 pills with no side effects. I was planning to sell the remaining 5 at an auction later. Don't auction them, just sell them to me. You're like my own brother. I'll pay 5,000 federal coins for each premium strength pill. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyu's eyes lit up. 5,000. Chu Han was taken aback. Zhao Feiyu was indeed a rich second generation, offering 10 times the price of ordinary strength pills. Hangu, if you think that's too little, I can offer more. Zhao Feiyu was determined to obtain those 5 premium strength pills. Chu Han chuckled, no need, just 5,000 each, I'll sell them all to you. As he spoke, he handed the porcelain bottle to Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu immediately transferred 2,500 federal coins to Chu Han's account. Seeing the 2,500 large sum credited, Chu Han felt more exhilarated than becoming stronger through cultivation. Coupled with the 1,000 federal coins he won from the lottery, his total assets had reached 26,000. 26,000. If his mother worked, it would take her 2 to 3 years to earn that much. Indeed, becoming a martial artist was the most profitable path. Zhao Feiyu had already consumed 1 premium strength pill, and his body erupted with a series of Then he went to the public area to test his strength. 1,011 pounds. As expected of someone with awakened a grade talent, his base conditions are far superior to mine. Chu Han noticed that Zhao Feiyu's strength before taking the strength pills had already surpassed his own when he hadn't taken any. Ha, my strength has finally reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Zhao Feiyu was as happy as... Without any hesitation, he consumed the remaining 4 premium strength pills, ultimately reaching a single-arm strength of 1,487 pounds. Chu Han declined Zhao Feiyu's invitation to treat and left the martial arts school directly. He visited the martial artist commercial district to buy himself a set of outdoor combat gear worth 8,000 Federation coins. He also bought his father a month's worth of treatment liquid and various medicines. When he returned home, his mother had not yet finished work. Chu Han bought plenty of ingredients downstairs and took out some grade C spiritual rice from his space to cook a pot. Today their family would also improve their diet. When his parents saw the spiritual rice he cooked, they were all taken aback. Chu Han had to explain that he earned money by helping others train today, and the spiritual rice was a gift from them. His parents reluctantly accepted it. Early the next morning, Chu Han proceeded to draw lots as usual. However, this time his luck was average, and he only drew 1,000 Federation coins. Afterward, he went to the Hammer Martial Arts School to train. Today he consumed 2 body tempering pills, and his strength increased by 800 pounds. His single-arm strength reached 2,600 pounds, far exceeding the minimum requirement for martial artists. However, he felt that his body was still far from its limits, and he had a long way to go in his cultivation. This was also a reflection of his solid foundation. Time moved to the 3rd day. Upon waking up, Chu Han drew lots again. Today is the day to head to the outdoor training camp. I hope my luck will be a bit better, and I can draw something good. As the lottery wheel began to spin, Chu Han started praying continuously. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a grade C Space Ring 1. Space Ring is spatial equipment with 1,000 cubic meters of space, each dimension being 10 meters. Wow, this is amazing. My luck is off the charts. Shu Han immediately sprang up from his bed upon reading the information in his mind, almost hitting the ceiling. This is spatial equipment. If we talk about the most expensive items in this world, spatial equipment definitely ranks among them. Even in grade spatial equipment, with just 1 cubic meter, is worth $1 million. Moreover, they are priceless. Ordinary people have only heard of such equipment, and it's rare to see them in reality. Even true martial artists find it hard to own a piece of the lowest grade spatial equipment. How could this not excite him? Although he also had a lottery space, this space could only store items obtained from the lottery. No other items could fit inside. Now that he had the space ring, it would be much more convenient. Shu Han, what happened? His mother called from outside. Shu Han quickly fabricated a reason, saying, I was just too engrossed in my training, nothing else. Then be careful, don't overdo it in your training. After calming his mother down, Shu Han immediately took out the space ring and put it on his hand. In an instant, he felt his consciousness connect with the space inside the ring. With a thought, he stored the combat gear that was on his bedside into the ring's space. His consciousness could see the combat gear appearing in the space and the internal structure of the entire space. Sure enough, it's very convenient. Shu Han was overjoyed. During the upcoming outdoor training camp, he could use the space ring to collect more materials. Next, it's time to head to school. Jiang City No. 3 Middle School Playground. The students participating in the outdoor training camp gathered here, most wearing new combat gear, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. Among them, Li Mingran, who had awakened and a great talent, was naturally the focus of everyone's attention, the favored daughter of heaven. Surrounded by teachers and school leaders, she was repeatedly cautioned and held in high regard. Li Mingran stood proudly, her demeanor cold, seemingly accustomed to her current role. Compliments and flattery filled the air around her. Only when Shu Han appeared did some of the spotlight shift from her. Shu Han was dressed in a black combat suit, carrying a steel-long knife on his back and a tactical backpack, standing tall with steady strides. His eyes were calm, and the aura he exuded was so dense that it was not the slightest bit inferior to those classmates who had already awakened their talents, even resembling a true martial artist. This, Shu Han. His aura is so strong it doesn't seem like an act. TCH, what can you do? We can beat him in appearance, but everyone knows he's useless. He has to put on a show, right? Exactly. Without talent, what's the use of just looking good? Out in the wild, it's all about real fighting. Don't forget, he defeated Sun Liqiang, who had great talent. Many people witnessed it. Those who have just awakened their powers have fluctuations in their strength. Is there really someone who believes he can defeat those with talent? Shu Han's arrival instantly became the focus of the crowd, with various doubts echoing. The school leaders also noticed him, but only frowned slightly, not paying much attention as their minds were entirely focused on geniuses like Li Mingran. Li Mingran merely glanced at Shu Han with indifference before quickly turning away in disdain. In her view, Shu Han was just posturing. Only his homeroom teacher Wang Hao looked at the distinctly different spirit. Shu Han exhibited a trace of subtle appreciation and relief flashing in his eyes. He could tell that Shu Han had not succumbed to despair. The determination in his gaze was even more pronounced than before. Regardless of the outcome, this mentality was commendable. He still believed that Shu Han was the most outstanding student he had ever taught, even without talent. The group boarded the armored bus arranged by the school, bumping along the way to the supply base located outside Jiang City. Tall alloy walls stood in the base, covered in energy weapons and shooting holes. Soldiers in standard military uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, patrolled the walls. Inside the base, it resembled a fully functional small town, complete with supply shops, weapon stores, medical stations, mission halls, and even a trading market. Many weary martial artist teams came and went, either resting for supplies or trading materials harvested from the wild, and a faint smell of blood and a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. This is the outpost where humanity fights against the alien beasts. The students curiously and nervously observed everything, feeling the atmosphere starkly different from their campus. Many felt the scent of blood in the air, and their initial excitement faded away. Some students with weaker mental fortitude even experienced feelings of fear and unease. Such a mindset can be fatal in the wild. At that moment, the principal and a military officer walked over. The principal began to speak. Students, this outdoor training camp has prepared generous rewards in collaboration with the military base. The top students may even receive martial skills and elixirs. So everyone must bring their best state and fight earnestly. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the stage erupted with cheers. Activities with rewards were everyone's favorite. At this moment, the military officer said sternly, "Everyone quiet. Here there are no students, only soldiers. Everything must follow our arrangements. There are a few points to keep in mind. First, you can only operate in the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain. It is forbidden to go deep. If you see a danger zone sign, return immediately. Second, you must not act alone. You must team up and look out for each other. Third, after hunting alien beasts, you only need to collect materials that represent the characteristics of the beasts to count as achievements. You have all learned the characteristics of various low-level alien beasts in your textbooks, so there's no need for me to explain it. Fourth, if you encounter danger, you can fire the signal gun in your hand, and we will quickly come to your rescue. You do not act recklessly. Once you determine your team members, you can gradually enter the wild. After the officer finished speaking, the students quickly formed teams of 4 or 5. Li Mingran was naturally sought after by everyone, while Sun Liqiang also formed a team with a few followers. Only Chu Han was ignored, and no one wanted to take a burden into danger. Chu Han's expression was calm. He originally planned to act alone for greater convenience. No, the rules require teams. Acting alone is too dangerous and absolutely not allowed. The officer responsible for counting heads sternly rejected his application. Chu Han frowned slightly. Encountering such inflexible people was quite troublesome. If it comes to worst, he would have to reveal some of his strength. A clear bell-like voice rang out, "Chu Han, join our team." Chu Han turned and found that the speaker was the class lead. She had awakened the Brank Support Talent Plant Affinity, which allowed her to command plants in battle. Mild-mannered and well-liked, she already led a team of 3 other classmates. "Jiang Yin, why bring him? He will only slow our team down," another girl, Zhang Lin, complained from the side. Jiang Yin replied, "We are classmates. Helping one another is only right. Besides, Chu Han is not a burden. Everyone saw him defeat Sun Liqiang. Joining a team was undoubtedly more convenient. He could slip away once they were in the wild and act alone. Although the others were reluctant, none openly rejected. Joining a team was undoubtedly more convenient. He could slip away once they were in the wild and act alone. Although the others were reluctant, none openly rejected Chu Han. The team set out, passing through the base's heavy gate and stepping into true wilderness. A primeval, desolate, and dangerous air washed over them. Ancient trees towered, blotting out the sky. The thickets choked the ground. The air carried the tang of rot and a faint metallic note of blood. The students tensed, gripping their weapons. Chu Han's group advanced cautiously and encountered several of the weakest aberrant beasts, the fanged rabbit. He did not need to act. 2 classmates, anxious, dispatched them and extracted the rabbit's distinctive fangs. Jiang Yin and the others kept watch, guarding against other beasts. Chu Han remained silent, scanning the environment. They had only just left the city and had not yet reached the outskirts of Haishi Mountain, so danger was scarce. Everyone used the chance to practice and quickly acclimate to real combat. Chu Han also killed a few fanged rabbits with clean efficiency, revealing a hint of his strength. Soon the squad entered the periphery of Haishi Mountain. Black stones littered the ground, here giving the place its name. Chu Han felt the group's vigilance and tension multiply, as if every rustle were an omen. The calm did not last long. The undergrowth ahead trembled, and everyone braced for combat. Chu Han's brow tightened. He had heard human footsteps. Another team burst forth, led by Sun Liqiang. When he saw Chu Han, his eyes flashed with venomous resentment and eager triumph. "Oh, isn't this our genius, Chu Han? You really dared to come into the wild?" Sun Liqiang sneered. Sun Liqiang and his followers closed in, unabashedly taunting Jiang Yin. "I advise you not to shield this waste. If the beasts surround you, he won't save you. He'll be the first to run." Jiang Yin's face darkened. "Sun Liqiang, we are in the wild. Now is not the time for infighting." "Infighting? Heh. I merely wish to tear off some people's pretentious masks," he replied. Sun Liqiang fixed his gaze on Chu Han. 3 days ago I was careless and unfamiliar with my talent, which allowed you a lucky blow. Do you truly think this waste could beat me? Today I will expose you for who you really are." He snarled. Jiang Yin shot back angrily. "Sun Liqiang, did you deliberately follow us for this? Don't misunderstand, class leader Jiang. I only want to fight with him. It won't affect your team's results." Sun Liqiang laughed. Everyone watched the scene unfold. No one moved to stop it except Jiang Yin. They all wanted to see whether Chu Han truly still possessed strength, including those from Jiang Ping's team. "You," someone began. Jiang Yin was about to speak, but Chu Han gently patted her shoulder and, looking calmly at Sun Liqiang, said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the empty words?" Sun Liqiang roared, seeking death, and without hesitation activated his talent, beast transformation. His body swelled and contorted, becoming a grotesque creature with a leopard's head and a human torso. Its aura was more savage than 3 days earlier. He had clearly spent the intervening days honing his control. "Roar! Taste my new technique, the brutal claw," he bellowed as a faint sanguine glow spread over his twin claws. They sliced through the air with a shriek, moving so fast they left only afterimages as they lunged at Chu Han. In beast form, his body was perfectly suited to claw techniques, rendering weapons unnecessary. The blow's force was terrifying. Sun Liqiang had clearly gone all out. Everyone held their breath. Jiang Yin even cried out, unable to look. Yet Chu Han chose to meet the savage strike head-on. He curled his right fist, the muscles along his arm tightened at a dreadful speed. At the same time, the stone skin talent activated, coating his fist in a gray shell. Then he struck. There was no flourish, only the purest force. With fivefold exertion amplified by stone skin, the blow exceeded 20,000 gene. That is 10 tons. Fist met claw. Crack. A sickening, bone-splintering sound rang out. Immediately Sun Liqiang emitted an inhuman howl of agony. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Sun Liqiang's beast claw and his entire arm twisted in an instant. He was flung backward at great speed, rolling across the ground several times before collapsing unconscious. Instant kill. Again an instant kill. Decisive, even more ruthless than in the gym. This time Chu Han did not rely on exquisite footwork to evade. He utterly crushed Sun Liqiang Hedon. A deathly silence descended. Every look of doubt, disdain, and schadenfreude froze and transformed into overwhelming shock. Could Chu Han truly not be a waste? No. His bearing had always been that of a prodigy. They had simply misjudged him. Chu Han slowly drew back his fist, and pointing to Sun Liqiang sprawled like a dead dog, said, "Hey, race, a piece of advice. This waste no longer has combat ability. Take him back to the base quickly, so he won't slow you down." "Ah, okay." Several of Sun Liqiang's teammates replied numbly, then carried him back toward the base. Chu Han ignored them and looked to Jiang Yan. "Class leader, thank you for taking me in, but I prefer to operate alone. I will be leaving now." With that, he vanished into Haishi Mountain without looking back. Jiang Yan did not even find the words to call him back. The other teammates felt a keen regret. The power Chu Han had displayed equaled that of an ranked talent. If he had joined them, their results would have soared, and they would have been much safer. But now Chu Han did not wish to team with them. If only they had treated him more warmly before. Chu Han left the group and walked deeper into Haishi Mountain. The ordinary beasts on the outskirts held no value for him. He intended to press inward and test his luck. After venturing some 10 or so li, the gravel beneath his feet trembled slightly. "HM." Chu Han's eyes narrowed as the tremors from below grew stronger. "They're coming." He snapped. The ground gave a dull boom as slabs of black stone were thrust upward, and 3 jet-black scorpions burst from beneath the earth. Blackstone scorpions. The Blackstone scorpion is a unique, exotic beast of Blackstone Mountain. Though it has not reached the first rank, its entire body is covered in an incredibly hard black shell, granting it high defense, while its pincers can easily crush black stones, and its venomous tail spine can effortlessly kill a first-rank martial artist. Moreover, they prefer to act in groups, and even first-rank martial artists would avoid their deadly prowess and dare not engage in battle. Sure enough, before Chu Han could stabilize himself, the surrounding soil erupted as over 20 Blackstone scorpions burst forth from the ground surrounding him. If it were any other trainees in the training session, they would have been terrified by now, either fleeing in panic or pulling out a signal flare for help. However, Chu Han looked at the swarm of Blackstone scorpions before him without a trace of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Just when I was worried about not having a place to practice, you came right to me." He drew out his steel longsword from his back, his gaze sweeping over the entire body of the Blackstone scorpion, quickly discovering its weaknesses. Their weaknesses lie in their heads and abdomens. They are relatively slow, and their attack patterns are singular. As long as I avoid their pincers and tail spine, I can easily deal with them. At that moment, the foremost Blackstone scorpion launched the first attack. It suddenly arched its body, its pincers snapping towards Chu Han's calf, while its tail sprang out like a spring, the eerie blue spine aiming straight for his chest. "Nice try." Chu Han shouted loudly, advancing instead of retreating. With agile steps, he effortlessly dodged the deadly attack of the Blackstone scorpion. Simultaneously, his longsword darted out like lightning, and with a sharp thud, the blade pierced precisely through the head of this Blackstone scorpion. Pulling out the longsword, black-green liquid splattered out as the Blackstone scorpion's body twitched violently before immediately losing its life. Chu Han did not employ any martial techniques, relying solely on his exquisite basic swordsmanship to swiftly slay the Blackstone scorpion. His movements were clean and fierce, a level that even many seasoned martial artists could not achieve. The Blackstone scorpion is nothing extraordinary. After his initial small trial, Chu Han's fighting spirit surged as he charged again at 3 Blackstone scorpions. Despite their simultaneous assault, he continued to dodge their attacks with ease. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 swift stabs, the 3 Blackstone scorpions were instantly killed. In mere moments, 4 Blackstone scorpions had already been taken down. The surrounding Blackstone scorpions were enraged by the death of their companions, hissing loudly as they all charged at Chu Han. Some swept at him with their pincers from the front, others launched surprise attacks from the sides with their tails, while a few even burrowed back underground, attempting to launch a surprise attack from beneath his feet. But Chu Han's footwork grew increasingly elegant and agile, executing the spirit cat steps flawlessly. No matter how the Blackstone scorpions attacked, they could not touch his body. Instead, with every stab, he made another Blackstone scorpion fell. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre by Chu Han. The ground was soon piled high with the corpses of Blackstone scorpions. Before long, all 27 blackstone scorpions that attacked Chu Han lay dead. He stood among the corpses, his complexion slightly flushed. Although the battle just now had been easy, the continuous high-level combat had still drained him considerably, but more than that, it was exhilarating. This was truly his first battle, and not only had he suffered no injuries, but his basic swordsmanship and spirit cat steps also saw significant improvement. Indeed, real combat is the best training. With a sigh of emotion, Chu Han's gaze fell upon the tail spine of the blackstone scorpion. He pointed the long sword at the junction of the scorpion's tail spine and deftly extracted a needle radiating a blue glow. Nothing represents the identity of the blackstone scorpion more than the tail spine. It serves as proof of his hunt for the blackstone scorpions. Thus, Chu Han collected the tail spines of the blackstone scorpions, wrapping them in a special anti-poison cloth and placing them in the inner compartment of his backpack. Then, with a wave of his hand, he stored all the corpses of the blackstone scorpions into his spatial ring. Although the tail spine was the most valuable part of the blackstone scorpion, its entire shell was also excellent material for crafting defenses, and its venom sac could be used in medicine. Chu Han naturally would not let go of this opportunity for wealth. After doing all this, he looked deeper into Blackstone Mountain, where the smell of blood was even stronger, indicating the presence of more powerful exotic beasts. He quickened his pace and continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered 2 more waves of blackstone scorpions, all of which he dispatched, totaling 39. After continuing deeper for several miles, Chu Han suddenly felt a faint tremor under his feet. More blackstone scorpions. Chu Han frowned slightly. He had already killed enough blackstone scorpions today and hoped to encounter other exotic beasts. No, this doesn't sound like the movement of blackstone scorpions. He discovered that the tremors came from further away and the commotion was growing louder. Soon a thunderous sound echoed from the distance. Boom. Suddenly the ground shook as if an earthquake had struck. Chu Han's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly ran towards a raised rocky slope, to his right a higher terrain that would allow him to see the situation ahead. Upon reaching the top of the slope, he saw a massive beast comparable in size to a small truck frantically running in a panic in the clearing 100 meters away. It was a fang-toothed pig over 3 meters long, covered in thick black skin with steel-like spines standing on its back. Most terrifying were the 2 curved tusks protruding from the sides of its mouth, each nearly half a meter long, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. As it ran, its tusks crashed into tree trunks, effortlessly snapping them in half. A first-rank exotic beast, the fang-toothed pig. Chu Han's pupils constricted as the records from his textbooks flashed in his mind. The fang-toothed pig was not something that a blackstone scorpion could compare to. It was among the most dangerous varieties of first-rank exotic beasts. Its power and defense were top-tier among first-rank beasts, capable of rivaling second-rank martial artists among humans. Its tusks were lethal weapons, easily capable of piercing through large trees and boulders. At least 5 first-rank martial artists working together would have a chance to attempt a hunt, and even then casualties were very likely. Its tusks were lethal weapons, easily capable of piercing through large trees and boulders. At least 5 first-rank martial artists working together would have a chance to attempt a hunt, and even then this was because a horde of dark figures was chasing closely behind it, their howls rising and falling, sending chills down one's spine. Chu Han focused his gaze and immediately recognized them. This is a pack of decay hounds. There are at least 70 or 80 of them. The decay hounds were larger than adult Tibetan mastiffs, their bodies covered in rotting flesh, oozing pus, and emitting a nauseating stench. Their teeth were long and sharp, coated with black slime. A single bite from them could require even third-rank martial artists to take detoxification medication to heal. They belonged to the most repulsive category of exotic beasts. This pack of decay hounds was incredibly fast, tightly chasing after the fang-toothed pig, seemingly maintaining a hunting formation. How is this possible? Chu Han's brows furrowed, tightly filled with doubt. While decay hounds were formidable, their individual strength had not reached the first rank, and a single one was even weaker than a blackstone scorpion. Aside from their speed and poisonous teeth, they had almost no advantage against the fang-toothed pig. Even with over 70 of them, or even 100 under normal circumstances, they would only be easily crushed by the fang-toothed pig. How could they possibly surround it instead? However, the hindquarters and flanks of the fang-toothed pig indeed bore several deep wounds, that exposed bone currently festering, clearly inflicted by the decay hounds. Just as Chu Han was puzzled, the fang-toothed pig suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail, its speed abruptly halting. A giant dog far larger than a typical decay hound pounced on the fang-toothed pig like lightning. Its speed far exceeded that of its companions, and its size was twice that of an ordinary decay hound, resembling a fierce tiger. It bit down precisely on the fang-toothed pig's hind leg. With a vigorous shake of its head, it tore away a large chunk of flesh. Roar! The fang-toothed pig let out a shrill scream, its massive body staggering, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shu Han's pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze on the giant dog that had struck and retreated, now emitting a threatening whine. So that's it, it's the Decay Hound King, a first-rank exotic beast. This corrupted dog king evidently possesses a higher level of intelligence. Not only is it powerful, but it also knows how to strategize. It was it who initially bit the tusked pig, commanding its underlings to continually harass the tusked pig, relentlessly forcing this formidable first-tier beast into a dire situation. Especially the recent strike, which inflicted severe damage on the tusked pig. A large chunk of flesh from its hind leg was torn off, and the yellow-green poison rapidly spread from the wound. In an instant, the tusked pig's entire hind leg lost its strength, and its massive body staggered and collapsed to the ground, sending a shower of debris flying. In the next moment, over 60 corrupted dogs rushed in. Some were biting its limbs, while others pounced on its abdomen. Although the tusked pig was still struggling, madly tossing aside 2 or 3 corrupted dogs with its tusks, more of them surged forward, mixing black slime and bright red blood, creating a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, the corrupted dog king stood to the side, its crimson eyes coldly fixated on the tusked pig. Every time the tusked pig attempted to rise, it would leap forward to take a bite, utterly extinguishing any hope of escape. What a clever creature, Shu Han sighed. Watching the brutal fight unfold, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was a rare sight of 2 tigers fighting. The tusked pig is a first-tier beast, and its tusks, thick skin, and beast core are all extremely valuable materials. Its meat is also considered top quality among beast meats, making it quite rare. The corrupted dog king is also a first-tier beast, and its canine teeth and core are highly effective for refining antidote pills, worth even more than the tusked pig. The remaining corrupted dogs also possess valuable materials, stirring a longing within Shu Han. If he rushes in now with his strength, he could potentially take down both, but he would inevitably be swarmed by the corrupted dogs, and even if he won, he would have to pay a price. Perhaps it's better to wait for them to weaken each other. All the materials here will be mine. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Shu Han concealed himself in the shadows of the black stone slope, biding his time for a chance to reap the benefits. However, he quickly noticed a problem. Although this pack of corrupted dogs looked fierce, their attacks were unable to kill the tusked pig. The corrupted dog king clearly had the ability to kill the tusked pig, yet it refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as if toying with its prey. Wasn't it stated in textbooks that corrupted dogs enjoy tormenting their prey? What is their true motive? Soon the tusked pig's resistance weakened further. Clearly it had reached the end of its strength. At that moment, the tusked pig suddenly raised its head and let out a distinctly different wail towards the corrupt. This wail, different from its previous anger and pain, carried a hint of almost humble trembling, as if following that the tusked pig actually began to bend its 2 front limbs, slowly lowering its massive body, half kneeling on the ground. Its head drooped slightly, the originally sharp tusks resting on the ground. Even its breathing became lighter, as if surrendering to the corrupted dog king. It can do this. Shu Han was somewhat astonished. This tusked pig had completely set aside its dignity to plead for its life. The corrupted dog king's crimson eyes narrowed, staring at the half-kneeling tusked pig for a few seconds before suddenly letting out a low growl. The pack of corrupted dogs surrounding the tusked pig immediately ceased their biting and retreated, leaving the tusked pig alone on the ground covered in blood. In the next second, the tusked pig suddenly opened its mouth wide, its neck bulging, as it made a strange gurgling sound from its throat. Shu Han could see a hard object slowly moving up beneath the skin of its neck. Soon the tusked pig spat out a black stone the size of an egg. The stone was completely dark, yet faintly glimmered with a dark red sheen, its surface smooth as jade. Upon closer inspection, one could see what seemed like blood veins flowing slowly inside. Black bloodstone. It must be the black bloodstone. Shu Han's heart abruptly tightened, and his eyes turned red in an instant. He had seen records of this item in books about rare treasures. The black bloodstone is unique to Blackstone Mountain, formed from absorbing the blood of beasts over 100 years, containing an incredibly terrifying essence, energy comparable to 50 chi blood pills. For beasts, consuming the black bloodstone carries a chance of directly breaking through their level limitation or even causing mutations. For human warriors, the black bloodstone is an exceptional physical treasure. When used by chi warriors or martial artists, it can significantly enhance their physical body and chi energy. For aspiring martial artists, the benefits are even greater, allowing them to quickly solidify their physical foundation, strengthen their meridians and dantians, enabling them to accommodate more elemental force after becoming martial artists. For Shu Han, it was a rare treasure. Earlier he had been puzzled as to why the corrupted dog king, who could swiftly kill the tusked pig, chose to torment it instead. It turned out it was waiting for this item. It seems this black bloodstone was the tusked pig's life-saving card, which it only dared to reveal when it was cornered, hoping to trade it for a chance to survive. However, the corrupted dog king had no intention of letting it go. Owl. The corrupted dog king abruptly raised its head, revealing its sharp tusks, then leaped forward like a shadow, biting down on the tusked pig's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as the tusked pig's neck was torn open, hot blood gushing forth and splattering on the corrupted dog king. Its body convulsed violently a few times, the previously raised front limbs fell limply, its beastly eyes rapidly lost their luster, and it fell completely still. A beast is ultimately a beast, it knows nothing of mercy. Chu-Han scoffed inwardly. In the arena, after the corrupted dog king dealt with its opponent, its crimson eyes instantly erupted with a greedy light fixated on the black bloodstone on the ground. It sniffed the black bloodstone with its nose, then gently licked it with its tongue, letting out a satisfied low growl, clearly very pleased with this trophy. After admiring its prize, it immediately opened its mouth to pick up the black bloodstone, evidently intending to swallow it whole. Now's my chance. A cold light flashed in Chu-Han's eyes. He could no longer hold back. He had to obtain the black bloodstone. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from the black stone slope, using the nimble cat step to push his speed to the limit. Dust still lingered in the air from the tusked pig's struggles. Chu-Han utilized this cover, moving like a ghost through the rubble and trees, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in his wake. In just 2.5 seconds, he covered 100 meters and dashed behind the corrupted dog king. The corrupted dog king had just killed the tusked pig and obtained the coveted black bloodstone. Its vigilance dropped to the lowest. It wasn't until Chu-Han charged forward that the corrupted dog king sensed the danger. Roar! The corrupted dog king suddenly looked up, its crimson eyes locking onto Chu-Han, emitting an angry roar from its throat, its mouth slightly opening, as if intending to swallow the black bloodstone. Die! Chu-Han gave no time for the corrupted dog king to react. His steel-long knife transformed into a streak of cold light, striking fiercely at its neck. First form of the Breaking Army 7 styles. Chu-Han shouted, unleashing the power within him. Although the corrupted dog king was a first-tier beast, its defense was nowhere near that of the tusked pig. With a thud sound, Chu-Han's blade cleanly severed the corrupted dog king's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, the head of the corrupted dog king rolling to the ground along with the black bloodstone, the headless corpse crashing down and twitching twice before falling still. Chu-Han instantly killed the first-tier corrupted dog king as soon as he made his move. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the surrounding pack of corrupted dogs in shock. When they saw their leader slain, they all howled and lunged at Chu-Han. But their true target was not revenge for their leader, it was the black bloodstone. With the black bloodstone, they too could become a new first-tier dog king. Chu-Han let out a cold laugh, completely ignoring these minions. His eyes were solely focused on the black bloodstone on the ground. Just as he bent down to pick it up, he suddenly sensed a strong aura of danger approaching rapidly from behind. Not good. Chu-Han quickly dodged as a gigantic tusk glinted coldly, brushing past his body. It was that first-tier tusked pig. It was not dead. Boom. The tusked pig missed its strike and instead crashed into several corrupted dogs, simultaneously shattering a large black stone behind it. It was pretending to be dead. Chu-Han broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this tusked pig was not as simple as he had thought. Earlier, when the corrupted dog king bit into its neck, it had lowered its aura and feigned death, tricking even. It had been waiting for the right moment to launch a deadly counterattack. But its attack did not land. At this moment, the tusked pig turned around, its mouth wide open, staring at Chu-Han in shock. It had realized that the head of the corrupted dog king and the black bloodstone it had just bitten had vanished into thin air. It was Chu-Han who, in the instant of dodging the tusked pig's attack, had stored both the head of the corrupted dog king and the black bloodstone into his spatial ring, just to prevent any mishaps. Chu-Han smiled and waved his hand, causing the corpse of the corrupted dog king to disappear. The tusked pig was enraged upon witnessing this scene. Roar! The tusked pig let out an angry roar at Chu-Han, its front hooves scraping the ground forcefully as its massive body charged again. Although it was severely wounded, it was still a first-tier beast, and its desperate counterattack was particularly fierce, with its thick skin and hard tusks posing a significant threat. Chu-Han dared not take it heed, and he employed the cat step technique to easily evade the attack. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu-Han's eyes as he brandished his long knife and charged at the tusked pig. The tusked pig's vision blurred, and suddenly everything before its eyes turned blood red. One of its eyes was pierced by Chu-Han. Chu-Han quickly withdrew to avoid the tusked pig's tusk attack and struck again. The other eye of the tusked pig was also destroyed. It completely lost its vision and became frenzied, attacking indiscriminately around it. Such an attack posed no threat to Chu-Han. It's time to end this. Chu-Han seized the opportunity and swung his knife once more. Seventh form of the Break Army technique, third form. A cold light flashed as it sliced across the tusked pig's neck, sending its massive head flying away from its body. Because the tusked pig's defenses far surpassed that of the corrupted dog king, Chu Han directly unleashed a stronger killing move. The power of the third form of the break army technique was 4 times that of the first. It was enough to slay the tusked pig. The massive body of the tusked pig staggered, and then collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu Han waved his hand again, storing the head and corpse of the tusked pig into his spatial ring. This time I've struck big. Chu Han was extremely excited. The corpses of 2 first-tier beasts and a black bloodstone were worth a fortune. A pack of corrupted dogs still lingered around, watching intently, without leaving. Chu Han planned to deal with them first. With each slash of his knife, 1 or 2 corrupted dogs fell. After a massacre, the remaining corrupted dogs were frightened and fled in terror. They tucked their tails and quickly dashed deeper into the forest, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chu Han shook his head and did not pursue the corrupted dogs. Instead, he extracted the fangs of these corrupted dogs and placed them into his backpack as materials. Soon after, the fleeing corrupted dogs returned, desperately charging towards Chu Han. What's going on? Chu Han frowned slightly, immediately sensing that something was off. He warily looked towards the direction the corrupted dogs were coming from. Suddenly, a flame streaked through the forest like a meteor, instantly engulfing the last few corrupted dogs in its path. The flame was incredibly intense, turning several corrupted dogs to ashes in an instant, leaving only a pungent smell of charred flesh. What is that? Chu Han's eyes widened, a wave of intense unease swelling in his heart. He focused his gaze and saw behind the pack of corrupted dogs a gigantic crimson python, as thick as a barrel and 20 meters long, slithering towards him, flames appearing within its gaping maw. This enormous snake moved at an astonishing speed, its massive body sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, crushing the black stones beneath it into powder and raising a cloud of black dust. Crimson-scaled python. It's actually a second-tier beast, the crimson-scaled python. Chu Han's expression turned grave. This was not something he could handle. Though the crimson-scaled python was a second-tier beast, it was just as formidable as a third-tier beast. Run. At that moment, the only thought in his mind was to escape. Otherwise, if this giant struck him with its tail or breathed fire, he would definitely be obliterated. He immediately ran in the opposite direction, but soon he heard a thunderous roar behind him. The crimson-scaled python was actually pursuing him. It's coming for the black bloodstone. Chu Han instantly understood that the target of the crimson-scaled python was clearly the black bloodstone. At this moment, the crimson-scaled python's slit pupils had locked onto Chu Han, who had twisted its body and rapidly swam towards him, accelerating and creating a scorching wind. Damn it, I'm no match for it. Do I have to run? Chu Han immediately executed the cat step technique, turning and fleeing, using the surrounding trees and boulders to change direction constantly, trying to shake off the relentlessly pursuing crimson-scaled python. However, the crimson-scaled python was too fast, its massive body weaving effortlessly through the forest. No matter how Chu Han changed his route, it remained hot on his heels, the distance continually closing. Chu Han gritted his teeth and could only run deeper into the black stone mountain. The deeper he went, the more intense the aura of danger became. Continuing forward, he might encounter another second-tier beast. But at this moment, he had no other choice. The pressure from the pursuing crimson-scaled python forced him. Hiss. At this moment, the crimson-scaled python opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a torrent of flames towards Chu Han. The fire carried a scorching heat wave, instantly distorting the surrounding air. Chu Han was alarmed. He activated the cat step technique to its limit, his body suddenly darting sideways, narrowly avoiding the wave of flames. Seizing the opportunity, the crimson-scaled python had already closed in. Before Chu Han could stabilize his footing, its gigantic tail swept towards him with a whistling sound. In this moment of crisis, both Chu Han's mind and body were racing. The cat step technique broke through again, reaching an ethereal state. His speed suddenly increased. A leap allowed him to barely evade the attack. But the snake head of the crimson-scaled python lunged at him again, not giving Chu Han a moment to catch his breath. Furious, Chu Han decided to take the initiative. He dodged the crimson-scaled python's strike, sliding along its scales. Then he flipped and leaped, heading straight for the creature's vital spot. The vital spot is critical for snakes. Striking it might offer a glimmer of hope. He raised his long knife high, channeling all his strength into his arms, striking down fiercely. Fourth form of the break army technique. Chu Han immediately unleashed his strongest strike, the long knife slicing down like a flash of lightning onto the vital spot of the crimson-scaled python. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed as Chu Han felt a tremendous backlash from the knife, sending a numbing shock through his arm, even cracking his palm. Looking at the crimson-scaled python, Chu Han's full-force strike had merely severed a few of its crimson scales. The flesh beneath was only lightly injured and bleeding, but not fatal. Hiss hiss hiss. The red-scaled python was completely enraged by this blow from Chu Han. Its massive head swung violently, charging straight towards him. Chu Han had no time to evade and immediately activated his stone skin state, taking the hit head. Bang! A tremendous force surged through his arms, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed through 3 large trees before finally smashing into the ground. He felt his blood surging inside, and a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spewed out his whole body, feeling as if it had been shattered, overwhelming pain coursing through him. Cough. This giant python's strength definitely exceeds 100,000 pounds. Chu Han struggled to stand through the intense pain, only to see the red-scaled python open its massive mouth, unleashing an even fiercer flame toward him. Wherever the flames passed, the ground was charred black, and the surrounding air began to warp the searing heat, making it nearly impossible for Chu Han to breathe. In this life-and-death moment, Chu Han quickly searched for an escape route. His gaze suddenly caught sight of a pool of water not far away, which surprisingly emitted a hint of coolness despite the high temperature, clearly indicating that the water was quite deep. That's the place. Chu Han exerted all his strength, plunging into the water like a sharp arrow. A wave of coolness enveloped his body, bringing him immense comfort, even easing the pain somewhat. The red-scaled python is fire attribute. It shouldn't follow me into the water, right? Chu Han pondered. However, the python clearly had no such concerns, its massive body twisting as it submerged and pursued Chu Han. This beast. Chu Han was both shocked and furious, but at this moment he had no other options. His movements were further restricted in the water, while the red-scaled python remained incredibly agile, its massive mouth growing ever closer, ready to swallow him whole. He'll go for it. Chu Han gritted his teeth and took out the black bloodstone from his storage space, swallowing it whole. There were many ways to use the black bloodstone, but swallowing it directly was the least recommended and the most dangerous. The human body is no match for beasts extremely fragile. Directly consuming the black bloodstone, which contains overwhelming blood energy, could lead to instant self-destruction. Even a third-tier warrior would not dare to swallow it directly. If one did, they would need other pills for protection. Chu Han had no choice but to swallow it in a moment of desperation. As soon as the black bloodstone entered his mouth, an immense surge of blood energy rushed down Chu Han's throat and into his body. The energy flooded his limbs and bones like a tide, and Chu Han felt as if his body might explode. Crackling sounds echoed through his bones under the impact of the blood energy. All his cells were bursting from the energy's force, and in an instant Chu Han became a blood-soaked figure, every pore gushing blood. The ferocity of the energy contained in the black bloodstone was far beyond his expectations. If this continued, he would surely burst from the energy. In a moment of panic, Chu Han quickly retrieved the remaining 2 body-refining pills from his space and swallowed them all at once. With both pills consumed, the medicinal properties of the body-refining pills rapidly repaired his flesh and cells while helping his body absorb the raging blood energy. Chu Han could feel his body growing stronger at an unprecedented rate, thousands of times faster than through normal training. Meanwhile, the unabsorbed blood energy transformed into a swirling crimson force around him. Moreover, he could control this crimson force. With this power, his strength surged multiple times, enabling him to confront the red-scaled python. And combat was the best form of training, allowing him to rapidly absorb the energy from the black bloodstone. At this moment, the red-scaled python had gone mad. It watched in fury as Chu Han swallowed the black bloodstone. Its massive body twisted violently, its thick snake body parting the water as it opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Chu Han. In the past, Chu Han wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack underwater. But now he had undergone a transformation. With a powerful kick in the water, his body shot upward like a flying fish, incredibly swift. The giant head of the red-scaled python lunged forward, but missed, crashing violently against a stone at the bottom of the pond. Now's my chance. A cold glint flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he gripped his long knife tightly. The strength within him and the crimson energy swirling around his body converged onto the blade. Breaking Army 7 Style's 4th move. This was the 4th move infused with energy, the true 4th move. A 1-meter-long crimson blade light extended from the tip of the knife, slicing brutally at the python's vital point. The scales at the python's vital point had already been broken by Chu Han's previous strike, making it its weakest spot. With a whoosh, there was no obstruction as the crimson blade light sliced through the python's flesh, penetrating half a foot deep. Dark red snake blood erupted in the water, quickly spreading, dyeing the entire pond a light red. The red-scaled python suffered a severe injury, letting out a shrill cry, realizing the true danger. It thrashed its massive body wildly, sometimes crashing against the pond's walls, and at other times slamming its head against the bottom, trying to shake Chu Han off. Chu Han was already prepared. After delivering the slash, he seized the flesh at the python's vital point, with his left hand his fingers embedding deeply into the wound, using the python's twisting force to cling tightly to its back. Splash! The red-scaled python, unable to shake Chu-Han off, surged upwards towards the surface of the pond, bursting out into the open air. Once outside, it could burn this damned human to death with its flames. The massive body of the red-scaled python landed on the ground, quickly turning its head to aim its gaping mouth at Chu-Han on its back, unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom! The red flames enveloped both Chu-Han and the red-scaled python in an instant. Chu-Han felt a bone-chilling heat wash over him, quickly channeling the crimson energy to shield his body, blocking the searing flames. At the same time, he infused more energy into his long knife, executing the fourth move of the Breaking Army 7 styles, aiming directly at the python's vital wound, stabbing fiercely. Die for me. The crimson long knife pierced through the python's vital point, the tip emerging from the other side, carrying a flow of scalding snake blood. Hiss! The red-scaled python let out one last shrill cry, its massive body writhing in a frenzy, its tail sweeping away nearby trees and black stones, wreaking havoc on the ground. Soon, however, its body grew weaker, the thrashing lessening, until it finally lay completely still on the ground, devoid of life. Chu-Han released his long knife, exhaling a sigh of relief. A second-tier beast finally taken down. After the battle, he had absorbed half of the blood energy from the black bloodstone, and his body was still growing stronger. At this moment, a fierce hunger surged within him. It felt as if he hadn't eaten in several lifetimes, a profound hunger permeating from his body to his very soul. He suddenly remembered a side effect of absorbing the black bloodstone, which was an overwhelming hunger necessitating the preparation of a large amount of food in advance. But caught in the midst of a crisis, he had not considered this. He needed to eat something to replenish his energy and alleviate his hunger. But the desire to feed grew stronger, making it uncontrollable. Chu-Han lunged at the wound of the red-scaled python, greedily devouring its flesh and blood. The fresh blood of the red-scaled python was being eagerly consumed by Chu-Han, his stomach feeling like a bottomless pit, ravenously absorbing the blood. Chu-Han felt a wave of heat engulfing his body, and the previously controlled essence blood energy became frenzied. It was then he realized that within the flesh of the crimson-scaled python lay a vast amount of fire-attributed elemental force, especially the blood of the crimson-scaled python, which harbored a potent fire toxin. Chu-Han consumed it directly, inadvertently stimulating the essence blood energy of the black bloodstone, while also adding another layer of fire-attributed energy to his body. The intertwining of these two energies burdened his body excessively, as if he were on the verge of combustion, feeling unbearably hot. My body refining pills are all used up. I can only resort to other methods. After some contemplation, Chu-Han decided to enter the cold pool once more to suppress the heated energy. He waved his hand first, storing the massive corpse of the crimson-scaled python into his spatial realm. Then he jumped directly into the cold pool, diving all the way to the bottom. The temperature at the pool's bottom was close to freezing, and combined with the immense water pressure, it offered Chu-Han some relief. He then began practicing the 9 layers body refinement technique, cycling through the 36 postures of. Once the whirlpool of elemental force in his dantian appeared, both the essence blood energy and fire-attributed elemental force were drawn in, transforming into nourishment for Chu-Han's enhanced physique. Chu-Han was rapidly growing stronger. He regarded the bottom of the cold pool as his cultivation treasure ground, determined to deplete all the energy from the black bloodstone and the blood of the crimson-scaled python. Aside from occasionally resurfacing for air, he did not leave the cold pool. Time slowly passed, and it was not until the sun began to set in the west that Chu-Han finally absorbed all the energy within. Bang! With a loud explosion, the previously tranquil waters of the pool burst open, and Chu-Han leapt out from the bottom, sending a spray of water flying. So powerful. Feeling the surging strength within him, Chu-Han could hardly contain the excitement. The energy from the black bloodstone and the blood of the crimson-scaled python had transformed him, making his physical strength comparable to that of a beast, far surpassing ordinary warriors. Although the controllable blood-colored elemental force had vanished, he discovered that a hint of scorching heat had emerged within his circulating elemental force, seemingly having absorbed the fire-attributed elemental force from the blood of the crimson-scaled python and undergone a transformation. However, the elemental force in his body remained scarce, and he was still some distance away from becoming a first-tier warrior. My one-arm strength definitely exceeds 7,000 or 8,000 pounds. Chu-Han roughly estimated his strength and approached a massive black stone, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the stone into pieces instantly. Such incredible power. The force of my punches has improved as well. This harvest is truly remarkable. This outdoor training had granted him not only a boost in strength, He had also obtained the corpse of a second-tier crimson-scaled python, the corpses of 2 first-tier beasts, and a large amount of other beast materials. If these materials were sold, they would fetch a substantial sum, potentially allowing him to buy healing elixirs for his father. Thinking of this, Chu Han felt an urge to return, just in time as the sky was nearing dusk. It was also close to the time for the outdoor training camp to assemble. His current location was relatively deep within Blackstone Mountain, so it would take him extra time to make his way back. Chu Han ran at full speed, collecting materials from the decaying dog corpses he encountered along the way. As he approached the outskirts of Blackstone Mountain, a massive red signal flare suddenly shot up into the sky. The flare exploded in the sky, instantly filling the air with red light. Chu Han frowned. He knew this was a signal flare indicating someone was in danger. However, this flare was somewhat different. It was several sizes larger than those used by students participating in it. What on earth happened ahead? Chu Han quickened his pace to investigate. After he crossed a hill, he was momentarily taken aback. In the clearing ahead, he spotted a large group of blackstone scorpions numbering over 100. This swarm of blackstone scorpions formed an impenetrable massive circle, trapping a dozen or so humans inside. Among those besieged, more than half were soldiers in camouflage uniforms. These soldiers formed the first line of defense for humanity against the blackstone scorpions, striking back whenever a scorpion charged at them. They must be military rescue personnel, all at the first-tier warrior level. Chu Han quickly deduced the situation. Students participating in the outdoor training camp had fallen into danger, and these soldiers had come to rescue them only to find themselves in an unsolvable predicament. That large signal flare must have been fired by these soldiers to call for stronger rescuers. Logically, a group of first-tier warriors shouldn't be trapped by the blackstone scorpions. Chu Han was puzzled. Could first-tier warriors be that weak? But soon he changed his mind. For among the group of blackstone scorpions, he spotted a large one. This particular blackstone scorpion was far larger than ordinary ones, at least twice their size. Its shell was covered in dark red patterns, its tail stinger as thick as a finger, gleaming with a black-purple sheen, making it appear extremely intimidating. It's a mutated blackstone scorpion, a first-tier beast. No wonder these soldiers can't break out. It turns out to be this fellow. Chu Han instantly recognized the origin of this blackstone scorpion. Channeling the strength of his entire body, Chu Han slashed out with a single stroke, like a strip of silver silk tearing across space. The air before him was instantly rent apart. Not only was it larger in size, but its defense was also invincible, and the potent poison on its tail stinger could paralyze a first-tier warrior in an instant. Even a second-tier warrior would need several people to have a chance to hunt it. With its presence, it was no wonder that over a dozen first-tier soldiers were unable to break through. My. At this moment, Chu Han spotted the students within the soldiers' protective circle. It was none other than the team, led by class leader Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was among them. At this moment, Jiang Yan had already been injured with a ghastly wound on her left arm, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted, helping the soldiers fend off the blackstone scorpions. Looks like I have to step in. Chu Han initially intended to observe, but upon seeing Jiang Yan in crisis, he could not stand idly by. After all, Jiang Yan had actively helped him from the very beginning. Taking a deep breath, Chu Han suddenly exerted force with his legs, propelling his body like an arrow shot from a bow. His figure left a trail in the air as he charged straight towards the mutated blackstone scorpion. In just a few breaths, he had plunged into the swarm of blackstone scorpions. The steel-long knife in his hand swung continuously, and the blackstone scorpions on either side fell down like grass. Killing blackstone scorpions was his specialty. Who is this person? How can he be so formidable? He doesn't seem like one of our rescuers. He came from the mountains, more like a student. A student? Don't be ridiculous. His strength is close to that of a second-tier warrior. I've never seen such a strong student before. The soldiers were all astonished as they first noticed Chu Han rampaging through the blackstone scorpions. At this moment, the formation of the blackstone scorpions was thrown into disarray by Chu Han's onslaught, significantly relieving the pressure on those inside. Jiang Yan and the others also noticed Chu Han, but his speed was too fast for them to recognize him. Great. We're saved. Heaven has eyes. This person must be a powerful warrior. Why does his figure resemble Chu Han so much? Could he be Chu Han? Are you kidding me? The blackstone scorpions that even those first-tier warrior soldiers can't handle could be slaughtered by Chu Han. I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Look, he's charging towards that first-tier mutated blackstone scorpion. At that moment, Chu Han had already reached the mutated blackstone scorpion. The mutated blackstone scorpion noticed the human killing its kind and immediately became furious. It swung its thick pincers at Chu Han, aiming to crush this unexpected human. Too slow. Chu Han smirked coldly, employing the spirit cat step to effortlessly evade the pincer attack. He counterattacked with a knife strike to sever the connection between the pincer and the body of the mutated blackstone scorpion. Puff! The massive pincer was instantly severed from the body and flew away. The mutated black stone scorpion roared in anger, immediately spewing out a large cloud of purple poison gas. Simultaneously, it prepared to deliver a lethal strike with its venomous stinger. Chu Han held his breath and executed a precise slash, deflecting the incoming poisonous needle. At the same time, he charged forward, his long knife slicing down at the head of the mutated black stone scorpion. Breaking Army 7 Style's third style. The icy blade flashed, and with a single blow, Chu Han split the mutated black stone scorpion's head in two. The massive body crashed to the ground, dead beyond revival. Such a fierce body technique. Such terrifying swordsmanship. He is truly too strong. The soldiers were filled with exclamations of awe. At that moment, Chu Han darted away from the range of the poison gas and landed on the ground not far away. His face was finally revealed. It really is Chu Han. How is this possible? Chu Han stood at the edge of the poisonous mist, holding his sword like a battle god. It really is Chu Han, a student exclaimed, pointing at him with a trembling voice. It is him. Jiang Yin could not hide her shock, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. He is your classmate. Is he one of the students in the outdoor training? A soldier asked in shock. Yes, his name is Chu Han, Jiang Yin replied. My God, he is really just a student. Those who previously believed that Chu Han was not a student gasped. A genius. He is a true genius. Such a talent can only unleash his potential by joining our military. Yes, immediately informed the commander. Several soldiers were already considering how to recruit Chu Han into the military. Meanwhile, the protagonist Chu Han was not idle. He continued to strike, launching a massacre against the remaining Blackstone Scorpions. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 Blackstone Scorpions fell at Chu Han's feet. Brothers, follow him. We can't fall behind. The soldiers were completely ignited by Chu Han's fiery spirit, rushing out to join the battle. Without the interference of the mutated Blackstone Scorpions, the first-tier martial artists unleashed their full power. They dealt with these ordinary Blackstone Scorpions with high efficiency. The battle quickly came to an end. The open ground was piled high with the corpses of Blackstone Scorpions. Brother Chu, thank you. Without you, we probably wouldn't have made it out of here today. Team leader Wang walked up to Chu Han, saluted him seriously, and there was a hint of fervor in his eyes, a sign of respect for a strong individual. It was just a small effort. These Blackstone Scorpions were originally my prey, Chu Han replied, sheathing his sword. Regardless, you are our savior. Wang smiled and turned to the soldiers behind him, shouting, Brothers, collect all the tail needles of the Blackstone Scorpions and give them to Brother Chu. These are all his spoils. Chu Han's eyes brightened. He did not expect the soldiers to be so accommodating, which saved him a lot of trouble. The soldiers immediately got to work, taking out special anti-stab cloth bags, carefully cutting off the tail needles from each Blackstone Scorpion, placing them into the bags, and handing them to Chu Han with at least 70 or 80 tail needles inside. Adding to the 66 he had previously killed, he now had over 100 tail needles from the Blackstone Scorpion. Can you help me transport this back? Chu Han pointed at the corpse of the mutated Blackstone Scorpion and asked. Under the watchful eyes of many, he could not reveal his spatial equipment, so he had to rely on the military. Of course, no problem. I've already contacted the transport vehicle at the base, and they will bring back these corpses intact. You can handle them yourself, including this first-tier one. That's good. Chu Han nodded, but still used his knife to extract the tail needle from the mutated Blackstone Scorpion, just in case. Team leader Wang had no objections. Half an hour later, 2 military trucks arrived, and the soldiers worked together to load the Blackstone Scorpion corpses onto the vehicles. Chu Han and the students from Jiang Yan's team got onto the truck, heading towards the training camp base. As the sun set in the west, the truck finally arrived at the base. At this moment, a square in the base was already crowded with people. All the students who participated in the outdoor trial had returned and were waiting to tally their points for hunting exotic beasts. In the center of the square, a temporary score table was set up with several teachers holding registration forms, waiting to tally the scores. The principal and military leaders sat on the platform waiting for the counting to begin. Captain Li, we have news from outside the city. The rescue team and the students have entered the base, and the tally can begin now. A soldier next to him reported to Captain Li. Captain Li nodded and said to the principal, Everyone has returned. Oh, let's get started. The principal nodded, stood up, and announced the tally for the exotic beast hunts in the outdoor training camp officially begins. With his declaration, the students stepped forward and turned to display their spoils. Sharp-toothed rabbit 1 point. Wasteland wolf 2 points. Rotten dog 3 points. Striped snake 3 points. Various non-tiered exotic beasts were also categorized by strength, and the points awarded varied. Students who only hunted sharp-toothed rabbits and wasteland wolves naturally had the lowest scores. In contrast, those who hunted rotten dogs and striped snakes scored much higher. Next, Zhao Lei, the teacher, called out. A sturdy boy stepped forward, took out 3 Blackstone Scorpion tail needles and 5 rotten dog fangs from his backpack, proudly placing them on the table. Report teacher, 3 black stone scorpions. And 5 rotten dogs. Oh, black stone scorpions. The teacher picked up the tail needles to examine them, and said with satisfaction, not bad, grade talent is indeed different 30 points. Immediately the surrounding students erupted in exclamations. Zhao Lei is impressive. He actually killed black stone scorpions. 30 points, that puts him in the top 3. No wonder he's grade talent, he's much stronger than us grade students. Zhao Lei, hearing the discussions, couldn't help but smirk, scanning the crowd, as if seeking someone who could surpass him. To be able to kill black stone scorpions, he must at least be a grade talent student, and his achievements were indeed worthy of pride. Just then the crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned to the next contestant, Li Mingran. Li Mingran, holding a delicate leather bag, walked proudly toward the score table amidst a crowd of admirers. It's Li Mingran. A grade talent, Li Mingran. She must have hunted even more formidable exotic beasts. Look at her bag, it's bulging. Li Mingran approached the score table, elegantly opened the bag, and took out the tail needles one by one, placing them on the table. Instructor, 11 black stone scorpion tail needles. What? 11? The teacher responsible for tallying suddenly looked up, staring at the tail needles, and counting them. Indeed, there were 11. 11 tail needles, 55 points. This is currently the highest score. The crowd erupted in excitement. My God, 11 black stone scorpions. Li Mingran is incredible. She must have been hunting such dangerous exotic beasts all along. A grade talent is indeed terrifying. This score guarantees her the first place. Earlier Zhao Lei was still flaunting, now he falls far behind Li Mingran. Zhao Lei, hearing the cheers, immediately tempered his arrogance. Indeed, compared to Li Mingran, he was still lacking. Li Mingran wore a proud smile, basking in everyone. She paused, then took out a claw with feathers from the bag, and placed it on the table. Oh, and this a first-tier exotic beast, the claw of the Gale Hawk. Gale Hawk. Several teachers responsible for tallying widened their eyes, eagerly grabbing the claw to examine it closely. Oh, it still had faint golden feathers, and the sharp tip glinted coldly, clearly exhibiting the characteristics of the Gale Hawk. First-tier exotic beast, Gale Hawk. Kill reward 100 points. Li Mingran, your total is 155 points. This Gale Hawk was already injured, and I was fortunate to kill it. Li Mingran said humbly. Even an injured Gale Hawk is not something an ordinary quasi-martial artist can handle. This score is absolutely justified. 155 points. The crowd erupted completely, with students exclaiming in astonishment, clearly shocked by this achievement. The principal and many school leaders stood up excitedly, as Li Mingran had demonstrated strength comparable to a first-tier martial artist. How could they not be thrilled? Haha, no doubt it's Li Mingran. The first place should be hers. A school leader said excitedly. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Before the martial arts exam, Li Mingran will definitely become a first-tier martial artist, and she might even challenge the second tier. The principal of the 3rd middle school also expressed satisfaction. However, Captain Li shook his head, a knowing smile appearing on his face. The first place is not her. After Li Mingran's score was tallied, the other students on stage could no longer stir up any waves. Even the teacher responsible for the counting seemed to be going through the motions. The school leaders paid no further attention, waiting only for everyone to finish counting before distributing rewards. Look, Chu Han and Jiang Yin have returned. It is said they were rescued by the military after encountering a large-scale beast attack. The appearance of Chu Han and the others once again caused quite a stir. After all, it was rare to encounter beast attacks on the outskirts of Haishi Mountain. I wonder if any of them have high scores. Aside from Jiang Yin, what else is there to expect from this team? Are we really relying on the useless Chu Han? Besides, it looks like they have all sustained some injuries, so it's unlikely they have done well. Almost everyone had little hope for them, and just wanted to wrap things up quickly. Li Mingran glanced at Chu Han and the others, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. She had heard that Jiang Yan's team had encountered danger, so they surely wouldn't have gained anything. It seems that the first place this time is destined to be mine. Li Mingran felt smug in her heart, even starting to look forward to receiving her reward. Chu Han and the others also saw the scoreboard with Li Mingran's name at the top. 155 points, ranked first. Chu Han glanced at it and lost interest. Although he was unclear about the scoring rules, he was confident that his score would definitely be higher. Soon the members of Jiang Yan's team took turns to report their scores, all around 10 points, placing them in the lower middle of the school. When it was Jiang Yan's turn, she finally attracted some attention as she had awakened a level talent. Jiang Yan took out a puncture-resistant bag from her backpack, and upon opening it, 6 black stone scorpion stingers were quietly displayed. Report 6 black stone scorpion stingers. The teacher responsible for counting was taken aback, thinking he had seen wrong. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed 6 black stone scorpion stingers. He immediately announced loudly, Jiang Yin's 6 black stone scorpion stingers, 30 points. Wow. As soon as this was said, a wave of discussion erupted throughout the venue. 6 stingers. Her score has pushed her into the top 5. Amazing. Zhao Lei has been overshadowed by her. Although Zhao Lei had the same score as Jiang Yin, she had killed more blackstone scorpions and was naturally more valued. Indeed, Jiang Yin is quite outstanding. The school leaders were pleased to see excellent students stand out and offered lavish praise. Only Zhao Lei's face was ashen, struggling to accept it. Next, it was Chu Han's turn to report his score. Before he even stepped onto the stage, discussions erupted among the audience. He really dares to go up. Could it be that he truly hunted a beast? Chu Han isn't that weak. It is said that Sun Liqiang provoked him in the wild and was instantly killed by Chu Han. Perhaps he has been hiding his strength all along. Is that true? Then Chu Han's score isn't likely to be simple. Is there a possibility that he could threaten Li Minggran? It's impossible for him to threaten Li Minggran. No matter how strong he is, he can't deal with first-tier beasts. However, his backpack looks quite full. He might have gained quite a lot. Chu Han took off the backpack from his back and placed it on the counting table. The teacher in charge of counting frowned, saying, "We only count items with obvious beast characteristics. Other materials will not be counted. I know all the materials in my bag are proof of my achievements." "Of course," Chu Han replied calmly. "What did you say?" The teacher in charge of counting was even more puzzled, staring intently at the bag in Chu Han's hand, thinking he had seen wrong. Indeed, Chu Han wasted no time opening his backpack and pouring out a pile of rotten dog fangs. Clatter! There were over 60 of these teeth, instantly filling the table. These are all rotten dog fangs. The counting teacher stood up excitedly, his face full of shock. Then he quickly composed himself and began counting. A total of 62 teeth amounting to 186 points. His voice trembled slightly, but it was enough for everyone to hear. Instantly, all the school leaders stood up in shock. 186 points. That exceeds Li Minggran's 155 points. How is that possible? Could there have been a counting error? Those teeth are definitely not from rotten dogs. Yes, there is a high possibility of that. I suggest a thorough investigation. Some students even exclaimed that it was impossible, demanding that the materials be inspected. Li Minggran frowned slightly, looking somewhat pale, but still tried to remain calm. She also did not believe that Chu Han's score was real. Killing 62 rotten dogs was no easier than killing a first-tier Gale Hawk. An untalented waste, no matter how strong, has limits. Chu Han's performance clearly exceeded normal understanding. Therefore, it must be fake. Even the school leaders stood up to approach the counting table, personally verifying the situation. They did not believe Chu Han's score either, so their faces were stern and their expressions were very serious. But soon their solemn faces began to gradually show signs of shock. Look at their astonished expressions. Could it be that Chu Han's materials are all real? There is indeed a high possibility. It seems that Chu Han is about to make a stunning debut and break the doubts. Although it was hard to accept, the facts were right before their eyes. Soon several school leaders nodded to each other and announced, "Chu Han's materials are authentic and the points count." A total of 186 points, making him the first in the school. Just as I thought. The first place has changed hands. Chu Han is amazing. A more fervent discussion erupted among the audience. Li Minggran's complexion turned pale, her heart filled with disappointment and shock. Compared to losing first place, she could not accept that Chu Han had surpassed her. She looked at Chu Han only to find him remarkably calm, as if this outcome had long been within his expectations. At this moment, Chu Han said lightly, "Report, my score has not yet been fully counted." A leader immediately asked, "Not fully counted? What other materials do you have?" The others also stared at Chu Han, unable to believe their ears. Could it be that the good show is not yet over? Chu Han opened the inner layer of his backpack and took out a puncture-resistant cloth bag. Upon opening it, a number of blackstone scorpion stingers emitting a cold light appeared. There should be a total of 146. You can check and also authenticate their authenticity, Chu Han said. However, several leaders and the counting teacher stood there motionless, all frozen in place, as if petrified. This, how is this possible? A leader was the first to recover, but due to excitement he repeated the word "this" several times. 146 stingers would require killing 146 blackstone scorpions. Even a true first-tier warrior could not accomplish that. Chu Han, no matter how strong, should not have been able to do it. Not only the leaders but the students below were also left speechless in shock. It was already hard to believe that Li Minggran killed 11 blackstone scorpions. Chu Han killing 146 was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Soon the students below began to raise doubts. Is it possible that these blackstone scorpion stingers were prepared by Chu Han in advance, just to make a stunning debut now? Or perhaps he buried the blackstone scorpion stingers in Haishi Mountain beforehand and dug them out after entering the wilderness. I feel the same way. He definitely cheated. But this kind of thing is even more absurd than cheating. Who would spend money to buy so many poisons? It's somewhat illogical. Let's see how he explains it. Seeing the crowd filled with voices of doubt, the silent Jiang Yin stepped forward and shouted, "The members of our team can prove that all of Chu Han's materials are real and that he personally killed all the Blackstone Scorpions. Yes, we all witnessed Chu Han slaughtering the Blackstone Scorpions. It is absolutely credible." The others who were saved by Chu Han also spoke up in his defense. But immediately someone sarcastically said, "You are all on the same team, of course you would defend him. Maybe you even received benefits from Chu Han." Exactly, those who are on the same team as Chu Han cannot prove this. Perhaps those 62 rotten dogs were also fake. Soon someone raised a new doubt, and Jiang Yin and the others' proof suddenly seemed insignificant. On stage, several leaders spoke with serious expressions. "Chu Han, this matter indeed requires verification. Unless you can prove that you can kill 146 Blackstone Scorpions, it cannot be counted as points." Chu Han frowned slightly, not expecting that reporting a score would be such a hassle. The key was that neither the leaders nor the classmates believed him. "Our members can prove that it was Chu Han who killed those Blackstone Scorpions." At this moment, another supportive voice came forth. This voice was incredibly loud, carrying an undeniable momentum that precisely reached everyone's ears. Clearly, it belonged to a powerful warrior. Chu Han looked in the direction of the voice, only to find that the speaker was the officer sitting with the principal. Li Yunjin, the military captain in charge of this field training for No. 3 High School, was a fifth-rank martial artist. Here his words carried more weight than even the principal's. Thus, as soon as he spoke, the audience fell silent. Everyone had no choice but to believe the fact that Chu Han had slain the obsidian scorpions. Yet even so, they were reluctant to believe that Chu Han possessed such combat prowess. After all, his circumstances were plain for all to see, and no one had witnessed him in action. "Captain Li, is everything you said true?" The principal of No. 3 High School still couldn't believe it, and sought confirmation from Li Yunjin once more. Li Yunjin nodded. "Chu Han's strength is formidable. He killed a first-rank mutated obsidian scorpion and numerous ordinary ones, saving my subordinates and several students. My men can attest to this. In his bag there should still be a stinger from that first-rank mutated obsidian scorpion he hasn't shown. This is truly unbelievable." The principal and other leaders were all left speechless. If they continued to question him now, it would undoubtedly be a slap in Captain Li's face. They could only say to Chu Han, "Chu Han, do you have any other materials in your bag?" Hearing this, Chu Han pulled out a massive dark red stinger from his bag, clearly of higher quality, belonging to a first-rank mutated beast. Indeed, it is the stinger of a first-rank mutated obsidian scorpion. A school leader exclaimed. The stinger Chu Han produced served to verify Li Yunjin's words. "Now can we proceed to calculate my points?" Chu Han said. All right. Soon the teacher in charge of tallying had calculated Chu Han's points. Then with a trembling voice he announced 62 decay hounds 186 points, 146 obsidian scorpions 730 points, 1 first-rank mutated obsidian scorpion 100 points. Chu Han's total score is 1,016 points. As the result was declared, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. 1,016 points. The remainder alone is higher than my total score. How can anyone compete? 1,000 points. One person's score rivals that of an entire class. I thought Li Mingren's score exceeding 100 was unbeatable, but Chu Han is even more formidable. Just then she spotted Sun Liqiang, who had just regained his mobility outside the crowd. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Besides Li Mingren, just then she spotted Sun Liqiang, who had just regained his mobility outside the crowd. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Besides Li Mingren, the school's leaders were also not entirely convinced. Unlike the elation when Li Mingren's results were announced, everyone now wore forced smiles. Clearly, they still harbored doubts about Chu Han's performance. They were merely restrained by Li Yunjin's presence from conducting an open verification. The principal then announced the ranking rewards: first place, Crank Martial Technique, Mystic Ice Palm, and 20 Blood Chi Pills, 2 ND5th place Drank Martial Technique, Crushing Fist, and 10 Blood Chi Pills, 6th place Rank Martial Technique, Mountain Cleaving Blade, or Shadowless Sword Art, and 5 Blood Chi Pills, 11th 20th place 5 Blood Chi Pills, 21 SD50th place 1 Blood Chi Pill. Mystic Ice Palm. Chu Han understood. The first place prize, the Mystic Ice Palm, was clearly prepared specifically for Li Mingren. No wonder the principal and other leaders looked so displeased. However, Chu Han was not about to relinquish the first place reward. Just as he stepped onto the stage to receive it, dissenting voices arose from the audience. I object to Chu Han receiving the reward. Sun Liqiang, his arm in a sling limped over his face, twisted with malice as he glared at Chu Han. Chu Han frowned slightly, having thought his punch would put Sun Liqiang out of commission for at least half a month. He hadn't expected him to recover so quickly, and as soon as he appeared, he came looking for trouble. On stage, the principal signaled to pause the award ceremony, and looked at Sun Liqiang asking, Sun Liqiang, do you have any objections? Sun Liqiang immediately pointed at Chu Han and shouted, I report Chu Han for using forbidden drugs to forcibly enhance his strength and for attempting to kill a fellow student. The principal quickly asked, is what you say true? Do you have proof? My teammates and I can all testify. He relied on forbidden drugs to forcibly boost his abilities, granting him his current martial artist level strength. When I encountered him at Blackstone Mountain, he was like a changed person consumed by savagery and nearly killed me. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I'd be dead by now. Upon hearing this, the principal, other leaders, and the students below all wore expressions of utmost gravity. This accusation was no trivial matter. In martial arts cultivation, using forbidden drugs was a grave taboo. While it could rapidly enhance one's power, it caused irreversible damage to the body and drastically altered one's temperament, making one cruel and bloodthirsty. It was a strictly prohibited act, especially for students. If proven, the student would be permanently barred from taking the major exams and expelled from school. The principal and leaders, already skeptical of Chu Han's results and reluctant to award him first place, now found Sun Liqiang's accusation a perfect pretext to void Chu Han's scores. Under normal circumstances, they might have treated Sun Liqiang's claims with caution, but now they were only too eager to seize upon this leverage. The principal immediately declared with righteous indignation, Chu Han, the school now has serious doubts about the source of your strength. Until you prove your innocence, the awards will commence from second place. Furthermore, you must immediately undergo rigorous testing by the school and the martial arts department to prove you have not used forbidden drugs. With these words, the principal essentially treated Chu Han as a drug user. After all, in their ingrained perception, Chu Han had never awakened his talent before. This sudden surge in power was far too abnormal. Captain Li wanted to speak up for him, but found no way to intervene. Though he could confirm that Chu Han had indeed killed the obsidian scorpions, he couldn't prove that Chu Han's power boost was legitimate. According to the information from his subordinates, Chu Han's fundamentals were exceptionally solid, even surpassing those of a first-rank martial artist, making it highly unlikely he had used forbidden drugs. But the school's stance was clear to anyone perceptive, and as an outsider he couldn't change it. Just then Chu Han's homeroom teacher Wang Hao stepped forward to plead, Principal and esteemed leaders, I know Chu Han best. He would never use forbidden drugs. Moreover, his family is impoverished. How could he afford such substances? I disagree with this punishment. Before the principal and leaders could respond, Li Mengren's homeroom teacher Xinping jumped in with a sarcastic tone. Wang, how are you questioning the principal's decision? Perhaps you were the one who bought the forbidden drugs for Chu Han. Wang Hao retorted, how could I possibly let my student use forbidden drugs? Xinping sneered, that's hard to say. You've invested so much effort in Chu Han over these 3 years, you were probably even more anxious than he was when he failed to awaken his talent. What did you say? Wang Hao was furious and about to argue, but the principal cut him off. Enough. Stop this quarrel. Whether Chu Han is innocent will be determined once the tests are done. This matter concerns the fairness and justice of the martial path. We must handle it with caution and follow the rules. The principal's stance was resolute, leaving no room for further dispute. It's not that complicated. Suddenly Chu Han let out a cold laugh and pointed at Xinping, saying loudly, let Xinping fight me, and you'll see whether my strength comes from forbidden drugs. Nonsense. Xinping is a second-rank martial artist, you're no match for him. Wang Hao quickly tried to stop Chu Han from acting rashly. No matter how strong Chu Han was, he couldn't possibly defeat a second-rank martial artist. Xinping immediately let out a contemptuous laugh. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A student like you dares to disrespect your teacher and even challenge a superior rank. Who gave you such audacity? Your agitation is a clear sign of heightened ferocity and battle lust, classic side effects of forbidden drug use. He continued to taunt. No matter how powerful the forbidden drugs you took, they can't elevate a waste to a level where he can contend with a second-rank martial artist. It seems the drugs have also amplified your arrogance and robbed you of your judgment. Xinping's words sounded reasoned and evidence-based, causing even more people to suspect Chu Han. Enough talk. If you're going to fight, then fight. Chu Han said coldly. His reason for challenging Xinping wasn't merely to prove himself, it was more to vindicate his homeroom teacher. He knew that Wang Hao was always upright, and placed great importance on his reputation, never tolerating slander. Therefore, he had to reclaim this honor. Chu Han's declaration of war instantly ignited the entire arena. As an ungraduated student, how dare he publicly challenge a second-tier martial artist? Has he gone mad? Could it be that Chu Han really consumed banned substances, causing him to lose his sanity? His impulsive behavior further corroborated Sun Liqiang's accusation, and very few people in the crowd still believed in his innocence. A glint of cold light flashed in Xinping's eyes as he immediately approached the principal, saying, Principal, he is beyond redemption. Let me take action and eliminate this menace from class 3, or he will bring shame to the school in the future. The principal nodded, tacitly approving of the duel. This little guy does have some guts. That would be a pity if he doesn't become a soldier. Captain Lee noted to himself. His gaze towards Chu Han grew increasingly appreciative. This is a perfect opportunity to observe him. If danger arises, I won't hesitate to intervene. Chu Han and Shin Ping made their way to a platform specifically designated for martial artists in the base to spar and duel. Thanks to the promotion from Class 3 students, many spectators quickly gathered here. After all, it was not every day that a student dared to challenge a teacher. On the platform, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Shin Ping's mouth as he said, "Chu Han, today you will witness what a true martial artist is capable of." Chu Han merely scoffed, coldly beckoning to Shin Ping with his finger, "Go ahead." He was quite familiar with the strength of these teachers. Although Shin Ping was also a second-tier martial artist, his strength was far inferior to that of Wang Hao, who was at the early stage of second tier. Compared to the peak of second tier, the crimson-scaled python, he was utterly insignificant. With just his physical strength, he could fight. Seeking death, Shin Ping could no longer hold back. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in green primal energy, striking fiercely at. With just his physical strength, he could fight. Seeking death, Shin Ping could no longer hold back. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his fist enveloped in green primal energy, striking fiercely at Chu Han. Shin Ping's talent was a grade talent known as Body of the Gentle Breeze, belonging to the wind, a tribute enhancing his agility, which made him incredibly fast. This guy is already using primal energy as soon as he begins. Wang Hao clenched his fists in the audience, unable to help but worry for Chu Han. This is a good strike. Chu Han shouted loudly, not dodging or evading, and similarly threw a punch. He wanted to see just how powerful his current punch was. He dares to take the hit. The banned substances have indeed eroded his sanity. He will soon become a useless person. Li Mengran, watching from below, shook her head, her eyes filled with disdain. Bang! The fists collided, the shockwave exploding, producing a deafening thud. Shin Ping's wind attribute primal energy sliced through Chu Han's fist like countless small wind blades, yet Chu Han only felt a tingling sensation and was unharmed. On the contrary, Shin Ping was pushed back several steps by the immense force of Chu Han's punch before finally coming to a stop. How does this kid possess such great strength? Are his fists made of iron? Shin Ping was shocked by the pain, continuously rotating his wrist to alleviate the discomfort. The crowd watched in astonishment. Chu Han did not use primal energy, yet managed to repel a second-tier martial artist. Who would dare to believe that? This is the foundational fist technique that has reached a transcendent level. He has certainly achieved a 56-fold increase in punch strength. Li Yunjian's eyes lit up and the shock in his heart lingered. A second-tier martial artist is really just this much. Your mocking voice only makes Shin Ping's expression worse. Not only did you consume banned substances, but you also injected a physical enhancer. Shin Ping gritted his teeth and said, "However, I will not compete with you in brute strength." Saying this, Shin Ping drew his saber, which was a grade weapon. With his feet flowing with green primal energy, he transformed into a gust of wind, and the battle saber in his hand seemed to merge with the wind, tracing a strange arc through the air. Grade martial technique, windstorm step. Grade martial technique, gale blade technique. Shin Ping is getting serious. He is using his ultimate techniques. Gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. In the blink of an eye, Shin Ping's blade was already at Chu Han's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Chu Han blocked Shin Ping's attack with his saber. He blocked it again. His foundational blade technique has also reached a transcendent level. Li Yunjian's eyes widened. Chu Han's seemingly casual strike was recognized as extraordinary by the powerful master. The principal, also a fourth-tier martial artist, wore a face of disbelief. Could it be that he truly misjudged Chu Han? Should he return the reward? No. Even so, Chu Han still remained a talentless individual. A third-tier martial artist was his ultimate limit. Li Mingran awakened her a grade talent, and she was likely to reach a master level in the future. The two were still incomparable. The gale blade technique is not just a single strike, but a continuous fierce assault. If you can block, then continue. Shin Ping, enraged that his first strike was thwarted, swung his battle saber wildly, like a torrential storm, slashing towards Chu Han from all directions. At the same time, he used the windstorm step to constantly change positions, encircling Chu Han and completely enveloping him in his blade web. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Han reacted swiftly, continuously waving his saber to block his previous underestimation of Shin Ping fading away. He had to admit that Shin Ping's blade technique was quite good and he appreciated it. While defending with his saber, he analyzed Shin Ping's technique. With his 10,000-fold talent, he quickly gained new insights, comprehending the gale blade technique thoroughly. The essence of the Gale Blade technique lies in its speed. The attacks are like a relentless storm, leaving no time for the enemy to react, enhanced further by the wind attribute primal energy. However, Shin Ping's blade technique had not yet matured with many flaws. Chu Han's long saber danced in the air, and he faced Shin Ping's attacks with increasing ease, blocking each strike with precision. Your blade technique is still unrefined. Let me teach you. Chu Han sneered coldly, transforming his defensive long saber into an offensive one, counterattacking Shin Ping with the Gale Blade technique. One strike after another, incredibly fierce. Although his saber lacked primal energy, it became even more unpredictable and faster in its execution. Impossible. How can you also wield the Gale Blade technique? Shin Ping was shocked and hurriedly tried to defend himself. He had immersed himself in this technique for over a decade, and could tell at a glance that Chu Han's use of it was exquisite, far surpassing his own. Of course you taught me. As Chu Han unleashed the Gale Blade technique, it reached the level of mastery, forcing Shin Ping to rely on primal energy to barely cope, leading to significant energy depletion, and he was on the verge of collapse. Shin Ping immediately executed the Windstorm Step to create distance from Chu Han. The Windstorm Step was a body technique driven by wind attribute primal energy, which Chu Han could not learn, but with his insight he quickly discerned its patterns and flaws. He then used the Spirit Cat Step to pursue his long saber, striking towards Shin Ping like lightning. Fourth form of the Broken Army 7 styles. Shin Ping instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing his breath to hitch and his heart to tremble. He hurriedly channeled all his primal energy into his saber, desperately resisting. A flash of white light, and with a crack, Shin Ping's battle saber shattered in his hands. Chu Han's long saber slashed across Shin Ping's chest, causing blood to spurt. Shin Ping fell backwards, completely losing his combat ability. Chu Han glanced at his own long saber, which was also damaged and serrated, and shook his head. Had his weapon not been severely damaged in the earlier clash, that strike would have been enough to kill Shin Ping. The arena was silent. This duel concluded in such a manner, with Chu Han clearly dominating Shin Ping throughout. Chu Han's strength had evidently reached the level of a second-tier martial artist. This was simply shocking. Many people were left stunned. That last strike was the fourth form of the Broken Army 7 styles. Li Yunjian, watching, stood up astonished. He also practiced the Broken Army 7 styles and naturally understood how difficult this technique was to master. Without primal energy, he can still execute the fourth form, and his foundational blade, fist, and body techniques are all at a transcendent level. What a monstrous talent. The depth of his martial arts foundation is unprecedented. This is absolutely not something that can be achieved through the use of banned substances. The expressions of the principal and other leaders were remarkable, filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion. Now can I prove that I did not use banned substances? Chu Han stood holding his saber, looking at the principal and other leaders. However, the principal coldly snorted, even if you have displayed a certain level of martial talent now, who can guarantee that this is not the effect of those banned substances? Moreover, as a student, how can you be so ruthless against a teacher and refuse to be disciplined? Just on this point alone, I can cancel your outdoor training results. As a high-ranking principal, he would not allow a student to be so arrogant unless they awakened a powerful talent. Clearly, Chu Han did not meet the criteria. Fine, if that's the case, then I, Chu Han, disdain to remain in Jiangcheng Class 3 any longer. From today onward, I choose to withdraw from Jiangcheng Class 3 and will no longer be a student of your school. Chu Han wants to drop out of No. 3 high school. Is that true? Has he lost his mind? Even if he's been treated unfairly, he shouldn't quit school. If he's innocent, why not wait for the investigation results? The martial arts college entrance exam is right around the corner. If he withdraws now, how will he register for it? The entire venue erupted into an uproar. No one could comprehend Chu Han's decision. They knew that leaving school meant forfeiting the simplest path to register for the martial arts college entrance exam. Without student status, one would need a recommendation from a prominent figure in the martial arts world, or else resort to the registration method for civilian martial artists. However, the registration process for civilian martial artists was exceedingly difficult. They had to compete against genuine martial artists, and the slots were limited. Most were already reserved in advance. By leaving school, Chu Han's chances of participating in the exam became extremely slim. Failing to enter a martial arts university would be a fatal blow to any martial artist's development. Even if he felt wronged and humiliated, this choice was far too unwise. The principal was taken aback by Chu Han's words, then sneered, "Chu Han, I advise you to think carefully. Once you leave No. 3 high school, coming back won't be so easy." Chu Han let out a cold laugh. "I've already made up my mind. From this moment on, I am no longer a student of No. 3 high school." With that, he turned and walked away from the arena. "I hope you won't regret this." The principal showed no sign of trying to retain him. As the principal, he could not be swayed by a student's threat. Moreover, no matter how formidable Chu Han was, he still lacked talent, and was not worth the school's effort to keep him. How childish. Li Minggran smirked with relief and contempt. With Chu Han gone, her position as the top student was secure. Chu Han, having lost the qualification to take the martial arts college entrance exam, was destined to fade into mediocrity and would never cross paths with her again. Even if Chu Han managed to participate in the exam through other means, colleges would reject him due to his lack of talent. Chu Han himself remained oblivious to the murmurs and confusion around him. He first returned to the statistics desk to collect the materials he had obtained. He had no intention of leaving them for the school. Then he brought these materials to the trading center in the base city. There he encountered the soldiers he had rescued in the wilderness. They happened to be looking for him. Brother Chu, perfect timing. Your materials have all been transported here. You can check them. Captain Wang greeted Chu Han warmly and handed him an electronic wristband. This wristband was specially designed for martial artists. Besides verifying personal identity, it could also record the materials delivered to the trading center. This eliminated the hassle of carrying large bundles to the trading counter. Simply wearing the wristband allowed transactions, and once completed, the materials would be automatically stored. Chu Han took the wristband and first completed a real name verification. His information was then registered on the National Martial Artist Trading Platform via the wristband, so he wouldn't need to verify his identity at other trading centers. After scanning the materials, he smiled and said, "Thank you all. All right, manager, Du will handle the transaction." Captain Wang gestured toward a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, then led his men out of the trade. The middle-aged man took the initiative to greet Chu Han, extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Chu. My name is Du Kuan, and he'll be handling the transaction with you." Chu Han shook his hand. "They'll leave it to you, Manager Du." Du Kuan waved dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. Mr. Chu, you're a young prodigy. I'm truly astonished. Serving you is my honor." Having dealt with martial artists for over 20 years, Du Kuan prided himself on his ability to read people. When he learned that a student had single-handedly killed over 100 Blackstone Scorpions and a mutated first-tier Blackstone Scorpion, he volunteered to handle the transaction with Chu Han. Now seeing Chu Han in person and hearing that he had publicly defeated a second-tier martial artist, Du Kuan was even more convinced that Chu Han was no ordinary individual. To forge a connection with such a person, one must act before they rise to prominence. Du Kuan understood this well. "You're too kind, Manager Du. I have more materials to trade, and this space might not be enough." Chu Han got straight to the point. He planned to sell all his materials, including those in his spatial ring. Du Kuan was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. "This way, we have a dedicated trading room." Chu Han followed Du Kuan into a trading room. The room was spacious enough to accommodate large prey. "Mr. Chu, if I'm not mistaken, you possess a spatial device, don't you?" Du Kuan probed cautiously. Chu Han nodded without denying it. As a professional trading manager, Du Kuan would keep client information strictly confidential, so Chu Han wasn't worried about revealing his spatial equipment. "Excellent. Feel free to bring out whatever else you want to sell." Du Kuan was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating Chu Han's materials. Chu Han produced the carcasses of 66 Blackstone Scorpions. Du Kuan was astonished. The capacity of Chu Han's spatial ring must be immense to hold so many. Next, Chu Han brought out the corpses of the corrupted Hound King and the saber-toothed boar. "They'll keep the thigh meat from this saber-toothed boar, sell the rest." Chu Han said. "These are the bodies of 2 first-tier mutant beasts, and among the strongest of their kind." Du Kuan exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Chu, the surprises you've given me are immense, and your strength leaves me in awe." Du Kuan hadn't expected Chu Han to be so formidable. Defeating a second-tier martial artist was one thing, but killing mutant beasts was a life-and-death struggle that truly demonstrated power. Chu Han smiled faintly. "I'm not done yet." "Not done? Do you have even higher-grade materials?" "Of course." Du Kuan felt his breath quicken as he stared intently at the empty space in front of Chu Han. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared. A colossal creature over 20 meters in length materialized on the floor, instantly filling the trading room. When Du Kuan saw the true form of this behemoth, he sprang from his seat. This is the corpse of a crimson scale python. An intact crimson scale python. Du Kuan's voice trembled with excitement, almost hysterical. "This is absolutely breathtaking. I haven't seen a complete crimson scale python corpse in over 2 years, let alone had the chance to trade one." An intact crimson scale python was a treasure trove. Every scale was precious and rare. Though a second-tier mutant beast, its value surpassed even that of a third-tier one. "Mr. Chu, how did you obtain this corpse?" "I killed it." Those 5 words carried an undeniable confidence and authority. "You killed it." This. Du Kuan's mind went blank again. To kill a second-tier crimson scale python required at least third-tier strength. He couldn't believe Chu Han had done it. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Chu Han had acquired such a rare corpse, possessed a spatial device of this caliber, and exhibited strength far beyond his peers. He began to suspect that Chu Han was a scion of some major family and resolved to build a good relationship with him. Forgive my lapse in composure. Since you've trusted me, Mr. Chu, let me tally the value of all your materials. Du Kuan calmed himself and began cataloging Chu Han's materials. Using his smart optical computer, he quickly entered all the items into the trading system. Soon an electronic screen appeared on Chu Han's wristband displaying the price and quantity of each material. Blackstone Scorpion Stinger 100 Federal Coins quantity 146. Corrupted Hound Fong 500 Federal Coins quantity 62. Blackstone Scorpion Carcass 300 Federal Coins quantity 146. Mutated Blackstone Scorpion Stinger 200 Federal Coins quantity 1. Mutated Blackstone Scorpion Carcass 500 Federal Coins quantity 1. Corrupted Hound King Carcass 600 Federal Coins quantity 1. Saber-Tooth Boar Carcass 500 Federal Coins quantity 1. Crimson Scale Python Carcass 300 Federal Coins quantity 1. Total 3795000 Federal Coins. There are actually over 3 million. Chu Han was immediately overjoyed, his face beaming with a smile. He had never seen so much money in his life. It was the same in his past life. With this money he could purchase some new equipment. Most importantly, he could buy better healing potions for his father. I choose to trade. Without any hesitation, Chu Han directly opted for the transaction, and his wristband immediately displayed an incoming balance of 37950 Federation coins. Adding to his original 25000, his savings instantly exceeded 4 million. Indeed, being a martial artist is the most profitable. Chu Han was very excited. He then inquired, Manager Du, are there any potions in the base mall that can heal serious injuries for martial artists? He was somewhat familiar with healing potions for his father, but as a student his access to information was quite limited and much of it was not accurate. Du Kuan smiled and said, Of course, Mr. Chu. May I ask what specific injuries the person you want to treat has? How long have they been injured? He was poisoned by a cave demon spider. Although the toxin has been cleared, various hidden injuries remain in his body and his internal organs are severely damaged. It has been 12 years, and he is now only relying on basic healing liquid to delay his condition. Chu Han recounted his father's situation. Du Kuan frowned slightly and slowly said, To fully recover, or even regain martial prowess, you would need a grade nirvana pill, a level 7 life fruit, or life water. Each of these treasures is worth tens of billions of Federation coins. I'm afraid I can't afford any of these. Is there something cheaper? Just something that can prevent the condition from worsening or relieve the patient's suffering. With only this amount in savings, the options Du Kuan recommended were currently impractical. He only sought a way to temporarily alleviate his father's symptoms. Everything else could come later. Du Kuan pondered for a moment and said, There is also Gene Potion No. 1, which has been developed in recent years specifically for repairing human injuries and treating various ailments. After taking it, it reprograms the genes in the body to repair damage. Oh. Chu Han's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Can it completely cure the situation I mentioned? Du Kuan shook his head slightly. While this potion can repair physical damage, it does have certain limitations. The person you mentioned will likely be able to eliminate the physical symptoms and restore the body to a complete state after taking it, but the lost spiritual energy due to previous injuries cannot be replenished. Moreover, after treatment, the body's condition may be even weaker than an ordinary person. They will only be able to perform some simple basic activities and cannot do physical labor. However, at least they can take care of themselves and no longer need to continue taking those healing liquids, which is a significant relief. That's not bad. Chu Han nodded. He could definitely accept what Du Kuan said. He then asked, Manager Du, how much is a bottle of Gene Potion No. 1? The unified price is 5 million per dose, Du Kuan replied. 5 million. I'm still a bit short on funds. Chu Han only had a little over 4 million, still facing a considerable gap. Du Kuan smiled and said, Mr. Chu, you are a valued client recognized by me. I can offer you a 30% discount. Really? That would be troublesome for you, Manager Du. It is my honor to assist Mr. Chu. Du Kuan had already determined that Chu Han's future was limitless, and providing him with convenience at this moment was definitely a worthwhile investment. Such privileges for discounting potential clients were quite numerous for trading managers of his level. Chu Han swiped 5 million Federation coins, and shortly after Du Kuan personally retrieved a bottle of Gene Potion No. 1 and handed it to Chu Han. Chu Han carefully accepted the potion, examining the small bottle in his hand, as if he could see the scene of his father standing up and moving after recovery. After thanking Du Kuan, he hurriedly left the trading center, preparing to return home to treat his father. However, just as he reached the entrance of the trading center, a booming voice suddenly rang out. Brother Chu Han. He turned to look and saw Captain Wang of the military waving at him. Next to Captain Wang stood another person, the commander of the army, who was with the principal, Captain Li. Commander Li. Captain Wang, Chu Han greeted with a smile. Captain Wang stepped forward, patting Chu Han on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Brother Chu Han, we finally found you. Captain Li was just looking to talk to you. Oh. Li Yunjian slightly nodded. Chu Han, are you interested in chatting with me? Sure. Chu Han was also curious about why the two were looking for him, and agreed immediately. The three of them sat down in a cafe located in the martial artist leisure area. Li Yunjian first waved to the waiter to bring 3 cups of coffee before looking at Chu Han, and saying, Chu Han, if you hadn't stepped in to rescue my subordinates today, they would probably have perished on Blackstone Mountain. I must express my gratitude to you face to face. Oh, it was nothing. Chu Han waved his hand modestly. I only did what I could. Li Yunjian, however, said seriously, you cannot say that. You have saved their lives. Deformed Blackstone scorpions, and so many ordinary Blackstone scorpions, are not something just anyone can handle. Your strength and courage are truly admirable. Li Yunjian then recounted the scene of his battle with Xinping. I watched the entire duel between you and Xinping, and I am certain that you did not use any forbidden drugs. Your martial arts talent is indeed astonishing. Captain Wang also chimed in from the side. Yes, Brother Chu Han, I've seen many martial arts geniuses in the military over the years, but someone like you is truly unheard of. Your potential is simply limitless. Chu Han felt a bit bewildered by their praise. They must have some ulterior motive beyond just expressing gratitude. Once Li Yunjian's pleasantries were over, he got to the point. Chu Han, the reason we sought you out today, besides expressing gratitude, is actually to invite you to join our military. If you join my team, we will definitely prioritize your training and devote resources to cultivate you. Chu Han was slightly taken aback, not expecting Li Yunjian to suddenly make such an invitation. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Li Yunjian continued. Although the martial arts examination is regarded by many as an important path for martial artists to advance, it is not the only way. Oh, I would like to hear more about it. Joining our military allows you to undertake various missions with many opportunities for real combat. Training in real battles is much faster than in school. Moreover, the cultivation resources in our military are absolutely plentiful. Various pills and martial arts techniques can be obtained as long as you perform excellently. Joining the military. I hadn't considered this before, Chu Han contemplated. Li Yunjian raised his coffee cup, took a small sip, and smiled. You don't necessarily have to participate in the martial arts examination to enter a martial arts university. Joining the military is also an option. Really? Chu Han instantly became interested. Seeing Chu Han's curiosity piqued, Li Yunjian smiled slightly and said, once you join the military, you can directly apply for enrollment in various military academies, including one of the 4 major martial arts universities of the Federation, Longsha Military Martial University. That is the top military academy and martial arts university, having produced countless excellent martial artists. Military Martial University. Chu Han could not remain calm upon hearing those words, exclaiming in surprise. Chu Han was genuinely surprised by Li Yunjian's words. Longsha Military University, as one of the 4 major martial arts universities, is among the top 10 martial arts schools in the world. It is indeed a prestigious institution coveted by millions of students across the country, and is also one of Chu Han's goals. The 4 major universities are all his targets. However, his top priority remains the Kyoto Martial Arts University, which is the most elite martial arts university in the Longsha Federation, boasting the best faculty resources and strongest talents. In comparison, the military university still falls slightly short. Nonetheless, given his current circumstances, the military university is indeed a good option. Seeing Chu Han's interest, Li Yunjian continued, with your qualifications, I can guarantee you an opportunity to enroll. As long as you pass the assessment, you will be able to join smoothly. This is much easier than taking the martial arts entrance exam. Chu Han did not expect that this military officer would value him so highly, and the conditions proposed were indeed incredibly tempting, representing a bright path for many martial artists. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chu Han gently shook his head. Commander Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I personally prefer a more free lifestyle and method of cultivation. The army has strict discipline and strong constraints, and I'm afraid I would not adapt. Li Yunjian was not surprised by Chu Han's rejection. Chu Han's firm decision to withdraw from the 3rd school clearly demonstrated his resolute spirit. Li Yunjian smiled and nodded, saying, I respect your thoughts. Oh, everyone has their own choices. However, I have another proposal that you might consider. Chu Han showed a curious expression and asked what proposal. Li Yunjian set down his coffee cup and said, Chu Han, you can also be affiliated with my team and become an honorary soldier. Honorary soldier. Indeed, honorary soldiers do not need to stay in the military for training and tasks all year round like other soldiers. You only need to occasionally perform military tasks and help when the military needs you, and at other times you are free to use your time as you wish. Moreover, after each task you will earn military merit, which can be exchanged for various treasures within the military. Chu Han's heart stirred. This proposal was quite suitable for him. He wouldn't be overly constrained yet would have the military as support along with some benefits. He had no reason to refuse. He nodded and said, Commander Li, this proposal seems good. I accept. Haha, great. From now on you will be a member of our military. Li Yunjian's face instantly displayed a satisfied smile upon hearing Chu Han's agreement. Wonderful. With Brother Chu Han on board, our team's strength will advance further. Captain Wang was also. At this moment, Li Yunjian solemnly took out a medal from his pocket and said, Chu Han, since you have agreed, I now represent the military district to award you this Level 1 Military Merit Medal. This is in recognition of your previous rescue of the military and students. For me, Chu Han was somewhat surprised as he had not yet performed any military tasks. Of course, as he spoke, Li Yunjian handed the medal which gleamed with metallic luster to Chu Han, saying, Congratulations, Brother Chu, you are now one of the fastest to receive a military merit medal. Thank you, Captain Li. I will come to the military to cultivate whenever I have the chance. Chu Han said with a smile. He could tell that Li Yunjian was genuinely sincere and truly appreciated him. Chu Han remembered this goodwill in his heart. Haha, your rewards are not over yet. Li Yunjian took out a martial arts manual from his backpack and handed it to Chu Han. This is a martial arts technique. Chu Han's eyes were glued to it. Li Yunjian laughed. This is also a reward from the military district, a class martial arts technique, Explosive Fist. I believe it will greatly aid your strength improvement. Chu Han hurriedly accepted the martial arts manual filled with gratitude and said, Captain Li, thank you, and thank the military district for the reward. Call me whenever there are tasks. I will never refuse. Li Yunjian patted Chu Han's shoulder and smiled. Brother Chu Han, no need to be polite. From now on we are family. If you need any help, just let me know. Chu Han exchanged contact information with Li Yunjian and Captain Wang. Afterward, Captain Wang personally drove him back to the Jiang City district. After bidding farewell to Captain Wang, he swiftly returned home. On the way, his mood was both anxious and filled with anticipation. Soon Chu Han pushed open the door to his home. The room was very quiet. His father was resting in the bedroom, and his mother was still at work, not yet returned. Dad, I'm back, Chu Han called softly. Upon entering the bedroom, Chu Zhan also woke up and inquired, Xiao Han, how was the outdoor training camp? Did you encounter any dangers? Don't worry, Dad. I'm perfectly fine, and I gained a lot this time. That's good. A martial artist will definitely experience countless real battles in the future. This outdoor training camp is just a beginning. Chu Zhan was very satisfied, but still took on the role of a mentor, which Chu Han had long since grown accustomed to. Dad, enough about that. I brought back something important for you this time. Oh, what is it? Chu Han took out a vial of Life No. 1 Gene serum from his pocket and handed it to his father, saying, Dad, look at what this is. Chu Zhan, who had originally been smiling, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the vial. This is Life No. 1 Gene serum. Xiao Han, where did you get this? This stuff is not cheap. Over the years, Chu Zhan had also been researching methods of recovery. When Life No. 1 Gene serum was released a few years ago, he had received related news, but he could never afford it. Seeing his son bring it out now, he was naturally extremely shocked. Chu Han explained, Dad, of course I bought it. During the outdoor training camp, I obtained some precious materials and sold them to buy this vial of serum. It should be able to cure your illness. Chu Zhan's heart warmed, but he soon furrowed his brows and sighed, Sigh, you foolish child. This serum is so expensive, you should use all your money on your own cultivation. I'm just a useless person, not worth you spending so much to buy medicine for. You were never talented in the first place. Martial arts cultivation is inherently difficult and requires various resources to improve yourself. How can you waste money on me? Chu Zhan was quite agitated. He certainly wanted to use the serum, but his son's future was more important. He had to make the firm decision to leave the opportunity for his son. Listening to his father's words, Chu Han felt a surge of emotion. He said earnestly, Dad, what are you saying? You are not a useless person in my heart. You have sacrificed so much for me and this family. Now that I have the ability, I must find a way to cure your illness. He pondered for a moment and continued, moreover, Dad, in fact, I probably did not show any talent during the awakening ceremony, which may have been a misunderstanding. In the past few days of cultivation, I discovered that I should also have talent. What? Are you serious? Chu Zhan exclaimed in shock, looking at Chu Han with confusion. He knew that the awakening ceremony was very rigorous and generally wouldn't go wrong. Could it be that you have hidden talent? Hidden talent? Yes, that's very possible. Chu Han stopped hiding and allowed the surge of qi and blood within him to manifest a layer of gray stone-like skin immediately covering his entire body. Then he picked up a kitchen knife and struck it against his arm. Bang! The knife shattered into several pieces. Chu Zhan's eyes widened even more at this sight. This is talent. This is talent. I knew my son would never be an ordinary person. Ha ha ha. Chu Han looked at his father's excited expression and quickly said, Dad, now can you take this serum? Chu Zhan nodded, no longer hesitating, opening the vial and drinking the serum in one go. After taking the potion, Chu Zhan's face instantly turned incredibly, pained, his body began to tremble violently. Chu Han knew this was the effect of the potion and did not interfere. Soon Chu Zhan spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, his complexion becoming even paler. However, after a while Chu Han noticed that his father's breath gradually stabilized, no longer as erratic as before. After waiting a bit longer, his father's breath remained calm and blood color began to return to his face. "Is it over?" Chu Han exclaimed in joy. Although his father's breath was still weaker than that of an ordinary person, the illness that had plagued him for many years seemed to have truly vanished. "Dad, how do you feel?" Chu Han asked softly. Chu Zhan took a slight breath, his voice still weak. "I feel great. The pain that has tormented me for over 10 years has completely disappeared. It really feels like a dream." Though he had little strength, he felt much better. He hadn't breathed normally for years. Chu Han felt a surge of happiness in his heart and excitedly said, "Dad, this is wonderful. Once you recover, I will find a way to help you become a martial artist again." "A martial artist? Ha ha ha, Dad believes you can do it." A glimmer of expectation flashed in Chu Zhan's eyes as he nodded. This treatment had also changed his mindset. Previously, Chu Zhan had long given up on his injuries, but now he had reignited hope. It could be said that both his body and mind had been healed. Recovering his ability to move, Chu Zhan first walked around the room, and then with Chu Han's help made his way downstairs. The sun outside had not yet completely set, and Chu Zhan took a stroll around the neighborhood. Just then his mother Zhang Milan returned from work. Upon seeing Chu Zhan walking alone outside, she thought she was seeing things, dropping her groceries without noticing. Zhang Milan asked in confusion, "Old Chu, what's going on? You can walk now." Chu Zhan turned around and gently said to Zhang Milan, "Milan, I'm better now. You've really worked hard all these years. Old Chu, you're really better. That's wonderful, so wonderful." Zhang Milan was immediately overwhelmed with joy and tears. Chu Han hurriedly said, "Mom, Dad took the gene potion and now he has cured his illness, but he is still quite weak and needs to recuperate slowly. You should be happy about this." "Yes, Milan, we should celebrate properly." Chu Zhan also comforted her. "All right, let's go home." That evening, Chu Han took out spiritual rice and wild boar meat, preparing a sumptuous dinner. The family enjoyed the happiest meal they had had in over a decade. All three of them felt a sense of relief as the shadow that had loomed over them for years finally dissipated. Looking at his parents' smiles, Chu Han felt that no matter how hard he trained, it was all worth it. His father's release from suffering was just the first step. He had not forgotten the debts owed to the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, and he still wanted his father to regain his strength and become a martial artist again. Before that, he planned to move the whole family to a better environment so that his mother could stop working and have time. He still had over 7,000 Federation coins, enough to improve their living conditions. However, to better achieve his goals, he intended to complete his martial artist certification first and obtain a martial artist proof. To obtain the martial artist proof, the simplest way was to prove that he could cultivate elemental energy. If he could not cultivate elemental energy, he would need to prove his strength through practical assessments to demonstrate that he was at the martial artist level. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could also receive martial artist certification. Chu Han was preparing to participate in the martial artist practical assessment directly. In terms of cultivation, he still had a long way to go, but in terms of practical combat, he had already far surpassed others. Moreover, the rewards for becoming a martial artist were immensely generous. In the Longxiao Federation, martial artists could receive various benefits, including subsidies for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. A first-tier martial artist not only receives a monthly subsidy of 1,000 Federation coins, but can also apply to live in a martial artist community or apartment. With Chu Han's current financial status, buying a house in a martial artist community was still a bit of a stretch, but moving into a martial artist apartment was no problem at all. He planned to let his parents move into the apartment after he received his martial artist certification. On the other hand, he also intended to participate in the martial arts examination as a martial artist. After dinner, Chu Han went to the rooftop. He took out the newly acquired class martial skill, Explosive Fist, and under the dim light of the rooftop carefully reviewed it. After reading it once, the content of Explosive Fist was already etched in his mind. His own basic fist technique had already reached a profound level with a deep understanding of fist techniques, and under the enhancement of his 10,000-fold talent, he almost instantaneously comprehended the essence of Explosive Fist. Explosive Fist is indeed extraordinary. Chu Han couldn't help but exclaim softly. This fist technique was no weaker than the 7 styles of breaking army. The most formidable aspect of Explosive Fist lies in its immense explosive power, capable of dealing 6 times the damage of a normal punch from the moment one learns it. Its core principle involves skillfully compressing strength and elemental energy, packing them into the fist like dynamite, and at the moment of striking, unleashing all the power in an explosive manner, creating unparalleled might. Furthermore, another characteristic of Explosive Fist is its ability to drive the accumulated strength deep into the target's body, causing even greater damage. To some extent, it can ignore defenses. Although he still couldn't use elemental energy, this martial skill was enough to greatly enhance his unarmed. Chu Han took a deep breath, following the method of utilizing explosive fist, slowly raised his right arm, continuously gathering all his strength onto his right fist. Huh! Chu Han shouted loudly, his right fist shooting forward like a cannonball, creating a whistling sound of wind. Boom! The air in front exploded violently. Under the burst of strength from Chu Han's punch, even the air itself became distorted. This punch was stronger than any punch he had thrown before. It should be more than 6 times the punch power. Explosive fist is indeed impressive. With the initial success, Chu Han did not pause at all. He adjusted his breathing again, and the strength within him surged even more towards his right fist. This time he was preparing to further enhance the power of explosive fist. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and this time the power was significantly increased. Explosive fist seeks to continuously break limits. With each breakthrough, the power of explosive fist becomes even stronger. With explosive fist, my strength can reach a higher level. Chu Han was very satisfied with this martial skill. Now on the rooftop, there were no devices to test the power of martial skills, or else he would definitely want to try it out himself. After practicing explosive fist, Chu Han also practiced the Gale Blade technique for a while. This technique, learned from Shinping, also provided him with considerable improvement. The 7 styles of breaking army focuses on explosive power, while the Gale Blade technique is more flexible and swift. The two can complement each other. After finishing the blade technique, Chu Han practiced the 9-fold body refining technique for a while before ending his training. The next morning, Chu Han proceeded with his usual lottery draw. Initially, he thought that after winning a spatial ring yesterday, his luck had run out. However, he did not expect that the item drawn today was even more explosive. Talent copy card. After use, it can copy a person's talent with a maximum of strength. The user must touch the one being copied to use it. It seems that the goddess of luck has not yet abandoned me. Chu Han was immensely excited, already thinking about which talent he should copy. After all, this talent copy card could almost allow him to customize his own talent. Whatever talent he liked, he could go ahead and copy. The only troublesome aspect was that he needed to have physical contact with the one being copied. Among those he had encountered, the one with the highest talent was Li Mengran, whose ranked talent was the Ice Spirit body. Do I need to find an opportunity to make contact with Li Mengran? Or maybe not. Chu Han shook his head. The talent replication card was left by Chu Han in the lottery space, ready for use at any moment. Today is June 26th, and the warrior certification occurs on the first day of each month, with the next one being on July 1st. He has 5 more days to continue enhancing his strength. After having breakfast, he headed to the Hammer Martial Arts School. Dad, Mom, just wait a few more days, and we will move to the new house. Before leaving, he left 100 federal coins at home and asked his mother to quit her job. As soon as he arrived at the martial arts school, an excited voice called out to him. Brother Han, you finally made it. Chu Han looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Feiyu. Upon seeing Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu's eyes sparkled as if he had just seen a beautiful woman. Confused, Chu Han asked, Zhao Feiyu, do you need something from me? Zhao Feiyu rushed over, smiling. Brother Han, I want to challenge you. Oh, let's fight. Haven't you been humiliated enough? Chu Han teased, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Feiyu, and was suddenly taken aback. Have you gotten this much stronger? He noticed that Zhao Feiyu was brimming with vitality, with elemental energy flowing around him, indicating he had already become a first-tier warrior. This surprised him, especially since Zhao Feiyu had only reached the Kwasa warrior level a few days ago. His speed of improvement was no slower than his own. Could it be that he also has some hidden advantage? Zhao Feiyu said proudly. Brother Han, what do you think? Am I now qualified to challenge you? Chu Han nodded. Yes, you indeed can, but after the battle you must tell me how you became stronger. Nope, yet I can't shake the feeling that even as a warrior I still can't see through you, Zhao Feiyu said in confusion. You'll find out after we fight. The two arrived at a platform in the martial arts school without using any weapons. The battle was about to begin. Zhao Feiyu initiated the attack first. A purple elemental energy enveloped Zhao Feiyu, causing his aura to surge like an enraged lion. This is my family's inherited lion's roar technique. Zhao Feiyu immediately unleashed his full strength, with the purple elemental energy rapidly gathering on his fist, forming a massive lion's head. Lion's roar fist. A roar echoed as the lion's head suddenly lunged toward Chu Han. As expected of a martial skill infused with elemental energy, here it comes. Chu Han's fighting spirit surged with all his power, converging in his fist. Exploding fist. Chu Han struck the lion's head, and the accumulated power exploded, crushing the purple lion's head. Boom. The purple elemental energy instantly dissipated and vanished. Not far away, Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in shock, staring in disbelief. Seeing Chu Han's fist continuing towards him, Zhao Feiyu quickly waved his hands in surrender. No more, no more. I admit defeat, you really are a monster. Chu Han stopped, annoyed. I haven't even hit you yet, why are you conceding? Zhao Feiyu hurriedly explained with a smile. If you can shatter the lion's roar fist's elemental energy, it means your strength far exceeds mine. Fighting with you would be self-inflicted suffering. I'm not that foolish. So how did you suddenly get so much stronger to become a warrior? Chu Han asked, puzzled. Zhao Feiyu replied, the day I took your top-grade force-enhancing pill, my father recognized my efforts, so he used his connections and paid a price to help me undergo a bloodline upgrade in advance. My lion's bloodline has now reached the purple level, making my talent quite strong, even among the grade talents. Moreover, after the upgrade, I also gained many benefits. I still have a lot of residual power in my body that hasn't fused yet, otherwise I would be even stronger. Chu Han was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. It can work like this. I really envy your family's inherited talent. He began to consider whether he should use the replication card to copy Zhao Feiyu's talent. After all, Zhao Feiyu's talent is a genuine grade talent that could allow him to become stronger quickly. However, this thought soon vanished from Chu Han's mind. Although the lion's bloodline talent is excellent, it is a family talent. Without the Zhao family's secret techniques and cultivation methods, this talent cannot be fully utilized. Aside from some physical enhancements, it is no different from a wasted talent. Chu Han shook his head, abandoning this idea. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly asked, by the way, brother Han, do you have time lately? Would you like to go to the wild with me? Well, what do you want to do? Chu Han asked curiously. Zhao Feiyu sighed. Actually, before becoming a warrior, my bloodline talent upgrade had some flaws. The energy in my body is not stable, and I need to use the blood of various lion-like beasts to assist in my cultivation, so I want to hunt lion-like beasts in the wild. I see now, Chu Han nodded. Brother Han, your strength is so impressive, you can team up with me in the wild, even just to protect me. Of course I won't let you go empty-handed. I can give you one lion's roar pill as a reward. Lion's roar pill. Chu Han became interested. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu quickly explained, the lion's roar pill is a secret medicine passed down in my family. When taken by a Kwasa warrior, it greatly enhances vitality and strengthens the body while also unlocking physical potential. One pill is more effective than 100 vitality pills. I went through a lot of effort to obtain 2 of them. He'll take that pill. I'm ready to go to the wild with you at any time. Chu Han immediately agreed. Partly because of the lion's roar pill and partly because he intended to go to the wild for training anyway, it was a win-win situation. Why not go? Zhao Feiyu was overjoyed. Great. But I heard that you guys from Class 3 are participating in some outdoor training camp. That won't affect you, right? Chu Han shook his head. I have already withdrawn from Class 3. Whatever they do has nothing to do with me now. What? You withdrew from Class 3? Zhao Feiyu's eyes widened in confusion. How will you register for the martial arts examination? The examination starts in a month. Chu Han replied. I plan to become a warrior first and register as an independent warrior. Zhao Feiyu shook his head. That's one way, but there are limited spots for independent warriors to register. It's better to join us in Class 1. Oh, I can have my dad speak to the principal for you. No need, I want to register on my own merit. Chu Han declined Zhao Feiyu's kindness. While becoming more curious about Zhao Feiyu's family background, it seemed his father held significant influence in Jiang City. Then Chu Han explained why he withdrew from Class 3. Zhao Feiyu became furious and cursed the principal of Class 3 back and forth. Brother Han, I'm also preparing for the warrior certification on July 1st. Let's go together then. Sounds good. The two decided to go for the certification together. They then discussed their plans for the wild. The two planned to set off early tomorrow morning, so today they would prepare some necessary things. Zhao Feiyu even prepaid the reward, giving Chu Han a lion's roar pill. Chu Han did not refuse. He planned to use this lion's roar pill today to quickly enhance his strength. After bidding farewell to Zhao Feiyu, he went to the training room. First, he measured his strength. The results shocked. His left arm could lift 8050 pounds, and his right arm could lift 8079 pounds. His single-arm strength had already surpassed the 8000 pound mark. Combined with the exploding fist, he could now unleash over 5000 pounds of fist force with a single punch. I wonder how much stronger I will become after taking the lion's roar pill. Chu Han took out the wild lion pill, and immediately the entire cultivation chamber was filled with a unique medicinal fragrance. A single breath of the aroma refreshed his mind. Indeed, a treasure. Without any hesitation, Chu Han placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a surging force of medicinal power, burning like a raging flame within him. Under the influence of this medicinal power, his blood began to boil, and every cell felt as if it was evolving. At the same time, Chu Han felt as though his entire body was being scorched by raging fire, the pain almost unbearable. The pain was extraordinarily intense, even more so than the suffering he endured during the first stage of the ninefold body refinement technique. Chu Han gritted his teeth and endured. Sensing the medicinal power circulating within him, he knew this was the best moment to cultivate. Such immense medicinal power could not be wasted. Just like when he absorbed the black bloodstone, Chu Han immediately began practicing the ninefold body refinement technique. After running through the 36 postures of the first stage, the vortex of Yuan power in his dantian reappeared. Instantly, the wildly surging medicinal power within him seemed to find an outlet, wildly rushing into the Yuan power vortex. The powerful medicinal energy quickly strengthened him, making every part of his body more resilient and robust. Chu Han could clearly feel his physical body rapidly growing stronger, and he couldn't help but feel elated. However, it wasn't long before he noticed that the medicinal power gathering at the dantian vortex was increasing, and his body's ability to digest this energy could not keep up with the absorption rate of the Yuan power vortex. In that case, he'll use this medicinal power to practice the second stage of the ninefold body refinement technique. Chu Han began to adjust his body parts according to the second stage's postures. As soon as he assumed the first posture of the second stage, a wave of excruciating pain hit him. This pain was several times stronger than what he experienced during the first stage, and the suffering brought by the wild lion pill paled in comparison. It felt as though all the bones and flesh in his body were being crushed, torn apart, and then reassembled. Chu Han could only grit his teeth, enduring the intense pain to maintain this posture, forcing himself to adapt to the difficulty of the second stage. Of course, the benefits brought by the second stage of body refinement far exceeded those of the first. The medicinal power that had been accumulating in the Yuan power vortex circulated rapidly throughout his body, continuously refining every part of him. The impurities within him were expelled under the influence of the medicinal power, resulting in an effect akin to the washing of muscles and marrow. It really works. Chu Han felt a surge of joy. Although the pain remained intense, seeing this effect, he continued to endure and began practicing each of the postures of the second stage of the ninefold body refinement technique. As he continuously completed each posture, the speed at which the medicinal power was absorbed increased, and his physical body was becoming stronger at an astonishing rate. When all 36 postures of the second stage were completed, the Yuan power vortex in his dantian suddenly expanded, its rotation speed increasing several times, and the rate of medicinal energy absorption surged. Moreover, the wild lion pill also had the effect of absorbing the world's Yuan power, causing an abundance of Yuan power to surge into Chu Han's dantian vortex like a tidal wave mixing with the medicinal energy. Chu Han felt his body constantly evolving under the nourishment of the medicinal power and Yuan power, becoming increasingly perfect. The absorption process lasted for 8 hours before he completely absorbed the medicinal energy from the wild lion pill. At this moment, the Yuan power vortex within Chu Han gradually dissipated, the Yuan power within him settling down, and he felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Simultaneously, he had fully mastered the second stage of the ninefold body refinement technique, and his cultivation speed would undoubtedly improve in the future. Feeling the power within him, Chu Han approached the strength testing device. With a single arm, he exerted force and pushed upward. Instantly, the testing device shook violently. The numbers on the screen soared wildly, quickly surpassing the 150 gene mark, finally stabilizing at 15028 gene. 15000 gene. I actually improved this much. Chu Han tried his other arm, which also registered around 15000 gene. Then he approached the punching power testing device and threw a punch. Bang! After a massive sound, the number on the testing device stabilized at 91030 gene. Sixfold power. My basic fist technique can now unleash sixfold punching power. Chu Han was certain that his mastery of the basic fist technique had not improved. The ability to unleash sixfold punching power was entirely due to the effects of his body completing the washing of muscles and marrow. After the washing of muscles and marrow, the coordination of every part of his body approached perfection, naturally increasing his punching power. Now his ordinary punch had nearly 50 tons of strength, and if he unleashed the explosive fist, its power was unimaginable. Even a third-tier warrior would not dare to take his attack heat-in. Chu Han glanced at the time. It was already approaching 5 p.m. Let's call it a day for today's training. He first took a refreshing shower in the facility's bathing area, washing away all the impurities and dirt from his skin. After washing up, his entire aura was revitalized. I'm even more handsome than before. Chu Han shook his head. After leaving the martial arts hall, he headed to the Martial Artists Association. His steel-long knife had been damaged during the fight with Shinping, and he was ready to replace it with a new weapon. The second floor of the Martial Artists Association was a marketplace selling various items related to martial artists. Chu Han had a clear target and quickly purchased a Blood Shadow Series battle knife, worth 500. This battle knife was classified as crate equipment, weighing 100 gene, made from materials of exotic beasts, and special metal, sharp and durable, perfectly suited for Chu Han. After buying this knife, Chu Han's savings were running low. Therefore, he would have to hunt more exotic beasts during tomorrow's outdoor expedition to earn money. Early the next morning, Chu Han went for his routine lottery draw. Today's reward was quite good, a bottle of detoxifying pill containing a total of 20 pills. This was exactly what Chu Han needed. If he were to get poisoned in the wild, this bottle of pills would be a lifesaver. After breakfast, Chu Han gathered with Zhao Feiyu at the plaza of the Martial Artists Association. Zhao Feiyu was astonished again. "Brother Han, you must have taken that wild lion pill, right?" "Yes, indeed, a miraculous pill." Chu Han nodded. "My strength has increased significantly." "That's great, my guess was right. You really can absorb the power of the wild lion pill. The stronger you become, the safer I am." Zhao Feiyu was overjoyed. "Let's go, we should set off." The two of them took a vehicle heading to the outskirts, driving straight towards the wilderness base. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Martial Arts Association. "Are you saying that Feiyu really went to the wild with that student named Chu Han?" A middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Zhao Feiyu asked. Beside him, an elderly man with gray hair but sharp eyes nodded and said, "Yes, the young master seems to have a great respect for Chu Han, even giving him a wild lion pill." "What? He actually gave away the wild lion pill? What was the result? Did Chu Han take it?" the middle-aged man exclaimed. The old man replied, "According to the conversation between the young master and Chu Han should have taken the wild lion pill and has indeed become significantly stronger." "Oh, a person without the bloodline of the wild lion could easily absorb the medicinal power of the wild lion pill. This Chu Han is not simple, no wonder he can win over Feiyu. Chu Han's strength is quite formidable. Although he cannot yet cultivate Yuan power, he gives me the impression of a human-shaped exotic beast. His physique and vitality far exceed that of normal people, comparable to a third-tier warrior." The old man added. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly, saying, "It seems this person is not as simple as he appears. You must dispatch someone to investigate all his information and records immediately." "Understood." Chu Han and the others first arrived at the outdoor base for a transfer, resting briefly before heading straight into the wilderness. Their destination this time was the primeval forest deep within Haishi Mountain, a location different from where they participated in the outdoor training last time. The two traveled swiftly, refraining from confronting the strange beasts they encountered along the way. However, even so, they had to engage in battle almost every little while. This was because those strange beasts would attack whenever they saw humans. Therefore, Chu Han also gathered some materials which he stored in his backpack. Zhao Feiyu came to the wilderness, this time to hunt lion-like strange beasts. According to the information in the beast manual, there were only two types of lion-like beasts within the Haishi Mountain range: the arrowtail lion and the blackman lion. The average level of the arrowtail lion is around level 1, but there are also level 2 individuals which are the main targets for the two. The blackman lion, on the other hand, is much more dangerous, with adult blackman lions being above level 3, and even the cubs being level 1, making them formidable opponents at the moment. The two continued deeper until noon, when they reached the redwood forest where arrowtail lions roamed. This place was named for the many towering red trees that grew here. Zhao Feiyu walked ahead, his purple elemental energy flowing slowly, concentrating on sensing the surroundings. His innate bloodline talent of the mad lion possessed a unique perception ability, making him particularly sensitive to lion-like strange beasts, allowing him to sense all lion-like beasts within a kilometer radius. After a while, Zhao Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his gaze. "Han Go, I found something. Over there are two level 1 arrowtail lions. Let's hurry and catch up, or we can't let them get away." Chu Han nodded and said, "Let's go." The two figures flashed and quickly rushed toward the direction of the arrowtail lions. Soon Chu Han spotted the figures of the two arrowtail lions. The arrowtail lion was massive, covered in thick yellow fur, with a sharp bone-like arrow-shaped object at the end of its tail, which was the signature feature known as the arrowtail. The arrowtail was the most lethal weapon of the arrowtail lion. Once hit, even a level 2 warrior could suffer severe injury. Zhao Feiyu let out a loud roar and was the first to launch an attack. He used a long spear, the tip imbued with purple elemental energy, charging forward like a purple flash, exuding an astonishing force. Within a ranked talent combined with his family's martial arts and skills, Zhao Feiyu was considered top tier even among level 1 warriors. In the distance, the two arrowtail lions also sensed the impending danger. One of them lunged toward Zhao Feiyu, raising a paw high to strike at the tip of his spear. Simultaneously, the arrowtail behind it readied itself like an arrow drawn back, poised to unleash a deadly strike. Clearly, the arrowtail was its true killing move. Zhao Feiyu remained calm, flicking his wrist to evade the paw of the arrowtail lion, thrusting his spear into the belly of the arrowtail lion with even greater speed. The arrowtail lion let out a mournful howl, its tail immediately stabbing out, but Zhao Feiyu lifted his spear to easily deflect it. At the same time, he twisted the spear, causing the injured arrowtail lion to roll in pain. "Not bad," Chu Han said, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Zhao Feiyu's performance against the Arrowtail Lion was nothing short of perfect, something even a level 2 warrior would find difficult to achieve. It was evident that he was extremely familiar with various lion-like strange beasts which allowed him to maneuver so effortlessly during battle. Chu Han no longer worried about Zhao Feiyu's safety and instead charged at another Arrowtail Lion. His fighting style was simple and brutal. With a crushing speed and power, he cleaved off the head of the Arrowtail. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyu also quickly dealt with the other Arrowtail Lion, twirling his spear in a beautiful flourish and striking a handsome pose. When he turned to look at Chu Han, he found that Chu Han had already finished the battle and was waiting for him. Zhao Feiyu instantly felt embarrassed, cursing Chu Han for being too abnormal in his heart. He then took out a large container from his spatial bracelet, placing it under the wound of the Arrowtail Lion to collect its blood. After the blood collection was complete, the 2 Arrowtail Lion corpses were stored in Chu Han's spatial ring. He did not conceal the matter of the spatial equipment from Zhao Feiyu, who was surprised for a moment, but did not ask further. Subsequently, the two continued to search for new targets. As they walked, Zhao Feiyu suddenly stopped, his face growing serious. "What did you find?" Chu Han asked curiously. Zhao Feiyu whispered to Chu Han, "There is a cave ahead with 5 Arrowtail Lions inside, 2 of which are level 2, and the other 3 are level 1. Should we avoid it?" "Avoid it? Are you willing to?" Chu Han retorted. Zhao Feiyu showed a hesitant expression, furrowing his brow. "With my strength I can handle 1 level 1 Arrowtail Lion, but 2 would be a struggle. If 3 come at once they would be no match for me, not to mention there are also 2 level 2 ones. Even you couldn't handle them right. Although it's a bit painful, life is the most important thing." Zhao Feiyu wasn't greedy enough to risk his life. Chu Han, however, smiled and patted Zhao Feiyu's shoulder. "Don't worry, leave the 2 level 2 Arrowtail Lions to me. You can deal with the 3 level 1 ones." Seeing Chu Han's confident demeanor, Zhao Feiyu felt a bit tempted. After all, the blood of the level 2 Arrowtail Lions was far more effective than that of the level 1 ones. He gritted his teeth and resolutely said, "Fortune favors the bold. Oh, let's take the plunge. Worst case, in 18 years, I can still be a good man." Chu Han laughed, saying, "It's not that serious. At most, you'll just get a little hurt." "Really? That sounds great." Zhao Feiyu felt much more relaxed after receiving Chu Han's assurance. Thus the two stealthily made their way toward the cave, moving cautiously to avoid alarming the beasts. However, the moment they entered the cave entrance, they were met with several furious roars from the Arrowtail Lions inside. They had been discovered. Zhao Feiyu's expression changed drastically. Chu Han remained calm and composed. Roar. A lion's roar echoed, followed by several yellow figures charging at high speed, with a level 1 Arrowtail Lion leading the charge. Chu Han's gaze was like lightning. He suddenly exerted force under his feet, propelling his body forward like a cannonball, and his long knife drew a beautiful arc, instantly slashing down the foremost level 1 Arrowtail Lion. Puff! A lion's head was lifted high, blood splattering throughout the cave. His speed was so fast that Zhao Feiyu and the other Arrowtail Lions had no time to react. This scene completely enraged the 2 level 2 Arrowtail Lions among the pride. The level 2 Arrowtail Lions were larger in size, and had 2 tails behind them radiating a dangerous aura. They glared with blood-red eyes, emitting a series of roars. Roar, roar. The cave trembled. The 2 level 2 Arrowtail Lions lunged toward Chu Han, their 2 tails shooting toward his body like arrows, moving as fast as lightning. Once hit, Chu Han's body would surely be pierced. Yet he remained composed and unruffled. Though the level 2 Arrowtail Lions were strong, they were still far inferior to the crimson-scaled python he had slain earlier, and thus not worthy of fear. With a slight movement of his feet, he activated the Spirit Cat step, effortlessly dodging the 4 incoming tails like a ghost. After evading the deadly attack, Chu Han took the opportunity to close in on one of the Arrowtail Lions, delivering a punch to its chest. Explosive fist. The immense force instantly erupted within this Arrowtail Lion's body. With a thunderous boom, the internal organs of this level 2 Arrowtail Lion were shattered by the power of Chu Han's punch. The massive body crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. One strike, and it was a kill. This was the might of the explosive fist. This is too fierce. Zhao Feiyu, watching from behind, was left utterly stunned. Chu Han could even slay a level 2 strange beast in a second, and he had previously thought about challenging him. After Chu Han swiftly defeated the second-tier Arrowtail Lion, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. What was originally a 2 against 5 became a 2 against 3, a significant advantage. Zhao Feiyu immediately felt a reduction in pressure and shouted, "Leave the 2 first-tier ones to me." He then charged towards the 2 first-tier Arrowtail Lions with his spear. The remaining second-tier Arrowtail Lion, seeing its companion fall instantly, did not retreat. Instead, it became even angrier and charged towards Chu Han again. Chu Han employed the same tactic again, dodging the Arrowtail Lion's attack before delivering a crushing punch to its head. With a loud bang, the head of the second-tier arrowtail lion caved in as if struck by a cannonball. Its body momentarily halted, losing its ability to move, and then it crashed heavily to the ground. Another punch, and it was defeated. The two second-tier arrowtail lions posed no threat to Chu Han at all. He only felt a slight sense of unfulfillment. Zhao Feiyu was also engaged in a struggle with the two first-tier arrowtail lions. Chu Han's victory bolstered his confidence immensely, allowing him to fight without worry. He wielded his spear with abandon, showcasing various spear techniques without falling behind. The two first-tier arrowtail lions became agitated due to the death of their companion, frequently glancing at Chu Han, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Soon Zhao Feiyu seized an opening in one arrowtail lion's defense and pierced its throat with a thrust. He then exerted some effort to take down the other one. We won. Zhao Feiyu gasped for breath, numerous wounds appearing on his body. Yet his face was filled with joy. This battle had brought him immense gains, elevating his practical combat ability to a new level. Moreover, with so many lion blood materials, it was indeed a bountiful harvest. He quickly began to collect the lion blood, ignoring his injuries. The blood of 5 arrowtail lions filled the container, reaching 2/3 of its capacity. That's over half. I thought it would take days to fill this up, but it seems today is the day. Zhao Feiyu's goal this time was to collect the blood of lion-type exotic beasts and fill the entire container. Now that more than half of that goal was achieved, how could he not be excited? The two took a moment to rest before continuing their journey. However, it took them several hours to encounter 3 first-tier arrowtail lions with no second-tier ones in sight. What's going on? Have all the arrowtail lions on this mountain been killed? With night approaching, they had no choice but to stop and continue searching the next day. They needed to find a place to spend the night. The wilderness at night was extremely dangerous. Just as they found a natural cave and prepared to settle down, Zhao Feiyu's expression suddenly changed, staring intently at the forest on the left and tremblingly saying, "There's a third-tier black-maned lion over there." He felt both surprised and delighted, unsure of how to react. Chu Han's eyes lit up at the mention, and a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. A third-tier exotic beast was worth his effort. "Hanga, what should we do? Can you handle it?" Zhao Feiyu looked at Chu Han with hopeful eyes. Though Chu Han had killed 2 second-tier arrowtail lions, it didn't mean he could deal with the third-tier black-maned lion. The black-maned lion's strength far surpassed that of the arrowtail lions, not only in terms of level, but also in attributes across the board. Even a third-tier warrior would not dare to face a black-maned lion alone. However, Chu Han was no ordinary person, and Zhao Feiyu still held great expectations. If I can kill a black-maned lion, the quality of the blood I obtain will surely rise to a new level. Chu Han nodded and said, "Leave this black-maned lion to me. You stay back for a while. Be careful, Han. Go." Seeing Chu Han agree without hesitation, looking eager to try, Zhao Feiyu was overjoyed and quickly pointed its coming. Chu Han dashed towards the direction Zhao Feiyu pointed, quickly spotting the massive figure standing over 3 meters tall not far away. The black-maned lion was covered in steel-like black mane, appearing as if dyed with ink from a distance without any hint of color. Its large bell-like eyes glinted with a cold ferocity, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. This kind of momentum was far beyond that of the second-tier arrowtail lions, resembling a king of exotic beasts, imposing and majestic. Chu Han's gaze burned with intensity, and his fighting spirit soared even higher. He swiftly moved, positioning himself in the path of the black-maned lion, facing this powerful exotic beast. The black-maned lion was startled by the sudden appearance of this human, and then it became enraged, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the entire forest. Chu Han felt a wave of fierce, murderous intent rush towards him, the aura as tangible as substance, causing the surrounding air to momentarily freeze. "No wonder it's a third-tier exotic beast. It truly is formidable," Chu Han exclaimed, meeting the gaze of the black-maned lion without yielding. He noticed that the black-maned lion's eyes were filled with hatred, its crimson gaze suggesting an ancient. Could it be that this black-maned lion knew he was here to hunt it? Chu Han's heart stirred slightly, and upon closer observation, he discovered that the black-maned lion was indeed injured. On its side there were several long wounds, the fur around the wounds turned outward, continuously oozing blood, and the marks were clearly caused by human weapons. Moreover, judging by the condition of the wounds, they were quite fresh, suggesting that it had recently endured a battle with humans. No wonder it harbored such animosity towards them at this moment. However, Chu Han had no time to delve into the reasons for its injuries, as the black-maned lion had already launched him. The black-maned lion suddenly lunged forward, its massive body charging at incredible speed, showing no signs of injury. In an instant, the black-maned lion's gaping maw was near Chu Han's neck. Chu Han's eyes narrowed, and he dodged the bite with an unusual posture, countering with a punch to the lion's jaw. This exchange occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to execute his explosive punch. He felt as though his fist struck an exceptionally resilient silk fabric, most of the force being absorbed by the Blackman Lion's fur, leaving him insufficient power to inflict damage. Meanwhile, the Blackman Lion's claws slashed towards him with a fierce wind, not allowing him a moment to catch his breath. If caught even with his strong physique, Chu Han would likely suffer serious injury. He dared not be careless, pushing off the Blackman Lion's body with his foot, using the recoil to propel himself away from the dangerous claw, quickly creating distance. After this exchange, Chu Han had gained no advantage, but had not suffered any losses either. The strength of the third-tier exotic beast was even greater than he had imagined. The Blackman Lion also displayed a hint of human-like curiosity in its eyes, seemingly intrigued by how this human could evade its attack. This only intensified the ferocity in its gaze. The Blackman Lion opened its massive mouth, countless strands of black elemental power gathering within, gradually forming a black energy sphere. Not good, it's the black flame light. It's about to unleash its ultimate move. This was the Blackman Lion's unique secret technique, immensely powerful. The fact that it was using this move indicated it was going all out. In the next moment, a black beam shot forth from its mouth, racing towards Chu Han. Chu Han immediately maximized his spirit cat steps, transforming into afterimages that swirled around the Blackman Lion. The black beam chased after him, obliterating everything in its path, whether it was a giant tree that could be embraced by 10 people or a boulder weighing 100,000 pounds, all instantly reduced to nothing, with shattered rocks and fallen trees scattered everywhere. As Chu Han continuously dodged the beam's attacks, he quickly closed in on the Blackman Lion. Just before the beam aimed at him, he successfully circled to the side of the Blackman Lion. Then, targeting the lion's injury, he unleashed a punch. Explosive punch. Chu Han's fist landed solidly on the Blackman Lion's wound, and a powerful force erupted, causing the lion to let out a painful roar. With the sound of bones fracturing from within, blood gushed from the Blackman Lion's wound, and its massive body suddenly tilted, collapsing to the ground. With this punch, he didn't know how many ribs he had broken in the Blackman Lion, which wriggled in pain on the ground, but could not rise again. Chu Han seized this opportunity, leaping onto the lion's neck and pinning it down. He charged up another explosive punch and slammed it onto the Blackman Lion's head. The terrifying force erupted again, causing the Blackman Lion to bleed from all 7 orifices. However, as a third-tier exotic beast, its vitality was incredibly resilient. It did not die from this, but rather struggled even more violently, trying to shake off Chu Han. Chu Han naturally could not allow it to succeed, his fists raining down on the Blackman Lion's head like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed throughout the forest, and after enduring dozens of punches, the Blackman Lion finally lost its life force. Finally dead, Chu Han rubbed his reddened fist and let out a sigh of relief. Then he shouted a few hundred meters away, "It's taken care of, come over." A few seconds later, Zhao Feiyu rushed over. When he saw the devastated forest and the Blackman Lion bleeding from its 7 orifices, his face was filled with shock. Especially when he saw Chu Han sitting on the Blackman Lion, he was even more astonished. After fighting a third-tier Blackman Lion, brother Han is completely unscathed. Just how strong is he? In a battle of this level, he didn't even have the courage to participate. Even watching from nearby could lead to accidental injury. Yet Chu Han appeared calm and composed. At least on the surface, he hadn't encountered much trouble. Zhao Feiyu dared not think further. The more he thought, the more he realized the gap between himself and Chu Han. His gaze greedily fell on the corpse of the Blackman Lion, and he could not tear himself away. "Brother Han, you are my real brother. Ha ha ha, with the blood of the Blackman Lion, my strength will surely increase tremendously." Zhao Feiyu was so excited that he almost recognized Chu Han as his adoptive father on the spot. He hurriedly took out a container to collect the blood of the Blackman Lion. In no time, the remaining space in the container was filled with the blood of the Blackman Lion. "The blood has been collected. Ooh, I can start cultivating tonight." Zhao Feiyu excitedly stored the container in his spatial bracelet, while the corpse of the Blackman Lion was still taken by Chu Han, and the two returned to the cave they had discovered earlier. Back in the cave, Zhao Feiyu took out the container filled with lion's blood and placed it on the ground. Then he retrieved a bottle of purple potion from his spatial bracelet and poured it all into the container. As the purple potion mixed with the lion's blood, it immediately produced a violent reaction. The lion's blood in the container began to boil, bubbling vigorously and making a gurgling sound. Soon the entire cave was filled with red mist, thick with the stench of blood. Zhao Feiyu explained, "The blood of beast-type creatures is a fundamental material. Only by mixing it with my family's specially made potion can it demonstrate its efficacy. This potion can purify the medicinal power within the blood, ultimately transforming it into a highly nourishing substance." Hearing this, Chu Han looked into the container. The originally full blood was visibly decreasing in volume, transforming into a dark red blood plasma. Yet the energy contained within was becoming increasingly pure, even making him feel somewhat tempted. He wondered if he could also use this blood plasma for cultivation. Zhao Feiyu sensed Chu Han's thoughts and chuckled. Brother Han, this specially made lion's blood potion can only be used in conjunction with my talent and cultivation techniques. Regular folks absolutely cannot absorb the violent medicinal power within it. Perhaps I can absorb it anyway, Chu Han replied with a smile. He had previously absorbed the blood of the crimson-scaled python and the energy from the black bloodstone, so he hoped he could also absorb this potion. Zhao Feiyu let out a bitter laugh. Brother Han, if you want to try, go ahead, but don't say I didn't warn you. It will definitely be an incredibly painful experience. Even he would endure a certain degree of pain during absorption, let alone Chu Han. Chu Han shook his head, not changing his mind, and felt a hint of anticipation for the gradually condensing lion's blood potion. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Chu Han's brows furrowed instantly, and he quickly warned, someone's coming. Had he not been focusing on the container, he would not have noticed these footsteps at this moment. Now the footsteps had reached the cave entrance, blocking both of them inside. Zhao Feiyu was also taken aback. He certainly did not wish to be disturbed at this critical moment. Soon several figures appeared before them. These individuals exuded a strong aura. The weakest among them was at the level of a second-tier warrior, while the strongest was a third-tier warrior. With the light from the cave, Chu Han could clearly see these people. There were a total of 5 people in the team, all well-equipped and armed, looking like experienced warriors. In the wild, such groups of warriors are quite common, usually hunting exotic beasts. However, the team that appeared before them clearly had ill intentions. Moreover, in the wild, without laws or moral constraints, mutual hunting among warriors was quite common. Even if they obtained treasures, they might not be able to leave the wilderness, largely due to being hunted by their own kind. Boss, the last trace of the black-maned lion disappeared right here. They must know something. At this moment, a warrior said to the leader, while casting a covetous glance at Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu. The leader nodded and looked at Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu with disdain, saying, one is a first-tier warrior, and the other is merely a potential warrior. They must be students, right? How bold of them to dare come into the wilderness. Another person immediately chimed in, boss, even if they have nothing to do with the black-maned lion, judging by their appearance, they definitely have treasures on them. We can't let them go. Indeed, these two are quite peculiar. We should interrogate them first. They spoke loudly about Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu, as if discussing merchandise, completely disregarding their humanity. Unable to endure any longer, Zhao Feiyu questioned, who are you? How dare you barge into someone else's cave without a word? Hearing this, the opposing individuals burst into laughter. Kid, it seems you haven't grasped your situation. Do you think this is the base city? Are you hunters? At this moment, Chu Han asked quietly. The leader glanced at Chu Han, a hint of mockery on his lips. It seems you're smarter than him. Since you know our identity, you should also know what awaits you. If you cooperate with us, it'll make your death a little easier. Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Chu Han's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Zhao Feiyu beside him became somewhat agitated, his heart racing, ready to spring into action. Since the other party was a group of hunters, a deadly battle was unavoidable. Hunters, while also warriors active in the wilderness, differed from ordinary warriors who only hunted exotic beasts or sought treasures. They preferred to directly ambush other warriors to acquire their treasures, martial skills, materials, and money. Hunter teams were notoriously infamous, wanted by the authorities and despised by other warriors. Thus, encountering hunters in the wild left only the option of battle. Moreover, killing a hunter and bringing back their head could also earn a bounty from the authorities. At this moment, the leader seemed to have lost patience and said loudly, we are chasing a third-tier black-maned lion. Its aura disappeared around here. Have you two seen it? Chu Han pretended to be scared and said, black-maned lion. Isn't that a third-tier exotic beast? If we saw it, we wouldn't be alive. In his heart, he thought that these people were the ones who had left wounds on that black-maned lion. If these people could injure the black-maned lion, they must possess special means. Chu Han did not dare to be careless. I hope you're not lying to me. The leader had not held much hope for Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu, so he did not ask further. Instead, his gaze passed over them, focusing on the container behind Zhao Feiyu. What is inside this? Such pure energy. Saying this, he pushed Chu Han aside and approached the container for a closer look, with the others following suit. Boss, it seems this container holds the blood of some exotic beast that looks quite valuable. This blood is definitely worth a fortune. We've hit the jackpot this time. Wait, how did they bring this container into the wilderness? Do they have spatial gear? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and the leader's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu. His tone changed, filled with avarice. Do you have spatial gear? Hand it over. Not a chance. Zhao Feiyu stopped pretending, reached out to touch the container, and it vanished before his eyes. You're asking for death. So the spatial gear is on you. Instantly, everyone rushed towards Zhao Feiyu, leaving Chu Han aside. Hand it over. The leader grabbed Zhao Feiyu by the neck, unleashing the power of a third-tier warrior, leaving Zhao Feiyu no chance to resist. But in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from behind, followed by a piercing pain exploding within him. Bang! A rain of blood erupted from the hunter leader's body as a massive hole appeared in his chest. He collapsed, eyes wide open. Take out one first, next it's your turn. Chu Han, having successfully ambushed, cast a threatening glance. Boss. The boss is dead. Upon seeing the leader's corpse, the remaining hunters finally reacted, gasping in shock. The martial artist before them was indeed the hidden master. To take down a 3-retire martial artist in a single blow, even if it was a sneak attack, his strength was at least comparable to that of a 3-retire martial artist. Who are you? At this moment, the remaining 4 2-entire martial artists looked at Chu Han with great caution, exchanging glances without making any further moves. Chu Han's previous strike had a profound deterrent effect. If it weren't for the leader losing his sanity and greed and focusing solely on Zhao Feiyu, Chu Han wouldn't have succeeded so easily with his surprise attack. Now, with the only 3-retire martial artists fallen, the remaining 4 2-entire martial artists posed no threat to Chu Han. I will kill you. Chu Han replied indifferently, no longer hiding his killing intent. The 4 of them were instantly startled, hurriedly shouting, "We are from the Night Owl team. Our people are nearby. If you kill us, our captain will not let you go. He is a 4th-tier martial artist." Annoying. Chu Han's heart stirred slightly, but he was not affected by their threats. The blood shadow battle blade in his hand swiftly emerged, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he charged forward. In a flash of blade light, the 4 2-entire hunters became souls beneath Chu Han's blade. Was that it? On the other side, Zhao Feiyu, who had been watching the entire time, felt his understanding refreshed. This was his first time witnessing Chu Han battle against higher-tier martial artists. Although he anticipated the outcome, he did not expect it to be so easy. Not only had the 3-retire martial artists been ambushed, but even the 4 2-entire martial artists, if they coordinated, were not weaker than a 3-retire martial artist, yet they had no chance to resist against Chu Han. Moreover, Chu Han showed no hesitation in killing. It seemed as though it was not his first time taking a life. Such a mentality was even rarer. In fact, it was also Chu Han's first time killing someone, and he had killed 5 in one go. Yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, he was somewhat exhilarated, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of life-and-death combat. He thought perhaps he was a born warrior. Chu Han then searched the bodies of the fallen, but found nothing of value, only a few weapons which seemed to hold little worth. However, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. He still collected these weapons. These people are hunters. Their heads can be kept for a bounty. Do you want them? Chu Han asked Zhao Feiyu with a smile. Zhao Feiyu looked at the bloody heads and showed a hint of disgust, repeatedly shaking his head. No, they're all yours. Chu Han then stored the severed heads into his space. Zhao Feiyu asked, Brother Han, what should we do next? The Night Owl team they mentioned is likely nearby. If they come after us, we'll be in trouble. Chu Han replied solemnly, we can't stay here. We must leave quickly. I still cannot deal with 4th-tier martial artists. We need to find a new place to hide and improve our strength first. The 4th-tier martial artist must be taken seriously by Chu Han, for the 4th-tier martial artist is also known as a junior martial master. The 4th-tier martial artist is a threshold. Most martial artists can only stop at the 3rd tier their whole lives and cannot become martial masters. Martial artists from levels 13 are referred to as junior martial artists, intermediate martial artists, and senior martial artists. To become a 4th-tier martial artist requires control over primordial energy to reach a new height, signified by the formation of a primordial energy armor. By condensing primordial energy into armor, one's defensive power, strength, and various attributes can be significantly enhanced. One's strength far exceeds that of a 3-retire, hence the title martial master. Chu Han was not even a 1-star martial artist relying solely on his physical advantages. But this advantage became negligible when facing a 4th-tier martial artist who could condense armor. Given his current strength, it would be very difficult to break through the primordial energy armor of a 4th-tier martial artist. Thus, they had to avoid confrontation. The two ignored the 5 corpses in the cave and left directly. They exited the redwood forest and found a more concealed cave on a cliff. Once inside the cave, Zhao Feiyu eagerly took out his specially made lion's blood potion. At this moment, the potion had been completely finished, occupying only a 10th of the container, having already condensed to the limit. Zhao Feiyu took out several potion bottles, carefully pouring the lion's blood potion into them, filling a total of more than 3 bottles. To have this much, it seems the blood of that Blackman lion made a big contribution. Zhao Feiyu looked at the potion in his hand with satisfaction, and then turned to Chu Han, asking, Brother Han, I definitely won't be able to use all this potion. Do you really want to try some? Of course. Chu Han replied affirmatively. Then be very careful. Oh, don't use too much at once, or it could be life-threatening. Zhao Feiyu warned with some concern. Rest assured, I don't want to die yet. Chu Han laughed. Zhao Feiyu smiled, saying, that's good. We can cultivate together, but my cultivation time might be quite long. With that, Zhao Feiyu poured out some potion, applying it to his chest, and then sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the family's inherited technique, the frenzied lion art, to absorb the energy from the potion. Soon Zhao Feiyu was enveloped in a purple primordial energy, his face occasionally showing expressions of pain. Chu Han imitated him and poured some lion's blood potion on himself. As soon as the potion touched his skin, Chu Han felt a wave of excruciating pain. It felt as though every inch of his skin was thrown into a raging fire, burning intensely, the pain far surpassing that of absorbing the black bloodstone and the crimson scale python's blood, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Hiss! This is too painful. Chu Han gritted his teeth, enduring the agony without giving up. He never expected this pain to be even more intense than when he practiced the second level of the 9 levels body refinement technique. But since he chose to try, he would not easily give up. He quickly activated the second level of the 9 levels body refinement technique, attempting to use pain to counter pain. The two types of pain overlapped, making him experience an unprecedented agony of pain that seemed to tear his very soul apart, causing him to cry out in misery. It seemed Zhao Feiyu had indeed not lied. This specially made lion's blood potion was not something outsiders could use. Just this pain alone was unbearable for anyone. However, since Chu Han began practicing the 9 levels body refinement technique, there had been no energy he could not absorb. So he continued to grit his teeth, desperately operating the 9 levels body refinement technique, trying to absorb the energy of the lion's blood as quickly as possible. As the 9 levels body refinement technique progressed, it indeed started to show results. Chu Han discovered that the lion's blood on his skin seemed to be attracted by some force, gradually seeping into his body. During the slow absorption of the lion's blood, he could clearly feel his body rapidly enhancing, his muscles and bones continuously strengthening, and his overall strength constantly rising. It's working. Chu Han was overjoyed, feeling that the pain had lessened. He looked over at Zhao Feiyu and found that he was absorbing the lion's blood even faster than Zhao Feiyu. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the 9 levels body refinement technique. Thus, Chu Han persevered through the pain, enduring a long night. When morning arrived, Chu Han finally concluded his cultivation. After a night of practice, the bottle of lion's blood potion in his hand was nearly empty. He felt that his physical body had become significantly stronger, with his strength doubling, his entire being filled with explosive power. I wonder if my current strength can contend with a 4th-tier martial artist, and how much of a gap still exists. Chu Han pondered. After reaching this level of cultivation, the effects of the lion's blood had diminished greatly, which is why he stopped. It must be because he did not possess Zhao Feiyu's inherited talent and techniques, limiting the amount of lion's blood energy he could absorb. Even so, the gains from this night were enough to excite him. On the other side, Zhao Feiyu was still in the midst of his cultivation, having used only 2/3 of a bottle of lion's blood potion, his absorption efficiency far lower than Chu Han's. However, Zhao Feiyu's strength was steadily increasing. Chu Han estimated that Zhao Feiyu should have a chance to break through to a 2-tier martial artist. Since the cultivation is finished, it's time for the lottery. It was now the second day, and Chu Han certainly wouldn't forget this important matter. He immediately opened the lottery panel and began to draw, constantly praying in his heart, hoping to win something good. The colorful wheel started spinning and eventually came to a stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 lower-grade energy stones. Another 10 lower-grade energy stones, I'll keep them for now. This item was essential for his future cultivation, and Chu Han felt that the more the better. With the lottery completed, Chu Han decided to go outside to hunt exotic beasts and further enhance his strength. He used a large stone to seal the cave entrance, ensuring that Zhao Feiyu would not be disturbed and that the safety of the cave would be guaranteed. After doing all this, he headed deeper into the redwood forest. Not long after, Chu Han heard faint footsteps and voices. He hid behind a giant tree and peeked out. He saw a team of warriors approaching, and judging by their direction, they were coming from the cave where he had been. In that cave, there were still 5 headless corpses. They came from that direction, likely related to the hunters. Chu Han remained silent, straining to hear their conversation. Sai this time is truly unlucky. The captain's brother actually died, and the Blackman lion has also vanished. It's going to be hard to explain when we return, one person said with a hint of panic on his face. Everyone knows Captain Night Owl's temper, and he values his brother so much. This time we didn't bring back the corpses of his brother and the others, we might get implicated. Another warrior expressed concern. There's nothing we can do. The murderer must be quite powerful to kill those people. We might not be their match, and right now the captain is most concerned about that matter. We need to rush back to help. If we delay, it will be even more serious. Chu Han listened intently, his heart stirring. These people were indeed from the Night Owl team, and they were here to search for the few individuals he had killed. Unexpectedly, that 3rd-tier warrior turned out to be Night Owl's brother, making it a matter of life and death with the Night Owl team. However, Chu-Han was not afraid. One reason he came out this time was to investigate the situation of the Night Owl team. Moreover, with his current strength, he might still have the power to fight back. He was instead very interested in the matter they were discussing, so he discreetly followed behind them. They passed through a valley in the redwood forest and arrived at a relatively open area where several tents were set up, gathering a group of warriors, clearly the Night Owl team. Chu-Han hid nearby, assessing this team. The Night Owl team had more than 20 members, all warriors. The leading man had a sinister face and his eyes revealed a fierce look, making one feel extremely dangerous at first glance. Judging from the aura he emitted, he was indeed a fourth-tier warrior, presumably Night Owl himself. Standing beside him were two third-tier warriors whose strength could not be underestimated. Most of the remaining people were second-tier and first-tier warriors. The overall strength of this team was indeed formidable. Additionally, as a hunting team, these individuals had countless other warriors' blood on them, indicating strong combat experience. At that moment, the returning individuals steeled themselves and approached, reporting the events to Night Owl in detail. Night Owl's face instantly darkened upon hearing the report, and an astonishing murderous aura erupted from his body. That murderous aura spread like a tangible force, making the surrounding air feel cold and oppressive. The members of the Night Owl team all understood how severe the consequences of angering Night Owl could be, and they were instantly too frightened to breathe. The few who reported felt as if they were living through a year, silently cursing their bad luck for taking on such a... However, to everyone's surprise, Night Owl did not erupt on the spot. Instead, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The main task is urgent. Let's handle that matter first, and then we'll find that murderer to settle the score." The members of the Night Owl team let out a sigh of relief, while the reporting individuals felt as if they had received a great part in their bodies drenched in sweat. Not far away, Chu-Han, who had been secretly watching, grew even more curious about the main task they mentioned. He wondered what it could be that allowed Night Owl to temporarily set aside his hatred for his brother's murder. Soon the Night Owl team set off. Chu-Han decided to follow closely to investigate, carefully trailing behind the group. With his exquisite agility, he easily concealed his presence and remained undetected. The group moved forward until they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was quite spacious, towering over 10 meters high, with an entrance resembling the mouth of a giant beast, exuding an aura of danger. Chu-Han followed the group into the cave, which was dark and damp. Taking advantage of others' inattention, he blended into the team, walking at the back as they proceeded deeper into the cave. The further they went in, the dimmer the light became, and a faint metallic smell of blood wafted through the air. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The sound mixed with a trace of elemental force, and an overwhelming sense of rage echoed throughout the cave, causing many weaker warriors to turn pale, their legs trembling slightly. That sound is from a Blackman lion, and its level is definitely not low. Chu-Han was not affected by the roar, and quickly realized that the Night Owl team's goal was to hunt the Blackman lion. Moreover, judging by the commotion, it was clear that this Blackman lion was not ordinary. They had mobilized so many people and created such a big scene. It was likely a fourth-tier Blackman lion king. This is going to be a good show. Chu-Han was immediately intrigued. After continuing for a while, the group finally laid eyes on the true form of the Blackman lion. This Blackman lion was several times larger than the third-tier Blackman lion that Chu-Han had encountered before. Its black mane had been replaced with chunks of black scales, offering even stronger defense. Just one glance made him feel a violent and powerful aura hit him, causing him to catch his breath. It was indeed a fourth-tier Blackman lion king. Chu-Han was secretly astonished. The fourth-tier Blackman lion king was even more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder the Night Owl team was taking this so seriously. However, there was only one fourth-tier warrior Night Owl in their team, along with two third-tier warriors daring to hunt the fourth-tier Blackman lion king. Normally, they would have no chance of winning. He wondered what other methods Night Owl had prepared. The Blackman lion king emitted a series of low growls, causing some weaker individuals to start retreating, fear evident in their eyes. Don't be afraid, it just gave birth to cubs, and its strength has decreased significantly. Follow the plan. At that moment, Night Owl bellowed, stopping the fearful individuals from retreating. Indeed, as Night Owl said, the Blackman lion king merely stood there growling and did not immediately charge forward to tear these humans apart, clearly holding back. Chu-Han also noticed that its aura was somewhat unstable, indicating it was not at its peak condition. Night Owl exchanged glances with the other two third-tier warriors, and they began to take action. They simultaneously pulled out a black spherical object from their pockets, which crackled with electric light on the surface, emanating an aura of danger. As they pressed the button on the sphere, it instantly lit up with flickering electricity, crackling loudly, as if it contained endless lightning energy ready to explode at any moment. So this is their prepared method. It seems the show is about to begin. Chu-Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as he anticipated the impending clash. The battle was about to erupt. The three members of the Night Owl squad swung their arms and hurled the thunderballs towards the Blackman Lion King. Immediately, the thunderballs released a massive amount of electrical energy, illuminating the entire cave. Thick bolts of lightning surged like lightning serpents, intertwining and rapidly forming a gigantic lightning net completely enveloping the Blackman Lion King. Countless bolts of lightning struck the Blackman Lion King, causing it immense pain, and it let out a shrill howl. The Blackman Lion King struggled frantically, attempting to break free from the constraints of the electric net, but it was extraordinarily sturdy and could not be escaped. Chu-Han watched from the side, secretly amazed. These people were indeed well prepared, and even a fourth-tier Blackman Lion King would find it hard to cope with such methods. However, the Blackman Lion King did not sit idly by. It roared quickly, condensing a black energy sphere in its mouth. Following that, the black energy sphere shot out like a cannonball towards the electric net. With a loud bang, the black energy sphere collided violently with the electric net, resulting in a fierce. The powerful shockwave instantly destroyed the three thunderballs, causing the electric net covering the Blackman Lion King to vanish. However, the effect of the electric net still significantly impacted the Blackman Lion King, as its aura noticeably weakened. Additionally, it was left with the paralyzing effects of the electricity, rendering it unable to move for a time. Seizing this opportunity, Night Owl did not hesitate to strike. He swung his longsword rapidly, gathering vast amounts of lightning attribute energy onto the blade, transforming himself into a sharp bolt of electric light as he charged at the Blackman Lion King, shouting, "Thunderbolt thrust." This strike was exceedingly swift, and with Night Owl's inherent lightning attribute power and talent, the force of this attack was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the Blackman Lion King's neck, causing it to be paralyzed by the electricity once more. Unfortunately, Night Owl's strike was slightly off due to the Blackman Lion King's struggles, but it still inflicted considerable damage. Incredible! Night Owl's strength is truly terrifying. Chu-Han observed a serious expression appearing on his face. The other members of the Night Owl squad seized this opportunity, each unleashing their martial skills and attacking the Blackman Lion King, causing a flurry of various colored attacks to rain down upon it. Although these individuals were relatively weaker, the combined assault inflicted some damage on the Blackman Lion King, worsening its injuries. Enraged by the continuous attacks from the ants, the Blackman Lion King let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire cave violently. At the same time, a surge of black energy erupted from its body, and a wave of energy ripples swiftly swept outwards. Those Night Owl squad members who were close were instantly knocked away by this force. One of the closest second-tier warriors was struck so hard by the force that he bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. The others were also severely injured by the impact, collapsing on the ground and groaning in pain. Night Owl was also pushed back, a fierce look flashing in his eyes as he raised his longsword, once more gathering lightning attribute energy and charging at the Blackman Lion King. His sword struck fiercely against the Blackman Lion King's neck. Raging thunder slash. An endless surge of lightning energy erupted, leaving a charred, massive wound on the Blackman Lion King's neck, blood gushing out. This blow severely injured the Blackman Lion King. However, it also counterattacked simultaneously, its giant paw covered in black energy, striking fiercely at Night Owl. Night Owl could not dodge in time, and was hit by the blow. His energy armor instantly shattered, and he was sent flying back, crashing heavily into the cave wall. Cough. Night Owl spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. However, the energy armor had absorbed most of the damage, so his injuries were not too severe. This is the energy armor. After taking a furious hit from the Blackman Lion King, I only suffered this much damage. Fourth-tier warriors are indeed formidable. They are not easy to deal with. Chu-Han stared intently at Night Owl, secretly pondering a way to counter the energy armor. However, the battle in the arena was far from over. The aura of the Blackman Lion King surged violently, as if making a desperate counterattack before dying as it frantically charged at Night Owl. Immediately, a fierce battle unfolded between the man and the beast in the cave. Night Owl did not confront the Blackman Lion King head-on, but instead relied on the speed of his lightning attribute to continuously evade. Although the Blackman Lion King was furious, its attacks could not touch Night Owl's body. Instead, it was being continuously worn down by Night Owl, its injuries worsening and its aura steadily weakening. If this dragged on, the Blackman Lion King would undoubtedly be defeated. With a reluctant roar, it ceased its pursuit of Night Owl and opened its mouth to unleash a black energy beam. This was the Blackman Lion King's ultimate move, Black Flame Light. Night Owl was taken aback and hurriedly used his movement technique to evade. However, his subordinates were not so lucky. A third-tier warrior was directly pierced by the energy beam, and the other first- and second-tier warriors suffered heavy casualties. This move was the last resort of the Blackman Lion King, but it still failed to hit Night Owl and consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After the black energy beam disappeared, the Blackman Lion King's aura sharply declined, becoming difficult to maintain. Night Owl immediately launched a series of fierce attacks against it, and ultimately, the Blackman Lion King fell at Night Owl's feet, completely devoid of life. This intense battle finally came to an end. Although Night Owl successfully killed the Blackman Lion King, he also sustained considerable injuries, and his internal energy had been greatly depleted. The other members of the Night Owl squad suffered over half casualties, and those who survived were all injured to varying degrees. For this hunting team, it was a Pyrrhic victory. However, looking at the corpse of the Blackman Lion King, Night Owl revealed a greedy smile. Its cub is mine now. Ha ha. Chuhan, hiding to the side, suddenly realized. It turned out that Night Owl's true target was the cub of the Blackman Lion King. No wonder the Night Owl squad took such great risks to hunt the Blackman Lion King. It should be known that these newly born exotic beast cubs are worth extremely high, far exceeding the value of the Blackman Lion King's corpse materials. Whether sold for money or nurtured personally, they are incredibly rare treasures. Especially for those warriors with beast-taming talents, this level of exotic beast cub is even more precious, something that can only be encountered but not sought. The Blackman Lion cub is mine now. Chuhan felt a surge of joy, already attributing the spoils of the Night Owl squad to himself. His gaze towards Night Owl became as indifferent as looking at a corpse. Thus he no longer concealed his presence, and suddenly appeared before everyone. With a sudden swing of his Bloodshadow battle blade, a cold gleam flashed instantly, slaying the only remaining third-tier warrior in the Night Owl squad. Chuhan's sudden attack startled Night Owl and the others. The ability to instantly kill a third-tier warrior demonstrated the strength of this ambusher. Who are you? Night Owl's gaze instantly fell upon Chuhan, filled with shock and killing intent. Chuhan did not answer, merely looking at him with mockery. Night Owl suddenly realized something and gritted his teeth, saying, "So it's you. You killed my brother." Upon hearing this, the others instantly understood. Only the warrior who had killed Night Owl's brother would be most likely to find this place. Chuhan did not deny it. He stood there with an indifferent expression, coldly stating, "Yes, it's me." Today, Chuhan gazed at the Night Owl squad with burning eyes, for the heads of these men were worth a considerable fortune. The Night Owl himself, as a fourth-rank martial artist, commanded the highest bounty. Chuhan had no intention of letting them go. "You're courting death." The Night Owl roared in fury, his thunder tribute primal energy surging wildly as he channeled it all into the longsword in his hand. The entire blade was soon enveloped in crackling lightning. "You killed my brother, and now covet our squad. Today I'll tear you limb from limb." The Night Owl's voice dripped with venomous hatred as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Chuhan with breathtaking speed. This was the Night Owl's ultimate martial skill, Thunderbolt Thrust. He had used the very same technique to grievously wound the Blackman Lion King moments earlier. The terror of this move lay not only in the sword's ferocious sharpness, but also in the extreme velocity granted by the Thunder Tribute primal energy. Against a weaker opponent, it often achieved instant kills. An ordinary third-rank martial artist couldn't even discern his afterimage, let alone evade the strike. Even a fellow fourth-rank lacking speed-based abilities would struggle to avoid being hit. This was the Night Owl's greatest asset in his years of roaming the wastelands. In his eyes, Chuhan, who had killed a third rank by ambush, was at best a quasi fourth rank, utterly incapable of withstanding his full-powered blow. If he could pierce Chuhan's heart, this farce would end. As lightning flickered, Chuhan's vision blurred, and he instinctively shut his eyes. He had been lurking in the shadows, observing and analyzing the Night Owl's battle with the Blackman Lion King, and knew he couldn't dodge this strike. Yet his vigilance had not been in vain. He had discerned the attack's trajectory, characteristics, and weaknesses. When the Night Owl unleashed this move, he concentrated all his primal energy into his sword and legs for maximum speed, causing his primal energy armor to momentarily dissipate. That was his fatal flaw. A flicker of madness gleamed in Chuhan's eyes as he activated his stone skin defense, a pale gray luster instantly coating his body. Then he abruptly twisted to the side. Uffed! The lightning-wreathed longsword pierced through Chuhan's left shoulder in an instant. Savage electricity surged through his body, and the wound seared under the blistering current, causing excruciating pain. Yet this agony paled in comparison to what he endured while absorbing lion blood for cultivation. It could barely hinder his movements. Chuhan had already compressed all his strength into his right fist. As the Night Owl's sword ran him through, he slammed his fist with brutal force into the Night Owl's chest. Boom! A dull, thunderous impact echoed as the explosive force of his detonating fist detonated within the Night Owl's body. The Night Owl had no time to summon his primal energy armor. The violent power shattered his internal organs and pulverized every bone in his chest. Darkness claimed the Night Owl's vision as a wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat. A torrent of blood mingled with shredded organ fragments spewed from his mouth. His body flew backward, crashing heavily against the cave's rocky wall. Chu-Han, clutching his bleeding left shoulder, slowly straightened up. His stone-skin defense had mitigated some of the lightning damage, and his physical resilience rivaled that of a monstrous beast. Though his shoulder was pierced and his body scourged by lightning, his foundation remained intact. Compared to the Night Owl's state, his injuries were but minor wounds. His combat strategy had succeeded, and with remarkable results. The Night Owl was no longer capable of fighting him. Even more thrilling, in that razor-thin moment between life and death, he had gained a new epiphany regarding his footwork. His basic movement technique, once merely masterful, had now broken through to the pinnacle of perfection. Perfect mastery. My basic footwork has finally reached the apex. Ecstasy surged within Chu-Han's heart. If he were to face the Night Owl's thunderbolt thrust again, he was now fully confident he could evade it entirely. Meanwhile, the Night Owl struggled to rise, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Staring at Chu-Han, his eyes brimmed with incredulous terror as he roared in fury, "Impossible! How dare you fight like this, trading wounds for wounds?" He had never encountered such a reckless opponent. From the very start, he had underestimated Chu-Han's ruthlessness, decisiveness, and above all, his physical fortitude. But what shocked him most was that this young martial artist, who looked like a mere student, had dismantled his killing move in a single stroke. His technique indeed had a flaw, but it existed only in the fleeting moment his primal energy armor vanished. Chu-Han had seized that split-second window to deliver a fatal blow. What monstrous talent did that require? The Night Owl could not believe such a genius truly existed in this world. Finished. Despair crept into the Night Owl's heart. He knew his injuries were severe, his primal energy scattered. He was no match for Chu-Han. His eyes flickered with calculation, then he forced a fawning smile. "Friend, I failed to recognize your true prowess. Your strength is formidable. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Join my Night Owl squad as vice captain, and we'll split all resources 50-50. He'll even offer you the Blackman lion cub inside. What do you say?" At these words, the remaining squad members were left stunned. Their captain, known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, was actually suing for peace and offering such generous terms. It was clear he was truly cornered. Chu-Han sneered at the Night Owl's hypocritical expression. "Kill you and your resources are mine, the cub is mine. Why bother with the extra step?" A vicious glint flashed in the Night Owl's eyes as he mustered a surge of aura. "Don't get too cocky. I may be gravely wounded, but I can still fight. You haven't even reached the 4th rank, have you?" Chu-Han wasted no words, letting his actions speak for themselves. With a single step, his perfected basic footwork propelled him forward. His cat step technique now wove phantom afterimages, bringing him instantly before the Night Owl. The Night Owl's pupils contracted in shock. He hadn't expected Chu-Han's speed to have increased so dramatically. Frantically, he gathered the last dregs of his thunder tribute primal energy, raising his sword to counterattack. But a blade of light arced from Chu-Han's blood shadow warblade as he executed the Gale Blade art to its utmost limit, leaving nothing but a fleeting afterimage. Shing! The Night Owl's sword arm was severed in a single stroke. Ag! A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat as blood sprayed from the stump. Before the Night Owl could recover, Chu-Han's blade lashed out again. Schlick! Another flash of steel, and the Night Owl's head arced through the air. His headless body collapsed, utterly lifeless. The remaining squad members were petrified with terror. They spun around, bolting for the cave entrance. With the Night Owl dead, they stood no chance against Chu-Han. Chu-Han's eyes turned icy. He blurred into motion, chasing them down in a flicker of blade light, cutting them all down. Thus the Night Owl squad was completely annihilated. Chu-Han then collected the heads of the fallen squad members into his spatial ring, followed by a thorough scavenging. He gathered their weapons and the materials they carried, with the Night Owl's sword being the finest prize. To his greater delight, he discovered a spatial equipment on the Night Owl, a necklace. It seems the spoils of his years of plunder are all inside. Chu-Han stowed the spatial necklace away without examining it immediately. He also placed the corpse of the 4th rank Blackman Lion King into his ring. Only then, clutching his wounded left shoulder, did he make his way deeper into the cave. There a priceless Blackman lion cub awaited him. Chu-Han clutched his injured left shoulder, taking careful steps deeper into the cave. Finally, at the very back of the cavern, he saw a small figure. It was a tiny black beast no larger than a palm, covered in fluffy soft black fur, curled up among the rubble, soundly asleep, completely unaware of the human's approach. This is it. Chu-Han's heart leaped with joy as he slowly crouched down. He could distinctly sense the faint aura of a first-tier exotic beast emanating from the Blackman lion cub, yet this aura was very loose and did not represent true combat power. Having just been born, it possessed great potential, but could not even protect itself. Even an ordinary person could carry it away. This Blackman lion cub is barely 2 or 3 days old and hasn't fully learned to open its eyes yet. Normally, a newborn Blackman lion cub would be protected by its mother until it was a month old before it came into contact with the outside world. But now that the Blackman Lion King is dead, if it were left here, it would definitely not survive 5 days. It would be better to take it away and sell it. It would surely fetch a good price. If he found a knowledgeable buyer, they would certainly take good care of this cub, and it would thrive. Shu-Han reached out and grabbed the soft flesh of the Blackman lion cub's neck, lifting it into his arms. The little creature nestled against Shu-Han's chest, feeling a warmth that not only did not wake it, but it continued to sleep soundly, seemingly enjoying itself. Shu-Han shook his head with a smile, thinking how unaware it was of being sold. "Don't worry, I will definitely find you a buyer who will cherish you," Shu-Han said with a smile before sitting cross-legged on the ground. He still had injuries and planned to heal and recover a bit before returning to the cave. Thus, he began practicing the second level of the 9 layers body refinement technique, as these postures would aid in his recovery. His body had already been strengthened multiple times with secret blood elixirs, giving him physical strength and recovery abilities far beyond that of an ordinary person. After practicing the 9 layers body refinement technique for 2 hours, most of his wounds had healed, the burning pain had vanished, and even his own aura had returned to normal. If he had healing pills, he could recover even faster. However, at this moment his injuries were no longer an issue, and he wasn't in a hurry to fully recover. "Let's check out the Night Owl stash first," Shu-Han thought to himself as he took out the spatial necklace he had retrieved from the Night Owl. Then he injected his spiritual energy into it, and instantly sensed the space within. It had a volume of about 10 cubic meters, much smaller than his own 1,000 cubic meter spatial ring. By the classification of spatial equipment, this should be in a grade spatial item. However, even in a grade spatial item was worth millions of federal coins, a price that Shu-Han could not afford at the moment. As he scanned through the items in the space, his eyes lit up. "I didn't expect this Night Owl to have so many good things." He immediately spotted 40 lower-tier energy stones, a federal bank card, and several manuals on martial arts techniques. There were also various pills and some weapons and materials collected by the Night Owl, each worth a considerable sum. One had to admit that the Night Owl team had indeed amassed a significant fortune over the years. Among them, the federal bank card was an anonymous account. As long as one had the card, they could withdraw money without needing a password. The federal bank recognizes the card, not the person. I wonder how much is in there. Shu-Han felt tempted, unable to resist checking the balance at the bank. Next, Shu-Han's gaze fell on the martial arts manuals. The one on top had a deep purple leather cover with the words Thunder Element Art written in golden letters. It's actually a thunder attribute cultivation method. Shu-Han was overjoyed, quickly flipping it open to find that this was the technique the Night Owl had practiced. It was classified as of grade skill, quite rare. Below the Thunder Element Art was a martial skill, namely Lightning Stab, which was also a grade martial art. Following that was a grade martial skill, Thunder Slash, and a grade movement technique, Thunder Motion. With this set of techniques and martial skills, it would almost allow a martial artist to establish their own cultivation system. The Night Owl is truly remarkable. Finally, Shu-Han looked at several porcelain vials containing pills. The most numerous were blood chi pills and vitality pills, both of which are auxiliary pills for martial artists. There were also detoxification pills, healing pills, bone restoration pills, energy recovery pills, and raw meat pills, among the other various pills. Having roughly counted all the items in the space, Shu-Han estimated their value to be at least several million federal coins, not including the spatial necklace. If he added the materials from the Blackman Lion King and the Blackman Lion Cub, the value would be incalculable. One thing was for sure, his gains this time were immense, truly a windfall. He immediately took out several raw meat pills and consumed them, continuing his practice. Soon the remaining injuries were fully healed, showcasing the benefits of healing pills. Once his injuries were completely healed, Shu-Han set off back the way he came, carrying the Blackman Lion Cub. He returned to the cave where he and Zhao Feiyu had been training just as night fell. The giant rock at the cave entrance remained intact, and the surrounding weeds and bushes showed no signs of disturbance, indicating that this place had not been disrupted. Zhao Feiyu should still be in training. He reached out to move the boulder and stepped into the cave, where a powerful aura immediately enveloped him. This guy actually managed to break through to become a second-tier martial artist. Shu-Han's heart soared with joy at Zhao Feiyu's progress. With this, his mission this time could be considered a complete success. He could not wait to return to sell the materials and equipment he had, as well as to redeem the rewards for the Night Owl team's members. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Feiyu finally awakened from his training. "Ha ha ha, I made it. Now I want to see who in the family dares to look down on me." Zhao Feiyu was so excited he couldn't contain himself, constantly admiring his newfound strength, feeling quite pleased. "Ha ha ha, good, the gap in our strength has significantly narrowed this time, unless you've really absorbed those lion blood elixirs," Zhao Feiyu said excitedly while glancing at the lion blood elixirs that Shu-Han had. Upon seeing the empty vial of elixir with only a little left, he was immediately struck with shock. After surveying Chu Han's body, he began to doubt life itself. You actually absorbed the energy from the lion blood elixir. I won't compete with you anymore. Zhao Feiyu was greatly impacted, finding that even his own strength after the breakthrough felt insignificant. I was just lucky to have succeeded in the absorption. Chu Han replied with a smile. Zhao Feiyu, not wanting to discuss the topic any further, asked, by the way, Han Ge, how long did I train? 2 days. You too? I trained for 1 day. Zhao Feiyu was instantly struck again, realizing that Chu Han had even absorbed the lion blood elixirs faster than him. At this moment, the little beast in Chu Han's backpack groggily woke up, poking its little head out from the bag, its eyes half open, yet brimming with spirit. Han Ge, what is this? Is it an exotic beast cub? Zhao Feiyu, curious about the little beast, immediately. Chu Han turned to look and smiled, saying, this is a Blackman lion cub that I obtained outside today. Is this a Blackman lion cub? Zhao Feiyu's voice suddenly rose 2 octaves, his face filled with shock. How did you get it? Its mother was a 4th-tier Blackman lion king which was killed by the Night Owl squad, so I brought it back. Chu, what about the Night Owl squad? Zhao Feiyu asked in surprise. In Chu Han's simple sentence, there seemed to be many things he didn't know. The Night Owl and the Blackman lion king were both severely injured, and I killed them, Chu Han said with a smile. Zhao Feiyu couldn't believe that things were as simple as Chu Han described. During his cultivation time, Chu Han had accomplished such a great feat. However, he didn't pursue the matter further and reached out to take the cub from Chu Han's backpack, placing it in his arms for a closer look. Oh, it really is a Blackman lion cub, and its bloodline seems to have mutated. Zhao Feiyu exclaimed, immediately holding his breath as a faint purple glow appeared in his eyes. This was a special ability of his lion bloodline, allowing him to sense the purity and potential of the bloodlines of similar beasts. He probed a trace of fine spiritual power into the cub's body through his fingertips and said after a moment, I can be certain that this cub's bloodline has mutated. Look at the fur around its neck. There are faint dark golden patterns. This isn't a characteristic of a Blackman lion. Chu Han leaned closer and indeed found a few almost invisible dark golden hairs beneath the cub's pitch-black fur. Will a mutated Blackman lion be stronger? Chu Han asked. Of course, this cub has high potential and is very likely to grow into a 5th-tier exotic beast. If nurtured properly, it could even become a 6th-tier. Chu Han's eyes brightened at the words. Then its value should be even higher, right? That goes without saying, Zhao Feiyu asked again. Brother Han, are you planning to sell it? Chu Han nodded. I can't afford to raise such an exotic beast, and I also lack the talent for beast taming. I plan to sell it to a knowledgeable buyer who at least won't mistreat it and will take good care of it. Your talent is related to lion-type exotic beasts. Do you know any potential buyers? Well, my family often uses lion-type exotic beast materials for cultivation, such as lion's blood and lion bones, but no one has ever bought a cub. However, I can help you keep an eye out for interested buyers, and I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Alright, I'll wait for your news then. Chu Han wasn't in a hurry to sell, he just needed to take care of this little guy first. The two of them made a fire at the cave entrance, and took out some food from their spatial storage. At this moment, the Blackman lion cub seemed to smell the aroma, and struggled to look over. It continuously waved its claws, making sounds like "meow-meow." This little guy must be hungry, Chu Han said, holding the cub in his hands. He looked at the dried meat on the ground, took a piece, and fed it to the cub. The cub used its claws to bring the dried meat to its mouth, chewing vigorously, but it was quite laborious. Being newly born, its teeth had not yet developed well, and it should still be nursing. Seeing this, Zhao Feiyu smiled, and took out a bottle from his spatial bracelet labeled Energy Nutritional Liquid. Let it drink this. He opened the cap, and poured the milky white nutritional liquid into a food container, bringing it to the cub's mouth. The cub sniffed it and immediately leaned in its little tongue, quickly licking, almost burying its entire head in the nutritional liquid. Looks like I need to buy some nutritional liquid to feed it later, Chu Han said with a smile. After feeding the cub, the two also had some food. Afterward, Chu Han placed the cub in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. The next morning, Chu Han got up first, while Zhao Feiyu and the Blackman lion cub were still sound asleep. He entered the lottery space to conduct today's draw. The colorful wheel spun rapidly before finally stopping. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 talent upgrade card. Talent upgrade card can upgrade talent to a grade. A talent upgrade card. Chu Han's heart raced. This was a good item. It could forcibly upgrade his talent to a grade, which would be a leap for his current E-grade talent. He suppressed the urge to use it immediately and left the card in the lottery space. Zhao Feiyu was still there, making it inconvenient to use directly. At this moment, Zhao Feiyu also woke up, rubbing his eyes and asking, Brother Han, you're up so early. When are we setting off? We'll leave after breakfast, first back to the supply base in the wild. Chu Han replied. The two of them ate some food, fed the cub some nutritional supplements, and then set out on their way back to the base. 4 hours later, the two finally returned to the base. Brother Han, I'm heading back first. I'll inform you as soon as I have news about buyers. Zhao Feiyu was anxious to return to the city, so he parted ways with Chu Han. Chu Han still had some items to sell, so he went directly to the trading center and contacted Du Kuan. Upon hearing that Chu Han had come, Du Kuan hurriedly came out to welcome him full of enthusiasm. Mr. Chu, I wonder what good items you have brought this time. Manager, I brought some items over this time, and would like to trouble you to help appraise them, but it seems a bit inconvenient here, Chu Han said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Du Kuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly invited, "Come, let's go to the trading room to talk." Chu Han and Du Kuan arrived at the trading room from last time. Without further ado, he took out the carcasses of the arrow-tailed lions and the black-maned lions from his spatial ring and placed them on the floor. These are the carcasses of the arrow-tailed lions, and they are all entire, nearly complete. Du Kuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of several arrow-tailed lion carcasses. But immediately afterward, a 3-retire black-maned lion carcass was brought out. This is a black-maned lion, a 3-retire exotic beast. Du Kuan could not remain calm. Chu Han's ability to kill first and 2 entire arrow-tailed lions was within his expectations, but this 3-retire black-maned lion far exceeded his expectations. And there's more. Chu Han's voice came again as Du Kuan saw an even larger black-maned lion carcass. This is actually a 4th-tire black-maned lion king. This is simply unbelievable. Just like the last time he received Chu Han, the shock brought by what Chu Han brought this time was no less than before. Had only a few days passed, had Chu Han's strength increased to this extent, Du Kuan could hardly imagine. He had seen many super geniuses, but compared to Chu Han they all fell short. And there's more. Chu Han's voice came again. He then took out some exotic beast materials, some of which Chu Han did not even recognize. And the weapons and equipment obtained from the Night Owl squad: long knives, sharp arrows, long spears, hammers, daggers, armor, and various equipment, with the most valuable being the sword from the Night Owl. As for the A-grade spatial necklace, Chu Han kept it for himself. He also did not sell several cultivation techniques. Mr. Chu is truly generous. Du Kuan calmed down his excitement and began to count these materials and equipment. The carcass of a 1-stire arrow-tailed lion is worth 5,000 federal coins. The carcass of a 2-entire arrow-tailed lion is worth 1,000 federal coins. The carcass of a 3-retire black-maned lion is worth 8,000 federal coins. The carcass of a 4th-tire black-maned lion king is worth 6,000 federal coins. The combined value of the weapons and equipment is 3,000 federal coins. Among them, the sword from the Night Owl is a lightning attribute weapon, the most expensive, worth over 2 million. However, what surprised Chu Han was that the materials from the 3-retire black-maned lion carcass were only worth 8,000, far less than the 2-entire scarlet-scaled python from last time. The price of the 4th-tire black-maned lion king was also only 3 million more than the scarlet-scaled python. According to Du Kuan, the scarlet-scaled python was massive and the materials on it were more plentiful, hence it was more expensive. This 4th-tire black-maned lion king's price reached 6 million solely because it had developed scales. Mr. Chu, these items total 10.4 million Federation dollars, Du Kuan said with a smile. Chu Han nodded, indicating no issue. The materials and weapons alone sold for 10 million. The most expensive techniques, spatial equipment, and the young beast had yet to be sold, yet Chu Han was already quite satisfied. Let's proceed with the transaction. Alright. Soon the transaction went through, and Chu Han instantly became a man worth tens of millions. By the way, manager, do I have an anonymous Federation bank card here? Could you use the bank system to check how much is? Chu Han thought of Night Owl's bank card, his heart filled with renewed anticipation. Sure, I'll handle it right away. Du Kuan took the card from Chu Han and began to operate the system. After a short while, Du Kuan said, Mr. Chu, there are 30 million Federation dollars on this card. Night Owl had quite a fortune. Chu Han mused to himself. Then he said to Du Kuan, please transfer all the money here into my bank account. No problem. Du Kuan, with strong professional ethics, asked no questions about the card's origin and directly transferred the funds into Chu Han's name. Thus, Chu Han's net worth skyrocketed to 40 million. Mr. Chu, if you have any other concerns, feel free to ask, or would you like to purchase anything? Du Kuan's enthusiasm for service remained undiminished. Give me 100 bottles of energy nutrient solution, Chu Han said, thinking of the black-maned lion cub and buying some of its food. Now it consumed 2 bottles of nutrient solution daily, and as it grew its appetite would increase, so Chu Han stocked up. He naturally hoped to find a buyer soon, lest raising this little creature cost him a fortune. These 100 bottles of nutrient solution cost 2,000 Federation dollars, at 2,000 per bottle. Soon Du Kuan had someone bring a case filled with the nutrient solutions. There was no discount this time, but they gave an extra 20 bottles, which Chu Han gladly accepted. Mr. Chu, if you come across any more treasures, don't forget about me. Du Kuan warmly escorted Chu Han out of the trading center. After leaving Chu Han did not return to the military, but went directly to the Martial Artist Association in Jiangxing to redeem the bounty. The hall of the Jiangxing Martial Artist Association was lavishly decorated and martial artists came and went in an endless stream. Chu Han walked in clad in a simple black tactical uniform, a tactical backpack, slung over his shoulder containing the black-maned lion cub. If not for the blood-soaked sack he carried, he would have looked no different from an ordinary high school senior, utterly unremarkable. "Sir, how may I assist you?" the front desk attendant asked warmly, not dismissing him due to his youth. "Hello, I'm here to redeem a bounty." Chu Han's voice was calm, but it caught the receptionist off guard. "Redeem? Which bounty would you like to redeem?" In her experience, those who completed bounty missions were mostly battle-hardened adult martial artists. This youth seemed hardly capable of hunting down a bounty target. "The bounty for the entire Night Owl squad." As soon as Chu Han spoke, the receptionist's mouth dropped open in shock. Her eyes widened and her voice trembled. "What did you say?" "The Night Owl squad. The one led by a Tier 4 martial artist." "If there's no other Night Owl squad, then yes." Chu Han smiled. "Please wait a moment." Seeing Chu Han nod, the receptionist panicked. This was beyond her authority. She quickly pressed the communicator on the desk, her voice urgent. "Director Ling. Director Ling. Emergency at the front desk. Someone says they want to redeem the full bounty for the Night Owl squad." Her loud voice drew the attention of other martial artists. "The Night Owl squad's bounty. Which big shot is it?" But they saw only a young man who hadn't even graduated, prompting a wave of jeers. "Ha ha ha, is this kid crazy? Saying such nonsense. If he could kill the Night Owl squad, then I'd be a grandmaster. Haven't heard a joke like this in a while. Let's see how he gets out of this. Director Ling won't tolerate any nonsense. Is his sack full of pig heads from the market?" Instantly, all the martial artists, including the association staff, watched Chu Han as if he were a spectacle. Before long, a middle-aged man in a black uniform approached, his aura robust. This was Director Ling, in charge of bounty affairs. Behind him followed a young man in a blue suit, his expression arrogant. Supervisor Lee, who assisted with bounty matters. Director Ling's aura is stronger than Night Owl's. He should also be a Tier 4 martial artist. The other is only Tier 2. With a single glance, Chu Han assessed both men's strength. The receptionist pointed at Chu Han, and Director Ling's gaze fell upon him, his brow furrowing. He walked up to Chu Han, frowned slightly, and asked sternly, "Are you the one redeeming the Night Owl squad's bounty?" "Yes," Chu Han said flatly. Before Director Ling could speak, Supervisor Lee stepped forward, eyeing Chu Han up and down, and sneered derisively. "Kid, do you know what level the Night Owl squad is? A Tier 4 martial artist leads them, plus 3 Tier 3s and over 10 Tier 2s. You're barely weaned, and you dare come here to boast. I think you're desperate for money." In the face of Supervisor Lee's mockery, Chu Han simply looked at Director Ling and said calmly, "You'll understand once you see it." With that, he opened the sack and tipped it over. A thick stench of blood flooded the hall. Over 20 bloodied heads rolled across the floor, gruesome beyond measure. Instantly, some non-martial artist front desk staff and low-level martial artists who had never killed turned pale at the sight. Some even vomited on the spot. Several heads rolled to Supervisor Lee's feet, making him yelp and stumble backward, his face pale, his heart pounding, nearly colliding with those behind him. Though a martial artist, he was used to office work and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. The wide-eyed stares of the heads churned his stomach. Director Ling, however, remained composed. He stepped forward, carefully examined the features of the heads, and precisely picked up Night Owl's. "It's indeed Night Owl himself. That bastard is finally dead." A flicker of relief crossed Director Ling's face. A brother he had fought alongside had fallen to Night Owl's squad, and he had never had the chance for revenge. Now Chu Han's arrival brought him good news. Director Ling's gaze toward Chu Han now held more admiration and shock. Night Owl, a predator who had terrorized the wilderness for over a decade and made countless martial artists tremble, had truly been killed by this young man before him. Chu Han bore no trace of a Tier 4 martial artist's aura, yet he had slain a Tier 4 Night Owl. What a prodigy this was. Director Ling steadied his emotions, suppressing the turmoil within, and said to Chu Han, "Young brother, the bounty on Night Owl is 5 million Federation dollars. His 3 Tier 3 subordinates are 5,000 each, and the remaining members total 5,000, summing to 7 million. He'll arrange the transfer immediately. A smile curled at the corner of Chu Han's mouth. He hadn't expected the Night Owl squad's bounty to be so high. 7 million was a considerable sum for him. With Director Ling's confirmation, the martial artists in the hall erupted in disbelief. He really killed the Night Owl squad. Unbelievable. How did he do it? This young man is no ordinary fellow. He's definitely a super genius from some major family. Incredible. I almost crossed him. Chu Han instantly became the center of attention at the Martial Artist Association, the subject of everyone's discussion. By the way, young brother, what is your name? What is your cultivation level? I can't sense any yuan power fluctuation from you. At this point, Director Ling took the initiative to inquire about Chu Han. "Am not yet a martial artist," Chu Han replied bluntly. "Am a senior at Jiangxing now. One high school scheduled to take the martial artist certification the day after tomorrow. Not yet a martial artist." Director Ling was truly stunned this time. A quasi-martial artist unable to control Yuan power, yet capable of killing a Tier 4 martial artist. This was unheard of. Director Ling struggled to calm himself, already thinking about reporting Chu Han's situation to the higher-ups. Such a genius must be recognized early. He personally handled the transfer procedures for Chu Han. Once the 7 million was credited, Chu Han left the Martial Artist Association. After Chu Han departed, Director Ling immediately picked up the communicator and dialed a number. "Vice President, I have something to report. The Night Owl squad has been completely annihilated. The killer is a high school senior who hasn't even undergone martial artist certification. His name is Chu Han." Chu Han was still unaware that his information had reached the upper echelons of the Warriors Association. After leaving the association, he headed straight home. His parents were very happy to see him back, with his mother constantly asking about his well-being and checking his injuries. Fortunately, the penetrating wound on Chu Han's shoulder had fully healed, and his parents noticed no issues, which relieved them. "Dad, Mom, you should go see some houses in the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow, I will officially become a warrior, and we can move into the warrior community," Chu Han confidently told his parents. With his current financial situation, there was no need to live in an apartment anymore. The beautifully decorated houses in the warrior community were his preferred choice. "My son has really made it. Your mother and I will go look tomorrow." Chu Zhang was inspired by Chu Han and felt very excited. Zhang Milan rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "Why are you getting so excited? Xiao Han has just earned some money. He should invest it in cultivation resources rather than worrying about houses." Right, let's listen to your mother." Chu Zhang came to his senses and agreed with his wife. Chu Han smiled and showed his parents his account balance. "Look, even if I buy a house, I still have money for cultivation. 10 million. Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan were astonished as they counted the numbers in Chu Han's account. A total of 47.2 million. Both of them were dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Zhan had once been a Tier 3 warrior, but had never earned such an amount, let alone Zhang Milan. After a round of persuasion from Chu Han, his parents finally agreed to go house hunting the next day. At this moment, it was already close to evening, and Zhang Milan began preparing dinner. Taking advantage of this time, Chu Han went to the abandoned park downstairs. He still had one thing to do, which was to upgrade his talent. He found a secluded spot and took out the talent upgrade card. He immediately chose to use it. The card instantly transformed into a stream of golden light that drilled into his forehead. Chu Han felt a warmth in his brow as the golden light entered his mind. In the next moment, Chu Han lost consciousness and collapsed. His awareness entered a chaotic state, yet he discovered he could see the changes happening within his body. At this moment, every one of his cells was undergoing evolution, and he even saw his genes being rewritten, reorganized, and arranged, a mysterious sensation rising within him. After an unknown period, Chu Han's consciousness returned to himself. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the ground, feeling a new strength coursing through his body, with all his attributes significantly enhanced. Is this the feeling after talent evolution? Chu Han thought, and activated his talent. In the next second, he felt a scorching warm current beneath his skin, followed by black crystals slowly seeping out from under his arms, skin instantly covering his entire body and forming a tight suit of armor. Dark red patterns flowed within the armor like magma, emitting astonishing heat, even distorting the surrounding air. At the same time, Chu Han felt an explosive increase in his internal power. Lava crystal armor. That's the name of my new talent. After activating his talent, all the information about this new talent appeared in his mind. Lava crystal armor and a grade talent. Upon activation, the body is covered by a layer of lava crystals, forming a hard and high temperature. The armor has fire attribute elemental energy flowing within it, greatly immunizing against fire attribute damage, while enhancing the body's strength and allowing attacks using the fire attribute elemental energy within the armor. Compared to the stone skin talent, it not only increases defense, but also further enhances strength, while gaining dual effects of fire attribute immunity and attack. No wonder it's in a grade talent, it's incredibly powerful. Chu Han felt ecstatic, unable to suppress his excitement. He took out the Blood Shadow Warblade and slashed at his arm. Clang! With a crisp sound, the crystal armor only left a shallow scratch, while the body inside the armor felt a slight vibration. Such terrifying defense. Even a Tier 3 warrior would find it hard to harm me. He then tried to channel the fire attribute elemental energy within the armor, concentrating it on his right fist. The armor on his fist instantly lit up with dark red light, the temperature suddenly rising as flames erupted. Indeed, I can use fire attribute elemental energy. This is the power of the talent. Although I have not practiced any techniques, I can still wield the power of the fire attribute at this moment. This is quite a decent talent, and I really like it. Chu Han's lips curled into a smile, and a powerful sense of confidence surged within him. Now his greatest shortcoming had been addressed. There's still one day left for cultivation, and I will definitely succeed in the warrior assessment the day after tomorrow. At this moment it had already turned dark, and upgrading his talent had taken at least 2 hours. He immediately returned home to avoid making his parents worry. At the Zhao family in the study, Zhao Tianlong stared at the information on the virtual screen, a hint of shock flashing across his face. This Chu Han is indeed extraordinary. Even the Night Owl squad was eradicated by him. Zhao Tianlong was the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association, a Tier 6 advanced martial artist with formidable strength. Today he received news from the vice president regarding a young genius. A senior high school student named Chu Han surprisingly brought back the heads of all members of the Night Owl squad, showing extraordinary strength and being a key observation target for Jiangxing. The most peculiar thing was that Chu Han was still a quasi warrior with very weak elemental energy fluctuations, clearly not having mastered the method of using elemental energy. Yet his physique was comparable to that of a mythical beast with blood and energy surging within him like the tides of a great river. He can absorb the savage lion pill, a genius in body refinement. And he hasn't even awakened his talent yet. Zhao Tianlong shook his head, feeling a bit of a headache. In the past, he wouldn't have believed that such attributes could converge in one person. It was simply a miracle. I've never encountered a little guy I couldn't see through before. He must be hiding some kind of secret, Zhao Tianlong said with a smile. Sir, the young master returned this afternoon. If you want to know about Chu Han, why not ask him? An old man with white hair said beside him. Oh, Fei Yu is back. I was so busy that I forgot. Zhao Tianlong smiled and said, let's go see how much progress he has made this time. In the living room of the Zhao family villa, Zhao Feiyu was lounging on the sofa, boasting to the figure on the enormous virtual screen. Sister, you didn't see it. At that time 3 arrow-tailed lions surrounded me, and in a fit of rage, I unleashed the bloodline of the savage lion. The purple elemental energy directly broke open their encirclement, and with one punch, I smashed the skull of the strongest one. Zhao Feiyu gestured animatedly, spitting out saliva, and that Tier 2 arrow-tailed lion had a tail like a javelin. I directly used my spear to flick its tail away and then thrust. The screen displayed the image of a girl in a white martial arts outfit, Zhao Feiyu's sister Zhao Feifei, a Tier 4 warrior and student at Jingwu University. At this moment, Zhao Feifei helplessly rubbed her forehead. She was a year older than Zhao Feiyu and had inscribed golden savage lion bloodline talent. At Jingwu University, she was among the top tier and could see through the exaggeration in her brother's words. He suddenly stood up, and the purple elemental energy around him surged dramatically, glowing several times. Zhao Feiyu's face flushed from being called out, but he still insisted, that doesn't matter. Just look at my blood. He suddenly stood up, and the purple elemental energy around him surged dramatically, glowing several times brighter than before, even revealing a hint of black. The Mad Lion bloodline could be upgraded, so Zhao Feiyu was confident that he could elevate his talent to the black bloodline. However, reaching the same golden bloodline as his sister would require nothing short of a miracle, otherwise it was utterly unattainable. In the centuries of his family's history, only one person had successfully ascended to the golden bloodline, all others were born with it. Thus Zhao Feiyu was already immensely proud of his current achievement. A flicker of delight passed through Zhao Feifei's eyes. You've indeed made remarkable progress. With the purple limit bloodline and the strength of a second-tier martial artist, you're a shoo-in for the martial arts exam at the end of next month. Barring any accidents, you'll definitely get into Jingwu University. Zhao Feiyu wore a smug expression. This time grandfather shouldn't use me as a cautionary example at the family council. Don't talk nonsense. Grandfather has high hopes for you. Zhao Feifei quickly interjected. Just then the wooden door to the upstairs study creaked open, and Zhao Tianlong emerged. Catching sight of Zhao Feiyu's boisterous behavior, he furrowed his brow and spoke with a hint of sternness. How old are you now? Still acting like a child. Zhao Feiyu immediately stiffened like a rooster with its neck pinched. He restrained himself, but couldn't help muttering under his breath, I was just sharing my training results with Sis. Zhao Tianlong ignored his excuses, his gaze falling upon him, and his pupils contracted. The earlier displeasure instantly dissipated, replaced by barely concealed delight. You've broken through to the second tier, and your bloodline purity has reached the purple limit. He could clearly sense that not only had his sons Yuanli reached the second tier, but the Mad Lion bloodline was also approaching the purple limit, a full year earlier than he had anticipated. Of course, Zhao Feiyu's spirits soared again. Just as he was about to boast further, his father shifted the topic. Chu Han helped you quite a bit, didn't he? The smile on Zhao Feiyu's face froze. His eyes instantly turned wary, and he spoke with extreme displeasure. Dad, did you have someone tail me? I told you I can take care of myself. Zhao Tianlong sat down on the sofa and said calmly, I didn't have anyone follow you. It was when Chu Han went to the Martial Artist Association to redeem the bounty for the Night Owl Squad that I found out you two had gone to the wilderness together. Although he had learned of this information before Zhao Feiyu went to the wild, he had no intention of revealing it to his son. What's wrong with Chu Han? Why are you investigating him? Zhao Feiyu demanded anxiously. He's fine. It's just that he wiped out the entire Night Owl Squad, which caused quite a stir. The higher-ups in the association are very interested in him and want to groom him as a key talent in Jiangxing City, but they don't know much about his background yet. Zhao Feifei, appearing on the screen, exclaimed in surprise, wiped out the entire Night Owl Squad. Who is this Chu Han to have all of you so invested? Sis, you have no idea? Brother Han is incredible. Seeing his sister's interest, Zhao Feiyu became animated. His potential value is even higher than yours. He just hasn't awakened his talent yet. He used to attend No. 3 high school, where he was treated unfairly. He quit the school outright, and even dueled a teacher, knocking him out with a single punch. Oh, his potential value actually surpasses mine. Zhao Feifei suddenly became more intrigued by Chu Han. And there's even more impressive stuff. Zhao Feiyu continued to recount Chu Han's deeds, embellishing them as he went. He killed a third-tier Blackman lion without a scratch, and without the Mad Lion bloodline, or having cultivated the Mad Lion art. He forcibly absorbed the lion blood potion and succeeded in his cultivation. And Night Owl, that guy was a fourth-tier martial artist. Brother Han first watched from the sidelines as the Night Owl Squad and the Blackman Lion King fought to the death, then appeared to kill Night Owl and brought back the corpse of that fourth-tier Blackman Lion King. Zhao Feiyu gesticulated wildly, his eyes brimming with admiration, as if he himself had accomplished those feats. The living room fell silent, with only Zhao Feiyu's voice echoing. Zhao Tianlong's hand holding the teacup froze midair. His expression shifted from initial calm to growing gravity and finally to shock. To absorb the lion blood potion without a bloodline, to kill a third-tier beast without injury, and to slay a fourth-tier night owl. This wasn't just talent, it was sheer monstrousness. Zhao Feifei on the screen was equally stunned. Absorbing the lion blood potion without a bloodline. His physical strength and willpower are simply inhuman. Dad, this Chu Han deserves our utmost attention. Zhao Tianlong set down his teacup and nodded, looking at Zhao Feiyu with a newfound sense of approval. It's a good thing you've befriended Chu Han. He is indeed a rare genius. The association will take good care of him. That's great. Zhao Feiyu beamed. Then Zhao Tianlong's tone turned somewhat serious. Feiyu, you're now a second-tier martial artist with a purple limit bloodline, which is indeed impressive. But you mustn't become complacent. You should learn more from Chu Han. That I know. But don't compare me to Chu Han. I realized in the wild that he's an absolute freak, and he'll never catch up to him. Zhao Feiyu said with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianlong chuckled at this. Besides Chu Han, there are other talents in Jiangxing City, and beyond it many geniuses who are no less remarkable than him. You'll see them tomorrow. Who? Zhao Feiyu asked curiously. Your cousin Lin Baiwei. She awakened her talent this year as well. Lin Baiwei. His cousin coming to Jiangxing tomorrow. Zhao Feiyu was taken aback. His cousin was half a year younger than him, and was indeed taking the college entrance exam this year. What talent did she awaken? Is it even stronger than my purple limit Mad Lion bloodline? Zhao Tianlong enunciated each word. Strength talent, lord of 10,000 beasts. Strength. Zhao Feiyu's eyes bulged and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist. And strength talent. In Jiangxing City, for instance, only Zhao Feifei had produced in strength martial artist in decades. And that was only because their father held a post here, so she attended school in this city. In reality, the Zhao family was a super clan with its headquarters in the capital. Even Jingwu University admitted only a limited number of strength students each year. Zhao Feiyu suddenly felt a sense of disparity, his earlier pride vanishing. Strength. That's indeed far stronger than me. On the virtual screen beside them, Zhao Feifei was equally astonished. And strength, beast taming talent. That's a rare type, even rarer than my golden Mad Lion bloodline. Baiwei has been keeping this hidden well. I had no idea, even in the capital. Beast taming talent. Right? Lord of 10,000 beasts. It is indeed a beast taming talent. At that moment, Zhao Feiyu suddenly burst into joyful laughter. Excellent. It's a beast taming talent. Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Feifei both frowned at him. Zhao Tianlong asked, what are you laughing at? Isn't strength talent really that gratifying? Zhao Feiyu stopped laughing and put on an air of mystery. You'll see when Baiwei arrives tomorrow. It's going to be a huge surprise. He deliberately kept some suspense while inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. He had been worrying about how to help Chu Han find a buyer for the Blackman Lion cub, and now the buyer had practically come to him. His cousin Lin Baiwei's strength, beast taming talent was practically tailor-made for this cub. Not only would the cub find a good master, but Chu Han could also sell it at a good price. He would have done a great favor, and the thought made him happy. Maybe his cousin would even thank him. Seeing that his son was unwilling to explain, Zhao Tianlong didn't press further, but instructed, a very important person will be coming with Baiwei tomorrow. You need to be more composed and not so frivolous. Got it, Zhao Feiyu acknowledged. Just then Zhao Feifei said discontentedly, "You're getting too big for your britches, aren't you? Keeping secrets from me." Seeing his sister's anger, Zhao Feiyu quickly said, "Sis'll tell you quietly later. Just don't tell anyone. That's more like it. I still have training to do." They'll hang up now. After the call ended, Zhao Feiyu immediately sent a message to Chu Han. "Brother Han, I've found a lead on a buyer for the cub. It's going to be a huge surprise. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Suddenly receiving a message while lying in bed, Chu Han opened his communicator to find it was from Zhao Feiyu. Upon opening the message, Chu Han was immediately filled with joy. The buyer has news. Zhao Feiyu is indeed reliable this time. Chu Han couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation as he glanced at the small beast sleeping on his blanket, a smile spreading across his face. "Little one, your future is looking promising." After chatting a bit more with Zhao Feiyu, they agreed to proceed with the transaction after the martial artist certification, which would be the day after tomorrow. Having found the seller, a weight lifted off Chu Han's heart as he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, he began his lottery draw. "Congratulations. You have received a Mental Power Cultivation Method Mental Power Cultivation Compendium Beginner's Edition." "I actually got a book on mental power cultivation." Chu Han instantly became energized. With the thought, the contents of the Mental Power Cultivation Compendium Beginner's Edition were engraved into his mind. Indeed, it is a method for cultivating mental power resembling an encyclopedia that covers every aspect of mental power cultivation. Chu Han was overjoyed. This was truly a valuable item. On Blue Star, methods for cultivating mental power are 100 times more precious than elemental power techniques or martial skills. This is because mental power is a more advanced form of strength. Although everyone is born with mental power, it is much harder to cultivate and utilize compared to elemental power. Except for a few exceptionally talented individuals with awakened mental power, ordinary martial artists can only cultivate mental power after reaching the 7th rank master level. Masters capable of wielding mental power in battle can easily overpower martial artists below the 7th rank, creating a vast disparity. Of course, there are super talents who can cultivate mental power even at the 6th rank. However, regardless of the situation, those who can cultivate mental power are extremely rare. Now Chu Han had a chance. He discovered that he could start cultivating the content of the Mental Power Cultivation Compendium Beginner's Edition right away. It is important to note that the low-level mental power cultivation methods available on the market are designed for martial artists with awakened mental power talent. Even if the mental power cultivation methods used by masters were made public, ordinary martial artists would be incapable of cultivating them. Not to mention that each of these master methods is worth hundreds or thousands of times more than in strength martial skill. Thus, Chu Han's ability to cultivate mental power now was an immense stroke of luck. To practice mental power cultivation, one must first grasp the various knowledge about mental power presented in the Mental Power Cultivation Compendium. With his exceptional talent and comprehension ability, Chu Han quickly mastered this knowledge. Mental power is an extension of human consciousness divided into multiple realms in the Mental Power Cultivation Compendium. He only understood the first 4. The first level of mental power can enhance one's perception, insight, and mental defense capabilities, and it can also exert mental pressure on others through one's gaze. Only when mental power reaches a certain strength can one access the second realm. The second realm of mental power has already formed effective means of attack, such as direct mental assaults, interference, abduction, and charm. Only upon reaching the third realm can one freely influence the external world. The simplest manifestation of this is telekinesis, which only upon reaching the third realm can one freely influence the external world. The simplest manifestation of this is telekinesis, which can be used to manipulate objects for attack or transformation. The fourth realm is even more formidable, capable of influencing space itself, constructing a real mental space world. The Mental Power Cultivation Compendium that Chu Han obtained is merely at the beginner level, allowing him to cultivate his mental power to the first realm, thereby enhancing his mental strength and providing immunity against various mental illusion attacks. However, this is already quite rare. After enhancing his mental power, his perception will significantly improve, enabling him to release mental power to sense the surrounding environment and predict enemy attacks earlier. Even attacks that cannot be caught by the eyes can be perceived using mental power. Additionally, with enhanced mental defense, he will have an extra layer of protection against martial artists or alien beasts that employ mental attacks. The Mental Power Cultivation Compendium also includes a nameless beginner visualization method. This visualization method consists of just one image almost etched into Chu Han's consciousness. This image depicts a constantly shifting space where every moment is different and ever-changing. The practice of the visualization method is quite simple. It involves gazing at the changing space to strengthen one's mental power. Without hesitation, Chu Han immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, focused all his attention, and began visualizing that spatial image. At first, his consciousness could only follow the changes of the space. Before he could fully see one space, the image transformed into another. He felt as though his consciousness was being drawn by an invisible force, continuously traversing different spaces. During this process, he realized his mental power was steadily growing. After an unknown amount of time, he noticed that his perception was also continuously strengthening. Although his eyes were closed, he could clearly see his internal organs, bones, and flowing blood. As his mental power continued to grow, the things he could perceive increased as well. He could see every fine hair on his skin and every fiber of his clothing. Continuing his cultivation, his range of perception gradually expanded to 1 meter, 2 meters. By the time the sunlight streamed in, his perception range had already spread to a radius of 5 meters. Everything within 5 meters appeared clearly in his sight: the waking black-maned lion cub, the peeling wall outside the window, and the door lock being turned at the front door. Click! The sound of the door lock turning entered his mind. It was his mother twisting the key. His parents, who had been out looking at houses all day, had returned. His mother carried a bulging cloth bag filled with freshly bought vegetables, while his father held several folded papers, presumably the floor plans they had brought back from viewing houses. Shu-Han slowly opened his eyes, a bright gleam flashing in his gaze. He sat up slowly and went to greet them. "Dad, Mom, you're back." "Shu-Han, how did you know we were back?" "The door had just opened. After I got stronger, my hearing became exceptionally sharp," Shu-Han explained with a smile, not revealing anything about his mental power. Having just finished his cultivation, he had sat for a whole day, yet felt no fatigue. Moreover, his spirit was exceptionally full, and his thoughts were much more active than usual, without a trace of tiredness. "How was your cultivation today?" Shu-Han asked with concern in his tone. "Pretty good. I laid a solid foundation." "That's great. Good luck with the martial artist certification tomorrow." "Don't worry, I will definitely become a martial artist tomorrow." Shu-Han was now brimming with confidence. That night, as he lay in bed, he felt no sleepiness whatsoever and continued to cultivate his mental power. He only fell asleep for 2 hours until early the next morning. Although he had only slept for 2 hours, he felt more energized than ever. When he woke up, it was already 6 o'clock. His lottery opportunity had refreshed once again. Today is July 1st, the day of the warrior certification. Shu-Han drew 10 body refining pills, which he stored in his spatial pouch. The warrior certification starts at 8 a.m., and it must be successful today. There are only 26 days left until the martial arts examination. Registration will close 2 weeks before the exam. He has only 9 days to register. After finishing his breakfast and tidying up a bit, he prepared to set off. Just before leaving, Zhao Feiyu sent him a message asking him to bring the black-maned lion cub as well. Shu-Han then carried a bag, placing the cub inside. "If all goes well, the transaction can be conducted today. Son, do your best." With his parents cheering him on, Shu-Han left home. When he arrived at the Warrior Association, the square outside was already crowded with people. Most of those here are aspiring warriors coming for certification. Shu-Han squeezed through the crowd, searching for Shu-Ge. "Over here," Zhao Feiyu's voice called out from nearby. Shu-Han turned towards the sound and saw Zhao Feiyu waving at him in a brand new black martial arts uniform. Shu-Han approached Zhao Feiyu and quietly asked while pointing at his backpack, "Where's the buyer? Aren't they with you?" "Don't worry, they're here." Zhao Feiyu smiled and said, "There are too many people right now. After the warrior certification ends, well, go for the transaction. The buyer is already waiting." Shu-Han nodded. "Yeah, there's no rush at the moment." His gaze swept over the crowd and noticed several long lines forming ahead. Roughly speaking, there are about 1,000 people participating in the warrior certification. Besides the aspiring warriors, there are many accompanying individuals and onlookers in the plaza of the Warrior Association. In short, the Warrior Association is particularly lively today. Shu-Han and Zhao Feiyu joined the end of one of the lines. Before the formal assessment, everyone will undergo a qualification evaluation to weed out those lacking in strength. The qualification evaluation is quite simple. When entering the assessment hall of the Warrior Association, candidates will be tested by detection instruments. Those deemed unqualified will be refused entry. However, there are still 10 minutes until they officially enter the assessment hall. The people in line are discussing the upcoming warrior examination. I heard that among those coming for certification this time, many have been aspiring warriors for years, stuck at the last step, hoping to succeed this time. Yes, and some have failed certification multiple times, but they are not discouraged and are trying their luck again. However, the warrior examination is very strict. I believe the qualification evaluation will eliminate 2 or 3 layers of candidates. Shu-Han listened and scanned the numerous candidates, and indeed, many seemed to fit the descriptions given. Some older candidates are over 40 years old and still have not given up on the chance to prove themselves. For many, becoming a warrior is a lifelong dream, marking their entry into the formal realm of martial arts, which will elevate their status and identity. So even after numerous failures, they will try every means to attempt again. However, the most talked about aspect of this warrior certification is the high school seniors participating in the examination. Yes, I've heard that several genius students with great talents have emerged from Jiangxing one high school, and they are sure to shine brightly this time. Talking about the high school seniors in the examination, many people showed expressions of envy. Although the seniors have only recently awakened their talents, those with true gifts have mostly crossed the threshold of becoming warriors and are seizing the opportunity for certification. Generally, students who awaken great talents and above have a significant chance of breaking through to the warrior realm during this period, provided they practice appropriately and have adequate resources. As for those gifted with great talents, it is almost inevitable that they will become warriors within this time frame. There are quite a few high school seniors participating in this certification. Chu Han remarked. High school seniors are easily recognizable, full of vitality and confidence. After all, the Grand Martial Arts examination is at the end of the month, and those who can participate in the certification at this time are all talented individuals aiming for prestigious schools, which indeed makes them proud. Zhao Feiyu said with a hint of pride. Of course, but most of them are only first-tier warriors. Those who reach the second tier can be counted on one hand. We are definitely the strongest combination here. Chu Han smiled slightly at Zhao Feiyu's words. Indeed, as he said, these students are still quite inexperienced. While they were talking, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, isn't this the genius of the Zhao family? I heard you awaken the powerful blue lion bloodline. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu turned around simultaneously to see several high school seniors approaching. The leader was tall and robust, with a buzz-cut, a lightning symbol engraved on the right side of his head, and a faint aura of lightning attribute energy surrounding him. Who is he? Is he a student from your school? Chu Han asked. Zhao Feiyu replied. Yes, his name is Lei Ming, a descendant of the Lei family and the capital son of the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's Jiangxing branch. Lei Ming and I have always been at odds. Oh, it's him. Chu Han remembered that the person who pursued the school beauty of Jiangxing one high school together with Zhao Feiyu was also named Lei Ming. It really is true that enemies meet on a narrow path. Lei Ming, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? It seems your injuries have healed. Previously, Zhao Feiyu had clashed with Lei Ming, resulting in several broken ribs for Lei Ming. Hearing this, Lei Ming was immediately displeased. If my strength has already reached the limit of a first-tier warrior, you, a family disgrace, will never catch up to me. As he spoke, Lei Ming stepped aside, revealing a stunning beauty with an explosive figure behind him. The beauty glanced at Zhao Feiyu, then walked up to Lei Ming, leaning against him naturally. Lu Shi, what brought you to hang out with Lei Ming? Seeing this girl, Zhao Feiyu became somewhat unsettled, because this girl named Lu Shi was the school beauty he and Lei Ming had pursued back then. He never expected Lu Shi would actively cling to Lei Ming now. This was quite a blow to Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, Lu Shi is now my girlfriend, so you better not disturb her again, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lei Ming smugly pinched Lu's eyes figure provocatively while looking at Zhao Feiyu. Lu Shi, having been pinched in front of everyone, had a slight flush on her face, but did not resist, merely accepting Lei Ming's action. Lu Shi had not accepted either Zhao Feiyu or Lei Ming initially, but after Lei Ming awakened his relatively stronger grade talent coupled with his status, Lu Shi voluntarily became Lei Ming's girlfriend. Damn it, you're asking for it. Zhao Feiyu was provoked by Lei Ming and instantly lost his cool. The full power of his second-tier strength erupted, causing a small-scale energy storm. Bathed in purple energy, he launched a fierce lion fist towards Lei Ming. Lei Ming's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Zhao Feiyu to be this powerful, but he refused to back down and retaliated with a punch, saying, Zhao Feiyu, don't think I'm afraid of you. Watch my Thunder King fist. The two fists collided instantly, and a massive burst of energy erupted, forcing the surrounding warriors to retreat continuously. In the next moment, Lei Ming was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Although he was strong, he had not yet broken through to the second tier, merely reaching the limit of the first tier. Facing Zhao Feiyu, who had already reached the second tier, he was naturally defeated in an instant. Impossible. How could you have broken through to the second tier? Lei Ming shouted in disbelief, clutching his chest. Don't compare yourself to me today. I must teach you a lesson so you know I, Zhao Feiyu, am not to be trifled with. Zhao Feiyu said as he charged forward again, ready to give Lei Ming a lesson. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in and collided with Zhao Feiyu. In the next instant, Zhao Feiyu was sent reeling back. This student, please do not harm my friend. As a cold voice came through, the wind dissipated, and several other students appeared in front of Lei Ming. The one controlling the wind who spoke was also a second-tier warrior. Chu Han felt a stronger aura from him than from Zhao Feiyu. This person had been a second-tier warrior for quite some time. His gaze continued to scan the others, but then he saw an unexpected figure. Li Minggran. She actually appeared together with this wind controller. Li Minggran also saw Chu Han, her eyes flashing with disgust. Humph. Li Minggran snorted coldly and no longer looked at Chu Han. Instead, she turned her gaze to the second-tier man, her beautiful eyes filled with desire. You are truly amazing, Li Minggran said with admiration. The person referred to as you responded with a smile, with your encouragement, I won't lose to anyone. You. Li Minggran's voice was sweet and her face was filled with happiness. She then glanced at Chu Han again, her gaze filled with a sense of showing off. She wanted Chu Han to know that she could find a better boyfriend. However, she realized that Chu Han was not even looking at her, but was chatting with Zhao Feiyu. This guy is really annoying. Li Minggran felt a bit embarrassed and angry. Part of the reason she constantly improved her strength and sought a stronger boyfriend was to satisfy her vanity, so that Chu Han, who had always looked down on her, could see her in a new light. Yet she did not expect that Chu Han did not care about her at all, not even giving her a glance. How are you? Are you alright? Chu Han asked, noticing Zhao Feiyu's disheveled breath, clearly having suffered a big loss in their earlier confrontation. I'm fine, Hango. Zhao Feiyu's face showed a hint of anger, but more of it was unwillingness to accept it. After breaking through to the second tier, he thought he was the strongest among the high school students in Jian City apart from Chu Han, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. If he didn't regain his pride, how could he continue? Opposite him, Lei Ming slowly stood up with the help of his companions and walked to Yu, nodding in thanks. The latter also smiled back, and the two seemed to have a good relationship. After exchanging greetings, Lei Ming turned around, his face full of jealousy as he said, Zhao Feiyu, I didn't expect your family to actually pull strings, forcibly helping you increase your bloodline purity and achieve the second tier. I admit I lost. However, even if you use such methods, you are still no match for my friend. Lei Ming pointed to Yu beside him. Let me introduce, this is Lan Yu, the young master of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall. He has awakened a double-a-grade talent and is already a mid-second-year warrior, plus he has been specially recruited by the Modu Martial Arts University. Double talent, and all-a-grade. Specially recruited by Modu Martial Arts University. Upon hearing Lei Ming's words, Zhao Feiyu immediately burst into a series of exclamations. Not only him, but almost everyone who heard this was shocked. In terms of rarity, double talents far surpass grade talents. It's possible that across the country there are only a handful of double talents appearing each year. However, double talents have a weakness, as they may combine two lower-level talents. Thus, even if considered double talents, they might not be as powerful as someone with a single high-level talent. However, Lan Yu was different. He awakened two A-grade talents, which might be stronger than some single-grade talents. This was also the reason Zhao Feiyu was so excited upon hearing it. Moreover, Lan Yu was also specially recruited by Modu Martial Arts University, and he didn't even have to take the martial arts exam. Modu Martial Arts University is one of the 4 major martial arts academies with a strong reputation, not inferior to Jingwu University. Only geniuses of his sister's caliber would receive such treatment. This Lan Yu is indeed a genius stronger than him. At this moment, Chu Han was also staring intensely at Lan Yu, but his focus was not on the latter's double talents. Instead, it was Lan Yu's identity. Lan Yu was from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall. His father had a deep enmity with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall, a grudge that Chu Han had already accounted for himself. He would eventually seek revenge against the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Upon seeing the son of the master of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall, a killing intent began to spread in Chu Han's heart. Lan Yu also sensed the malice in Chu Han's gaze, but did not care. He merely glanced at Chu Han indifferently, his eyes showing no waves, as if he were looking at an inconsequential passerby. As a genius, he had encountered many such hostile gazes throughout his life. They were just a bunch of ants. Ha ha, Zhao Feiyu, are you convinced this time? I'll say Lan Yu's double-a-grade talent is even more impressive than your sister's grade talent. Even if your sister were here, she would surely concede defeat. Seeing Zhao Feiyu's ugly expression, Lei Ming added fuel to the fire and continued to mock. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it again. Let him defeat me first. Zhao Feiyu was successfully provoked, roaring as he charged towards Lan Yu once more. His entire body's spiritual energy gathered into a purple lion phantom, resembling an enraged lion, suppressing the aura of all the warriors present. This was his first full-strength attack since reaching the second tier, and he believed he could defeat Lan Yu. You? Li Minggran was shocked and looked worriedly at the man beside her. It's fine. Lan Yu smiled calmly, signaling Li Minggran to relax. Meanwhile, Lei Ming wore a triumphant smile beside them. Suddenly, Lan Yu's aura changed, drastically transforming into a fierce wind sweeping out. Along with this fierce wind, a high-pitched eagle cry echoed. Immediately after, a violent lightning dispersed the storm, and a golden giant eagle phantom appeared above Lan Yu. Lan Yu's second talent turned out to be a lightning attribute giant eagle resembling Zhao Feiyu's furious lion bloodline. The golden giant eagle swiftly flew above the purple lion, and with its lightning-infused claws it forcefully tore apart the lion phantom in an instant. Zhao Feiyu's condensed spiritual energy instantly dissipated, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale. Too strong. This golden giant eagle phantom is something even a third-tier warrior cannot achieve. Such a powerful being is actually participating in our warrior verification. That second-tier kid is also very strong. They are both geniuses of Jiang City this year. The surrounding warriors discussed excitedly, praising both of them. Such a battle between geniuses is not something that can be witnessed every time. Not good. The next scene made many people's hearts race. They saw the golden giant eagle after defeating the lion continuing to claw at Zhao Feiyu. If it hit, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Lon brother, don't be impulsive. The situation developed too quickly, and even Lei Ming hadn't expected it. He hurriedly shouted to stop Lan Yu. If Zhao Feiyu were to be seriously injured, the nature of the situation would change. Even he would be implicated. The Zhao family's anger was not something he could bear. The family would also hope that competition among juniors would lead to disputes between families. However, Lan Yu was prouder and more ruthless than Lei Ming had imagined. Even if Zhao Feiyu had a prominent background, he was prepared to teach him a lesson. His confidence stemmed from the special recruitment and the master who had accepted him as a disciple. His master was a powerful figure at the 8th tier. Even the Zhao family wouldn't dare to easily provoke an 8th tier grandmaster. Just as the giant eagle's claws were about to reach Zhao Feiyu, suddenly a black figure appeared like lightning. It stood before Zhao Feiyu. The figure reached out both hands to grasp the giant eagle's claws, remaining completely unmoved despite the invasion of lightning. In the next moment, something even more astonishing happened. The figure suddenly exerted force, pulling with both arms, directly yanking the giant eagle down to the ground. Then with a fierce tear, the massive giant eagle was split in half, shredded alive. Lan Yu's spiritual power was instantly broken. His neck was also firmly gripped by that figure, his face filled with fear and unable to move. As the golden lightning attribute's spiritual power dissipated, everyone finally recognized that figure. It was the student who had come with Zhao Feiyu. Chu Han. This scene was truly shocking. Chu Han stood there like a humanoid beast, exuding an astonishing aura of ferocity. Some weaker individuals were so frightened that they kept retreating, utterly horrified. Zhao Feiyu's ferocious lion and Lan Yu's golden giant eagle were merely illusions, but Chu Han was undeniably real. It's terrifying. Is he here to participate in the warrior certification too? Some even began to doubt whether they were dreaming. Of course, the most shocked person was Li Mingran. She looked at Chu Han's figure, trembling and murmuring, "Chu Han. Why is it Chu Han? How can it be Chu Han? Why is he so strong?" This was the last thing she wanted to see, yet Chu Han's invincible presence constantly reminded her that it was all real. Even Lan Yu was no match for Chu Han, feeling utterly overshadowed. At this moment, Lan Yu was also shocked, sensing that Chu Han could take his life at any moment. It was a fear that penetrated deep into his soul, leaving him with no will to resist. But the next moment, Chu Han released his grip on his neck, and his overwhelming aura dissipated. He returned to his previous harmless appearance. After all, this was the Martial Arts Association. Chu Han could not truly kill Lan Yu, even though he had deep-seated hatred for the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy. "Zhao Feiyu is my friend. Consider this a small lesson for you." Chu Han's words were cold and flat. Yet to Lan Yu's ears, it was a great insult. This made the proud Lan Yu unable to accept it, and his face instantly twisted in rage. Lan Yu had completely lost his sanity. All he wanted now was to kill Chu Han to redeem his honor and prove he was the strongest. "You are overestimating yourself." Chu Han let out a cold laugh, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he prepared to strike. If Lan Yu attacked him, he would have reason to retaliate even more ruthlessly. "Stop!" Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed like a thunderclap, resounding throughout the Martial Arts Association hall. Chu Han felt a weight settle on him as an invisible pressure pressed down. Lan Yu, who had rushed halfway, was as if caught by an invisible hand, freezing in place, his surrounding yuan power instantly collapsing, unable to move. "There is a master." Chu Han's heart sank as he looked towards the source of the voice. An old man in black with graying temples strode forward, his eyes like lightning radiating the aura of a powerful expert without even using his yuan power. This was an absolute suppression of a high-level warrior over a lower-level one. He was the strongest person Chu Han had ever seen. His strength definitely surpasses level 5, or reaching level 6. Chu Han silently sighed. He had witnessed the strength of the level 4 warrior Night Owl, and did not believe that a level 5 warrior could impose such a sense of pressure. Only a level 6 master could create such a vast gap. "What do you think this place is? The Martial Arts Association is not a place for you to fight." The old man stepped into the crowd, his gaze sweeping over Chu Han and Lan Yu, his tone filled with authority. As the old man's words fell, more than a dozen warriors in black uniforms quickly approached from both sides of the hall, all exuding an aura above level 3, with the leading captain reaching level 4. These warriors looked serious and dignified. They were the defense team of the Martial Arts Association. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be thrown out and permanently disqualified. The old man spoke while casting warning glances at Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, Lan Yu, and Lei Ming, while the other warriors participating in the assessment appeared like scared kittens not daring to breathe. They too had grievances to voice, but felt extremely wronged. Unlike the talented individuals, their success in the assessment was uncertain. Who would dare to cause trouble here? If they had done so, they would have likely been thrown out long ago. But Chu Han and the others were different. They were the geniuses of Jiang City. Geniuses certainly have privileges. Even if they caused trouble, they would merely receive a verbal warning and not face real consequences. After all, the future of Jiang City relied on them. Everyone understood this well. The old man looked at the now quiet crowd, nodding in satisfaction, his gaze lingering on Chu Han for a moment. Indeed, a prodigy. Contrary to his stern exterior, a storm was brewing in the old man's heart. He was the vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and had long been aware of Chu Han's situation. Seeing him in person, along with the scene of Chu Han tearing apart the golden giant eagle, deeply shocked him. Truly, he was a genius that even the president had to pay special attention to. The old man shifted his gaze and addressed the crowd. The assessment will soon begin. Everyone line up properly, and do not push or make a scene. Immediately, everyone obediently lined up, not daring to act out of line. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu stood at the end of a line with the assessors in front of them, deliberately keeping their distance. Hanga, thank you. I didn't expect my situation would pull you into this. That Lan Yu will definitely hold a grudge against you. Zhao Feiyu said apologetically. Chu Han smiled and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. I indeed have deep conflicts with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy. The Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy has considerable influence in Jiang City. I know, but if he dares to cause trouble again, I won't be afraid. Let's focus on completing the certification first and not let these matters affect us. Meanwhile, Lan Yu returned to the line, maintaining a dark expression. Even when Li Minggran came over to comfort him, he snapped at her. The more Lan Yu thought about it, the angrier he became, and he asked Lei Ming behind him, Brother Lei, do you know who this... I don't know where this formidable person came from. Lei Ming's expression was also quite grim. He had just been humiliated by Zhao Feiyu and nearly dragged down by Lan Yu. I know he is Chu Han. At that moment, Li Minggran answered from the side. Chu Han, the one from the third school. I heard he was talentless and considered a waste. Hearing this name, Lei Ming was instantly shocked. Chu Han had once had considerable fame, and his potential was even greater than Zhao Feifei's, so the people from the first school had heard of him too. Chu Han. I've heard of this name too. His strength is at least at the limit of level 2. How could he be talentless? Lan Yu, being from the second school, also had heard of Chu Han and was now somewhat incredulous. He must have used banned drugs, which is why he was expelled from school. I didn't expect him to mix with Zhao Feiyu. He must have received stronger drugs from Zhao Feiyu. I can't believe I lost to a cheating waste. Hearing this, Lan Yu became even angrier, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. Chu Han, today's humiliation, I will surely repay you in double. Lan Yu vowed in his heart. The warrior certification began, and everyone participating in the certification gradually went through the testing instruments. Soon some who did not meet the qualifications were eliminated. Chu Han and Zhao Feiyu naturally passed the verification easily and entered the real assessment hall. For those who can manipulate primordial energy, the warrior certification is actually quite simple. Some people pass the certification in less than 2 minutes and excitedly walk out. Those who pass the certification, besides having their information entered into the Federal Warrior Database, are also awarded a warrior badge that certifies their identity as a warrior. Most of those who succeed in the certification here are first-tier warriors. After becoming a first-tier warrior, everyone can also receive a D-level skill and a D-level martial technique, which is quite a benefit for civilian warriors. The assessments continued with many succeeding and very few failing. Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, and Lan Yu, due to previous conflicts, were at the end of the line. Moreover, most of the students participating in the warrior certification were arranged at the back. Therefore, the real excitement of this warrior certification has yet to begin. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the assessment finally reached the senior students. The students from first high school had the most, followed by second high school, and then third high school, and so on. After all, Jiang City High School is named after the school's strength. The number of warriors produced is also dominated by first high school. To Chu Han's surprise, Sun Liqiang also successfully passed the first-tier warrior assessment. However, upon seeing Chu Han, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet Chu Han's gaze, fearing that Chu Han would cause him trouble. Besides Sun Liqiang, among those familiar to Chu Han, Jiang Yin also passed the first-tier warrior assessment. It seems they have all put in considerable effort these days. However, there were also those who failed the assessment, such as Zhao Lei, and others who awakened level and clevel talents. Students with a level talents generally passed the test easily. Finally, it was Chu Han and the others' turn. Chu Han, Zhao Feiyu, Lan Yu, and Li Minggran all entered the assessment room. As Chu Han entered the assessment room, he found 2 examiners, both of whom were around the 3rd tier of martial arts. Name: Chu Han. You are Chu Han. Yes, what's the matter? Nothing. The two examiners exchanged glances and nodded at each other. One of them smiled and said, Chu-Han, please demonstrate your cultivation of primordial energy. Chu-Han replied, I still cannot use primordial energy. I am applying for a strength certification. The other examiner said, Strength certification. You are the first today to apply for strength certification. Just to inform you, strength certification has higher requirements for the examinee and is more difficult. Chu-Han nodded, I understand. All right, let's proceed with the strength certification. Both examiners stood up and the ground behind them slowly opened, revealing various instruments. First is strength. The minimum requirement for a warrior is 2,000 pounds of single-arm strength, but for strength certification, it must exceed 3,000 pounds. One examiner explained as he activated the strength testing device. First, we'll test your strength. If it doesn't meet the requirements, there's no need to test the others. Chu-Han nodded and stepped onto the testing device. The last time he tested his strength was before going into the wild. During this period, he had some fortuitous encounters and upgraded his talent. Now, he didn't even know how much strength he had. Chu-Han gripped the strength bar with one hand and suddenly exerted force to push upwards. The testing device immediately shook and the numbers on the screen began to surge. 16115, 30556, 45820, 49,934. Finally, it stabilized at 51,213. He tried with the other arm, 51,333. This number even surprised Chu-Han himself. He hadn't expected his single-arm strength to reach 5,000 pounds. The lion's blood potion combined with his talent upgrade had pushed his strength to such a terrifying level. On the other side, the examiner recording the results was dumbfounded. Could it be that the instrument is malfunctioning? Is there an extra zero? No, these instruments were calibrated this morning. They won't malfunction. Chu-Han's final strength is 51,333 pounds. The two of them gritted their teeth and recorded this result. Before the warrior certification, the vice president of the association had issued an order that if the examinee was Chu-Han, they should try to push out all his strength. After all, he was someone who received special attention from the leadership, so having greater strength was understandable. Chu-Han, next we will test speed. The requirement for a first-tier warrior is 25 meters per second. After that, Chu-Han was brought to a special treadmill, which was the speed testing device. After clicking start, run at your fastest speed, and we will record the average data over 10 seconds. Okay. Chu-Han stepped onto the speed testing device, and after clicking start, sprinted away. He had no concrete concept of his speed since he had never tested it before. After 10 seconds, Chu-Han finished the test. This time he didn't use any footwork, relying solely on the muscle strength of his legs. The calculation results on the device quickly came out, showing 113 meters per second. It seems my base speed is around 100 meters per second. If I push harder, I can go faster, Chu-Han thought. The two examiners widened their eyes in shock, speechless, but still recorded Chu-Han's data with professional. Next is the final item, the attack power test. The first two data points are only for reference. The attack power test result is the main data for final reference. Based on different attack power data, you will receive different levels of certification, possibly first year, second year. Additionally, this warrior certification has an extra item. The higher the certification level, the higher the quality of the skills and martial techniques received. The two examiners explained a lot just to ensure Chu-Han would give it his all. There's such a thing. Then I must take it seriously. Chu-Han originally wanted to hide some of his strength, but now the rules didn't allow him to be low-key. He had a great need for higher-level skills and martial techniques, and naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. The strength and speed testing devices on the ground returned underground. At the same time, a huge testing crystal ball appeared. Use your strongest attack to strike the crystal ball. You can use martial techniques or weapons. The crystal ball will precisely calculate the damage caused by your attack. Okay. Chu-Han glanced at the crystal ball and then turned back to ask, this won't break, will it? He needed to confirm the limits of this thing, otherwise if he broke it, it would be a loss. Don't worry, this type of testing crystal ball can withstand a full-strength strike from a fourth-tier warrior without breaking, and fourth-tier warriors no longer need to use such things for testing. You can strike with confidence. Even if it breaks, you won't have to pay for it. One of the examiners said confidently. Good, then I will feel at ease. After saying that, Chu-Han slammed his fist into the crystal ball. Just a simple punch, yet it applied the basic fist technique to the extreme. Boom. A loud sound exploded in the room, and even those in the assessment hall heard it. The numbers on the crystal ball skyrocketed. It finally stabilized at 300. 300. That's 3,000 pounds. Your attack power is astonishingly high. The crystal ball records attack power, and the fist strength testing device operates on the same principle. 1 unit represents 1,000 pounds of force. 300 attack power means 3,000 pounds. The two examiners exchanged a dazed glance. This number seemed like something they couldn't achieve. Are the young people nowadays this abnormal? It seems my fist strength amplification has stabilized at 6 times the base strength. Chu Han looked at his fist and smiled at the two examiners. Can I try again? You can, of course. You can try up to 3 times. Upon hearing this, Chu Han compressed his power into his right fist, aimed at the crystal ball, and unleashed another explosive punch. Boom. This strike was even louder than the last, shaking the entire assessment room. The numbers on the crystal ball fluctuated wildly, quickly exceeding 300, and when it reached 400 it finally stopped changing. 400. This number was so terrifying that the two examiners began to tremble as they spoke. Examiner, my strength certification is over. I should have qualified, right? Chu Han said with a smile. Qualified, of course qualified. The two examiners said somewhat nervously. 400 attack power means 400,000 pounds of force. A punch of 200 tons, and you still ask me if you qualify. Are you certain you're not just boasting? One moment, please. We have submitted your results for evaluation. Your strength is exceptional, and your warrior rating requires a decision from the higher-ups. An examiner said with a smile. All right. Chu Han was not in a hurry. The test was over. Inside the Warrior Association's president's office, Zhao Tianlong and the vice president stared at the transmitted data, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. It's truly astounding. His physical strength rivals a 3rd-tier beast, and his attack power has reached the level of a 4th-tier warrior. What rating should we assign him? Since he has yet to cultivate any techniques and cannot use the elemental armor of a 4th-tier warrior, let's classify him as 3rd-tier. Yes, I concur. After Zhao Tianlong and the vice president concluded their discussion, Chu Han received the result. Mr. Chu Han, congratulations, you have been certified as a 3rd-tier warrior by the association. Here is your warrior medal. The two examiners said excitedly, pinning a golden medal onto Chu Han's chest. To a warrior, such a medal represents immense honor. For the two examiners, this assessment was an eye-opening experience. A warrior achieving a 3rd-tier rating on their first certification. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for them. How could they not be thrilled? All right, thank you both. Chu Han bid them farewell and left the certification room. Only after Chu Han closed the door did the two examiners finally breathe a sigh of relief. One examiner complained, "What a monster. He's stronger than us, yet they had us oversee his assessment. I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking." The other laughed. Regardless, this was a rare opportunity. Let's pack up the testing equipment and consider our The two summoned a virtual screen and clicked to shut it down. But after waiting a few seconds, they noticed the crystal ball hadn't descended. There was no response at all. What's going on? They hurried over to inspect the crystal ball, only to find its interior riddled with cracks, its once flowing luster completely gone. The testing crystal is broken. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Soon the president's office received a new message. What? Chu Han broke the testing crystal. Zhao Tianlong let out a bitter laugh, then fell into a brief silence. Uncle, is this Chu Han the seller of the Blackman lion cub that cousin mentioned? A stunningly beautiful young woman sitting across from him asked curiously. Yes, Fei Yu said the Blackman lion cub is with him. You can proceed with the transaction shortly. Zhao Tianlong replied. Lin Baiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. I can hardly wait to see my second spirit beast. She turned to a pure white fledgling on her shoulder and smiled. Snowball, you're getting a new companion. I wonder what name to give it. The white eagle named Snowball raised its head haughtily, seemingly displeased with its master's choice of a second beast. Snowball, don't be like that. You'll be partners from now on. Lin Baiwei immediately launched into a lengthy psychological counseling session for Snowball. Watching this, Zhao Tianlong could only smile helplessly, at a loss for words with his quirky niece. Meanwhile, an elderly man sitting beside the girl who had been resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened them, broke the testing crystal. I haven't encountered such a young lad in years. Zhao, tell me about this Chu Han. The elder spoke, and Zhao Tianlong dared not be negligent. He quickly replied, Elder Fan Chu Han is a friend of my son. Before awakening his talent, he had over 300 potential points, but failed to awaken. Yet through some fortuitous encounter, he made rapid progress in body forging, far surpassing his peers. This elder fan had come with Lin Baiwei, and was also her teacher, a warrior with a beast-taming talent. Though he was only a 7th-tier grandmaster, he possessed 2 8th-tier beast companions, so even 8th-tier grandmasters dared not provoke him. As a close friend of Lin Baiwei's grandfather and the vice dean of the beast-taming academy at Jingwu University, upon hearing that Lin Baiwei had awakened and sprayed beast-taming talent, he immediately took her as his disciple and recruited her into the academy. He doted on Lin Baiwei immensely. Upon hearing of a new beast cub for sale here, he traveled overnight from the capital to Jiangxing. For such a prominent figure, Zhao Tianlong naturally treated him as an honored guest, showing no negligence. Seeing the elder's interest in Chu Han, Zhao Tianlong was both surprised and delighted. He recounted all he knew about Chu Han and showed the elder the assessment data. Single arm strength of 500 gene punch force exceeding 150 tons, and a physique comparable to a third-tier beast. This Chu Han is indeed a body-forging prodigy. I must meet this young man in person. Elder Fan said with keen interest. It is Chu Han's great honor to have caught your eye. Zhao Tianlong, though unsure of Elder Fan's intentions, knew this was a golden opportunity for Chu Han. Teacher, are you interested in this Chu Han too? Not thinking of taking him as a disciple, are you? Lin Baiwei, seeing her teacher and uncle discussing Chu Han, grew curious. Elder Fan smiled mysteriously. Though Chu Han is a genius, he's not suited for the Beast Taming Academy. I won't take him as a disciple. We'll see when we meet him. In the Warrior Association Certification Hall, a crowd of successful warriors gathered, flaunting their medals. The most eye-catching were the second-tier medals on the chests of Zhao Feiyu and Lan Yu. Becoming second-tier warriors on their first certification, and as students at that. Their futures looked exceptionally bright, earning the envy of all. Brother Han hasn't come out yet. He's the only one left. Could something have gone wrong in the assessment? With his strength, it shouldn't be an issue. Zhao Feiyu waited anxiously for Chu Han. Lan Yu, Li Mengran, Lei Meng, and others also lingered, eager to see Chu Han's true level. Would it be second tier, or even higher? After a long wait, Chu Han leisurely emerged from the certification room. The medal on his chest gleamed with a unique luster. The emblem of a third-tier warrior. A third-tier warrior. He's been certified as a third-tier warrior. Immediately the hall erupted in commotion, everyone discussing Chu Han's third-tier medal. If Zhao Feiyu and Lan Yu's second-tier medals were dazzling, Chu Han's third-tier medal was like the sun itself, impossible to gaze upon directly. It felt as if one glance would cause an explosion, and any closer would lead to melting. Chu Han. Just as I thought, he's reached the level of a third-tier warrior. Lan Yu's face darkened as he ground his teeth, his hatred for Chu Han deepening. But he'll repay this humiliation 100-fold someday. Let's go. Lan Yu shot one last vengeful glare at Chu Han before leaving the Martial Arts Association with the dejected Li Mengran. Zhao Feiyu, overjoyed, rushed to Chu Han. Brother Han, let me wear your third-tier medal for a bit. ITLL definitely shocked my sister. Sure, but don't come crying to me if something happens. Chu Han, in a good mood, joked back. Zhao Feiyu sighed helplessly. Forget it. My warrior info is already in the association system, and now the whole family knows my real strength. By the way, when do we meet the buyer? I haven't claimed my warrior reward yet. Chu Han asked. Zhao Feiyu grinned. We can do the transaction now. As for the reward, we can collect it afterward. Where's the transaction? Right here. Zhao Feiyu pointed upward. Here. Does the Martial Arts Association have a dedicated trading venue? Chu Han asked curiously. Zhao Feiyu said matter-of-factly, of course not. But don't you know the association's president is named Zhao? Chu Han was taken aback. President Zhao. Same surname as you. Could it be? He's my dad. Zhao Feiyu chuckled. Come on, let's head straight to the president's office. The two took the exclusive elevator and conveniently arrived at the president's office. Chu Han sometimes envied someone like Zhao Feiyu, who had a strong background. Even the president's office of the Martial Arts Association could be used as a trading venue. As soon as he pushed the door open, Chu Han felt two powerful auras locking onto him simultaneously. These two auras were extremely strong, even more so than the previous black-clothed elder. Chu Han looked inside and saw a middle-aged man who resembled Zhao Feiyu, exuding formidable strength and a distinguished demeanor. This man is Zhao Feiyu's father and the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. His strength is at least level 6. Chu Han thought to himself. The other stronger aura came from an elderly man sitting on the sofa to Chu Han's right, whose expression was stern. Within the aura released by this elder, Chu Han could even sense a few fluctuations of spiritual power. This elder is very likely a level 7 master-level powerhouse. This shocked him greatly, and astonishment flashed in his eyes. Master level, that was a realm that countless martial artists dreamed of. Only upon reaching the master realm could one be considered a true powerhouse. Yet those who could attain this realm are 1 in a million. In the entire Longxia Federation, there were only about 100 or 200 master-level martial artists, each capable of shaking a city and guarding a territory. Next to this elder sat a sweet-looking young girl who was curiously observing him with excitement and anticipation shining in her big eyes. On the girl's shoulder stood a snow-white fledgling eagle, its sharp eyes glowing with a keen light, closely watching the backpack behind Chu Han. At that moment, Chu Han felt a lightness on his body as the two auras vanished simultaneously. Zhao Tianlong stood up from his seat, smiling as he waved at Chu Han. You must be Chu Han, right? Please come in and take a seat. Hello, President. Zhao. Chu Han politely nodded. Zhao Tianlong laughed heartily. You and Feiyu are good friends, so just call me Uncle Zhao. During this time, Feiyu has received a lot of care and help from you, and as his father, I must thank you properly. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. I still have some influence in Jiangxing. Uncle Zhao is too polite. Feiyu and I are good friends. Helping each other is what we should do. Chuhan, let me introduce you to my cousin Lin Baiwei, who is also a buyer in this transaction. Zhao Feiyu pointed at the girl and introduced her to Chuhan. She awakened the strength, beast-taming talent lord of beasts, and this little white bird is her pet. Chuhan also noticed the white eagle on Lin Baiwei and had his suspicions. However, hearing Zhao Feiyu say she awakened and strength talent still shocked him greatly. And strength talent is not something common, especially one related to beast taming. He didn't expect that during his first sale of a beast cub he would encounter such a formidable buyer. He then thought of his talent copying card. If he could copy Lin Baiwei's talent, wouldn't he then possess and strength talent himself? Chuhan was greatly moved, constantly contemplating the pros and cons. In the end, he suppressed this thought. Beast taming talents are exceedingly rare, and strength ones are even more so. If he suddenly possessed the same talent as Lin Baiwei, many people in the beast taming circle would inevitably notice. Such a thing would be impossible to explain. Moreover, he himself was not very inclined towards beast taming talents. He preferred to copy a combat-related talent instead. Chuhan quickly calmed his thoughts and smiled at Lin Baiwei. Hello, my name is Chuhan. You are Chuhan. You are indeed very handsome. My cousin has told me a lot about you. My ears are almost calloused from listening to it. Lin Baiwei chirped like a little bird, chattering away, retelling all the embellished stories told by Zhao Feiyu. Chuhan felt increasingly uncomfortable. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush at the end. He looked at Zhao Feiyu, his eyes filled with questioning. Zhao Feiyu awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. All right, let's not focus on that. I'll let my cousin see the Blackman. Chuhan also wanted to quickly change the subject, so he took off his backpack and opened it. A furry little head suddenly poked out from the opening of the backpack, two curious black eyes looking around, displaying a clumsy and cute demeanor. Wow, so cute. Lin Baiwei was instantly melted by its cuteness, her eyes sparkling with little stars. She reached out to take the Blackman lion cub from the backpack, placing it in her palm and stroking it. The little one seemed to realize that this beautiful girl was its future owner. It even rubbed against Lin Baiwei's palm and licked her hand. Look how close it is to me, it must like me. Lin Baiwei gently stroked its chest, her innate talent quietly operating. A gentle energy enveloped the cub, making it cling to her even more, curling up in her palm and falling asleep. I want this little beast a master, what do you think? The more Lin Baiwei looked at it, the more she liked it, immediately addressing the elder beside her. Elder Fan slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this. His gaze fell on the cub, and with a tone of approval, he said, this cub is quite good. Its bloodline has undergone a mutation. With proper nurturing, it can reach at least level 5 or even level 6 in the future. When your cultivation is still weak, this Blackman lion can provide you with considerable help. Then how does it compare to Snowball? Lin Baiwei curiously asked. Elder Fan's lips twitched, and with a serious tone he said, Snowball is a spirit beast with a minimum level 7 in adulthood. They are not comparable. Oh, indeed, Snowball is more impressive. You must not bully it, Lin Baiwei said to Snowball. Snowball disdainfully glanced at the Blackman lion cub, lifting its proud head. Seeing Snowball ignoring her, Lin Baiwei wasn't angry. She just stroked the Blackman lion cub. Don't worry with me around, it won't dare to bully you. Elder Fan looked at his student, helplessly smiling, then said to Chuhan, the market value of the Blackman lion cub is at most 30 million, but since this little beast has a mutated bloodline, its potential has greatly increased. I can have Baiwei offer you 50 million Federation dollars. How does that sound? 50 million. Chuhan's heart trembled. He originally thought selling it for 20 million would be good. He never expected it could sell for 50 million. It seemed he had underestimated the value of this cub. He nodded and said, that's fine. I have no problem with the price set by the elder. The elder nodded. Good, Baiwei, pay him. Chuhan'll transfer the money to you. Lin Baiwei eagerly transferred 50 million into Chuhan's account, not even frowning. Chuhan couldn't help but feel astonished by her wealthy behavior, and even Zhao Feiyu beside him envied this scene. Ever since Lin Baiwei awakened her strength talent, she had become the treasure of her family. The head of the Lin family had even unhesitatingly given Lin Baiwei 1 billion Federation dollars as initial funding, making her a wealthy girl. All right, this cub is now yours. Chuhan smiled. He felt very happy at this moment, having made money and found a good owner for the cub. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps he should pay more attention to some beast cubs in the wild in the future. This could also be a route to wealth. After the transaction was completed, Chuhan, Zhao Feiyu, and Lin Baiwei continued to chat for quite a while. However, most of the time, it was Lin Baiwei who asked questions, while Chuhan was responsible for answering. Suddenly, Chuhan felt a mental intrusion into his sea of consciousness. He quickly pinpointed the source of this mental force, and discovered it was actually Lin Baiwei's teacher probing him. Old Fan was startled when he was discovered by Chuhan. He never expected that his mental probe would be detected by a junior. So this little guy has actually practiced mental power. How deeply hidden could he be? Old Fan thought to himself, and then said to Chuhan, Chuhan, your strength is quite impressive. Let me test you. Oh, how does the senior wish to test me? Chu Han was very curious, unsure of the other's intentions. Zhao Tianlong quickly interjected saying, Chu Han, old fan, wants to assess your talent. This is a great— Chu Han, realizing the other meant well, quickly said, then I will trouble you, senior. Old fan nodded, and then his aura suddenly changed, enveloping the entire office in his presence. Zhao Tianlong was immediately taken aback. This is the pressure of a grandmaster. Even he, a 6th-tier warrior, felt immense pressure, let alone the others. Lin Baiwei and Zhao Feiyu were both immobilized by the pressure, while Chu Han could still move, albeit with great difficulty. Is this the might of a grandmaster? Chu Han roared, internally struggling against this oppressive force. Not bad. Old fan nodded, lifting the pressure off everyone but Chu Han. Let me see where your limits lie, eh? As soon as old fan's words fell, Chu Han felt the pressure on him increase. It felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, causing his bones to groan under the unbearable load. Yet he refused to submit, lifting his head with a look that seemed to defy death. You can still hold on. A hint of astonishment flashed in old fan's eyes as he intensified the pressure. This pressure could directly crush a 3rd-tier warrior, and a 4th-tier warrior would be instantly, severely injured. With a thud, Chu Han's knee crashed into the floor, causing the solid wooden floor to crack with spiderweb-like patterns, and his knee sank into it. The pressure was extremely intense, and in an instant cracks began to appear in Chu Han's bones, with blood seeping from his skin, making it hard to breathe. He could feel his body nearing its limits. If he persisted any longer, it would likely lead to his physical collapse. Hanga, why not give up? Zhao Feiyu couldn't help but shout, his face full of worry. Lin Baiwei was also startled and hurriedly advised, Master, do you want to kill Chu Han? Zhao Tianlong shook his head, not intervening, as he could see that Chu Han had not given up. A glint of determination flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he desperately resisted the pressure. Ignoring the intense pain in his body, he slowly adjusted his posture, contorting under the pressure into a bizarre stance, which was the first posture of the 2nd level of the 9-fold body refining technique. To the onlookers, this posture appeared exceedingly strange, leading them to believe his body had been crushed. But in the next moment, Chu Han's aura suddenly strengthened as surrounding elemental force began to surge into his body. His body began actively absorbing the subtle energy within the oppressive force, transforming it into materials for refining his flesh. Is this? He is cultivating using the Grandmaster's pressure. Old fan's eyes filled with astonishment mixed with a hint of delight. Do those who love body refinement truly disregard their lives like this? He saw the shadow of that old fellow in this little guy. Instead of withdrawing the pressure, he intensified it once more. This time the pressure had already reached the limit of a 4th-tier warrior. Yet this time Chu Han's body showed no changes, merely shifting into a new posture. His hair stood on end, countless lacerations opened on his body, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. His flesh and bones are actually undergoing continuous destruction and reorganization under the pressure, becoming more compact and resilient. Old Fan continued to observe Chu Han's transformations, his astonishment growing. Chu Han's breathing gradually steadied and his movements became fluid as he began to adapt to the pressure. When the final posture of the 2nd level of the 9-fold body refining technique was completed, Chu Han's injuries had fully healed, and he had grown even stronger. Enough. Old Fan saw this and withdrew the pressure. The weight on Chu Han vanished suddenly, and he erupted with a formidable aura that even Zhao Tianlong found impressive. Indeed, you are a genius. Even without talent, you would not be overlooked. Old Fan looked at Chu Han and said slowly, his gaze filled with admiration. Thank you for your leniency, senior. Chu Han cupped his hands toward Old Fan, feeling quite pleased to have gained the recognition of a grandmaster. Old Fan chuckled, saying, it is your own efforts. Ordinary warriors can barely withstand my pressure for even a second. Not only did you endure, but you also managed to cultivate using it. Truly a unique little fellow. He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. I know an old fellow who loves to take reckless disciples like you. Perhaps he will like you. Take a disciple, eh? Chu Han was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. He never expected that Old Fan was evaluating disciples for someone else. A teacher introduced by a grandmaster should also be a grandmaster, right? Chu Han quickly bowed to Old Fan, excitedly saying, then I will trouble you, senior. Don't worry about it. If you truly become a disciple, your master will thank me. Old Fan waved his hands. Inwardly, he began to consider how much benefits he would demand if Chu Han successfully became a disciple. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlong and his son Zhao Feiyu looked at Chu Han with envy, their astonishment evident. Being praised by a grandmaster guaranteed a bright future for Chu Han. If he successfully became a disciple, he would surely soar to new heights. Soon after Old Fan left with Lin Baiwei, they intended to leave Jiang City immediately and return to Kyoto without delay. With a second beast companion, Lin Baiwei could not afford to delay her own cultivation and the training of her new beast companion, as she would enter a 20-day retreat. See you at Jingwu University. She made arrangements to meet Chu Han again at Jingwu University. After Lin Baiwei left, Zhao Tianlong inquired about Chu Han's withdrawal from Class 3 and helped him register for the martial arts examination as a warrior. For Zhao Tianlong, this was merely a matter of a few words, yet it saved Chu Han a lot of time. Chu Han expressed his gratitude to Zhao Tianlong and left the president's office with Zhao Feiyu. They still had one more task to complete, which was to collect the techniques and martial skills after obtaining their warrior. The two arrived at the Jinwu Pavilion on the second floor of the Warrior Association, where they could select various levels of techniques and martial skills based on the warrior medals they had earned. First-tier warriors upon initial certification could claim one level technique and one level martial skill, while second-tier warriors could claim a level technique, and so on. Chu Han's selection authority naturally reached level. Although Zhao Feiyu had family heritage, he could also cultivate other techniques and martial skills. He chose two techniques and martial skills of wind attribute. Chu Han, on the other hand, opted for fire attribute techniques. After upgrading his talent and absorbing the blood of the red scale python, his body became highly compatible with fire elemental force. Cultivating fire attribute techniques would allow him to become stronger more quickly. Thus, he chose a level technique, the Flame Devouring Art, and a level martial skill, the Flame Burst Fist. Though he could not yet cultivate the techniques, using martial skills that complemented his talent was entirely feasible. After parting ways with Zhao Feiyu, Chu Han rushed home without delay. He had only informed his parents via communicator that he had successfully certified as a martial cultivator, omitting his rank entirely, intending to surprise them. Xiao Han. As soon as Chu Han arrived at the entrance of his residential compound, he spotted both his parents waiting for him there. "Dad, Mom, why did you come out to meet me? Ever since receiving the notification of your certification half an hour ago, your father hasn't calmed down for a moment. He insisted we come downstairs to wait for you," Zhang Mailan said with a warm smile. Chu Zhan clapped Chu Han on the shoulder. "Fine lad. Becoming a first-rank martial cultivator before the grand martial examination, you've already surpassed me in my prime." Pride and deep satisfaction shimmered in his eyes. Chu Han smiled faintly and retrieved from his pocket a gleaming golden cultivator's medallion. "That I only said I'd passed certification. I never mentioned I was a first-rank cultivator." "Not first rank. Then, second rank." Chu Zhan chuckled and reached out to take the medallion, only for his eyes to widen in disbelief, his grin freezing mid-expression, his voice trembling. This is a third-rank martial cultivator's medallion." Having himself been a third-rank cultivator before his injury, he instantly recognized its rank, his heart surging with thunderous shock. Stunned, then awestruck, finally erupting into unrestrained jubilation. An 18-year-old third-rank cultivator. Ha ha ha, truly the son of Chu Zhan. Though Zhang Mailan was not a cultivator herself, she well understood what a third-rank title signified. Her son had reached the pinnacle her husband once attained, yet at merely 18 years old. Chu Zhan himself hadn't ascended to third rank until he turned 30, a gulf impossible to bridge. Neighbors passing by, drawn by the commotion, turned their heads. One recognized Chu Han and murmured softly, "Isn't that old Chu's son? Heard he sat the cultivator exam. Did he pass? Look at how overjoyed old Chu is. This must be extraordinary." Instantly, glances of envy and admiration flooded their direction. Chu Han smiled. "I kept quiet at first, to give you both a surprise. My boy, this surprise is nothing short of monumental." "Enough of that. Dad, Mom, which properties have you been viewing lately? Let me see the list. We'll buy one today. If all goes smoothly, we could move in as early as tomorrow." Chu Han brought up housing. Chu Zhan pulled a small notebook from his pocket. "Your mother and I have visited several compounds these past days. All noted here." He carried this notebook constantly, while house hunting, its pages densely filled with compound names, floor plans, prices, and even hand-drawn schematic layouts. "Looks like Mom and Dad are truly passionate about finding a new home," Chu Han mused inwardly. Xiao Han, look. These are premium units in standard residential complexes, spacious, reasonably priced, and supremely comfortable. Chu Han took the notebook and skimmed its contents, then shook his head. "Dad, Mom, we agreed from the start to focus on cultivator-exclusive compounds. Standard neighborhoods simply cannot compare in terms of security." Though they resided within Jiang City proper, airborne mutant beasts occasionally breached urban airspace, placing his parents in a cultivator compound would shield them from such peril. After all, such compounds teemed with cultivators and boasted far superior security infrastructure. Yet Chu Han understood his parents' humility. Their decades of hardship had rendered them profoundly content with modest blessings. Still, his resolve remained unshaken. After a moment's thought, he declared, "Let's set aside these standard compounds. Instead, we'll purchase a residence in Linjiang Compound, the place where we originally lived, familiar to you both." Over the years, Chu Han had passed through Linjiang Compound several times, childhood memories of its lanes and courtyards still vivid in his mind. Linjiang Compound is now an elite cultivator enclave. Rumor has it many high-ranking association officials reside there. Prices have tripled since before, Even the most modest unit commands several million credits. Zhang Milan cautioned. It's settled. Chu Han gently interrupted his mother and guided his parents toward a taxi bound for Linjiang compound. Unlike the dilapidated old city district, Linjiang compound exuded opulence. Renovated and expanded in recent years, it now radiated grandeur and majesty. Today its sales center buzzed with unusual energy. With Marshall cultivator certifications having just concluded, scores of newly certified cultivators had flocked here to consult and purchase residences. Good day. Do you have an appointment? A sales representative approached with polished poise, her smile flawless yet subtly appraising. Chu Han's family wore simple attire, starkly contrasting the affluent crowd surrounding them. She concealed her judgment carefully, for anyone entering this compound was at minimum a first-rank cultivator beyond her authority to slight. No appointment. Without an appointment you may need to wait. Daily allotments are strictly limited. Hasn't Linjiang compound just completed its expansion? Chu Han asked. Surely many new units are available. I apologize, sir. This policy originates from upper management. The saleswoman offered her practiced, unflinching smile. Very well, we'll wait. Chu Han made no fuss, leading his parents to the lounge area to await their turn. Hardly had they settled when nearby voices swelled with boastful pride. Manager Wang, I'm pleased to inform you my son has just certified as a first-rank cultivator. As promised, we'll sign the contract for that unit today. The speaker was a middle-aged man in designer suit and thick gold chain. Beside him stood a youth brandishing a first-rank cultivator's medallion, chin lifted in haughty triumph. Manager Wang hurried forward, beaming. Mr. Li, rest assured, the unit has been reserved for you since day one. And this must be your esteemed son. Truly heroes rise young, awakening and ascending to first rank in a single stride. Envious gazes swept across the hall. 18-year-old cultivators were rare gems, their futures radiant with limitless promise. The man basked in the attention, his vanity swelling to near bursting. Though his family wasn't among the city's wealthiest, they owned a thriving enterprise, yet lacked a cultivator, barring them from cultivator compounds and their unparalleled safety. Now that his son had broken through, his elation mirrored Chu Han's, though he chose to flaunt it more openly, a perfectly human impulse. Chu Han's family waited for a long time, but as more buyers streamed in, their turn never came. Then outside, a deep engine roar reverberated, the slow, stately halt of a black sedan emblazoned with the Marshall Dow Association insignia. The door swung open. A middle-aged man in formal black uniform stepped out, followed closely by a young man in his early 20s. Director Ling. What an honor. Manager Wang's expression shifted instantly. Abandoning Mr. Li, he dashed outside, bowing deeply, his tone deferential to the point of reverence. Why didn't you notify us beforehand? I would have met you at the gate myself. This is my nephew Ling Hao, certified as a first-rank cultivator last month. He intends to purchase a residence here, so I've accompanied him to assist in selection. Director Ling replied coolly. Director Ling. Chu Han glanced up and recognized the man who had overseen his Night Owl squad bounty claim. He hadn't expected to encounter a familiar face here. At the mention of Director Ling, numerous cultivators in attendance eagerly approached to greet him. Even Mr. Li and his son hastened to join the throng. Yet Ling remained composed, accustomed to such deference. His gaze swept idly across the hall, then paused sharp and sudden upon the lounge area, where his eyes lit with unmistakable recognition. Make way, make way. Parting the crowd, he strode forward briskly. Brother Chu Han, you're purchasing a... Chu Han was now under the personal attention of the association's Director General, and rumored to have caught the eye of a sovereign-level master. Such a prodigy warranted every courtesy. That single phrase, Brother Chu Han, sent silence crashing through the entire sales center. All froze. Director Ling, a fourth-rank cultivator and towering figure in Jiang City, was treating this youth with startling warmth. Why? Chu Han nodded with a gentle smile. Director Ling, I'm accompanying my parents to view residences. Unfortunately, we lack an appointment, and have already waited over an hour, still no turn. Viewing residences requires appointments. Director Ling frowned, turning sharply to Manager Wang, whose face immediately paled. Chu Han is a third-rank cultivator. Do you not recall that third-rank cultivators hold priority selection rights for residences in cultivator compounds? Manager Wang's face drained of color. Earlier deeming Chu Han ordinary, he'd seen no issue in assigning him to wait, never imagining this unassuming youth was a third-rank master. He scrambled over, bowing low before Chu Han. Forgive me, Mr. Chu. I failed utterly to recognize your stature. Please follow me to our VIP suite. 70% discount. Any unit you desire is yours. Inside the sales office, everyone's gaze towards Chu Han transformed from contempt to awe. No one expected that this ordinarily dressed youth was actually a Tier 3 warrior. Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan stood aside, their faces filled with pride. Soon Chu Han's family followed Manager Wang to the VIP room, where a virtual screen displayed the panoramic model of the Linjiang community. After looking around, Chu Han pointed to a house and said, "I want this 3-bedroom unit. It's well ventilated and has great lighting." Manager Wang quickly brought up the floor plan saying, "Mr. Chu has a great eye." This unit had been inquired about by many people before, originally priced at 10 million, now offered at 7 million after a 30% discount. "If you're okay with it, we can sign the contract now." Chu Han wasted no time signing the contract and making the payment immediately. Seeing the transfer successful notification, Manager Wang quickly smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Chu. You and your family can move in any time. Oh, our company can assist with the move." "Then let's do it tomorrow." Chu Han nodded. Director Ling, smiling from the side, said, "Little brother Chu Han, we will be neighbors from now on. Oh, feel free to reach out to me whenever you need." He had always wanted to befriend Chu Han, and now knowing that Chu Han was buying in Linjiang community made him very happy. Of course, this time it's all thanks to Director Ling. Otherwise my chance at a house would have gone down the drain. Chu Han gladly accepted Director Ling's goodwill and expressed his gratitude, as it had saved him a lot of time. Moreover, since he would be attending a martial arts university out of town, it would be much more convenient for his parents to have a good relationship with Director Ling. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Director Ling, Chu Han's family bid farewell and returned to their current home. "I never expected to live back in Linjiang community in this lifetime." On the way, Chu Zhan kept flipping through the contract, letting out a sigh of amazement. Zhang Milan smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Xiao Han. From now on we can live a stable life." Seeing his parents' smiles filled Chu Han with great satisfaction. His continuous strengthening was all for moments like this. However, buying a house was just the first step. Next, he needed to prepare for the martial arts entrance exam and become even stronger, eventually ensuring his father's full recovery. Once home, the family naturally celebrated. The next morning, Chu Han performed his usual lottery draw, this time winning a bottle containing 10 body refining pills. After breakfast, the moving team arrived at the Linjiang community. Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan, being nostalgic, took many old items, though otherwise there wouldn't be much to move this time. Moreover, the houses in Linjiang community were well decorated with all kinds of furniture and facilities. Chu Han transferred 1 million to his parents, allowing them to purchase new items freely. He then made his way to the unmanned martial arts training hall in Linjiang community, where residents could practice. With his warrior certification, he could use it for free, which was a small benefit of living there. Depending on the warrior's rank, different floors of equipment and training rooms were available. Chu Han entered a training room on the 3rd floor and took out the martial technique Flame Burst Fist that he had obtained from the Martial Arts Association. "Let's try this martial technique today." Chu Han opened the instruction for Flame Burst Fist and quickly skimmed through the information, soon committing it all to memory. Flame Burst Fist is based on fire attribute elemental power, requiring the user to compress the elemental force into the fist before releasing it in a sudden explosion, creating a high-temperature fire explosion around the fist that delivers both impact and burning damage. The essence of this martial technique lies in its short charging time and rapid execution, while still being able to deal explosive damage. However, it requires a high level of control over the user's elemental power and consumes a significant amount of it. Moreover, rapidly mobilizing fire attribute elemental power poses a considerable burden on the Bodhis meridians, making the advantages and disadvantages of this martial technique quite apparent. The method of exerting force in this martial technique is similar to the explosive fist, except it adds a requirement for fire attribute elemental power. Chu Han noticed many similarities between Flame Burst Fist and Explosive Fist, making it easier to understand. Soon he thoroughly understood the elemental power circulation route and compression techniques for Flame Burst Fist. Thus, he summoned the meager amount of fire attribute elemental power within him, circulating it through his meridians and quickly gathering it in his right hand. Flame Burst Fist. Chu Han punched out, and immediately a burst of flames erupted from his fist. The scorching power seared the surrounding air, causing it to slightly distort. However, he quickly realized that the explosive effect of this punch was not impressive. The main reason was that his fire attribute elemental power was simply too scarce. He could only barely unleash a weakened version of Flame Burst Fist with power comparable to his basic punch. Yet, even this elemental power was due to the extra fire attribute energy in his body after upgrading his talent. It seems this move can only be used in the state of my talent. Chu Han's thoughts stirred, and a layer of faint black, crystalline armor suddenly appeared around him, with dark red patterns flowing slowly across the surface. A surge of majestic fire attribute elemental power erupted from the armor. He channeled the fire attribute elemental power within the armor into his meridians, gathering it at his fist. Flame Burst Fist. Chu Han punched out again. This time the Flame Burst Fist was powerful. A violent blaze instantly erupted from Chu Han's fist, engulfing a large area in front of him. The air began to warp wildly, and the shockwave of the fire attribute elemental power made the entire training room tremble. Now that's more like it. Chu Han looked at the terrifying power of flame burst fist, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the enhancement of the lava crystal armor, his flame burst fist was even stronger. Next, Chu Han immersed himself in training. Under the state of the lava crystal armor, he practiced fervently, becoming extremely proficient in using flame burst fist, quickly reaching great mastery. However, continuously performing flame burst fist took a significant toll on him. After half an hour of using his talent, he was forced to shut it down. As expected, flame burst fist is not suitable for continuous use. The consumption is too great for me. Chu Han put away the lava crystal armor, his fingertips still lingering with a faint warmth. If only I could directly cultivate the technique. He thought of another technique, flame absorption technique. This fire attribute technique can cultivate fire attribute elemental power, but his Dantian could not store elemental power, causing all cultivated energy to dissipate, resulting in a waste. Although my Dantian cannot store it, perhaps my body can absorb it. A sudden thought flashed through Chu Han's mind. My physical strength far surpasses that of ordinary warriors, and my meridians are several times more resilient. If I guide the fire attribute elemental power absorbed from practicing flame absorption technique directly into my flesh, and then perform the 9 levels body refinement technique, wouldn't I be able to utilize that elemental power for cultivation? As soon as this idea emerged, it instantly ignited Chu Han's curiosity. He immediately sat cross-legged and quickly skimmed through flame absorption technique. Then, following the flame absorption technique, he began to cultivate. Before long, he felt a warm breath slowly flowing into his body, entering his Dantian. However, his Dantian was merely a transit station for elemental power and did not store it. Soon this elemental power spread throughout his body. Immediately his flesh and bones felt a slight burning pain, but this pain was not particularly intense. For others, it would be extremely dangerous to cultivate while unable to store elemental power, but Chu Han was already accustomed to such reckless training. Not only did he not stop cultivating, he accelerated the operation of the technique. In an instant, countless fire attribute elemental powers surged within him. Before long, Chu Han felt his body reaching its limit. He immediately began practicing the second level of the 9 levels body refinement technique. As he changed his posture, the elemental power began to be absorbed by his body, transforming into nourishment to enhance his flesh. It worked. Chu Han found a new direction for his cultivation. That is to absorb primal energy using the devouring flame technique, and then convert the primal energy with the 90-year body refinement technique, thus accelerating the speed of body refinement. At the same time, this also increased his affinity for fire attributes, making it more suitable for him to practice fire attribute techniques in the future. This not only solved the problem of his Dantian being unable to store primal energy, but also sped up his cultivation process. It was simply a cultivation method tailor-made for him. I also have a technique called the Thunder Element technique. If I cultivate it using the Devouring Flame technique's method, it might yield similar results. Chu Han thought of the technique he had obtained from the Night Owl, and his heart stirred. However, after some consideration, he decided to focus on cultivating the Devouring Flame technique first, as the effectiveness of the Thunder Element technique might not surpass that of the Devouring Flame technique, so there was no rush. In the nearly 20 days that followed, Chu Han spent all his time cultivating in the martial arts hall and did not venture outside. Most of the items he won from the lottery during these days were pills, weapons, martial skills, and coins, none of which particularly caught Chu Han's attention. After such a long period of cultivation, his strength had significantly increased, with his single-arm strength exceeding 8,000 pounds. However, his body had yet to reach the limit of a Kwasa warrior, and his Dantian still could not store primal energy. He had not neglected the cultivation of the Devouring Flame technique. Starting from the 11th day, he also began to cultivate the Thunder Element technique. Introducing Thunder attribute primal energy for body refinement proved to be even more vigorous than the Fire attribute, benefiting him greatly. Chu Han had also kept up with the cultivation of other martial skills. The 7 styles of breaking army had been practiced to the 6th style, allowing him to utilize fire attribute primal energy to unleash powerful fire attribute slashes when activating the lava crystal armor. The Gale Blade technique, Spirit Cat Steps, Explosive Fist, and Flame Burst Fist had all been cultivated to the pinnacle. He did not forget his mental power training at night, while practicing martial skills during the day. At this moment, his perception range had reached a radius of 50 meters, greatly enhancing his mental power. However, Chu Han was still somewhat dissatisfied with this rate of cultivation. So today he planned to practice dual cultivation of fire and thunder. If I simultaneously operate 2 techniques using the dual elemental primal energy for body refinement, will it be faster? This idea had arisen many days ago, and today Chu Han decided to give it a try. Even if he got injured, he still had time to recover. He no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged, simultaneously operating the Devouring Flame technique and the Thunder Element technique. Suddenly, the two types of elemental primal energy flowed into his body at once, starting to converge and mix. Boom! Both fire and thunder attributes belong to the most violent categories of primal energy. As they came into contact, a violent collision occurred instantly, with each force competing against and canceling each other before finally merging into a new form of primal energy. The wild primal energy began to rampage within Chu-Han's body, causing significant damage to his flesh and meridians. Red and purple glows even pierced through his skin, leaving behind ghastly scars on the surface. Accompanying this was a piercing pain. This little pain is nothing. Chu-Han immediately practiced the second tier of the 90-year body refinement technique, integrating the fused primal energy into his body to strengthen himself. Indeed effective. Chu-Han rejoiced. Although the pain was several times stronger than before, the speed at which his body grew stronger had also increased by more than double. His physical body continued to grow stronger, and the injuries inflicted by the two types of primal energy began to heal. However, Chu-Han soon realized that as the fusion speed of the thunder and fire primal energy accelerated, his body's healing rate could not keep up with the rate of damage. At this moment, his entire body was covered in scars, and even the internal injuries were worsening. If this continued, not only would the effects of his recent cultivation be nullified, but he would also sustain significant injuries. This was something he absolutely could not accept. In that case, let's speed up the absorption rate. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu-Han's eyes. It's time to cultivate the third tier of the 90-year body refinement technique. So Chu-Han began cultivating in the posture of the third tier of the 90-year body refinement technique. As soon as he assumed the first posture, waves of pain assaulted him. Although he had mentally prepared himself, it still hurt immensely. He could only grit his teeth and persevere. Every tier of the 90-year body refinement technique started out this way. Soon his perseverance yielded results. In the posture of the third tier, his absorption rate of primal energy increased by more than double. The mixed primal energy within him, which could not be absorbed in time, was rapidly absorbed and integrated into every cell of his body. Chu-Han suddenly felt that his cultivation speed surged and the injuries to his body began to heal. These changes were all due to the effects of the third tier of the 90-year body refinement technique. The third tier of body refinement technique is indeed domineering. Ew, I like it. Chu-Han revealed a satisfied smile. Whenever he needed to exert himself in cultivation, the 90-year body refinement technique always solved his troubles. It truly is the class body refinement martial skill. Chu-Han sighed. The following cultivation became much simpler. Chu-Han could clearly feel that his physical strength had taken another leap. At the end of a day's cultivation, Chu-Han tested his strength again. He found that his single-arm strength had surpassed the 900-pound mark, and he was no longer far from 1,000 pounds. Returning home after having dinner with his parents, he continued his mental power training as usual. With only 7 days left until the martial arts examination, all the senior students were diligently training for it. The next day, Chu-Han began the lottery. Congratulations, you have won a class laser gun. Class laser gun, a technological weapon that gathers the crystallization of human wisdom. After being charged, it can fire 2 shots of laser capable of killing 5th-tier exotic beasts, and the output power can be adjusted for increased firing frequency. The items acquired today surprised Chu-Han. He did not expect to win a high-tech weapon today, especially one capable of firing lasers. With a thought, a silver-white laser gun appeared in his hand. A small screen on the gun displayed energy levels and firing counts. At this moment, the laser gun's energy was empty and the firing count was 0. The laser gun also came with a user manual which stated that it could be charged using various energy-containing items. Chu-Han thought for a moment and placed the laser gun in front of the bedroom socket. The laser gun did begin to absorb electricity, but after a long time the energy level only moved up by 1%. Too slow, there should be a better charging method. Chu-Han pondered slightly and took out a low-level energy stone from his space. After nearly 20 days of lottery draws, he had accumulated over 100 low-level energy stones, and using one did not bother him. Placing the low-level energy stone on the laser gun immediately reacted rapidly, absorbing the energy from the stone. In no time the energy level reached 100%. The low-level energy crystal was completely absorbed and disappeared. The firing count of the laser gun also became 2. This has the power to kill 5th-tier exotic beasts. It's not easy to test. The power of the laser gun was so great that firing it at home would cause significant damage. Fortunately, the laser gun had a knob to adjust the output power, and when Chu-Han twisted it, he found that the firing count indeed increased to 3. The power of the laser gun was so great that firing it at home would cause significant damage. Fortunately, the laser gun had a knob to adjust the output power, and when Chu-Han twisted it, he found that the firing... Just as Chu-Han finished breakfast and prepared to go downstairs, his communicator suddenly rang. Looking down, he was surprised to see that it was Li Yunjin calling. Chu-Han, there's an urgent mission. Hurry to the military for assembly. An urgent mission? Chu Han asked, puzzled. They'll explain once you arrive. I've already dispatched a vehicle to pick you up. Li Yunjian's voice was fraught with urgency. After a few hurried instructions, he ended the call. Though puzzled, Chu Han asked no further questions. This was his first official military assignment, and beneath his calm exterior stirred quiet anticipation. It's been ages since I trained in the wild. This time he'll treat it as a true field trial. He immediately gathered his weapons and gear, completing all preparations. Moments later, an armored military vehicle screeched to a halt at the main gate of Linjiang residential complex. Chu Han boarded without hesitation. The armored vehicle sped onward, arriving swiftly at the outskirts supply base, where Li Yunjian and over 20 soldiers were already assembled. The weakest among them was a second-stage martial artist, each armed with firearms. Beside Li Yunjian stood 2 fourth-stage martial artists serving as deputies, and more than a dozen third-stage martial artists. Such a force, wherever deployed, commanded immediate respect. Indeed, this unit represented the overwhelming majority of the army's elite combatants. This mission may prove far from simple, Chu Han mused inwardly. Captain Li. He snapped a crisp military salute. Li Yunjian offered a faint smile. Chu Han, you're here. Now that the full team is assembled, we depart immediately. Chu Han nodded silently and fell into formation, marching with the unit toward the wilderness. As they advanced, Li Yunjian turned to Chu Han. Our destination lies deep within the Blackstone Mountains, in a remote canyon. Our objective, rescue. Rescue? A flicker of confusion crossed Chu Han's face. Who could possibly warrant such a formidable deployment? Li Yunjian explained, we're retrieving a research team from the Jingwu University Institute. Their security detail consisted of elite students from Jingwu University, led by a 5th-stage martial artist. Yet this morning all contact ceased entirely. Hence command urgently ordered me to assemble this response force. A 5th-stage martial artist has gone silent. What manner of threat could overwhelm them? Though perilous, the inner Blackstone Mountains should not pose insurmountable danger, even to a 5th-stage team. They may have encountered either highly mutated beasts or professional hunters lying in ambush. In either case, the survivors' chances dwindle drastically. Li Yunjian continued. Rumors suggest Jingwu University also dispatched a local martial artist, already inside the Blackstone Mountains ahead of us. His comms frequency has been broadcast to every unit terminal, but so far no reply. Chu Han, this mission carries extraordinary weight, and for you it is a rare opportunity. I have full confidence in your strength. Yes, I'll give my absolute best. Chu Han nodded firmly. Though fraught with danger and challenge, this operation presented an invaluable crucible for growth. For martial artists, true advancement arises only through relentless real-world combat. Stay close behind me, now full speed ahead. Li Yunjian strode at the vanguard, bellowing the order before surging forward with renewed pace. The unit accelerated, veering around hostile anomalies whenever possible, never pausing, never hesitating. Chu Han kept pace effortlessly, just behind Li Yunjian, his stride unwavering. After hours of steady advance, a vast shadowed canyon emerged before them. Towering blackstone cliffs rose on either side, riddled with fathomless caves. A thick opaque mist coiled across the canyon floor, visibility reduced to mere meters. At the sight, every face hardened with grim resolve. This was the heart of the Blackstone Mountains, every step steeped in lethal peril. Such dense fog demanded vigilance beyond measure. Remain sharp. This canyon teems with danger. 3rd-stage anomalies roam freely, venomous insects and mutated flora lurk everywhere. Stay locked in formation. Li Yunjian's warning echoed sharply. Captain Li, I must object. A discordant voice cut through the ranks. Han Wei, one of Li Yunjian's deputies, stepped forward. Younger than Li Yunjian, yet already a 4th-stage martial artist, Han Wei wore an air of defiant arrogance. Aside from our ranged firearm specialists, aren't we all 3rd stage or higher? Then why bring along an untested student who hasn't even sat for the martial arts grand examination? Isn't he just dead weight? Han Wei and Li Yunjian had long competed for dominance. Rank-wise, they were peers. For this emergency deployment, command assigned leadership to Li Yunjian, the stronger of the two, while appointing Han Wei and another 4th-stage martial artist as deputies. Han Wei was significantly younger. Though their cultivation levels differed by a single stage, Han Wei had never accepted Li Yunjian's authority. Moreover, several soldiers in the unit answered directly to him, lending his words considerable influence. Now, as they approached the canyon's deeper, more treacherous reaches, Han Wei openly challenged Chu Han's presence, and by extension, Li Yunjian's judgment. Now, as they approached the canyon's deeper, more treacherous reaches, Han Wei openly challenged Chu Han's presence, and by extension, Li Yunjian's judgment. At Han Wei's words, murmurs rippled through the ranks. Several soldiers cast sidelong glances at Chu Han, eyes clouded with doubt. Chiefly, it was Chu Han's youth that unsettled them. He looked scarcely old enough for such high-risk operations. Han Wei, Chu Han was selected by me personally. His capability is unquestionable. Li Yunjian's brow furrowed slightly, his tone carried unmistakable displeasure. He knew Han Wei resented him, and now deliberately sowing discord before the entire unit, he sought to undermine Li Yunjian's authority. Han Wei pressed on undeterred, "Captain Li, your word alone makes it so. Judging by his age, he's not even a second-stage cultivator, let alone third. When danger strikes, will we not be forced to shield him?" Chu Han stepped forward calmly and produced his martial artist badge for inspection. "Does this suffice as proof?" "A third-stage martial artist badge." A soldier gasped. So young, and already third stage. No wonder he was cleared for this mission. Skepticism ebbed, but Han Wei scoffed. "How do we know that badge is truly yours? Perhaps you borrowed." Chu Han's voice turned icy. "This badge was issued by the Martial Artists Association. It belongs to me. As for my strength..." Before he could finish, his expression tightened. A swift dark shape surged through the mist 20 meters to his right. It skimmed low across the ground, moving with terrifying velocity. Within a blink, it loomed before them. Whooshed. Before anyone could react, a colossal black spider erupted from the fog to the right. Leaping onto a soldier's head, its massive needle-like legs poised to strike. A ghastly pallid human face was branded upon its thorax, unnerving and grotesque. The soldier paled, instantly dropping his rifle with a clatter. "Watch out!" Li Yunjian shouted, but it was too late to intervene. At that razor-thin instant, Chu Han blurred forward. His battle's word carved a silver arc through the air, severing the spider's foremost leg in a single flash. Then he launched skyward, executing the fourth form of the Break Army 7 techniques, slicing the beast cleanly in half top to bottom. Boom! Its massive corpse crashed down, splattering Viridian ichor across the rescued soldier's uniform. Silence descended like a shroud. Every soldier stood breathless, stunned, hearts pounding, not only by the near catastrophe, but by Chu Han's breathtaking speed and precision. The rescued soldier gazed at him, eyes brimming with raw gratitude. This is a third-stage face devil spider, renowned for concealing its aura. Within this canyon's mist, its stealth becomes nearly absolute. Now, who still doubts Chu Han's strength? Li Yunjian pointed solemnly at the spider's split carcass. The hidden ability of the human-faced demon spider is extraordinarily strong, so much so that even Li Yunjian and Han Wei were unable to detect it immediately. However, Chu Han reacted instantly, swiftly slaying the third-tier beast with 2 strikes. Such strength shattered all skepticism in an instant. Han Wei's face flushed with anger and fear, his previous arrogance completely vanished. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Chu Han's flawless performance had severely slapped his face. The others looked at Chu Han with admiration, their gazes filled with a fiery respect. Within the army, only strength commands respect. "All right, stop dawdling, and let's move out," Li Yunjian said, regaining his composure, his eyes now holding a deeper gratitude for Chu Han. Chu Han's earlier display of strength astonished even him. He never expected that in just a month his power would elevate to such a level. Thanks to Chu Han this time, it serves as a reminder for everyone to remain vigilant. After Chu Han decisively slayed the human-faced demon spider, he also helped solidify Li Yunjian's authority. Now with the command given, almost everyone responded immediately. Chu Han collected important materials like the poisonous fangs and sacks of the human-faced demon clan. As for the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, he had to abandon it. He didn't want to expose his spatial ring in front of so many people. Continuing onward, the mist in Blackstone Gorge grew denser the deeper they went. After walking for another half-hour, the gravel path beneath their feet was gradually replaced by soft, damp black soil, which emitted a faint, foul odor. Chu Han walked in the middle of the group, his spirit remaining on high alert. Since entering the gorge, he had acted several times successfully, saving 1 or 2 people each time. Thus everyone in the group heavily relied on his perception. "Watch your step." Chu Han suddenly stopped loudly. Everyone was startled by his words, cautiously looking down at their feet. In the next moment, the black soil beneath them suddenly bulged, and a gigantic centipede, black as night and over 10 meters long, burst out of the ground. Many were thrown into the air by the centipede's explosive emergence, losing their balance. The centipede's mandibles opened and closed, its dark, poisonous fangs aimed at the nearest Han Wei. "Beast seeking death. Taste my thunder slash." Han Wei roared in fury, his long knife crackling with lightning as he struck down on the centipede's head. A sharp explosion echoed as the centipede's head was struck, yet it suffered no damage. Instead, Han Wei was sent flying several meters by a tremendous force, crashing into a large stone behind him. Han Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for his elemental armor, that blow would have cost him his life. Several soldiers positioned at a distance immediately unleashed a torrent of firepower at the centipede, but it was of no effect. The creature's defenses were terrifyingly high. "Be careful. This is a 5th-tier armored centipede. Leave it to me." At that moment, Li Yunjian shouted loudly, leaping onto the centipede's head, his spear glowing with a brilliant azure light as he aimed to stab it down. Gale stab. With a sound of the spear, enhanced by wind elemental energy, instantly pierced through the centipede's head. The armored centipede's body stiffened abruptly, thrashing a few times before falling completely still. What incredible speed! Truly worthy of a fifth-tier warrior. Chu Han observed, unable to help but voice his admiration. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Yunjian unleash his full power, and the fifth-tier black iron centipede was killed in a single blow. Indeed extraordinary. He didn't even get a chance to intervene before the battle concluded. However, the next scene caused Chu Han's expression to change. The previously motionless armored centipede suddenly twitched its body. Immediately, countless green toxic gases erupted, mingling with the mist and spreading out over 100 meters in an instant. No one was spared, and they were all surrounded by the toxic gas. Indeed extraordinary. He didn't even get a chance to intervene before the battle concluded. However, the next scene, such potent toxicity. He dared not delay and promptly took out a vial of antidote from his spatial ring, pouring several pills into his mouth to suppress the spread of the toxin in his body. Cough, cough. Li Yunjian, who was atop the centipede's head, accidentally inhaled a large breath of the toxin, immediately breaking into a series of coughs, nearly losing his balance and falling off. Though he was a fifth-tier warrior, he could not be immune to the toxic gas from a fifth-tier beast, and thus suffered greatly. At this moment, the armored centipede's tail suddenly cracked open, and a smaller centipede emerged from within. As soon as this centipede appeared, it scurried towards Li Yunjian at an incredible speed, its sharp, poisonous fangs poised to bite into Li Yunjian's body. Beast. At this moment, Chu Han suddenly appeared beside the centipede, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Explosive fist. Boom. A tremendous sound exploded upon the centipede's head, sending countless black shells flying, and the centipede's body was hurled away by the force. Having landed a successful hit, Chu Han immediately pressed the attack. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade, carrying a fierce blade aura, struck hard at the centipede's head, which had its shell shattered. Seventh form of the Breaking Army. Chu Han unleashed his strongest strike without using elemental power. Sizzle. The centipede's head was instantly cleaved in two. Black-green liquid splattered everywhere, and the armored centipede was utterly lifeless. After shedding its shell, its strength had diminished to that of a fourth-tier beast, allowing Chu Han to quickly end the battle. Once again, it was thanks to your intervention that this trouble was resolved. Oh, I feel quite ashamed, as the team leader Li Yunjian said, expelling the toxins from his body with his elemental power, his tone somewhat apologetic. This is what I should do, Chu Han replied with a smile. Let's get everyone out of the toxic gas area quickly. Yes, everyone hurry and leave this place. Without needing Li Yunjian's command, the soldiers instinctively rushed deeper into the gorge to escape the top. Once Li Yunjian turned to leave, Chu Han waved his hand, collecting the centipede's corpse and the shed shell into his spatial ring. This was the corpse of a fifth-tier beast, which would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Afterwards, Chu Han rejoined the main group, and they continued forward, encountering many more troublesome beasts, all of which were resolved through the cooperation of Li Yunjian and Chu Han. After delving over 10 more miles, Li Yunjian suddenly halted, pointing at the ground. There are traces of a battle here. Hearing this, Chu Han and the others looked over, and indeed found shattered weapons, armor fragments, and dried blood scattered across the ground. The blood was dark red, evidently having been there for some time. Nearby were several bodies that had been mangled beyond recognition. They were unidentifiable, but from the pieces of clothing they appeared to be guards from a research team. The research team must have been attacked here. Li Yunjian squatted down, pointing at a relatively intact corpse. The wounds here are very neat, as if caused by blades. They must have encountered an ambush by other warriors. Chu Han also found 2 knife wounds on a mangled corpse. Could it be hunters? He thought of the Night Owl team he had wiped out. It's hard to say. Any warrior team that could threaten this research team must possess considerable strength. Li Yunjian said with a grave expression. Everyone search carefully, see if you can find any other clues. Instantly, everyone began to search the surroundings. However, since the incident had occurred quite some time ago, coupled with the presence of beasts, it was difficult to discern the traces in the area, and no one could find any useful clues for the time being. Noticing this, Chu Han extended his spiritual energy outward. Drip drip. Suddenly a series of beeping sounds entered his ears. Chu Han immediately ran towards the sound, and indeed found a communication watch emitting a faint sound in the distance. The watch's strap was still intact, as if it had been deliberately discarded. Captain, I found something here. Chu Han immediately called over Li Yunjian and the others to check, sharing his thought. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Yunjian's eyes. Chu Han is right. This is likely a clue left by survivors. Everyone move in this direction. The group advanced in the direction indicated by the communication watch, discovering several more communication devices along the way. This further validated Chu Han's conjecture. The group quickened their pace, and after about an hour of walking, the mist ahead suddenly thinned. A cave hidden beneath the cliff appeared before them, its entrance obscured by vines faintly revealing a human presence inside. This is the place. Li Yunjian lowered his voice, signaling the team to prepare for battle. They could not confirm whether the markers left along the way were traps set by enemies, so they dared not be careless. Chu Han quickly approached the cave entrance and released his mental energy to probe inside. He discovered 5 people within the cave, 3 of whom emitted the fluctuations of martial artist energy, while the other 2 appeared to be ordinary individuals without any energy signature. Besides that, there were no other living beings' auras in the cave, only a faint smell of blood. There are 5 people inside, among them 3 are martial artists. Chu Han said, "All right, everyone, follow me in." Li Yunjian remained at the front and charged into the cave with great speed. Chu Han followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, 3 cold flashes came at them from both sides. The 2 immediately used their weapons to defend, and the sound of metal clashing echoed in the dark cave. "Listen up, we are the rescue team sent by the Jiangxing military. If you are part of the research team, stop attack," Li Yunjian shouted to the people inside. He immediately received a response, "You are military personnel." In the next moment, a faint light illuminated the cave, barely allowing them to see the situation inside. "Great, the rescue has finally arrived." A voice filled with sobs came from a young man, wearing glasses, dressed like a researcher. The 3 martial artists who had confronted Chu Han and Li Yunjian also dropped their weapons and sat down on the ground. The earlier battle had aggravated their injuries. All 3 were 4th-tier martial artists, yet they had sustained such severe injuries to escape, which spoke volumes about the terrifying enemies they had encountered. "What is the situation? Where is Professor Chun? What about the other team members?" Li Yunjian asked urgently. "Professor Chun was captured by them, and the other villains are all dead." Another researcher holding a notebook spoke with deep sorrow. "Captured? What situation did you encounter?" A young martial artist assigned to protect them said, "We originally had 16 people besides Professor Chun and his 5 students. The rest were all 4th-tier martial artists, led by a 5th-tier martial artist. However, early this morning, after we spent the night collecting research samples here, we were suddenly attacked by a group of unidentified individuals. The attackers were very strong, with 2 5th-tier martial artists and more than a dozen 4th-tier ones. The leader didn't even strike. The captain was killed by the 2 5th-tier martial artists' siege, and the others were unable to resist. We could only watch helplessly as Professor Chun was taken away, desperately leading the few survivors to break through the siege. By the time we escaped here, only 5 of us were still alive. That group seemed to have come specifically for Professor Chun, as the leader emphasized not to harm him." Li Yunjian nodded after listening to the martial artist's description. "It seems Professor Chun is not in immediate danger. He must have been captured. Our task is to rescue him. They have 2 5th-tier martial artists and a dozen 4th-tier martial artists. How are we supposed to conduct a rescue?" Han Wei posed the question everyone was thinking. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the team, including Li Yunjian, fell into silence. Indeed, the combat capabilities of the rescue team were far inferior to those of the attackers who ambushed Professor Chun. If things went wrong, it could lead to a total loss. Chu Han furrowed his brow and looked at the martial artist who spoke, asking, "Did that group have any distinguishing features, like clothing, weapons, or special abilities?" The martial artist replied, "They all wore black clothing and white masks, wielding a variety of weapons, but their energy all carried a hint of dark aura capable of eroding the opponent's energy. Dark energy that has an eroding effect." Li Yunjian suddenly thought of something, his expression growing more serious. Could they be from the Black Crow organization? They have been restless lately, attacking many martial artists, but why did they capture Professor Chun? Are they researching something dangerous? Chu Han was also startled upon hearing Li Yunjian mention the Black Crow organization. The Black Crow organization is a notorious hunting organization in the province where Jiangxing is located, composed entirely of wanted martial artists, mercenaries, and hunters. The organization engages in all sorts of activities, including kidnapping, assassination, and plundering. The martial artists within the organization are extremely powerful, and despite multiple crackdowns by the Provincial Martial Arts Association, they have never been completely eradicated. If it truly is the Black Crow organization, then their rescue mission will be even more challenging. No matter who they are, we must find Professor Chun as soon as possible and rescue him," Li Yunjian declared with determination. Chu Han thought for a moment and said, "The most crucial thing right now is to first locate the whereabouts of these individuals and then formulate a rescue plan." Li Yunjian nodded. "Yes, Chu Han is right. Therefore, I have decided to send everyone out to search, separately maintain communication, and report back as soon as there is news. Leave a few people to protect the injured, everyone else go out to search 4 people per team. Everyone stay safe." Li Yunjian quickly issued new orders. The team members were all military personnel. Upon receiving the orders, they raised no objections and began to take action. Even Han Wei resolutely complied. "Captain, I want to act alone," Chu Han suddenly said. Li Yunjian was taken aback. "You want to go alone? Isn't that too dangerous?" Chu Han replied, "You know my abilities best. I won't go looking for death. I choose to go alone for the convenience of wielding my powers." "All right, you can act alone." Li Yunjian thought little of it, and immediately approved Chu Han's request. Time was of the essence, and the most important thing was to quickly set off to find Professor Chun. Chu Han was the first to leave the cave, continuing to track deeper into the gorge. Acting alone allowed him to accelerate his pace freely, and with his mental energy perception, he was not afraid of ambushes from strange beasts or enemies. However, after a long search, he found no clues until he exited the gorge. Outside the gorge was a series of rolling mountains. Continuing his exploration, Chu Han was suddenly attacked by a fourth-tier shadow leopard. After dealing with the shadow leopard, he noticed several wounds on its body inflicted by a human martial artist. Its injuries were likely caused by someone from the Black Crow organization. Following its blood trail might lead us to them. Chu Han stored the shadow leopard's corpse and followed the blood trail. Eventually, he arrived at the edge of a cliff where he found numerous signs of a battle among martial artists. Could they be below the cliff? Chu Han looked down and saw that the mist below the cliff was thick, making it impossible to see the bottom. Just as he prepared to throw a stone to test the cliff's height, he suddenly heard voices coming from below. "Damn, how deep is this cliff? If we go down any further, we probably won't be able to return. Let's report to the leader. That woman probably fell to her death down the cliff. It's a pity we couldn't bring her body back. That bitch was too fierce. Even severely injured, she could kill the second-in-command with one strike. If we hadn't been well prepared, we would have fallen into her hands as well." The conversations below grew closer, and Chu Han quickly hid behind a large rock. Shortly after, several figures jumped up from below the cliff. These individuals wore white masks and black clothing almost identical to the descriptions given by the survivors. Moreover, judging by their aura, each possessed the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist. Following them should lead us to the Black Crow organization's lair. Chu Han followed behind a few people navigating through a complex mountain path, only to find that they entered a hidden cave. However, he did not follow them inside. At the entrance of the cave, two members of the Black Crow organization were on guard. Both of them were in the early stage of a three-retire warrior, yet they were only responsible for guarding the entrance, which was enough to demonstrate the organization's strength. Chu Han chose not to force his way into the cave. His current task was merely to investigate and search for Professor Chen's whereabouts. If he forcefully killed the two guards, he would undoubtedly be discovered by their companions inside. Such actions would raise the vigilance of the Black Crow organization, even prompting them to prepare in advance. At that point, rescuing anyone would become difficult. Therefore, he planned to infiltrate and gather information first before making any decisions. Using the cover of the mountain mist, Chu Han circled to the top of the mountain where the cave was located. This mountain was filled with caves of various sizes, with the Black Crow's cave being the least conspicuous among them. Some of the other caves were just wide enough for a person to pass through, while others seemed bottomless. It was possible that some caves were interconnected with the Black Crow's cave. Moreover, the entrance to the Black Crow's cave was quite small, indicating that there were certainly other ventilation openings inside. With this thought in mind, he immediately expanded his spiritual sense, carefully sensing the air currents in each cave. If the entrance was connected to other caves, there would certainly be air currents flowing out. Additionally, if there were humans or exotic beasts present in the caves, the air currents would inevitably carry some unique odors. Indeed, Chu Han quickly detected a significant change in the airflow at a small cave that was about half his height. Upon closer inspection, he even caught a whiff of the smell of decaying bodies in the air. The stench of decay. It seems this cave is likely connected to the Black Crow's cave. If it were a cave inhabited by exotic beasts, they would generally consume their prey completely, leaving no corpses or bones behind. Thus, the likelihood of human activity was much higher. Chu Han felt a surge of joy and did not hesitate to crawl into the cave. It was pitch black inside, but with his spiritual sense, he could perceive the situation within. Inside the cave, there was only a narrow passage surrounded by uneven natural cave walls that were covered in sharp stone edges, clearly unrefined. If it weren't for Chu Han's strong physical defenses, these stone edges would have already left many cuts on him. Continuing deeper into the cave, the space gradually expanded. Chu Han discovered that the layout inside the cave was intricate and interconnected, almost completely hollowing out the mountain with holes everywhere. No wonder the Black Crow organization would hide their base here. Following the stench of decay, Chu Han turned left and right, passing through different caves. The stench grew increasingly strong. After walking for a dozen minutes, Chu Han felt as if he had entered a sewage system. The thick odor made him frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet give way. The surface suddenly collapsed, causing him to lose balance and fall. He dropped less than 10 meters, landing on a pile of soft material. At the same time, a nauseating stench and the smell of blood surged into his nostrils, making him feel queasy, almost causing him to retch. Where is this? Chu Han quickly released his spiritual sense to investigate, and soon realized he was in a deep pit with a diameter of several meters and a depth of dozens of meters. The pit was piled high with the corpses of humans and exotic beasts, some rotting, while others had already turned to bones. The foul odor emanated from here. Chu Han took out a lighting device from his spatial storage and turned it on to inspect the area. He discovered that some of the deceased were wearing lab coats and protective gear resembling researchers. Others were dressed in the black clothing and white masks of the Black Crow organization, clearly members of the organization. It was evident that this was the burial pit for the Black Crow organization to dispose of corpses. Holding back his nausea, Chu Han removed the black clothing and white mask from a relatively intact corpse. He intended to use this outfit to infiltrate the Black Crow organization. He quickly changed clothes and climbed up the pit wall. Upon reaching the surface, Chu Han found the area to be completely different from where he had fallen. Climbing out, he found a long passage, but the cave walls surrounding the passage were clearly modified by humans. Chu Han immediately proceeded along the passage outward. Just as he exited the passage, he heard footsteps and voices not far away. Hurry, the number of corpses has increased again. We need to dispose of them quickly. Chu Han hid in the shadows to observe. He saw a group of people carrying a pile of corpses approaching the passage. These corpses included humans and exotic beasts, all in a severely damaged state, as if they had suffered serious injuries before death. After these people entered the passage, Chu Han swiftly moved in the direction they had come from. He arrived at this was clearly a secret base formed by hollowing out and transforming the cave. The sides of the cave were filled with various makeshift rooms. Most of the individuals locked in these rooms were human warriors or exotic beasts bound by metal chains, their energy depleted and emanating faint traces of dark energy. Chu Han speculated that these warriors and exotic beasts had likely been captured by the Black Crow organization for live experiments. The failed products of death would be thrown into that deep pit. The Black Crow organization is indeed conducting some kind of evil experiments. Chu Han felt a slight shock in his heart, unsure of what conspiracy they were brewing. As he continued deeper into the Black Crow organization's cave, Chu Han encountered many members of the members of the Black Crow organization were not limited to those who attacked the research team. There were also many 3 retire, 2 entire, and 1 stire warriors, all dressed in black and wearing white masks. In total, there were no fewer than 70 or 80 members. The strength of this organization was certainly not to be underestimated. Chu Han avoided some of the stronger members and eventually arrived at a massive iron gate. The iron gate was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, firmly sealed shut. A huge combination lock was mounted on the gate. Without the correct code, it was impossible to enter. There was also a passage directly opposite the iron gate, which Chu Han speculated led to the cave's exit. However, he was more interested in the situation inside the iron gate, so he released his spiritual sense to peer through it. The room inside was also transformed from a massive cave, but the walls, floor, and ceiling had all been replaced. The room was filled with various research equipment and instruments, forming a large experimental platform. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical transparent container filled with a light red liquid connected by several tubes extending to nearby instruments. Beside the containers, several researchers were bound to chairs, their faces pale. Before the mission began, Chu Han and everyone else had seen photos of the research team members. He immediately recognized the elderly man in the center with white hair and glasses as the rescue target, Professor Chun. The other individuals were all young, and Chu Han recognized them as several of Professor Chen's students. They had not been killed, but had been captured and brought here. Besides Professor Chun and the others, there was also 1 member dressed in black. This person exuded an incredibly powerful aura, his strength surpassing even Li Yunjian by a significant margin. He should be the leader of the Black Crow organization. His strength may have already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, or even the 6th tier. Chu Han speculated in his heart. The leader of the Black Crow stood in front of Professor Chun, his voice hoarse as he said, "Professor Chun, my intentions are simple. Help me complete the dark blood serum, and I will release you and your students. Don't even think about it. I could never cooperate with someone who experiments on human warriors. A perfect dark blood serum is absolutely impossible to produce. Everything you do harms humanity, and I will not assist you." Professor Chin spoke vehemently, his attitude unwavering. "Haha, well said, but the current situation does not allow you to refuse." As the Black Crow leader spoke, he suddenly waved his hand toward one of the students. A cracked sound was heard as the chair beneath that student shattered, leaving his legs bloodied and mangled. "Ah!" The student screamed in agony and instantly fainted. "Xiao Zhou." Professor Chin let out a desperate cry, struggling violently in his chair, trying to break free. "Don't hurt them." Professor Chen shouted angrily. "Indeed, your students are your Achilles heel. Leaving them behind was the right choice." I will only give you one night. If the dark blood serum is not successfully developed by tomorrow morning, I will kill one of your students. For every hour of delay, I will kill one person. The Black Crow leader said with a smile. You monster. Professor Chin seemed drained of all strength, collapsing back into his chair. The Black Crow leader waved his hand again, freeing Professor Chun and his students from their bindings. Work well for me, and you might just leave here alive. Who is it? The Black Crow leader immediately turned and dashed toward the exit. I've been discovered. I need to leave quickly. Chu Han didn't expect that his spiritual probe would be detected, and he hurriedly turned to flee. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise erupted as the metal door was violently pushed open and a black figure charged out. Die! The leader of the Black Crow appeared before Chu Han, like a flash of black light striking out with a palm, immediately sending a surge of overwhelming dark elemental force crashing toward Chu Han. Such speed! Chu Han's pupils contracted sharply, his blood and energy boiling within him as he gathered all his strength into his right fist, launching a powerful counterattack to meet the leader's palm. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, Chu Han felt a violent force surge toward him like a tsunami. The force of his explosive punch was instantly crushed by the opponent's powerful elemental energy, and the dark energy spread along his arm, striking his body in an instant. Chu Han felt a sharp pain as if his arm had been broken. His chest sank, and his blood surged violently, causing him to fly backward like a kite with a severed string. He crashed heavily against the rock wall of the cave, feeling as if his entire body was about to fall apart. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling slightly better. Peak Stage 5. His strength is far beyond that of an ordinary Stage 5. Chu Han cursed himself for being a bit overconfident. With his current strength, he could match a peak stage 4 warrior without activating his talents, and could even fight against someone newly entering Stage 5. But the person before him suddenly exhibited a surge in aura, their strength skyrocketing to the limits of Stage 5, or even Stage 6. Chu Han quickly got up, his arms still tingling. If it weren't for his physique being comparable to that of a magical beast, this blow would have certainly resulted in a shattering fracture. Quick! Don't let the intruder escape. At that moment a series of voices came from behind Chu Han. He released his spiritual sense and found a group of Black Crow warriors surrounding him. Among them, 2 warriors exuded a powerful aura, also at Stage 5. Though not as strong as the Black Crow leader, each of them was close to Li Yunjian's strength. In addition to these 2, there were over a dozen Stage 4 warriors and more than 30 Stage 3 warriors, completely sealing off his escape route to the cave's exit. You can't escape. The hoarse voice of the Black Crow leader echoed, dark elemental energy gathering around him, growing stronger. No, at this rate, I absolutely won't be able to escape. I must take down at least one person first. Chu Han's mind raced quickly, coming up with a means of escape. With a thought, a spatial fluctuation appeared on the space ring on his finger, and a cold, sleek laser gun instantly materialized in his hand. The laser gun was fully charged, but he hadn't had the chance to use it yet. Now he could only place his hopes on this weapon. He turned the dial of the laser gun to maximum power, capable of killing a Stage 5 magical beast. Then he immediately aimed at the charging Black Crow leader and pulled the trigger. The gun body instantly lit up with a blinding white light, and a condensed white laser shot out like thunder, producing a faint explosive sound in the air. The Black Crow leader had never anticipated that Chu Han would possess such a powerful firearm. Not daring to be careless, he quickly gathered his elemental force to form a protective shield. The elemental shield is a capability that can only be used by warriors of Stage 5 and above, an advanced version of the elemental armor that can be projected around the body to provide strong protection. However, the moment the Black Crow leader's elemental shield was deployed, it was instantly pierced by the white laser. With a sizzle, the laser continued to penetrate through his chest, leaving a gaping charred hole the size of a bowl. In the next moment, blood gushed from the Black Crow leader's chest, the dark elemental force around him rapidly dissipating, and his aura plummeted. How is this possible? The Black Crow leader's body tilted and fell to the ground. His aura has completely vanished. Chu Han was overjoyed looking at the still warm laser gun in his hand, astonished this power can actually kill a peak Stage 5 in an instant. Moreover, there was still one more shot left. For the first time, Chu Han felt that the lower grade energy crystal he had previously spent was worth it. This was simply a super weapon. Leader. The surrounding warriors were instantly stunned, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the laser gun in Chu Han's hand. Even the 2 Stage 5 warriors were terrified, hastily hiding behind the lower-ranked warriors. Seeing this, Chu Han did not hesitate to aim the gun at the Stage 5 warrior on his left and pulled the trigger. The warrior saw the gun barrel pointing at him, and fear seized him, prompting him to dodge to the side while summoning an elemental shield. Sizzle. The laser pierced through his shoulder, instantly crashing into the rock wall behind him, leaving a deep. Although this warrior reacted in time, the half of his body below his shoulder was already melted by the laser's intense heat. The wound charred black as he screamed, and collapsed to the ground. Though this stage 5 warrior did not die, he had lost his combat ability. It's a pity I can only fire twice. Chuhan looked at the laser gun's display, showing energy depleted, silently lamenting. His energy gun has run out of power. Don't be afraid, everyone charge. Kill him. The stage 5 warrior hiding behind several stage 4 warriors was overjoyed, shouting loudly. Chuhan had no choice but to stow the laser gun back into the spatial ring. He didn't have time to recharge it, as the enemies were already upon him. A dozen stage 4 and 3 warriors, each wielding weapons, approached him with various martial skills. Seeking death, Chuhan's murderous intent surged a wave of fire attribute elemental force erupting from his body, followed by black crystals rapidly covering his skin at a visible speed. Lava crystal armor. The moment the lava crystal armor activated, Chuhan felt a tremendous power surging throughout his body. The combination of his formidable physical strength and controllable fire attribute elemental force greatly enhanced his power. The attacks from the surrounding warriors struck him, resulting in a series of explosions. Chuhan felt vibrations throughout his body, but did not experience even a hint of pain or injury. Even the attacks from stage 4 warriors couldn't harm him. Get lost. Chuhan suddenly let out a roar like an ancient beast, his aura surging dramatically. A powerful surge of fire attribute elemental force exploded outward instantly, sending the surrounding warriors flying. He flashed a cold smile, darting into the crowd like a phantom. His battle knife swung continuously, swiftly slicing open the throats of several stage 3 warriors. A stage 4 warrior swung his blade at him, but Chuhan sidestepped to avoid it. He grasped the opponent's wrist with his left hand, while his right hand's battle knife sliced down along the opponent's arm. With a splash, blood spurted as the stage 4 warrior screamed and collapsed to the ground. Broken Army 7 Styles 4th Style. Chuhan shouted lowly, his battle knife emanating a sharp red light. The Broken Army 7 Styles, enhanced with fire attribute elemental force, exhibited even greater power. The knife light sliced through the air like lightning, instantly severing the weapons and bodies of the 3 stage 4 warriors behind him, blood gushing everywhere. Chuhan ruthlessly slaughtered these lower-ranked warriors. In just a few breaths, dozens of corpses lay on the ground, their blood staining the cave floor. The remaining warriors were so frightened that their faces turned pale and none dared to approach. A bunch of useless trash. The stage 5 warrior hiding in the back was immediately enraged at the sight. With white elemental force surging from his body, he suddenly drew out the battle knife from his waist. Since no one is stepping up, then I will. A chill suddenly spread throughout the entire cave, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. This 5th-tier martial artist possessed both ice attribute talent and elemental power. In an instant, he vanished, moving with astonishing speed, his battle blade radiating a bone-chilling aura as it swung toward Chuhan's neck. Ice blade slash. The blade light transformed into a white ribbon rushing toward Chuhan, who immediately swung his own battle blade to meet it. Clang. The clash of blades produced a crisp metallic sound. The chill from the opponent's blade merged with Chuhan's fire attribute elemental power, instantly forming a cloud of white mist. Chuhan felt a slight vibration and an icy chill in his arm. The dark red energy within the lava crystal armor surged quickly, dispelling the chill. The lava crystal armor significantly enhanced his defense and strength, allowing him to contend with the 5th-tier martial artist without falling short. The 5th-tier martial artist, sensing the intense heat emanating from the blade, changed his expression dramatically, exclaiming in disbelief. He never expected Chuhan to be so powerful after awakening his talent. Is your talent rank? Chuhan did not respond, gripping the Blood Shadow battle blade and proactively attacking his opponent. The battle blade, enhanced by fire attribute elemental power, contained a violent flame with every strike. He unleashed the Gale Blade technique, launching a fierce assault against his opponent, clashing violently with the opponent's ice weapon. In an instant, the cave was filled with the collision of red and white lights, representing the clash of cold and heat. Chuhan's Gale Blade technique had reached the pinnacle, each strike faster than the last. With immense power backing him, he forced the 5th-tier martial artist to retreat step by step, soon revealing a flaw. Chuhan seized the moment and struck, knocking the opponent's battle blade from his hand, leaving him wide open. Receive my punch. Seizing this opportunity, Chuhan gathered a large amount of fire attribute elemental power in his other hand and punched out. Not good. This punch is dangerous. The 5th-tier martial artist was greatly alarmed and hurriedly gathered all his ice attribute elemental power, forming an ice wall in front of him. Profound ice wall. Flame exploding fist. Chuhan's fiery fist struck the profound ice wall fiercely, causing a massive explosion of flames. With a crack, the overwhelming fiery energy shattered the profound ice wall, engulfing the 5th-tier martial artist. The entire passage of the cave turned into a sea of fire. The flames echoed with cries of agony. Aside from the fifth-tier martial artist consumed by the flames, the other lower-tier martial artists watching did not escape unscathed. Chu Han released his spiritual sense, piercing through the flames to discover the elemental armor on the fifth-tier martial artist was rapidly melting as he quickly fled toward the cave's entrance under the cover of flames. Trying to escape, Chu Han dashed through the sea of flames pursuing him. A red light flickered as he unleashed the fifth form of the Breaking Army 7 styles. Accompanied by a desperate scream, the fifth-tier martial artist's body was cleaved in two by Chu Han. The blood beads on the Blood Shadow battle blade were instantly vaporized by the heat. Chu Han stood with his blade resembling a god of war. The surviving members of the Black Crow organization looked on in terror, their eyes filled only with fear. In the blink of an eye, the leader and two fifth-tier martial artists had been slain by this person. He had also killed numerous fourth and third-tier martial artists. Such a record left them with no desire to fight. Run! No one knew who shouted first, but the remaining members of the Black Crow organization instantly scattered like startled birds, fleeing frantically deeper into the cave. Seeing this, Chu Han let out a sigh of relief, and the lava crystal armor faded away. The previous battle had drained a significant amount of his energy, especially during the clash with the fifth-tier martial artist. Continuously drawing on the fire attribute elemental power from the lava crystal armor had nearly pushed it to its limits. The recent battle had also taken a toll on his physical stamina. After shutting down the lava crystal armor, Chu Han immediately felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. It seems I must adapt to the symptoms after using the lava crystal armor, otherwise it could be fatal in critical moments. He thought, first I need to recharge my laser gun. Chu Han promptly retrieved the laser gun and a low-grade energy crystal from his spatial ring. Within a few seconds, the laser gun's energy was fully replenished. With the energy-filled laser gun in hand, Chu Han felt a surge of confidence, believing he could take down anyone below the 6th tier with just this weapon. Having completed all this, he turned his gaze to the iron door of the laboratory. It's time to rescue people. He tightened his grip on the battle blade and strode toward the iron door. The iron door had been closed by him when the Black Crow leader exited and was now locked with a password. Chu Han had to destroy the lock to get inside. Chu Han gathered his strength into a fist, preparing to forcibly break down the iron door with an explosive punch. Just as his fist was about to touch the door, a chilling aura suddenly emerged from behind him. Boom! The Black Crow leader, who had been shot down, suddenly erupted with dense black elemental power quickly spreading throughout the cave. The blood hole in his chest where he had been shot by the laser gun was visibly healing at a rapid pace, and even his aura was swiftly rising, almost instantly restoring him to the peak of the 5th tier. Not good. Chu Han was alarmed. As soon as he turned around, a torrent of black elemental power surged towards him. Bang! Chu Han barely registered the figure within the black mist before being struck by a tremendous force, his body crashing against the iron door of the laboratory, leaving a human-shaped indent. PFF. Chu Han spat out a mouthful of blood, noticing a pitch-black handprint appearing on his chest. In the next moment, the elemental power released from the black handprint surged into Chu Han's body like a parasite. The scant elemental power within him was instantly corroded by this black elemental power, causing him excruciating pain. What is this ability? Chu Han was horrified and, disregarding his bonus exhaustion, forcibly activated the lava crystal armor. The black crystal enveloped his entire body as he attempted to suppress the black elemental power within him with the fire attribute elemental power. However, as soon as his fire attribute elemental power touched the black elemental power, it was instantaneously corroded, becoming part of the black elemental power. How is this possible? My elemental power has actually become nourishment for this black elemental power. He immediately shut down his talent to prevent the black elemental power from increasing further. Fortunately, his Dantian could not store elemental power, so the damage from the black elemental power was limited to his meridians. At this moment, the figure of the Black Crow leader became gradually clearer. Chu Han looked at the Black Crow leader, his eyes filled with shock. Not only had the opponent revived, but all his injuries had also fully healed, and the black elemental power surrounding him was denser than before, even carrying a hint of eerie vitality. The Black Crow leader moved his neck, producing a cracking sound. His eyes hidden beneath the white mask fixed on Chu Han with a hint of surprise in his tone. Interesting, you can still stand after being hit by my erosion palm. You truly are formidable. Others have also fallen prey to this technique and managed to escape. Do you think you can get away? When mentioning the one who escaped, the killing intent in the Black Crow leader's eyes suddenly intensified, becoming palpable. Others. Chu Han did not expect anyone else who had fallen victim to this technique to escape. Their strength must be extraordinary. He sneered and said, I think I can get away. The moment I finish saying this last word, the laser gun appears in my hand again, pointing directly at the Black Crow leader. You can try if this thing can kill me twice. If it doesn't work, then this weapon will be mine. The Black Crow leader scoffed, and a surge of black mist enveloped him, causing the black elemental power to erupt rapidly, increasing his aura. This is sixth tier. You actually concealed your strength. Shu Han's pupils constricted, and without hesitation he pulled the trigger. He could not afford to wait any longer. The strength of a sixth-tier martial artist far exceeded that of a fifth-tier. If he delayed, the lethality of the laser gun would decrease. Whoosh! A white laser shot out, instantly piercing through the black elemental power and hitting the Black Crow leader's body. This time the laser did not penetrate his body, but left a charred wound the size of a bowl on the Black Crow leader's chest from which black blood oozed. In the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred before Shu Han's eyes. The black elemental power surged vigorously from the charred wound, visibly regenerating the damaged area. Rapid regeneration. Could this be the gift of immortality? Shu Han couldn't believe it. In just a few breaths the opponent's wound had fully healed. I told you it's useless. The leader of the Black Crow patted his chest, which had returned to its original state. The effects of the dark blood serum far exceed your imagination. Although it's not completely finished yet, based on its current effect, you cannot kill me. So you did take the dark blood serum. Shu Han heard the name of this serum in the conversation between the Black Crow leader and Professor Chen, astonished by its miraculous effects. This serum must have significant side effects, right? Shu Han asked with a faint smile. You are correct. The incomplete dark blood serum increases the bonus resistance each time it's taken. Once that professor helps me complete the serum, I will achieve immortality. The more he spoke, the more excited the Black Crow leader became, his aura continuously growing. He stepped closer to Shu Han, black elemental power gathering in his hands, transforming into various forms. Being able to shape elemental power at will is the hallmark of a sixth-tier martial artist. I really liked that laser gun earlier. Once I kill you, it will be mine. Shu Han sensed the danger, but there was no retreat behind him. I must find a way to escape. He knew he was no match for a sixth-tier martial artist, especially one who was a drug-crazed lunatic. But to escape, he first needed to create an opportunity. Take this. Shu Han shouted, his momentum surged. Like a dying counterattack, he gathered all his strength into his hands and charged towards the Black Crow leader. Seventh form of the breaking army technique, sixth style. Unable to use elemental power, this was his strongest attack at present. The blood shadow battle blade emitted a tremor in his hands, slicing through the air in a perfect arc aimed straight at the Black Crow leader's head. Seeing this, the Black Crow leader sneered coldly. Without elemental power, you still wish to struggle in your dying moments. He completely disregarded the strike, raising his left arm. Black elemental power gathered on his arm, intending to take the blow hidden while also trying to grab Shu Han. But the next second his smile froze on his face. After the blood shadow battle blade made contact with his arm, it met no resistance, slicing through the elemental shield, as if cutting through tofu, severing his left arm. Such is the terrifying aspect of the breaking army technique. The power of each form can erupt with double the strength of the previous one. The horrifying might of Shu Han's dual arm strike, combined with the terrifying amplification of the sixth style, resulted in such formidable power. The Black Crow leader's arm crashed heavily to the ground, akin to a slap to his own face. What a... The Black Crow leader was momentarily stunned, then erupted in rage. You dare sever my arm? I will tear you to shreds. But Shu Han's next strike had already swung toward his neck. The Black Crow leader hurriedly unleashed his elemental power while raising his other arm to defend. If his neck were severed, he didn't know if he could recover. However, this strike did not fall, because it was a feint from... Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary distraction, Shu Han immediately executed the spirit cat step to its fullest, transforming his body into a black shadow and sprinting towards the cave's exit. In the blink of an eye, the cave exit appeared before him. At that moment, a furious aura emerged from behind black elemental power, chasing him down like a death sentence. Leave your life behind. The Black Crow leader's voice thundered behind him. Shu Han did not turn back. Releasing his spiritual sense, he could also sense the situation behind him. He saw the Black Crow leader gathering a massive amount of black elemental power in his right hand, fingers clawing, filled with murderous intent, reaching for the back of Shu Han. Dark Destruction Claw. An icy chill instantly reached Shu Han's back. He wasted no time, immediately activating the lava crystal armor and channeling all its energy to his back. The defenses of other parts of his body vanished, while the black crystal on his back thickened several times, forming a solid shield. Bang! The Dark Destruction Claw struck heavily against the crystal armor, the black elemental power exploding like thunder. In an instant, Shu Han felt the crystal armor behind him shatter completely. The black claw marks tore into Shu Han's back, instantly creating several deep wounds visible to the bone. Hiss! Shu Han gasped in pain. This blow was the most severe injury he had ever received. But he had no time to ponder the pain, and the impact of this strike propelled his body forward, increasing his speed several times, darting towards the cave's exit like a bullet. Behind him, the Black Crow leader relentlessly pursued, maintaining a high speed. Shuhan Midair suddenly turned around, pulling out the laser gun, and aimed a shot at the Black Crow leader's head. Though the opponent's chest could withstand attacks and regenerate, his head might not be as resilient. If his head were shattered, no matter how miraculous the dark blood serum, it might not save him. Swish! The white laser shot out, instantly radiating a blinding light directed straight at the Black Crow leader's head. The Black Crow leader's expression changed drastically, not daring to gamble with the safety of his head. He abruptly sidestepped the laser, grazing half of his face, burning away part of his skin and mask, causing waves of sharp pain across his face. "I will kill you," the Black Crow leader roared in anger, continuing his pursuit. Yet Shuhan had already flown to the cave's exit, creating a distance of over 100 meters. In the instant Shuhan flew out of the cave, he gathered the last of his strength in his left hand, executing the explosive fist, striking fiercely at the massive rock above the cave entrance. Boom! The several-ton rock shattered instantly, causing the entire entrance to start collapsing, with countless debris falling to instantly bury the exit. Taking advantage of this brief obstruction, Shuhan turned and sprinted away into the distance. The wound on his back continued to bleed, and the black elemental power within him continued to corrode, yet he dared not slow his pace, each step sending shivers through his body. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise erupted from behind. The stones blocking the exit were blasted away by the Black Crow leader's strike, and the black figure surged forth at an even faster speed. What a tenacious pest! Is there no way to escape? Shuhan roared in his heart. Just then he caught a glimpse of a massive cliff appearing ahead very close to him. He rushed to the edge of the cliff, only to see that the bottom was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring his view. The Black Crow leader was closing in the aura of black elemental power already at his back. Damn it, if I must die, then let it be. Shuhan hesitated not at all. Rather than be killed, better to take a leap into the abyss and seek rebirth. He directly leaped off, plummeting down into the mist below. The Black Crow leader reached the cliff's edge, glaring at the mist below, and the vanishing Shuhan, his face dark enough to drip with water. Damn it! The Black Crow leader ground his teeth, smashing his fist into the rocks at the cliff's edge. That's the second person who has escaped me today? This is a disgrace. But he ultimately suppressed the fury in his heart, turning to head back into the cave. The most important thing now was still the serums in the cave's research room. Once the complete dark blood serum is created, I will not only thoroughly master sixth-tier power, but also gain true immortality. At that time, everyone must die. Shuhan's body plunged rapidly through the mist, surrounded by a veil of white, rendering the surroundings indistinct. The wind howled in his ears, and the black primordial force within him incessantly eroded his body, with the wound on his back burning like fire. He could only force himself to release his spiritual power to assess his surroundings, searching for something to... After descending for a while, he finally spotted a cluster of thick trees growing horizontally on the cliff wall below, their trunks entwined with robust vines. That's it. Shuhan's eyes lit up as he suddenly swung his right fist. The explosive punch detonated in the air, using the recoil to propel his body towards the trees. Bang! Shuhan successfully struck the tree trunk, the tremendous force of his fall snapping it in two. His body continued to plummet, and he eventually grasped a thick vine. The vine creaked under Shuhan's pull, constantly rubbing against the smooth rock wall. However, it could only hold for a few seconds before succumbing to the force and beginning to snap. With a crack, the vine completely broke, leaving the remaining half to fall alongside Shuhan. A moment later, a splash resounded as he plunged into the rushing river below. Enveloped by the icy river water, Shuhan shivered, which heightened his awareness. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his back and swam towards the shore. The river quickly became turbulent, battering his body and causing his injuries to worsen, while the corrosive sensation of the black primordial force became even more pronounced. He clenched his teeth, relying on his formidable willpower to struggle onto the shore. Shuhan collapsed onto the grassy bank, gasping for breath, feeling as if he had survived a catastrophe. This was his first time suffering such severe injuries, forced to jump off a cliff, all thanks to the Black Crow leader. He used his spiritual power to inspect his body. The black palm print on his chest still throbbed faintly, while the wound on his back was deep enough to see bone. What was even more terrifying was that the black primordial force within him clung to his meridians like a parasite, continuously eroding them. If not expelled quickly, it could leave permanent damage. He glanced at his communication watch and realized there was no signal at the bottom of the cliff. It was impossible to notify his team now, though he could only rely on himself to heal. I can only rely on the ninefold body refinement technique. Shuhan began to practice according to the stance of the third form of the technique. Since he started practicing this body refinement technique, he had yet to encounter any primordial force he could not absorb. This black primordial force should be no exception. He believed he could absorb it completely. Once he assumed the first stance, he immediately felt his blood and chi surge as his body began to attempt to absorb the black primordial force within his meridians. In an instant, Chu Han felt a heart-wrenching pain within him, as if countless knives were simultaneously slicing through his meridians. The black primordial force clung tightly to his meridians, making it far from easy to absorb. Soon cold sweat beaded on his forehead and his teeth chattered, but he persisted without stopping. Gradually, the black primordial force began to be absorbed by the ninefold body refinement technique, transforming into purifying energy. It really works. Chu Han rejoiced, his spirit lifting. He immediately intensified his efforts, continuously changing stances to accelerate absorption. Although the process remained excruciating, he started to adapt bit by bit. As long as he saw the black primordial force within him gradually disappear and be absorbed, Chu Han felt invigorated. Once the black primordial force was completely absorbed, Chu Han discovered that not only had his body strengthened somewhat, but even the wound on his back had healed significantly and the pain had subsided. He took out a few hemostatic pills and healing pills from his spatial ring and stuffed them all into his mouth. The pills dissolved upon entry, immediately releasing a potent medicinal energy that enveloped him. Combined with the ninefold body refinement technique, their effects were multiplied, and the wound on Chu Han's back healed at a visible rate, soon forming a scab. Chu Han breathed a sigh of relief just as he was about to stand up and stretch his body. A sudden jolt of alarm surged in his heart, a powerful sense of danger washing over him. Not good. He instinctively rolled to the left, and a cold gleam whizzed past him. With a swish, a stone by the riverbank behind him was cleaved in two. Who? Chu Han quickly stood up, assuming a combat stance, while warily scanning his surroundings. The assailant's aura was exceptionally well concealed. If it weren't for his keen spiritual sense, he might have suffered a severe injury from that strike. At that moment, a figure darted from the grass like a ghost, wielding a slender silver sword, charging towards Chu Han once more. This sword strike was incredibly swift, with red primordial force swirling around the blade, aimed directly at Chu Han's heart. Chu Han's pupils constricted, and he immediately employed the spirit cat steps to evade the fatal blow. This time he seized the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the assailant's appearance. It was a woman of similar age to him, tall and clad in a tight-fitting white combat suit, her figure striking. Though smeared with blood and dirt, it failed to conceal her chilling beauty. Her face was exquisite, one of the most beautiful Chu Han had ever seen, but at that moment it wore an icy expression. Her complexion was as pale as paper, clearly sustaining serious injuries, yet she gripped the sword with remarkable steadiness, her eyes filled with hostility. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Chu Han frowned, having expected it to be the Black Crow leader pursuing him, but it turned out to be this woman. He cursed himself for not charging his laser gun after reaching the shore, now facing such a formidable foe. Fortunately, his body had mostly recovered, and he was fit to deal with this woman. The woman did not respond to his question, twisting her wrist to stab the sword once more. This strike appeared simple, yet it contained intricate techniques, clearly indicating her mastery over this martial skill had reached an extraordinary level, even evoking a sense of returning to the essence. Chu Han dared not be careless. He swung his blood shadow battle blade wildly to deflect the strike. However, her attacks were relentless. After one strike, another followed closely behind, and Chu Han countered with the whirlwind blade technique. After several exchanges, the woman's attacks began to weaken. Chu Han had to admit her strength was formidable. In a healthy state, he would likely find it difficult to withstand her. Yet she was severely injured, and with each strike her complexion paled further. Finally, after a fierce clash, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, she refused to give up. Instead, she fought even harder, her sword dancing faster and faster, each move aimed at Chu Han's vital points while exposing even more flaws. Gaining ground, Chu Han's anger surged as he seized her opening, striking her weapon away and gripping her wrist, rendering the woman under his control. However, unexpectedly, a wave of fierce flames erupted from the woman, the temperature terrifyingly high, making even Chu Han feel exceedingly hot. He hurriedly activated his lava crystal armor to shield against her fiery assault. Yet, even with the immunity effect of the lava crystal armor, Chu Han still felt a wave of heat wash over him. What terrifying flames! What level of talent do you possess? Chu Han called out loudly. Seeing that he could withstand her flames, despair washed over the woman's face, and in her sorrow and rage she fainted. Chu Han sighed in relief, propping the woman up and binding her to a large rock with vines. He had no idea when she would wake up and might launch a surprise attack, so it was better to be cautious. At that moment, Chu Han suddenly noticed that the black primordial force was also eroding this woman's body. Releasing his spiritual power to examine her closely, he discovered that the black primordial force within her was greater than his, explaining her serious injuries. Especially on her chest, 5 ghastly wounds emitted black energy reminiscent of the injuries on Chu Han's back. Her wounds were clearly also inflicted by the Black Crow leader. Chu Han was puzzled. If that were the case, why did she try to kill him? Surely they should have a common enemy. Chu Han felt that something was amiss and spared the other person's life. Suddenly a wave of hunger surged from his abdomen. He remembered that since he set off in the morning he had endured a long journey and numerous fierce battles without eating anything. The earlier effort to heal his wounds had consumed a great deal of energy, so it was normal for his body to protest at this moment. He arrived at the riverbank and recalled seeing a plump, white fish swimming in the water when he fell into the river planning to catch a few for a meal. Bending down, the river reflected his image. It was only then that he realized he was still wearing the black cloak of the Black Crow organization, and he hadn't taken off the white mask on his face, looking just like a member of the Black Crow. So that's how it is. Chu Han suddenly understood. The woman must have mistaken him for a member of the Black Crow organization, which was why she acted without hesitation. He quickly removed the mask and took off the bloodstained black cloak, revealing his battle attire underneath. Instantly the figure in the water looked handsome and radiant. "This is who I am." Chu Han smiled and jumped back into the water. His explosive punch detonated underwater, creating shockwaves that instantly stunned several nearby white fish, causing them to float on the surface. Chu Han tossed several white fish onto the shore, gathered some stones, and built a makeshift barbecue rack to start grilling the fish. While grilling the fish, he also took out some food from his storage, preparing to eat it alongside the grilled fish, mainly bread, jerky, and drinks. Of course, there were also the most important seasonings. Soon the grilled white fish sizzled and oozed oil, emitting a rich aroma of meat. When Chu Han sprinkled the seasonings on the fish, the fragrance became even more enticing. "It's ready to eat." Chu Han quickly grabbed a grilled fish, ignoring the scalding heat of the meat as he began to eat. After upgrading his talent, his boda's heat resistance had greatly increased, and the temperature of the grilled fish was nothing to him. The moment the fish meat entered his mouth, its freshness exploded, the texture tender and smooth, the oily flavor just right, with the spices adding an extra touch. So delicious. Chu Han couldn't help but exclaim, finishing half a fish in just a few bites. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, he thought, "This fish is definitely way better than the one sold outside. I must catch a few more to take home. My parents will surely love them. This deliciousness, I can't keep it all to myself." He decided to store some in his space, ensuring they remained fresh. While Chu Han was enjoying his feast, the unconscious woman began to slowly regain consciousness. Luo Yu was still somewhat dazed when she suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma resembling grilled fish. She immediately opened her eyes and followed the scent. She discovered a handsome guy was eating grilled fish, and the enticing aroma was emanating from his meal. Luo Yu was taken aback, but then sensed from Chu Han's aura that he was the member of the Black Crow organization she had encountered earlier. Although he now appeared to be a good person, she still felt wary of him. At that moment her stomach growled, and she felt hunger pangs. The urge to eat made it hard for her to look away from Chu Han's grilled fish, and she couldn't help but scold herself for being so weak. Little did she know Chu Han had already noticed her awakening the moment it happened. His spiritual sense had been monitoring her to prevent a surprise attack. A smile crept across Chu Han's face as he approached Luo Yu holding 2 skewers of grilled fish. Luo Yu immediately closed her eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Chu Han found it amusing and stepped closer to her. "Stop pretending, I know you're awake." He was eating 1 skewer of grilled fish with his left hand while offering the other to her mouth. "This fish tastes great. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. I'll count to 1 and then throw it." Chu Han pretended to toss it. "Give it to me." Luo Yu suddenly opened her eyes, snatched the grilled fish with astonishing speed. She first cast a wary glance at Chu Han, then began to eat it slowly, unable to resist the temptation of the delicious food. Her eating manner was somewhat frantic, with grease on the corners of her mouth, and not even realizing it, a stark contrast to her previous aloof demeanor. Chu Han sat opposite Luo Yu watching her eat the fish. He slowly spoke. "You were also injured by the leader of the Black Crow organization, right? Who are you exactly?" Luo Yu paused her actions and looked up at Chu Han, her gaze still filled with caution. "Aren't you one of the Black Crow organization?" "Of course not." Chu Han shook his head, pointing to the cloak and mask he had discarded nearby. "These were my disguises when I infiltrated the Black Crow's hideout. I haven't had the chance to change yet. I'm a member of the rescue team. I infiltrated the base to save Professor Chun, but was chased by the leader of the Black Crow and had no choice but to jump off the cliff." When Luo Yu heard the name Professor Chun, her eating slowed down noticeably, but her brows remained furrowed, clearly still skeptical. Chu Han smiled. "If I were a member of the Black Crow organization, I would have captured you to offer to the leader long ago. Would I let you enjoy grilled fish here? Plus you ate the fish I grilled. Aren't you afraid I'll poison it?" Luo Yu fell silent, realizing that Chu Han's words were indeed valid, and she couldn't find a reason to refute him. "They'll let you go for now, but don't make any moves." Saying this, Chu Han cut the vines binding Luo Yu. In fact, those vines couldn't restrain her, but they were enough for Chu Han to seize the initiative if she attempted to attack. The black energy in your body is corroding you. It must be from the wound inflicted by the leader of the Black Crow, right? Chu Han suddenly asked. Luo Yu shot her head up, her eyes filled with shock. How do you know? I was also injured by him, but the black energy on me has already dissipated. I can help you expel the black energy from your body. Chu Han smiled. But he'll need to remove your battle attire. I have to touch the wound to absorb the black energy. In reality, he could locate the exact position using his spiritual sense, but it would be very taxing for him. This woman attacked him first, so why shouldn't he collect some interest? What are you saying? Luo Yu exclaimed, angrily waving the grilled fish in her hand to hit Chu Han, but he quickly grabbed her wrist. She and Chu Han had a brief struggle, worsening her injuries. Now extremely weak, she suddenly surged with energy to get up, but her body softened, and she fell toward Chu Han. Chu Han felt a soft pressure against his chest accompanied by a faint fragrance and Luo Yu's warm breath. Chu Han's heart raced. At this moment Luo Yu's face was less than 2 centimeters from his, their eyes locking, and her face instantly flushed. Chu Han could even see the embarrassment and anger in her eyes adding to her allure. He quickly steadied Luo Yu's body and took a step back. This was an accident. He gave an awkward smile. I need to look at the wound. Oh, I only asked you to remove your outer garment, not to take everything off. Besides, you don't want the black energy to continue corroding your body, do you? Luo Yu bit her lip, remaining silent for a long time before finally nodding. No peeking. She slowly started to undo her battle attire, revealing her fair upper body. Her figure was exceptional, her assets incredibly impressive, and Chu Han's gaze was instantly drawn to her. But soon he focused on the wound on Luo Yu's chest. The claw marks on the wound were deep enough to see the bone, and the blood that flowed out had already turned black, exuding a faint black mist, clearly indicating a severe injury. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Chu Han's voice grew serious as he slowly extended his hand. Luo Yu closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. As Chu Han's hand neared the wound, he immediately felt the familiar black energy flowing into his body through his hand. He quickly operated the 9 layers body refining technique's energy vortex to absorb the black energy rapidly. He only stopped absorbing when he felt his body was nearing its limits. Luo Yu noticeably sensed a significant decrease in the black energy within her, opened her eyes, and discovered Chu Han performing a strange series of actions. She didn't interrupt, but watched Chu Han carry out a series of bizarre movements, gritting her teeth, as if enduring immense pain. With the completion of these movements, the black energy on Chu Han's body also gradually dissipated. To be precise, the black energy was absorbed by Chu Han, and it even enhanced his strength. Luo Yu was taken aback, shocked that Chu Han's few actions could have such an effect. Looks like he's not simple, she thought to herself, feeling a hint of curiosity toward Chu Han. At this moment she completely believed Chu Han's words, and her wariness towards him gradually faded. After Chu Han completely absorbed the black yuan power within him, he immediately felt himself grow stronger. Thus he continued to help Luo Yu absorb the black yuan power from her wound. To his surprise, Luo Yu was very cooperative this time. Soon he inhaled a considerable amount of black yuan power into his body, continuing to cultivate and absorb it in a cycle. By the time it was deep into the night, all the black yuan power in Luo Yu's body had been completely absorbed. Chu Han's gains were substantial, and his physical abilities had significantly improved. Luo Yu moved her body a bit, and was immediately astonished. She realized that all the black yuan power within her had completely vanished, leaving only a dull pain in her chest where the wound was. However, this minor injury was hardly anything for her. She sat cross-legged and began to operate her own cultivation technique, instantly enveloping her body in a red flame, which even Chu Han could feel radiating intense heat. Using his spiritual sense, Chu Han discovered that Luo Yu's external injuries were healing at a terrifying speed, even faster than his 9-fold body refinement technique. What cultivation technique is she practicing? Or is it due to her talent? Chu Han was quite astonished in his heart. This woman was indeed extraordinary. As Luo Yu's aura rapidly strengthened and stabilized, it reached the limits of a 5th-tier warrior. What a terrifying woman. Chu Han was shocked by her cultivation level. The woman before him was only a year or 2 older than him, yet her strength had already reached the limits of a 5th-tier warrior. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was unheard of to Chu Han. Even the genius sister, Zhao Feiyu spoke of, was only a 4th-tier warrior. Yet the woman before him was clearly a genius, far superior to Zhao Feifei. However, what intrigued Chu Han more was her talent. If he could confirm that her talent level was high, he could replicate. In theory, this woman's talent was definitely extraordinary. But Chu Han needed more precise information. At this moment, Luo Yu's aura gradually stabilized, and her demeanor changed dramatically. She had previously seemed somewhat delicate, but now she was filled with cold elegance and pride. She looked at Chu Han and sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me heal." My name is Luo Yue and I come from Jingwu University. May I ask your name? Chu Han, he replied. He suddenly had a thought and asked, are you the expert sent by Jingwu University who is nearby? Chu Han took out his communicator and found the contact information that Li Yunjian had given him. Luo Yu glanced at it and nodded. That's my contact number, but there is no signal here, so you can't reach me. So that's how it is. It seems I'm quite fortunate to meet you here. But how should we deal with the Black Crow leader? When Chu Han mentioned the Black Crow leader, his tone inevitably grew serious. Both he and Luo Yu had suffered greatly at the hands of the Black Crow leader and nearly lost their lives. If they rushed back directly, even with their combined strength, they would likely still be unable to defeat him. Luo Yu's expression remained calm as she said lightly, after taking the dark blood potion, his strength can reach the 6th tier, and he can regenerate rapidly. Together we are no match for him, so we must increase our strength. Increase our strength? Chu Han asked, puzzled. Do you have a way to quickly enhance our strength? Luo Yu nodded, her tone filled with certainty. I originally planned to break through to the 6th tier in the Blackstone Mountain range, but my plan was interrupted by a rescue request from the school. As long as I can advance, I am confident I can kill the Black Crow leader. So you already have a method to break through to the 6th tier, Chu Han said joyfully. If Luo Yu had found a way to break through, it could also be an opportunity for him. I came to the Blackstone Mountain range this time because I heard there were fengshue zhu fruits here. After arriving, I indeed found a fengshue grass in an underground lava area, but I hadn't had the chance to collect it before receiving the school's rescue mission, which forced me to change my plans to help out. Fengshue zhu fruit. A spiritual fruit. Chu Han heard this name for the first time. That's a 6th tier fire attribute spiritual fruit containing a trace of foam blood characteristics and a large amount of fire essence. It is a divine medicine that fire attribute warriors dream of, Luo Yu explained. I myself am fire attribute. Just one will allow me to directly break through the 5th tier barrier and advance to the 6th tier. Moreover, that fengshue grass has 2 fruits. If you help me obtain one, the other will be yours. Upon hearing this, Chu Han's heart stirred. The technique he practiced, the swallowing flame technique, and his lava crystal armor talent were all fire attribute. If he could obtain the fengshue zhu fruit, it would certainly elevate his strength significantly, and perhaps he could even break through to become a 1-star warrior. But he quickly calmed down. If it were really as simple as Luo Yu said, she should have already obtained both fruits by now and wouldn't need his help. He asked, such a precious spiritual medicine, there must be beasts guarding it, right? Luo Yu's expression grew serious. Indeed, the ones guarding the zhu fruits are a group of red toads. The strongest among them is a 6th tier, while the rest are 5th, a 4th, and 3 tier. I tried testing them once before and could barely handle one 6th tier, but against a group I would be overwhelmed. One 6th tier beast along with a large number of 5th, a 4th, and 3 tier beasts is almost like breaking into the Black Crow organization's den, Chu Han murmured. However, since he had single-handedly turned the Black Crow organization's den upside down, he naturally wouldn't fear a group of toads. Chu Han immediately made a decision. I'll help you. Let's team up and exterminate that group of toads. Yes, let's set off now. Luo Yu was also delighted at heart. Follow me. In an instant, the 2 figures, one black and one white, swiftly left the riverbank and headed towards the location of the fengshue zhu fruits. They first spent an hour reaching the cliff, then Chu Han followed Luo Yu through the Blackstone Mountain range for over an hour, finally arriving at a cave. The 2 entered the cave heading downward. The temperature around them gradually rose, and the air became increasingly hot, with the ground's black stone changing from dark gray to dark red. Soon they entered an underground world filled with rivers of magma. The temperature here was extremely high, even causing the air to slightly distort. It's right ahead. Luo Yu pointed forward. Chu Han followed her finger and saw a massive lava lake at the end of the magma river. They continued forward to the edge of the lava lake. Chu Han immediately spotted a blood-red plant growing in the center of the lava lake with 2 red fruits on it. This is the fengshue zhu fruit. Chu Han's gaze was fixed on the 2 fruits, filled with desire. At this moment, Luo Yu reminded him, those red toads are hiding under the lava. As soon as you get within 100 meters of the fengshue zhu fruit, they will reveal themselves and attack you. She picked up a stone from the ground and threw it near the fengshue zhu fruit. With a bang, the stone fell into the magma, splashing a shower of sparks. In the next moment, a group of bright red toads, their skin covered in bulging poison sacs, erupted from the bubbling magma. Quack! One of the toads opened its mouth and let out a loud croak, suddenly spitting out a stream of saliva toward Chu Han and Luo Yu. The 2 dodged, and the saliva landed on the ground behind them, instantly igniting and creating a large pit. Indeed, they are not easy to deal with. Chu Han did not dare to be careless, and a laser gun appeared in his hand. Leave those below the 6th tier to me. Chu Han aimed at a 5th tier zhu frog and fired a shot. The white laser instantly pierced through the zhu frog, its body sinking into the lava below. Hiss! Another shot, and a nearby fifth-tier Zhu frog was also killed by him. In just half a second, Chu Han had eliminated two with his fast and precise laser gun. This is a laser weapon. How did you get it? Luo Yue, well-versed in many things, immediately recognized the laser gun in Chu Han's hand. I found it, Chu Han explained while taking out a low-level energy stone to recharge the laser gun. No one would believe that, Luo Yu said coldly, no longer inquiring further. At that moment, the magma lake began to boil. Then a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a chilling cry. A gigantic frog resembling a massive grinding disc emerged from the lava. It was the sixth-tier Zhu frog. It roared at Chu Han and Luo Yu. A large group of Zhu frogs of various sizes appeared in the surrounding lava, numbering around 30 to 40. Chu Han counted. There were 4 fifth-tier frogs, 13 fourth-tier frogs, and 22 third-tier frogs. Looks like we've stumbled into a frog nest. In the next moment, all the Zhu frogs spat out red saliva towards the two. Luo Yu was immediately engulfed in a surge of flames, blocking the saliva. Chu Han relied on his agile movement to dodge, avoiding all the attacks. Seeing Chu Han's evasion technique, Luo Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She did not expect that someone could refine their basic movement technique to such a level surpassing her own. She suddenly realized that Chu Han seemed to harbor many secrets, making her even more curious about him. Roar! At that moment, the sixth-tier Zhu frog let out another roar. The magma in the entire lake surged like a tsunami, rising to the ground. Soon the entire space turned into a sea of magma. There was no solid ground left. Luo Yue, wrapped in flames, stood on the lava completely unharmed. Chu Han activated his lava crystal armor, relying on its defense to withstand the high temperature of the magma. The sixth-tier Zhu frog's attack had no effect. He immediately jumped out of the lava, charging towards the two. Behind it, other lower-tier Zhu frogs also launched their attacks, resembling a swarm of red fireballs. Both Chu Han and Luo Yu swiftly dodged the body slam of the sixth-tier Zhu frog. Suddenly, the sixth-tier Zhu frog opened its mouth, and its long tongue shot out, piercing through the air barrier and reaching in front of Chu Han. Chu Han swung his blade to cut it, but the frog's tongue was incredibly resilient. He couldn't sever it. Be careful. Don't let its tongue wrap around you. On the other side, Luo Yu was simultaneously attacked by 4 fifth-tier Zhu frogs and could not escape, only managing to shout a warning to Chu Han. But it was too late. Chu Han suddenly felt a powerful pressure all over his body as the sixth-tier Zhu frog's massive tongue wrapped around him. The tongue tightened, squeezing his bones and armor, the immense twisting force causing his armor to emit a cracking sound. Such great strength, no wonder it's a sixth-tier monster. Chu Han exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, he was lifted into the air by the Zhu frog's tongue, about to be swallowed. Seeing this, Chu Han immediately unleashed all his strength. His vital energy surged, his muscles bulging as he forced the tongue wrapped around him apart. Boom! With a loud bang, a momentary gap appeared around him. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly escaped from the tongue's grasp, landing right on the body of the sixth-tier Zhu frog. He immediately executed the flame explosion fist, striking the Zhu frog's head. Boom! A thunderous noise accompanied by a fierce explosion of flames engulfed the Zhu frog, plunging it into a sea of fire. However, as Chu Han had anticipated, the flame explosion fist caused limited damage to the Zhu frog. This was because the creature was also a fire attribute beast, rendering it immune to fire attacks. Then let's try this move. Explosive fist. Chu Han's explosive fist followed closely behind the flame explosion fist. This time, it was not a fire attack, but pure, overwhelming power. The sixth-tier Zhu frog's head was immediately smashed into the lava by Chu Han's punch, letting out a pained wail, clearly injured. In pain, it violently swung its head, and its tongue turned into a long whip, striking Chu Han fiercely. Chu Han felt a tremendous force hit his chest. The crystal armor shattered instantly, and his vital energy surged. This whip strike was even more powerful than the previous strangling force. He steadied his breath, immediately reaching out to grip the frog's tongue tightly. Get up! With a sudden burst of strength, he yanked, transmitting immense force through the tongue to the sixth-tier Zhu frog's body. In the next moment, the massive body of the sixth-tier Zhu frog was uncontrollably lifted from the lava, soaring into the air. Luo Yu! Chu Han shouted loudly as he continued to exert strength, swinging the airborne sixth-tier Zhu frog towards Luo Yu not far away. Meanwhile, Luo Yu had already slain 2 fifth-tier and 3 fourth-tier Zhu frogs. Realizing Chu Han's intention as he hurled the sixth-tier Zhu frog into the air, she immediately executed her movement technique to evade the other Zhu frogs. With a swift motion, she positioned herself beneath the sixth-tier Zhu frog, her aura surging as red elemental energy gathered around her, forming a massive phoenix illusion. In the next moment, the phoenix illusion transformed into a physical entity, merging into the endless flames that enveloped her sword. Go! Luo Yu's sword suddenly flew out like a phoenix bathed in divine fire, shooting towards the sixth-tier Zhu frog in the air. The sixth-tier Zhu frog let out a terrified roar instantly pierced by the sword, leaving a huge bloody hole in its chest. Bang! The body of the sixth-tier Zhu frog fell into the lava instantly, losing all life. This sixth-tier monster was completely slain by the joint attack of Chu Han and Luo Yu. What a powerful attack. This must be in Shrank martial technique, right? Chu Han observed, feeling a wave of envy. He had to admit that Luo Yu possessed an abundance of remarkable abilities. Oh, he noticed that after executing this move, Luo Yu's aura had significantly diminished, and her internal elemental energy was greatly depleted, causing her strength to decline. Looks like this move consumes quite a bit of her energy as well. At that moment, Luo Yu was once again engulfed in the assault of Zhu frogs. Seeing this, Chu Han immediately employed the spirit cat step and charged forward, gathering his elemental energy in his battle knife, aiming a strike at one of the fifth-tier Zhu frogs, 7th style, of the Breaking Army. With the enhancement of elemental energy, this strike was immensely powerful, instantly slicing the Zhu frog in half. He'll handle the rest from here. Leaving that remark, Chu Han flashed forward, charging at another fifth-tier Zhu frog. He deflected its saliva and long tongue attack with one knife strike, while his left hand's explosive fist struck its belly. Bang! With a deafening roar, the internal structure of this fifth-tier Zhu frog was shattered, nearly blowing it apart. The remaining fourth-tier and third-tier Zhu frogs were quickly eliminated under the attacks of Chu Han and Luo Yu. Instantly, the entire magma space fell into an eerie silence, with only the red corpses floating on the lava. Phew, it's done. The two exchanged excited glances, both breathing a sigh of relief. If they hadn't been immune to the magma's effects, this battle would not have ended so simply. Without such powerful fire attributes like theirs, ordinary martial artists would only face the fate of fleeing when confronted with the sixth-tier Zhu frog's magma inferno. This time they had certainly gained a significant advantage. Their gazes then fell upon the two Zhu fruits in the middle of the lava lake. "They'll go pick them," Luo Yu said, excitedly transforming into a white shadow as she arrived in front of the phoenix bloodgrass and swiftly picked the two Zhu fruits. After picking, Luo Yu immediately returned and handed one Zhu fruit to Chu Han. "This one's for you, as we agreed." Chu Han excitedly accepted the phoenix blood Zhu fruit, feeling a warm sensation in his hand. He could feel the immense fire attribute elemental energy contained within the fruit. Unable to resist, he began to absorb the fruit's energy. "This place is not suitable for cultivation. We need to find another location," Luo Yu said. Chu Han nodded, suddenly pointing at the corpse floating in the lava. "Do you want these bodies? If you don't, they all belong to me." "Suit yourself," Luo Yu replied as she walked out of the lava space. Indeed, she is quite wealthy, looking down on such materials. Chu Han was overjoyed, immediately gliding over the lava, collecting the dead Zhu Ha corpses into his space. He didn't even spare the bodies from the depths of the lava, including that of the sixth tier. Another small fortune. After collecting the corpses, Chu Han leisurely followed Luo Yu out of the lava. Luo Yu stopped in an underground cave, found a flat stone to sit on, and took out a phoenix blood Zhu fruit. Chu Han also found a spot to sit down a few dozen meters away from Luo Yu. He took out the phoenix blood Zhu fruit and swallowed it whole. It melted in his mouth. In the next moment, the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit erupted in Chu Han's belly. Instantly, it felt as if a burning sun was stuffed into his stomach, the scorching medicinal power spreading wildly through his meridians. Hiss! He gasped, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering from the intense pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. The medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Every trace of medicinal power contained pure fiery essence, rapidly penetrating into his flesh, bones, and even the depths of his cells. Absorbing even a little could completely transform his body. He could clearly feel his cells rapidly reshaping and being reborn under the nourishment of the fiery essence, bringing forth astonishing vitality. However, the pain brought by this process was several times more intense than when absorbing the black elemental force. Chu Han's skin quickly turned red and hot, eventually cracking open, fine droplets of blood seeping from the wounds, soon soaking his combat suit. To his astonishment, the blood seeping out was also at an extremely high temperature, burning holes in his combat suit as it passed through. Blood dripped onto the rocks on the ground, burning a small hole in them. "My combat suit." Chu Han gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and took off his blood-soaked combat suit, storing it in his space ring. At this moment, he was bare-chested, his fair skin covered in beads of blood, yet it faintly radiated a transformative sheen. He used his spiritual sense to glance at Luo Yu in the distance, who was closing her eyes, surrounded by a faint aura of fire elemental force, clearly also fully absorbing the medicinal power of the Zhu fruit. But she seemed to be free from Chu Han's troubles, her aura steadily rising. The protruding rocks in the middle of the cave just blocked Luo Yu's line of sight, so Chu Han didn't have to worry about her seeing him in this state. He steadied his mind and began to practice the third level of the ninefold body refining technique. As he completed a posture, his cells within his body instantly became active, starting to crazily absorb the medicinal power. This process was still extremely painful. However, with the help of the ninefold body refining technique, the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit was being rapidly absorbed, constantly nourishing his flesh. Chu Han could feel that his physical body was rapidly becoming stronger. His strength, cell activity, muscle and blood and vitality were all rapidly increasing. After cycling through the 36 postures of the third level, the whirlpool of elemental force in his dantian began to spin rapidly, further enhancing the speed of medicinal power absorption. A thought crossed Chu Han's mind. Since the medicinal power is so abundant, why not try practicing the fourth level of the ninefold body refining technique? Each layer of the ninefold body refining technique increases in difficulty, with every 3 layers marking a significant divide. Practicing the fourth layer brought not only an increase in difficulty and pain, but also a challenge to reach a higher realm. With the support of the medicinal power from the phoenix blood Zhu fruit, it was the perfect opportunity. He took a deep breath, slowly adjusted his posture, then struck the first pose of the fourth level. The moment the pose was completed, an intense pain several times stronger than before swept through his body, as if his meridians were about to tear apart. The pain from absorbing the phoenix blood Zhu fruit seemed trivial at this moment. Hold on. Chu Han gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as sweat mixed with blood beads continuously slid down his face. He could feel that with the completion of this posture, the speed of medicinal power absorption within his body skyrocketed several times. The previously rampant fiery essence was rapidly transformed, and the blood beads on the surface of his skin gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint luster. The skin that had cracked due to the impact of the medicinal power was healing at a visible rate. More astonishingly, he could clearly feel his life level rising. He was evolving from an ordinary mortal toward a higher life form. Chu Han was overjoyed and continued to practice the fourth level's postures, completing them one by one with his efforts. After spending 2 hours, he finally completed all the postures of the fourth level. Suddenly, a powerful elemental force storm erupted within the cave, and the elemental force around Chu Han was rapidly absorbed into his body, merging with the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit. Chu Han exhaled deeply. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, and the pain of absorbing the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. He could feel that his physical abilities had received an unprecedented enhancement. My single-arm strength must have exceeded 1500 gene now. What shocked him even more was that he found a large amount of fire elemental force stored in his dantian. This elemental force was transformed from the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit. It hadn't dissipated like usual, but was stored in his dantian. I can cultivate techniques now. Chu Han was so excited, he almost jumped up. Previously, he could only rely on body refining techniques to strengthen his body and couldn't store elemental force like other warriors. Now he had finally broken through this limitation and truly stepped into the ranks of warriors. He immediately began to operate the swallowing flame technique, using the elemental force whirlpool in his dantian to convert all the residual medicinal power in his body into fire elemental force and store it. As the last trace of medicinal power was absorbed, Chu Han could clearly feel that his cultivation had swiftly broken through to the first tier, skyrocketing to the level of a second-tier warrior. Although he was only at the second tier, the amount of elemental force in his dantian far exceeded that of ordinary people, his elemental force being as robust as a fifth-tier warrior. This was all the effect of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit and the ninefold body refining technique. Feeling the vast elemental force within him, Chu Han was filled with confidence. With his current level of elemental force combined with his strong physique, he already had the strength to contend with a sixth-tier warrior. If he encountered the Black Crow leader again, it would be uncertain who would kill whom. On the other side, Luo Yu's aura suddenly surged significantly, clearly having successfully broken through to the sixth tier. However, she had not yet finished her cultivation, as she had not fully absorbed the medicinal power of the phoenix blood Zhu fruit. Chu Han put on his clothes and looked at Luo Yu, pondering her talent in his heart. From his observation, Luo Yu's talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Should he try to replicate her talent? Chu Han fell into a moment of contemplation. Before long, Luo Yu also completed her training, her aura becoming stable and powerful. She immediately turned to look at Chu Han and asked, "Have you finished absorbing it? It seems that your elemental power has increased significantly." "Yes, I gained a lot." "You have also broken through to the sixth level," Chu Han replied. "Next, we should settle the score with that guy." Luo Yu clenched her fist. At that moment, Chu Han suddenly asked, "What level is your flame talent?" He felt it was better to ask her directly. For a woman like Luo Yu, asking directly would likely yield an immediate answer. Sure enough, without much thought, Luo Yu simply replied, "SS level." "What? SS level?" Shuhan's tone suddenly rose. Even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still startled by Luo Yu's answer. This is SS level. Hearing it from Luo Yu's mouth felt surprisingly casual. He suddenly recalled that his talent replication card could only replicate up to S-level talents. Luo Yu's SS-level talent seemed a bit beyond standard. He wondered if the replication card would still be effective. But the opportunity was right before him, and Shuhan decided to give it a try. If successful, it would be a huge gain. Even if he failed, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Let me borrow your hand. Shuhan suddenly grabbed Luo Yu's hand. Using the talent replication card required physical contact with the subject. He didn't explain much and immediately silently invoked the replication card in his mind. Immediately a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, starting to replicate talent no physical contact allowed until replication is complete. Detected that the talent level of the subject is too high, replication failed. Hearing the word failed caused a flicker of disappointment in Shuhan's heart. Meanwhile, Luo Yue, whose hand he was holding, looked flustered and confused about what this man was trying to do. She could have easily broken free from Shuhan's grip, but feeling his warm and strong palm, her movements halted. She suddenly thought of the moment when Shuhan had healed her and dispelled the dark elemental power, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, the system in Shuhan's mind prompted again. Replication card error correction mechanism activated, reevaluating the subject's talent. Detected that the subject's talent is too high. The replicated talent will be weakened and redefined. Ding, replication successful. Congratulations, you have obtained S-level talent, Flame of the Burning Star. It worked. Shuhan was overjoyed. To his surprise, the talent replication card had a built-in correction mechanism. The replicated talent was weakened and transformed into a completely new talent. In the next moment, the Flame of the Burning Star fused with his body, becoming his new talent. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him, enveloping him in a torrent of raging flames. This fire resembled Luo Yu's flames, yet was also distinct. But being an S-level talent, it instantly provided Shuhan with a tremendous boost. Both his physical abilities and the concentration of fire elemental power within him saw a significant enhancement. Feeling the surging power within him, Shuhan was more excited than ever. An S-level talent is indeed extraordinary. Using this talent replication card is definitely worth it. Now I need to explain this to Luo Yu. Luo Yu was also startled by the sudden surge of power from Shuhan. Moreover, she sensed a familiar aura within his flames. Being clever, she quickly realized that Shuhan seemed to have gained formidable power by using her as a medium. She carefully examined her own condition and found that her body had not changed, which eased her mind. Suddenly, her pretty face turned cold. As soon as Shuhan opened his eyes, he was met with Luo Yu's murderous gaze. What did you do? The icy tone from Luo Yu pulled Shuhan's consciousness back to reality. He realized he was still holding her hand, but she seemed a bit impatient now. The most important thing now was to give Luo Yu a satisfactory answer. Shuhan smiled as he released her hand, explaining, my ability allows me to borrow the talent power of others, and your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. So that's how it is. No wonder you obtained a flame similar to mine, Luo Yu said, still with a cold expression. But you should have clarified this in advance next time. Of course, no problem, Shuhan replied, awkwardly with a smile. At least this woman believed his explanation and didn't press further, which was a good thing for him. However, she seemed to still hold a grudge about him holding her hand. Shuhan quickly changed the topic. Thanks to your help, my strength has improved again. We should go back and settle the score with that guy. With the two of us working together, even if he has an immortal body, he won't be our match. Luo Yu nodded and said nothing, just turned and walked outside. Shuhan followed behind Luo Yu. After leaving the cave, they found that the sky outside had already brightened. It was now the early hours of the second day. We need to hurry. The Black Crow leader asked Professor Chun to complete the dark blood potion before morning. We mustn't let him succeed, Shuhan said. Luo Yu nodded and quickened her pace. Shuhan closely followed her. The two of them weaved through the mountains and forests, taking over an hour before finally returning to the cave, where the Black Crow organization was located. At this time, there were no guards at the cave entrance, and there were signs of battle scattered around. After Shuhan's escape, it seemed that a conflict had occurred here. Suddenly, Shuhan discovered a corpse among the rubble, dressed in military combat gear. This is a member of the rescue team. Shuhan frowned slightly, speculating that Li Yunjian and the others must have also found this place and had a confrontation with the Black Crow organization. Not good, they are definitely not a match for the Black Crow leader. Shuhan cursed under his breath and rushed into the cave first. Seeing this, Luo Yu followed closely behind. As the two charged into the cave, they found it in disarray, strewn with the bodies of both Black Crow organization members and military personnel. Shuhan counted, there were over a dozen corpses of military personnel, and he did not find Li Yunjian's body. The others had likely escaped or perhaps been captured. Shuhan immediately released his spiritual power. He was delighted to find that after absorbing the power of the Phoenix Blood Ju fruit and gaining a new talent, his spiritual power had also been slightly enhanced. His current sensing range extended to 80 meters. Instantly, it covered the most important laboratory in the cave. In the laboratory, he discovered Li Yunjian and the others. These individuals were currently in a state of coma confined within individual experimental containers. Next to them, Professor Chun was handling a vial of potion, glancing at his watch from time to time. The student of Professor Chun who had previously had his leg broken was now devoid of any life signs. Clearly the patience of the Black Crow leader had reached its limit. "We can't wait any longer. Use your potion to experiment on them." The Black Crow leader snatched the potion from Professor Chin's hand and prepared to inject it into Li Yunjian using a syringe. Professor Chin immediately interrupted, saying, "This potion is incomplete. Injecting it won't have any effect. We'll find out if it works." The Black Crow leader clearly did not trust Professor Chin's words and quickly plunged the syringe down. Swish! Suddenly, a white laser shot through the laboratory's iron door, knocking the potion from the Black Crow leader's hand. "A laser? You dare to come back?" An angry roar echoed through the laboratory as a black figure suddenly burst forth. The leader of the Black Crow stood outside the lab, immediately spotting Chu Han with a laser gun and Luo Yue, whose face was as cold as frost. He let out a wild laugh, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you two escapees to come together to seek death, saving me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." His black elemental energy surged around him, more intense than before, and his eyes glowed a deep crimson, clearly indicating that he had fully mastered the power of a sixth-tier warrior. "Die!" he roared, gathering a vast amount of black elemental energy in his right hand, transforming it into claws that lunged towards Chu Han and Luo Yue, the very technique that had severely injured them before, the Dark Death Claw. "Leave it to me." Chu Han positioned himself in front of Luo Yue, rapidly channeling the fiery energy of the Burning Star and his own elemental energy into his fist, unleashing a powerful punch. "You think you can stand against me, eh?" The Black Crow leader scoffed upon seeing Chu Han step forward. In the next instant, the Dark Death Claw collided with the blazing fist, resulting in a violent explosion. Chu Han was pushed back several steps by the shockwave of the explosion, but he was uninjured. The Black Crow leader was momentarily shocked, gazing at Chu Han in disbelief. He couldn't believe that just half a day had passed, and Chu Han's strength had already reached such a level. Chu Han was filled with immense excitement, having blocked the opponent's deadly strike solely with his physical strength, his own elemental energy, and his newly acquired fiery talent. Now his strength could rival that of a sixth-tier warrior. The Black Crow leader, having failed to land his strike and witnessing Chu Han's progress, was consumed by fury. His black elemental energy swelled once more, transforming into countless tendrils that surged towards Chu Han and Luo Yu. This time it was Luo Yu's turn to strike. Bathing in golden flames, she charged forward, unleashing the power of a sixth-tier warrior, causing the long sword in her hand to ignite with a searing red glow. In an instant, the sword light flashed and severed the black tendrils. The black elemental energy met Luo Yu's flames, instantly incinerating them, as if they were ice melting. "Your black elemental energy is useless against me now." Luo Yu's voice was icy as she swung her sword, swiftly severing all the black tendrils. Then she transformed into a streak of red light, piercing towards the Black Crow leader like a fiery meteor. The Black Crow leader's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly sidestepped, but he was still a moment too slow. Sizzle! The fiery longsword pierced through the Black Crow leader's body, a torrent of flames erupting and instantly leaving a large hole in him. "Don't think this will kill me." The Black Crow leader laughed maniacally, appearing almost insane. Black elemental energy surged like a tide into the hole in his chest, and the wound began healing at a visibly rapid pace. "Take this." Suddenly Chu Han roared in anger, his figure following closely behind as he raised his battle knife high, aiming to chop down at the Black Crow leader's neck. The sixth style of the Breaking Army. This strike was his most powerful blow, a perfect fusion of his physical strength and internal elemental energy. His battle knife erupted with a 3-meter-long red blade aura, instantly expanding its attack range several times. The Black Crow leader felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him, and his heart raced. He quickly gathered all his elemental energy into his arms, forming a black shield, then raised his arms to brace for Chu Han's strike. Boom! The red blade aura struck the black shield, causing it to tremble violently, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. The black shield could only withstand for a moment before being cleaved apart by the red blade aura. The blade then severed the Black Crow leader's arms and continued to strike his body. The Black Crow leader hurriedly sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow, but the blade aura sliced through his body in an instant. With a sizzle, his body was split in half at the shoulders by Chu Han. "What an incredible strike!" Luo Yu exclaimed, having witnessed the entire scene. Even she found it extremely difficult to withstand such a blow. "It's not over yet." Suddenly Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat as she hastily warned. The Black Crow leader, now split in half, was once again surging with vast amounts of black elemental energy, forming a tempest of energy that instantly pushed Chu Han back. Within the energy storm, the Black Crow leader's body began to heal rapidly, merging back together, and his severed arms grew back. He pulled out a black potion bottle, the very dark blood potion that he had snatched from Professor Chen. Although the potion was incomplete, he was left with no choice in this desperate situation. If this continued, he would surely be completely killed by the two opponents. "Let's die together," he roared, unscrewing the cap without hesitation and downing the entire bottle of unknown dosage. The Black Crow leader's body immediately underwent a violent transformation. His bones creaked, muscles rapidly expanding, and at the healing wounds numerous flesh buds sprouted, transforming into black tendrils. As the black elemental energy storm dissipated, the new appearance of the Black Crow leader was revealed. At this moment, his body had swollen to a towering height of 3 meters. Simultaneously, his aura surged explosively, reaching the peak of the 6th tier and even touching upon a higher realm. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire cave, and both Chu Han and Luo Yu felt immense pressure. They had not expected that the Black Crow leader's final frenzy could reach such heights, widening the gap between his strength and theirs once more. "I wonder if I can contend with him by activating both talents at once." Chu Han's expression was grave, but his heart was eager to try. Luo Yu also furrowed her brows. With the opponent's formidable strength and troublesome regeneration ability, ordinary methods would be futile. "Chu Han, hold him off for me. I need to cast a secret technique," she shouted, her surrounding flames suddenly becoming even more intense and radiant. Faintly, a phoenix phantom appeared around her, and her aura surged once more. Meanwhile, Chu Han faced the Black Crow leader, activating both of his talents. The lava crystal armor instantly enveloped him, with red flames burning through the armor, greatly enhancing his momentum. Roar! The Black Crow leader let out a monstrous roar, his legs propelling him forward in a powerful leap, his massive body crashing toward the two with an unrefined punch. Chu Han stood in front of Luo Yu, also throwing a punch. Blazing Fist. Upon impact, Chu Han immediately felt a tremendous force from the collision. Even after the dual enhancement from the Phoenix Blood Crimson Fruit and the Burning Star Flames, he felt somewhat inferior. Then the Blazing Fist erupted, engulfing the Black Crow leader's punch in a torrent of flames. However, the Black Crow leader's fist was also covered in a layer of black elemental energy, surprisingly able to counteract Chu Han's flames. The leader intensified the strength of his punch, forcing Chu Han to retreat repeatedly. For the first time, he found himself at a disadvantage in a contest of strength. "Leave him to me." At that moment, Luo Yu's voice rang out. Chu Han immediately withdrew his fist and stepped aside. Seeing Chu Han retreat, the Black Crow leader shifted his attack target to Luo Yu. He swung his gigantic fist down towards Luo Yu, but then a flash of red light appeared, and Luo Yu vanished from sight. Swipe! Luo Yu suddenly reappeared, slicing through the air with her sword, severing one of the Black Crow leader's arms at the root. The speed of this strike was so swift that Chu Han could barely catch a glimpse of it. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Yu unleashed 3 more sword strikes in quick succession, and after those 3 strikes, the Black Crow leader's other 3 limbs also met the same fate, all severed by her. Such a powerful attack! Chu Han exclaimed, marveling at Luo Yu's strength, which had multiplied several times after casting her secret technique. All of her attributes had doubled, and her strength had reached the limit of a 6th-tier warrior, with 1 foot already stepping into the realm of a master. He released his spiritual energy, clearly sensing the changes in Luo Yu's body. At that moment, Luo Yu was incredibly strong, but the burden on her heart had dramatically increased due to casting the secret technique. Her heartbeat had surpassed 3 times its normal rate, and her internal elemental energy was depleting rapidly. She needed to resolve this swiftly. The severed muscles of the Black Raven leader's limbs writhed and expanded, quickly regenerating new appendages. Luo Yu's attack seemed to have caused him little harm. "Luo Yu, his regeneration ability has intensified. We must eliminate him in one go." Chu Han shouted, pondering what he would do if Luo Yu failed to defeat the enemy. Luo Yu confidently nodded, flames rapidly coalescing around her into a massive phoenix. Unlike the previous illusion, this phoenix was entirely composed of raging flames, radiating an incredibly terrifying heat. The ground and stone walls around Luo Yu began to melt, turning into lava. Even the air inside the cave became unbearably scorching, burning the trachea with a single inhalation. "Phoenix, incinerate the heavens!" Luo Yu shouted, and the flaming phoenix immediately opened its divine eyes, shooting forth 2 beams of golden light. After letting out a resounding cry, it surged toward the Black Raven leader with a destructive aura that vowed to burn everything to ashes. Though the Black Raven leader had lost most of his sanity, his primal instincts filled him with immense dread. He hurriedly retreated in an attempt to evade, but how could he escape the phoenix's relentless pursuit? With a thunderous crash, the Fire Phoenix collided directly with the Black Raven leader. The terrifying flames instantly enveloped him. The Black Raven leader's black, primordial energy rapidly dissipated in the fire, leaving him with no strength to resist. The Black Raven leader's body began to sizzle audibly, his skin turning charred and blackened. Roar! He let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently as he rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames consuming him. But no matter how he struggled, the Fire Phoenix clung fiercely to him. Wherever it passed, the ground began to burn, transforming into a sea of molten rock. Yet his terrifying regenerative ability enabled him to persistently resist the burning flames. This is not over. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Yu's eyes as the temperature of the flames surrounding the Black Raven leader surged once more. The flesh he had just regenerated instantaneously vaporized, his regeneration speed unable to keep up with the rate of his body's dissolution, bringing him to the brink of collapse. This process lasted for several seconds before Luo Yu suddenly shuddered. Not good. Her expression changed drastically. The effect of the secret technique began to wane, and her energy was also diminishing. The temperature of the flames surrounding the Black Raven leader continued to drop, while his regeneration speed began to increase. In this balance, Luo Yu's secret technique was completely dispelled. Her energy plummeted to the early stage of the 6th tier, her primordial energy nearly exhausted, and her complexion turned extremely pale. The side effects of the secret technique hit her, leaving her body feeling weak. Roar! The Black Raven leader let out a roar, and the black primordial energy emanating from him instantly dispersed the surrounding flames. The shockwave caused Luo Yu to sway, struggling to maintain her balance. Chu Han quickly dodged and caught the nearly falling Luo Yu, pulling her to a safe distance. Leave. His voice was calm, yet it gave Luo Yu an immensely reliable feeling, stirring a wave of anticipation within her. Be careful, she whispered, watching Chu Han's departing figure. At that moment, the Black Raven leader's charred body began to sprout organs and tissues, becoming increasingly less human in form. If not stopped, he would soon revive. Chu Han took a deep breath, the devouring flames technique, and the vortex of primordial energy in his dantian frantically operating, continuously absorbing the surrounding primordial energy to convert it into fire attribute energy. He then gathered all the fire attribute energy from his body, the magma crystal armor, and the flame energy of the starfire, into his right fist. He was charging energy using the Inferno Burst Fist method, while compressing the fire attribute energy in his right hand, like the exploding fist, concentrating all energy into a single point. This was the new martial technique that Chu Han had created by merging the essence of the Inferno Burst Fist and the exploding fist, Extreme Inferno Burst Fist. This technique could continuously accumulate and compress the fire attribute energy and flame energy within the fist, ultimately unleashing a powerful explosion. Not yet at the limit. Chu Han roared, continuing to compress the energy. Crack. Boom. The crystal armor on his right fist could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded, revealing his fist within. Compress it a bit more. Chu Han persisted until the skin on his right fist cracked, blood oozing out, and only then did his flame energy reach its peak. The entire fist resembled a small sun, radiating astonishing heat and dazzling light. Chu Han swiftly appeared in front of the Black Raven leader and unleashed a punch. Extreme Inferno Burst Fist. In an instant, the fire energy on his right fist erupted, and a massive fireball powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth expanded like a nuclear explosion, engulfing the Black Raven leader's body. The fireball rapidly collided and instantly spread throughout the entire cave, reducing everything in its path to nothingness due to the extreme heat. The Extreme Inferno Burst Fist combined the essence of the exploding fist and the Inferno Burst Fist, capable of instantaneous explosion while seemingly attacking through the target's interior. At this moment, countless flames erupted within the Black Raven leader's body. The tremendous explosive energy instantly ripped his body apart, turning it into countless fragments that vanished in the sea of flames, reduced to ashes. This time, the Black Raven leader had no opportunity to scream, his entire being incinerated by the flames, reduced to nothingness. The presence of the Black Raven leader completely dissipated, leaving no corpse behind. We finally took him down. Chu Han exhaled slowly, retracting his right fist, realizing that the entire magma crystal armor on his arm had shattered and waves of pain shot through his right arm. He suddenly discovered that the veins in his right arm had sustained severe damage, causing the primordial energy flowing here to move sluggishly. This technique, while powerful, carries significant side effects. I must be cautious in its future use, and it will take time to refine this technique into my own unique martial skill. Chu Han thought to himself. At this moment of relaxation, he felt a wave of emptiness within him. That strike had nearly drained all the primordial energy and innate energy from his body. He slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh. It's over. Luo Yu also approached him, a hint of joy on. The two exchanged smiles, savoring a moment of tranquility. Yet the current situation did not allow them. The cave had suffered severe damage from the fierce battle, now shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Quickly, we must rescue Professor Chun and the others. The two hurriedly moved again, arriving at the laboratory behind the iron door. Professor Chun, are you all right? Chu Han inquired. Seeing two young people enter, Professor Chun hurriedly asked, what about that monster? He has been killed by it. You actually won. Professor Chin's face was filled with disbelief, as he had never expected such a result from the battle outside. The bottle of dark blood potion taken by the Black Raven leader was nearly 95 complete. The remaining 5 was the potion's uncontrollability. Once ingested, the body would continuously undergo growth and transformation, ultimately becoming a full-fledged monster, nearly immortal and extremely difficult to kill. Yet it was these two young individuals who emerged victorious, causing him to doubt his own research. Professor Chin, there's no time to explain. We need to leave now and save the others. Chu Han had no interest in wasting time with someone trapped in academic distress. He quickly joined Luo Yu in rescuing the other captives, using primal energy to revive them. Chu Han, I never thought it would be you who saves us in the end. Li Yunjian, still clutching his throbbing head, expressed his gratitude to Chu Han. The other soldiers, dazed upon waking, were calmed by Li Yunjian, who took charge of the remaining troops. Professor Chin's two students, never expecting to escape alive, cheered with joy. Hurry, the cave is about to collapse. Chu Han called out, leading the group swiftly out. Before leaving at Professor Chin's plea, Luo Yu incinerated everything in the laboratory, setting the professor's mind at ease. Emerging from the cave into the open, everyone felt a sense of survival against all odds. Yet this joy was fleeting, as sorrow soon clouded their faces. In this operation, Professor Chen's team suffered over 80 casualties, most perished in the Blackstone Mountains, leaving no remains. The rescue team, led by Li Yunjian, also incurred more than half their number in casualties, all elite forces from Jiangxing City. The journey back was marked by grief, the pain of soldiers losing their comrades. Chu Han shared their sorrow. The group returned to the canyon, reunited with the other survivors, and then headed back to the Jiangxing supply base. Luo Yu had parted ways with Chu Han and the others in the Blackstone Mountains. As Chu Han saw her off alone, she gifted him a secret art. This is the secret art I use. You are also a fire-attributed warrior. It should prove useful to you. Chu Han took the scroll, inscribed with the words, 9 transformations of heavenly fire. Thank you, I won't refuse. Chu Han expressed his gratitude. Luo Yu nodded and turned to leave. By the way, which college of Jingwu University are you from? Once I pass the martial arts exam, we'll be classmates. Chu Han suddenly called out to her. Sky Academy, Luo Yu replied. Sky Academy. I've never heard of it. Chu Han frowned. He had previously researched the popular colleges of major martial arts universities and knew all the colleges of Jingdu University, but none by the name Luo Yu mentioned. Once you gain admission to Jingwu University, you'll understand what Sky Academy means. Knowing now would be meaning. Luo Yu offered no further explanation, glancing back at him. They'll be waiting for you at Sky Academy. Next time we meet, they'll be stronger. With that, she turned and left. Sky Academy, huh? They'll be there soon. Chu Han watched her receding figure, a new goal taking root in his heart. Passing the martial arts exam and entering Jingwu University was not his endgame. His new target was Sky Academy. After parting with Luo Yu, Chu Han rejoined the team and returned to the supply base outside Jiangxing. Professor Chun and his team were taken away by Jingwu University personnel. Chu Han remained with the military. As a soldier and participant in the operation, he stayed for the funeral held for the fallen warriors. After the funeral, Li Yunjian settled Chu Han's military merits. His merit badge was upgraded to level 3, and he was awarded 1000 merit points. Then Chu Han and Li Yunjian headed to the military district's treasury. Having earned 1000 merit points in just a month of service is unprecedented. Li Yunjian's words carried a hint of envy. Even he was impressed by Chu Han's achievements. Normally, standard missions awarded only single-digit merit points. High-difficulty missions yielded a few hundred at most. Accumulating tens of thousands was a milestone many soldiers could never reach in a lifetime. Chu Han had indeed been the linchpin, the main force of the rescue mission. Without him, the entire team would have been wiped out and the mission would have failed. Moreover, Chu Han had personally slain the leader and most members of the Raven organization, effectively dismantling a terrorist group single-handedly. The 1000 merit points were well-deserved. Chu Han followed Li Yunjian through 3 thick alloy doors, each guarded by machine guns, high-voltage currents, lasers, and other weapons. After passing fingerprint and iris double verification, they finally stepped into the treasury room. The sight before him stunned Chu Han. The room was half the size of a football field, shelves brimming with treasures of all kinds, martial techniques, cultivation methods, pills, weapons, special materials, heavenly treasures. Even thermal weapons for warriors, like a massive Gatling gun weighing hundreds of pounds, and a heavy sniper rifle with a barrel over 2 meters long. However, such thermal weapons were typically exchanged only by ordinary military warriors. Chu Han had no use for them, especially since he already carried a grade laser gun with towering technological sophistication. These treasures are the military district's accumulated wealth over the years. With enough merit points, anything can— Li Yunjian pointed to a virtual screen on the wall. With your 100 merit points and the 20 discount from your level 3 badge, you can get items worth up to 12500 merit points. You can search for what you need here. If an item isn't available, it can be transferred from other districts. After Li Yunjian's explanation, Chu Han's fingers swept across the screen. A dazzling array of treasure information scrolled by, leaving him overwhelmed. Chu Han's gaze settled on the weapons section. Transmigrated Flame Demon Warblade for only 500 merit points. I recall this weapon costs over 100 million on the market. Transmigrated weapons were forged from special materials amplifying primal energy. This blade, codenamed Flame Demon, was fire-attributed. Using this blade to unleash fire-attributed martial techniques could boost their power by 2030. Compared to the Flame Demon, his own Blood Shadow Warblade was trash. Chu Han's interest was piqued. Li Yunjian smiled. If you're eyeing that blade, I suggest using merit points. Weapons and armor in the military are priced far below market value. Chu Han nodded. He'll take it. He tapped the screen, adding the Flame Demon Warblade to his exchange list. He then looked at the combat suit category. Upgrade suit cost only 1000 merit points. An upgrade was 8000, while an upgrade required 2000. Chu Han's current suit had been torn to shreds by his blood when he absorbed the Phoenix Blood Vermilion fruit, and further damaged by the Raven leader's heavy blow, leaving it in tatters. He needed a new one. Upgrade suit, though not as good as upgrade, offered excellent value. Moreover, Chu Han's innate defense enhancement made it sufficient. Finally, Chu Han's attention turned to the cultivation methods and martial techniques section. He lacked no offensive techniques or methods, but his movement technique was still the Kraid Cat's grace. He intended to exchange for a superior movement technique. His battles with the Raven leader and Luo Yu had taught him the vital importance of agility. A powerful movement technique allowed one to evade and escape even from a stronger opponent. His eyes scanned the list of movement techniques, stopping at an grade 1 named Flowing Light Phantom Shadow. Flowing Light Phantom Shadow, a grade technique, costs 600 merit points. Chu Han calculated his remaining points were just enough. As an grade movement technique, the Flowing Light Phantom surpasses the Spirit Cat step in both power and intricacy. Chu Han continuously compared several grade techniques before ultimately selecting this one. The greatest advantage of this technique is its speed, and it can create phantoms to confuse enemies. I want this movement technique as well. Chu Han added Flowing Light Phantom to the exchange list. Opening the exchange list, he saw 3 items: 5,000, 1,000, 6,000, 12,000 military points. With a 20 discount, it becomes 9,600 military points, which is just within my range. Chu Han nodded in satisfaction and clicked the exchange button. Then a certification panel flashed on the screen, and after a series of verification processes, he completed the exchange. The exchange system popped up another notification. The grade combat uniform and a grade movement technique will be delivered to you immediately, while the grade Flame Demon Warblade will be transported from the Southeast Military District within 3 days. Please be on the lookout for it. It seems I have to wait a few more days for my Warblade, but I'm not in a hurry to use it. I want venture into the wild before the martial arts examination. After receiving a large box containing the grade combat uniform and Flowing Light Phantom, Chu Han bid farewell to Li Yunjian. He then went to the trading center to sell the beast corpses and materials obtained from this mission to Du Kuan. Including the 6th-tier Zhuha corpse, he sold a total of 70 million federal coins. After the transaction, he returned to Jiang City. This mission took a day and a night, and his communicator had dozens of messages from his parents. So he first went home to reassure them. Chu Han arrived home just in time for lunch, and his mother specially cooked several extra dishes upon hearing he was back. At the dining table, his father inquired about the mission. Xiao Han, did you encounter any danger during this military assignment? Chu Han took a bite of spirit rice and smiled, saying, there was no danger. This task was just to clear a hunter's base hidden in the wilderness. Our team was composed of 5th-tier experts, and I was just assisting. Zhang Milan placed a piece of beast meat in Chu Han's bowl. You child, you didn't even tell us about joining the military. I've heard that the death rate for military missions is higher than that of warrior squads. You're about to take the big exam, so be careful and don't take unnecessary risks. Listening to his parents nagging, Chu Han smiled, faintly feeling a warmth in his heart. After becoming a martial artist, his days would inevitably mean less time with his parents. While he still had time before the martial arts examination, he planned to spend more time with his parents. At 2 in the afternoon, Chu Han finally arrived at the martial arts school to train. The secret technique given by Luo Yue along with the movement technique he exchanged in the military district were what he intended to practice next. Shuhan sat down in the training room and entered the lottery space with his consciousness. He had one lottery chance left today which he had not had time to use. When the lottery chance refreshed, he was still in a life-and-death struggle with the Black Crow leader. Ding, congratulations. You have received a set of Junior Gravity clothes. Junior Gravity clothes, after wearing you can freely adjust the gravity you bear with the Junior adjustable range being 1100 times. Gravity clothes. Adjustable up to 100 times. Seeing the introduction of the gravity clothes, Shuhan became instantly interested. In the entire Longsha Federation, there are not many places with gravity training rooms, and the demand far exceeds the supply. Only a few master-level experts would spend a fortune training in gravity rooms, as being in a high-gravity environment would greatly enhance a martial artist's training speed. Being able to freely adjust the gravity one bears is truly a remarkable high-tech innovation. With a thought, a black vest appeared in Shuhan's hand. It felt light and looked unremarkable. Do I just put it on? Shuhan took off his training clothes, preparing. As he stretched one arm into the vest, it transformed into a pool of black liquid crawling up his arm and enveloping his body. The black liquid continuously changed until it became a perfectly fitted black vest. After wearing it, Shuhan felt no sensation of clothing at all. The black gravity clothes seemed to have completely merged with his skin, leaving only a layer of black outline. Indeed, it's high-tech. Shuhan was overjoyed. The scene reminded him of some nanotechnology from sci-fi films in his past life. He never expected to have contact with such things one day. Shortly afterward, a number appeared on his chest. Below the number was a slightly protruding black knob. This number should represent the current gravity, and the black knob can adjust the gravity. Let's try a low value first. Shuhan took a deep breath, pinched the knob, and gently turned it clockwise. When the gravity number changed to 2, he felt his body slightly sink, as if carrying a lightweight backpack with almost no effect on his body. This level of gravity could even be adapted to ordinary people from his past life, allowing them to survive for extended periods. Naturally, it had no effect on Shuhan. Continuing to twist the knob, the gravity multiplier began to increase. Shuhan could distinctly feel the slight changes in his body with each increase in gravity. When it reached 5 times, the pressure from the gravity became somewhat noticeable. His legs felt as if they were tied with sandbags, yet he could still move easily, albeit slightly slower than usual. This level of gravity was something only astronauts experienced when traveling through the atmosphere in spacecraft in his past life. Ordinary people exposed to such gravity could quickly faint. The adjustment of these gravity clothes is quite precise. Shuhan thought to himself, continuing to turn the knob. The gravity continued to increase, and when it reached 8 times, Shuhan felt something different. A slight pressure was felt on his shoulders, and he could sense his muscles subtly exerting force when he raised his hands. His breathing was also deeper than before. At 10 times gravity, the pressure spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he were filled with lead. Each breath came with a heavy rhythm, and with every step he had to mobilize more chi and blood, causing a subtle ache in the muscles beneath his skin. Keep going. Shuhan gritted his teeth and continued to twist the knob. 12 times, 15 times, 18 times. As the gravity increased, the pressure he felt sensorially surged. At 15 times, his chi and blood began to churn, and his skin gradually turned red as if heat was boiling within him. At 18 times, his bones emitted a faint cracking sound, as if they could not bear the pressure and were rubbing against each other. His blood felt like it was rushing back to his head, causing a slight swelling in his skull. When the gravity reached 20 times, Shuhan found it hard to maintain his balance, barely managing to stay upright without being pressed down. At this moment, he truly felt the might of high gravity. Every breath felt like a rapid pull, his chest heaving violently with muscles throughout his body tensed like iron, and sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. The internal energy was sluggish, operating abnormally. Now even lifting his arm was exceedingly difficult, and moving his body required every ounce of strength. Although his arm strength had already surpassed 1500 pounds under high gravity, it was not just a matter of added weight. All the cells in his body were enduring the pressure of 20 times, and the strength he could mobilize was extremely limited. His body needed an adaptation process, and once accustomed, the gravity he could withstand would gradually increase. Let's stick with 20 times, I can't increase it further. Although 20 times gravity was not his bonus limit, continuing to increase it might cause damage. He trembled as he slowly adjusted the gravity back. Upon reducing it to 10 times, the pressure on his body suddenly lightened, and his internal energy began to circulate again. He gasped, heavily collapsing to the ground with his muscles still twitching from the previous high pressure. Although 20 times gravity was excruciating, he could feel that his muscles had undergone extreme training under high pressure, and even his internal energy had become more refined than before. From now on, I will use 20 times gravity as the base for training, and once my body adapts, I will gradually increase it. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Han's eyes. With these gravity clothes, his training speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. After obtaining the gravity suit, Chu Han continued his training until nightfall. Through the practice of the 9 layers body refinement technique, his body quickly adapted to the intense gravitational pressure of over 10 times. Once his body further adapted to the 20 times gravity, he began cultivating his yuan power. Operating the devouring flame technique and thunder element technique under 20 times gravity, the speed of his yuan power circulation was exceedingly slow. However, with each complete cycle of circulation, the cultivation effects far exceeded those of previous training. Coupled with the energy provided by lower-tier spirit stones, his training speed saw a remarkable increase. He gradually grew fond of this method of training. When he finished, he discovered a significant increase in his yuan power, feeling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd stage of martial arts. After leaving the training room, Chu Han adjusted the gravity suit to 10 times gravity. Outside of training, maintaining the pressure of 10 times gravity would ensure his body remained in a state of constant exercise. 10 times gravity did not affect his normal life. Moreover, under 10 times gravity, his own strength would also be restricted, resulting in a decrease. He decided to participate in the martial arts examination while in the state of 10 times gravity. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would face no pressure in the examination. Having such restrictions would further stimulate his potential, greatly benefiting his strength enhancement. The next morning, Chu Han routinely drew his lottery. Today his luck was quite poor. He drew a set of high-end women's underwear, something he had no use for. After a night of adaptation, the effects of 10 times gravity on him further diminished. Even when engaging in high difficulty training, his body could endure it. Thus, he planned to train in the 9 transformations of heavenly fire and the flowing light phantom today. The 9 transformations of heavenly fire was a top-tier secret technique given to him by Luo Yu. Although its rank was not specified, it was undoubtedly of high caliber, as it originated from her. Chu Han deeply understood this point. He first read through the incantation of the 9 transformations of heavenly fire and immediately grasped the essence of this secret technique, subsequently constructing a complete training path in his mind. The 9 transformations of heavenly fire is a secret technique that forcibly enhances one's strength by igniting the internal flame energy usable only by those with a fire attribute talent. The consumption of yuan power and physical strength while using it is extremely high, but it allows for a significant enhancement of strength in a short duration. As the name suggests, the 9 transformations of heavenly fire consists of 9 transformations. Each transformation can further elevate one's strength. Achieving the 9th transformation allows for an instantaneous increase in power by dozens of times. It is the supreme secret technique for crossing levels in combat. With a thought, red flames ignited on his body, which was his burning star flame. Following the incantation of the secret technique, he guided the burning star flame to flow through his meridians, gathering into a fireball at his dantian. The burning star flame burned fiercely, and a wave of scorching energy surged through his meridians, enveloping his entire body. His skin glowed red, and his temperature rapidly rose, causing even the walls of the training room to feel slightly warm. 9 transformations of heavenly fire. First transformation. Chu Han suddenly opened his eyes, an astonishing aura erupting forth in an instant. He could feel explosive growth in both his bodily functions and yuan power. His strength had at least doubled to tripled. The first transformation already has such a strong effect. No wonder Luo Yu can battle beyond her level. He marveled in his heart, speculating that Luo Yu might have already cultivated to a higher realm. In this state, the 10 times gravity had instantly become a mere drizzle for him. It allowed him to unleash nearly all of his strength. This state lasted for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Chu Han suddenly felt the flame energy within him rapidly dissipating, a strong sense of weakness washing over him. Under 10 times gravity, his legs instantly went weak, nearly causing him to fall. The side effects of borrowing strength through loans are indeed quite significant. I cannot activate the secret technique again in such a short time. He slowly sat down, regulating his breath to allow his body to recover quickly. Once his yuan power had regained some strength, Chu Han took out the rank movement technique, flowing light phantom, from his spatial ring. Upon opening this movement technique, a complex diagram of footwork was drawn with annotations on how to operate yuan power at each step, making it very intricate and detailed. However, Chu Han's foundational movement technique had already reached an extraordinary level, and his understanding of martial artists' movement surpassed that of ordinary people. After just one glance, he had fully grasped the key points of this technique in his mind. Let's see how effective it is. Chu Han stood up, mobilizing the remaining yuan power within him as he moved according to the footwork illustrated in the diagram. Though it was a preliminary attempt, his movements were exceptionally standard, and each step utilized yuan power perfectly, as if he had trained for years. Immediately his body transformed into a streak of flowing light darting around the training room at an increasing speed. Behind him trailed a phantom figure. If an outsider were to watch, they would find the phantom indistinguishable from his true self, an ethereal illusion. What an astonishing speed! At least 3 times that of the agile cat's steps. Chu Han reveled in the flow of air around him, feeling immense joy. This movement technique was indeed extraordinary, worthy of its rank classification. He continued to weave through the training room with flowing light phantom, becoming increasingly adept at utilizing this technique. As he practiced more, his mastery of flowing light phantom grew more proficient, evolving from a single phantom. Upon reaching a major accomplishment, he could even switch between his true self and phantoms at will while moving. Upon achieving perfection, the number of phantoms increased to 5, further enhancing his speed. With this movement technique, I will have a tremendous advantage in dodging, escaping, and even launching surprise attacks during battles in the future. Even under the constraint of 10 times gravity, his speed remained formidable. Today's training went exceptionally smoothly, and Chu Han was quite satisfied. Just as he prepared to attempt the 9 transformations of heavenly fire for the second time, his communicator suddenly rang. Chu Han opened the communicator to find it was his mother calling. "Xiao Han, we have guests at home specifically here for you," his mother's voice came through. "Here for me?" Chu Han was puzzled. Could it be that the flame demon blade had arrived early? But he hadn't received. "They are from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall." His mother's subsequent words stunned Chu Han. "All right, I will return immediately." He promptly ceased his training, changed into a different outfit, and rushed home at top speed. Upon opening the door, he saw 3 individuals sitting on the living room sofa conversing with his father. One of them was his former opponent Lan Yu. As soon as Chu Han appeared, Lan Yu's gaze fixed on him with palpable hostility. One of the middle-aged men immediately stood up, warmly greeting Chu Han. "So you must be the young brother Chu Han, truly a person of remarkable talent." This man exuded an incredibly rich aura, his strength having reached the 6th stage of martial arts, and he bore a resemblance to Lan Yu by 3 or 4 points. Without needing to guess, Chu Han knew this man was the head of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Hall, Lan Kuei, the very person responsible for his father's lifelong paralysis. "Who are you?" Chu Han's voice was icy, coldly asking. "Chu Han, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to my father like that?" Before Lan Kuei could say anything, Lan Yu beside him instantly bristled with rage. Chu Han's demeanor was harsh, evident to all from his tone. "Shall you silence?" A barely perceptible shadow of gloom flickered in Lan Kuei's eyes. He saw naked hatred in Chu Han's gaze. Yet having navigated such waters for years, he still possessed the skill to manage his expression. He said with a smile, "I am Lan Kuei, the master of the Blue Eagle Martial Hall. My purpose here is to sincerely invite you to join our hall." "Join you?" "The Blue Eagle Martial Hall. A Blue Eagle Martial Hall that would break a contract with an injured martial artist within its own ranks. I'm afraid I cannot afford such an honor." Chu Han spoke with fury. Thinking of the torment his father had endured over the years and the life his family had led, he considered it restraint that he hadn't resorted to violence. "What did you say, boys?" A burly, bearded man of the 4th rank, nearing the 5th, arose in anger beside Lan Kuei. This man was Lan Kuei's younger brother, named Lan Biao. He had once been a teammate of Chu Zhan, and their relationship was far from amicable. Chu Han looked at Lan Biao, sneering. "Am I wrong?" "What did you say?" "You're asking for death." The burly man moved to strike, but was stopped by Lan Kuei. "Lao Air, calm down." Lan Biao, naturally reckless and belligerent, had insisted on coming along. A flicker of anger now stirred within Lan Kuei. "It seems you have a profound misunderstanding of our hall." He then turned to Chu Zhan and said, "Chu Zhan, regarding what happened back then, the hall indeed owes you a debt. That's why we've come with sincerity this time. If Chu Han agrees to join the Blue Eagle Martial Hall, we can offer him a signing contract worth 100 million and he'll immediately become a core member. What do you think? You were once a pillar of the hall. You understand how generous my offer is." Lan Kuei knew Chu Han was young and hot-blooded, surely nursing a grudge over past grievances. Thus he targeted Chu Zhan directly. He had inquired before coming and knew the Chu family had fallen on hard times. Chu Zhan's own spirit had been worn smooth. He preferred a stable life and disliked conflict. Chu Zhan fell silent upon hearing this. He knew that Lan Kuei had indeed come with full sincerity, intending to make amends for his past wrongs. However, the final decision on this matter still rested with his son. Chu Zhan looked at his son, his eyes filled with pride, and then said to Lan Kuei, "I am old. I respect Xiao Han's own opinion. The path of his future is his to walk. I will not join the Blue Eagle Martial Hall. And the debt my father incurred back then, I will collect it myself." Chu Han's answer remained resolute, spoken word by word. Seeing Chu Han's firm stance, Lan Kuei shed his earlier pretense, a hint of threat creeping into his tone. "I hope you won't regret today's decision. Rest assured, I've never known how to spell regret in all my life." Since the facade had crumbled, Chu Han directly issued his dismissal. My home is not welcoming to anyone from the Blue Eagle Martial Hall. Please see yourselves out. Kid, you're biting the hand that could feed you. Cross the Blue Eagle Martial Hall, and you won't find any good fruit to eat. Lan Biao said, his face twisted with rage. He'll be waiting for you. Chu Han adjusted the gravity of his weighted vest to 1x, his expression icy. With his parents present, he didn't wish to start a fight. But the other party might not be so restrained. Basic precautions were necessary. Chu Han, don't be so arrogant. He'll teach you a lesson right now. Lan Yu, initially stopped by his father, could no longer contain himself. He attacked Chu Han, unable to bear the sight of him being even more proud than himself. Get lost. Chu Han roared, and Lan Yu's body was sent flying out the door. Though Lan Yu had made some progress, he still lacked the qualification to speak as an equal with Chu Han, let alone fight him. When adults are talking, what business does a junior have interfering? Chu Han struck so swiftly that even Lan Kuei couldn't react before Lan Yu was instantly defeated. Impressive skill. It seems Xiao Ye's previous defeat was not unjustified. Lan Kuei's face turned extremely grim, his words almost ground out between clenched teeth. Boy, you're asking for death. Lan Biao bellowed, swinging a fist at Chu Han. You're the one asking for death. Chu Han snorted, coldly meeting the blow with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, compressing the air and producing a violent explosion. Then came a sickening crack. Before Lan Biao's incredulous gaze, his own fist shattered into pieces, and the immense force sent him hurtling backward. Lao Air, Xiao Yu. Seeing his son and brother injured in succession, Lan Kuei finally erupted. Chu Han will cripple you today. Your Chu family will never rise again. The aura of a 6th-rank martial artist burst forth, shaking the entire house. Then let's settle all accounts today. Chu Han let out a cold laugh, a surge of killing intent emanating from him. This aura made even Lan Kuei sense a hint of danger, shocking him with the terrifying speed of Chu Han's growth. If he didn't eliminate Chu Han now, once he matured, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Blue Eagle Martial Hall. Stop! Just as the two were about to clash, an aged voice rang out from afar, halting their movements. No one is to fight within the martial artist district. Chu Han turned towards the voice and saw that the one stopping them was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Beside him, Director Ling was drenched in sweat, looking anxiously at Chu Han and Lan Kuei. Grudges at this level were beyond his influence. He could only watch from the sidelines. Seeing the injured Lan Yu and Lan Biao, Director Ling's shock deepened. Clearly both had been injured by Chu Han. Lan Yu was a recent awakening, but Lan Biao's strength was among the very best of the 4th rank, far surpassing Night Owl. And yet, even he had been wounded by Chu Han. The speed at which Chu Han was growing was simply too astonishing. Seeing Chu Han ready to fight Lan Kuei, where on earth did he get such courage? Hall Master Lan Chu Han, let this end here. Otherwise, he'll have President Zhao handle this matter. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association was only at the peak of the 5th rank, not yet reaching the 6th. Facing the more powerful Lan Kuei, he had no choice but to invoke the name of Zhao Tianlong. Since Vice President Zhou has spoken, we naturally give you this face. But what happens in the future, one cannot say. Lan Kuei snorted coldly, left a threatening remark, and departed with his son and brother. Chu Han, though I don't know the full extent of your grudge with Lan Kuei, I advise you to be wary of that man. Vice President Zhou said to Chu Han. Chu Han nodded in gratitude. I appreciate your and Director Ling's trouble this time. I will be careful. Alas, pride in youth is good, but too sharp a blade invites unnecessary trouble. Vice President Zhou sighed and left with Director Ling. Xiao Han, are you hurt? Once the others had gone, Xu Zhan and Zhang Milan rushed out to ask. I'm fine. They're the ones who got the worst of it. The killing intent on Chu Han vanished in an instant as he comforted his parents. Then, recalling Vice President Zhou's warning, he added, Mom, Dad, don't leave the martial artist district for a while. Even within the district, only move in crowded areas with surveillance. I'm worried the Blue Eagle Martial Hall might try something. Xu Zhan patted Chu Han on the shoulder, smiling. All right, your mother and I understand. We won't cause you any trouble. MMO resolve this matter quickly. The killing intent in Chu Han's eyes resurfaced, sending a chill even through Xu Zhan, a former martial. Xiao Han, has your strength increased again? Lan Biao's power is already close to that of a 5th-tier warrior, and even he is no match for you. At that moment, Father Xu Zhan expressed his doubt. As a former warrior, he could naturally tell that his son seemed to be concealing his true strength even from his... Chu Han smiled and said, Dad, I didn't tell you my true strength back then because I didn't want you to worry. I have indeed encountered some fortuitous events, but I can't share them with you. Xu Zhan said with a look of relief, you are already an adult. It's completely normal to have secrets. Your mother and I just hope you can be safe and not put too much pressure on yourself. A warm feeling flowed through Chu Han's heart as he resolutely said, you too can rest assured. The Lanning Martial School is no threat to me. The entire morning, Chu Han practiced at home. Just before noon, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon opening it, he found it was a call from Zhao Tianlong. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Chuhan, I know all about your situation with the Lan Ing Martial School. If you need help, just let me know. Ever since Lan Kuei broke through to 6th tier, he has become increasingly unscrupulous in Jiangxing. Uncle Zhao, I can handle the matter with the Lan Ing Martial School myself, but I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to protect my parents. I'm not afraid of Lan Kuei, I'm just worried he might resort to underhanded tactics. Haha, you have ambition. I will ensure your parents' safety. I guarantee Lan Kuei won't dare to touch them. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. With the guarantee from Zhao Tianlong, the president of the Martial Arts Association, Chu Han's concerns greatly diminished. His conflict with the Lan Ing Martial School was now merely a contest between warriors. After the martial arts exam, it will be the end of the Lan Ing Martial School. Chu Han thought to himself. A short while later, his communicator rang again. He initially thought it was another call from Zhao Tianlong, but when he picked it up, he was surprised to find it was an unexpected person. Hello, Sister Qiu, what do you need? Chu Han was puzzled, wondering why Zhao Qiu was contacting him. Could it be that she is interested in me? Doesn't she prefer mature types? From the other end of the communicator, Zhao Qiu's voice rang out. Chu Han, there's something I would like your help with. Chu Han asked. It's about the Hammer Martial School. I would like you to represent the Hammer Martial School in the martial arts ranking competition. Ranking competition? What is that? It was his first time hearing about this event. The martial arts ranking competition is held every 5 years and can determine each martial school's rank, reputation, and student recruitment. The participants must be young warriors under 25, which is why I thought of asking for your help. Chu Han furrowed his brows upon hearing this. To be honest, he had no interest in such competitions, so he casually fabricated a reason to brush it off. I'm afraid my strength may not meet the school's requirements considering my age. But he heard Zhao Qiu chuckle on the other, and don't lie to me. I've heard from Zhao Feiyu that your strength has reached the level of a 4th tier warrior, and you even killed Yi Xiao. In the previous warrior certification, you received the badge for a 3-tier warrior. Chu Han scratched his head upon hearing this, silently cursing Zhao Feiyu for being a blabbermouth. He paused for a moment and asked, is the Lan Ing Martial School also participating in the competition? Since it involved a conflict between martial schools, he naturally thought of the Lan Ing Martial School. The Lan Ing, of course. They are the martial school that has ranked first for 2 consecutive times. If they rank first again today, the Lan Ing Martial School will be promoted to become Jiangxing's first provincial-level martial school. Zhao Qiu's tone was noticeably filled with envy when she spoke about the Lan Ing Martial School. Oh, then I will participate. Chu Han immediately changed his mind. Since the Lan Ing Martial School was also participating, he didn't mind collecting some interest first. If the Lan Ing Martial School were to lose first place, Lan Kuei's expression would surely be amusing, right? On the other hand, he also planned to engage in combat with the experts from other martial schools under high gravity. Practical experience would help him adapt to the high gravity more quickly, which was exactly what he needed right now. Great. With your participation, the Hammer Martial School will surely achieve good results in this competition. When is the competition? Tomorrow. So soon. Because one of our contestants suddenly changed their mind and joined another martial school, that's why I'm asking you to step in. I see. Chu Han felt a bit speechless. Zhang Qiu then explained some key points and rules of the competition, and they agreed that Chu Han would gather at the Hammer Martial School the next morning. After hanging up the communicator, Chu Han continued to practice. He also needed to prepare for the upcoming battle in the martial arts ranking competition. Early the next morning, Chu Han participated in the lottery. What he drew today was also quite special. A mask that could change its appearance that we'll call the ever-changing mask. After putting on this mask, he only needed to inject a bit of primordial power, and the mask would transform into the desired shape, even changing the user's voice. Chu Han took the mask out of the lottery space. It looked like a very ordinary black mask. He put on the mask, concentrated his thoughts, and found that some primordial power was indeed extracted. Immediately, the mask on his face began to change. When the transformation stopped, he stood in front of the mirror and saw that the mask on his face had indeed turned into the same style as that of the Black Crow organization. It really can change into the form I imagine. Intrigued, Chu Han concentrated again, and the mask on his face instantly transformed into the likeness of the Monkey King. He continued to try various classic cartoon characters from his impressions, such as the Joker Neza, the Calabash Brothers, Lazy Sheep, Grey Wolf Tomcat, and Outa Man. It could even mimic voices. This mask was not merely a toy, it was a divine artifact for killing, committing arson, and hiding one's identity. He immediately stored the mask in the lottery space, as it might come in handy later. After finishing breakfast, Chu Han arrived at the Hammer Martial School. Zhang Qiu was waiting for him at the front desk. Chu Han, you're here. Let's go upstairs, they'll take you to meet the schoolmaster. Chu Han followed Zhang Qiu to a training room on the top floor of the martial school. This training room was the most luxurious in the Hammer Martial School, equipped with various training devices and a large area. It was the exclusive training room of the schoolmaster Gao Jun, which also served as an office and conference room. At that moment, the schoolmaster Gao Jun was discussing something with 2 young warriors. Schoolmaster Gao, do you think that person is reliable? We have already contacted a friend, and as long as your remuneration is sufficient, we can bring him over. Wait a moment, he will be here shortly. The appearance of Chu Han and Zhang Xiaoyu interrupted the conversation among the three. Uncle, I brought Chu Han. He is the helper I found for you, Zhang Xiaoyu said excitedly. Uncle, the schoolmaster. Chu Han suddenly realized that the schoolmaster of the Hammer Martial School was Zhao Qiuyu's uncle. No wonder she could take the initiative to invite him. Being the first to meet the schoolmaster of the Hammer Martial School, he began to size him up, discovering that Gao Jun's strength barely reached the level of a 5th-tier warrior. Among all the schoolmasters in Jiangqing, Gao Jun's strength could be considered above average, but it was incomparable to the 6th-tier Lan Kuei. Qiuyue, is this the helper you mentioned? Gao Jun frowned, scrutinizing Chu Han from top to bottom with a face full of skepticism. Isn't he too young? Zhang Xiaoyu smiled and explained, Uncle, he is a friend of mine with formidable strength. Although he is very young, he has already obtained the badge for a 3-tier warrior. His strength is absolutely trustworthy. Gao Jun's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, but he still seemed to have some doubts. At this moment, a burly young warrior beside Gao Jun stepped forward and smiled. Little brother, I think you should show us your skills. Otherwise, how can we believe in your strength? Exactly. This concerns the reputation of the martial arts school. You can't just grab anyone to fill the numbers. Another tall and thin young warrior crossed his arms and sneered. That's right, we can't compete with someone whose strength we don't know. These two were also young warriors invited by Gao Jun to participate in the competition. The burly one was named Wei Feng with strength at the early stage of the 4th tier, while the thin one was named Li Wu at the limit of the 3rd tier. Both of them were around 24 or 25 years old. At this age, having such strength is considered quite good, ranking above average among peer warriors. But that was all. They originally planned to introduce a friend to participate in the Hammer Martial Arts School's competition. Gao Jun was almost on board. However, this matter was interrupted by the appearance of Chu Han. They felt some resentment towards Chu Han, especially seeing his youthful appearance, which made them even more displeased. Chu Han glanced at the two of them and guessed their intentions. At this moment, Gao Jun said, Qiuyue, why not let your friend spar with Wei Feng and Li Wu for a bit? This way everyone can have a clearer understanding of his strength. This, Zhang Qiuyu found it a bit difficult. After all, Chu Han was invited by her, and asking him to prove his strength seemed unfriendly. Sister Yue, I can just spar with them for a few moves, Chu Han said. A simple battle could solve the problem. He didn't want to waste too much breath. He adjusted the gravity knob on his chest to 8 times and smiled at Wei Feng and Li Wu. You two come at me together. With their strength, Chu Han was confident he could easily handle them under 8 times gravity. Arrogant. Wei Feng and Li Wu, both young men, were immediately enraged upon hearing Chu Han's words. Especially after hearing the slightly disdainful tone in his voice, they felt insulted. They didn't expect Chu Han to be so arrogant, clearly looking down on them. Since you say so, we won't hold back. The two exchanged glances and launched their attacks simultaneously. They had been friends and classmates for years. Their cooperation was seamless. With just a glance, they understood each other's intentions. Wei Feng stomped on the ground, causing the metallic floor to dent under his feet, and the earthy-colored energy condensed on his fist as he swiftly struck towards Chu Han's chest. His punch carried a heavy sense of oppression. Even before the punch reached him, the force of the wind was already upon Chu Han. This punch was his signature technique, the crate-shattering stone fist. Li Wu, on the other hand, flickered, and his light blue energy swirled in his palm, delivering a series of palm strikes like waves. This was crate martial art, the overlapping waves palm. The overlapping waves palm was a water attribute martial art that emphasized the layering of palm strength, creating an unending flow of force. The two attacked simultaneously, one from the front, the other from the back, completely sealing off Chu Han's escape route. Chu Han saw that both of them were confident in their martial arts, having clearly honed them over the years. Even a mid-tier 4th-stage martial artist could very likely fall to their combined assault. Seeing this, Chu Han swiftly circulated his energy, transforming his body into a streak of light that shot backward at high speed, leaving 2 afterimages in his wake. Bang! Boom! Wei Feng and Li Wu's attacks landed on the afterimages, instantly missing their target. This was the first time Chu Han used the light flow mirage in actual combat, and the effect was indeed astonishing. Wei Feng and Li Wu were completely caught off guard. Gao Jun, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes in shock as he was the only one who witnessed Chu Han disappear like flowing light. A storm surged in his heart. Just from the technique Chu Han displayed and his effortless demeanor, Gao Jun confirmed that Chu Han's strength was unquestionable, even surpassing Wei Feng and Li Wu by a significant margin. I must apologize properly. Such a genius must be kept in the Hammer Martial Arts School's team. Gao Jun thought frantically. Meanwhile, Wei Feng and Li Wu realized their attacks had missed, both stunned. Before they could react, Chu Han, bang, bang. The two instantly felt a tremendous force from behind, launching them both away to crash heavily onto the ground. The entire exchange lasted only a second or two. These two young masters, invited at a high price by Gao Jun, were easily defeated by Chu Han. The training ground fell silent. Gao Jun was in disbelief, pondering how to express his apology to Chu Han. Meanwhile, Wei Feng and Li Wu were completely dazed. They hadn't even touched the corner of Chu Han's clothing from beginning to end, yet they were easily defeated, and thoroughly at that, without a single chance. Chu Han's terrifying strength made both of them feel a burning shame on their faces. Ha ha ha, splendid. Little brother, Chu Han's strength is truly astonishing. At this moment, Gao Jun laughed heartily as he approached Chu Han, saying, Brother Chu Han, I was blind not to recognize a mountain. I apologize, Wei Feng. Li Wu, like you are young men. It's normal for young people to be competitive, so don't. It's fine. Chu Han nodded slightly. Wei Feng and Li Wu also quieted down their gazes towards Chu Han, filled with respect. Given that Chu Han could easily defeat them at such a young age, he was undoubtedly a super genius that all major martial arts academies would eagerly invite. He was certainly not someone they could provoke. Moreover, losing to Chu Han wasn't a disgrace for them. Perhaps they could even make a genius friend. Chu Han. No, Brother Chu. We apologize for our recklessness. Wei Feng and Li Wu bowed deeply, their attitudes making a complete 180-degree turn as they expressed their apologies to Chu Han. It's fine. Chu Han waved his hand, seemingly indifferent. Great. I told you Chu Han's strength needed no proof, yet you didn't believe it. Zhao Qiuyu's face was now flushed with excitement, and she felt refreshed by Chu Han's performance. Gao Jun chuckled. This time you three will represent the Hammer Martial Arts School in the competition. Regardless of the outcome, I will reward each of you with 5 million Federation coins, and a deposit of 2 million will be transferred to your accounts immediately. 5 million Federation coins is no small sum. Wei Feng and Li Wu's eyes lit up. Participating in a few matches and simply competing against other warriors for money was much more profitable than hunting exotic beasts in dangerous wilds. Moreover, before Chu Han arrived, they hadn't finalized the remuneration with Gao Jun at this price. But after Chu Han showcased his strength, Gao Jun became generous, which was great news for them. In contrast, Chu Han merely nodded calmly, showing little reaction. Now that his wealth had surpassed 100 million, 5 million was indeed nothing to him. It hardly stirred his emotions. What mattered more to him was that this ranking battle would provide him with more opportunities for actual combat, enhance his strength, and also strengthen his relationship with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. The participants from the Hammer Martial Arts School were not just Chu Han and the two others. There were also 2 more individuals. After everything was settled, Gao Jun first transferred money to the 3 of them, then took them to meet the other 2 participants from the Hammer Martial Arts School. The strength of these 2 was considerably weaker, one at the early stage of the 3rd tier and the other at the peak of it. They were both students of the Hammer Martial Arts School and represented it in battle. However, Gao Jun held no hope for them, simply letting them fill the ranks. Gao Jun placed all his hopes on the 3 of Chu Han. Following that, the group from the Hammer Martial Arts School set off for the competition venue. The competition arena for the martial arts ranking tournament is located in the vast square outside the Martial Arts Association. The area is already packed with a dense crowd, and the stands are filled with spectators. After all, this is a grand event held once every 5 years in Jiang City, and the audience is naturally filled with enthusiasm. For ordinary people, it is a rare opportunity to witness the battles between martial artists up close. The spectators wave the flags of various martial arts schools, and the waves of cheers come one after another. Among them, the Blue Eagle, the Purple Thunder, and the Black Frenzy Blade martial arts schools have the most fans, representing the 3 major favorites for this competition. In addition to these ordinary spectators, some high-ranking leaders from Jiang City and prominent figures from various factions are also present, seated in the VIP area at the front. For instance, in the center of the VIP seats sits Zhao Tianlong, the president of the Martial Arts Association, alongside Vice President Zhou, both representing the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association is primarily responsible for organizing this tournament, and they handle all the arrangements. Also seated next to Zhao Tianlong are the mayor of Jiang City and the commander of the Jiang City Defense Army, both influential figures in Jiang City. Together with Zhao Tianlong, they are the 3 giants of Jiang City, the pinnacle of power. Besides them, the VIP area also includes representatives from various prominent families in Jiang City and some notable figures from the provincial capital. Most of them have various collaborations with the major martial arts schools. In short, this tournament is unprecedented in its grandeur. Chu Han and others enter the venue through the exclusive passage for martial schools waiting backstage. Next is the opening ceremony of the competition, and representatives from various martial arts schools will gradually enter. Suddenly, 3 loud bangs resound from outside, followed by the sound of celebratory fireworks. The host first gives some opening remarks before announcing the entry of the major martial arts schools. Naturally, the first to enter is the defending champion, the highly anticipated Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. Led by the schoolmaster Lan Kuei, they march into the venue with great momentum. The atmosphere in the stands is instantly ignited. Those waving the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School flags go wild, shouting the slogan of 3 consecutive championships. The members of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School also wave back at the stage, responding to the enthusiasm of their fans. Indeed, it has a kind of appearance that meets the expectations of the crowd. Lan Kuei, dressed in black combat attire, exudes a powerful aura characteristic of a sixth-tier martial artist, intimidating without even being angry. He walks expressionlessly at the front of the line with a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He is quite satisfied with the popularity of his martial arts school. Dad the audience up, there is almost all cheering for us. Our martial arts school is bound to win the championship. Behind him, Lan Yu excitedly says, his face full of pride. He wears a silver-white combat uniform with delicate blue eagle patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and the peak of Ten-Thousandfold energy faintly radiates around him. There are 4 other members of the martial arts school dressed in the same attire, all contestants representing the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. All 4 of them possess strong abilities, with the weakest having a mid-level 4th-tier strength, making them the most formidable team in terms of average strength. It's no wonder Lan Kuei is so confident. Lan Kuei is getting more and more arrogant. In the VIP area, Vice President Zhou whispers to Zhao Tianlong, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. With the things he's done recently, does he think we don't know? He truly takes the Martial Arts Association for fools. Zhao Tianlong furrows his brow slightly, his gaze fixed on Lan Kuei. Once he obtains provincial martial arts school certification, his influence will undoubtedly grow stronger, and he will become even more unrestrained in his actions. Let's hope someone can stop the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School from winning the championship. The Thunder Martial Arts School is entering. They should have the best chance to stop the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. As soon as he finishes speaking, another wave of cheers erupts. The Thunder Martial Arts School has entered, and their momentum is no less than that of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. Although it is just a branch school, the headquarters of the Thunder Martial Arts School holds a national-level rank recognized throughout the Longxia Federation for its substantial financial backing and deep resources. After all, even the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School has only aimed to become a provincial martial arts school for many years. The Jiang City branch of the Thunder Martial Arts School participates in this ranking tournament with great determination. The Jiang City branch has only been in Jiang City for less than 5 years, hoping to establish its position through this tournament. Moreover, winning the ranking tournament is the simplest and most direct way. The master of the Jiang City branch, Lei Hemming, is also a 6th-tier martial artist. Behind him, 5 young martial artists dressed in blue combat uniforms exude energy, all possessing 4th-tier strength. In terms of average strength, they seem to surpass the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. Soon another wave of cheers arises as the Frenzied Blade Martial Arts School enters. As the biggest rival of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School in the past 2 tournaments, the Frenzied Blade Martial Arts School also enjoys considerable popularity. The master of the Frenzied Blade Martial Arts School is at the 5th-tier peak, not yet reaching the 6th tier. However, he remains confident with an expression full of arrogance. His confidence mainly stems from his son Wu Qi. Is young, barely in his 20s, yet his cultivation has reached the 4th-tier peak, and he is on the verge of entering the 5th tier. Many believe Wu Qi is the strongest contestant in this tournament, bringing immense confidence to the Frenzied Blade Martial Arts School. With the entrance of the 3 major favorite martial arts schools, the following schools seem a bit underwhelming. The remaining schools generally possess weaker strengths, with their masters at the early 5th tier or even 4th tier. Among the competing team members, only 1 or 2 are at the early 4th tier, while most are merely at the 3 tier or even 2 tier. Some of the martial arts teams do not even have any 3 tier martial artists, merely there to fill the numbers. When it comes time for the Hammer Martial Arts School to enter, the enthusiasm of the audience has nearly worn off, with only sparse applause. In the host's introduction, the Hammer Martial Arts School is rated as the 3rd tier among all martial arts schools, with strength ranking around 9th to 12th. Even though their team includes a 4th tier early Wu Tai and a 3 tier peak Li Wu, the evaluation remains low. Gao Jun walks at the front looking rather grim. He had thought that with the heavy investment he made, their martial arts school could rank in the top 5, but he didn't expect the other schools to invest even more. Sigh. Gao Jun sighs. The competition this year is too fierce. It's impossible for our martial arts school to enter the top 5. I hope the Hammer Martial Arts School can have a bit of luck and make it into the top 8. Don't worry, uncle, our martial arts school has always had good luck. Zhang Qiuyue says with a hint of a smile, her gaze meaningfully landing on Chu Han. Is that Chu Han? In the stands, Zhao Tianlong suddenly sits up straight, a look of confusion in his eyes. How did he end up in the Hammer Martial Arts School's team? Vice President Zhou also looks over, pausing for a moment before laughing. This kid really can't stay still. With only a few days left until the martial arts examination, the people from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School have already recognized him. Indeed, over at the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, Lan Kuei's expression instantly darkens. The moment Lan Yu spots Chu Han, his body trembles, slightly filled with resentment. The experience of being killed by Chu Han twice has left a deep shadow in his heart. The pain of being slapped away yesterday seems to return, and he grits his teeth, whispering, "Dad, how could Chu Han be here? Is he trying to make trouble for us?" Beside him, Lan Biao also looks displeased, saying in a deep voice, "This kid's strength is quite tricky. I was indeed careless last time, but this time we are prepared and need not fear him." Lan Kuei takes a deep breath, his gaze turning cold. "Forget about him for now. Let's focus on winning the championship first. Once we obtain provincial martial arts school certification, we will have plenty of time to deal with him." He turns to look at a young man behind him who has a streak of white hair. The energy fluctuations around him are extremely subtle, and most of his strength is hidden. This is indeed their biggest trump card in the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. We won't lose. Lan Kuei is confident, already contemplating the upgrade of the martial arts school. After the appearance of the Hammer Martial Arts School, only a few martial arts schools remained behind, and soon all 29 martial arts schools from Jiang City appeared. Once these tedious procedures were completed, the host began to introduce the competition process. The first phase of the competition is a single elimination round divided into 2 rounds. First, each martial arts school team member will draw lots to choose their opponents. With 29 teams totaling 145 participants, there are 145 lots. The person who draws number 1 will face number 145 and number 2 will face number 144, and so on. The winners of the first round will participate in a second round of draws, competing against other winners in another. Each victory will earn points for the martial arts school. Participant number 73, who has a bye in the first round, automatically advances to the second round, but does not earn victory points. Ultimately, based on the total number of victories from each martial arts school, the top 16 schools will enter the second stage of the arena competition. As soon as the words were spoken, the staff pushed several transparent lottery boxes forward filled with numbered cards. Members from each martial arts school stepped forward one by one to draw lots. Chu Han followed behind Wei Feng, reaching into the box to pull out a card that read number 1. Wei Feng drew number 7, Li Wu drew number 44, and the other 2 drew numbers 111 and 87 respectively. Gao Jun approached the group and lowered his voice to advise, "Don't be careless in the first round. Win if you can, and if you encounter a significantly stronger opponent, concede immediately to conserve your strength." Soon all participants had finished drawing lots. The participant who received a bye in the first round was not pleased, as his strength ranked among the top, and participating in the battle would likely earn him a victory point. However, having a bye meant losing the opportunity to earn victory points. Some of the competing participants belonged to the same team, so there was no need for them to fight. Their martial arts school automatically received a victory point, with weaker participants conceding and stronger ones advancing to the next round. Chu Han, as number 1, was the first to arrive at the arena. The competition stage was large, so there were a total of 8 matches taking place in different areas of the arena during the first round. As number 1, Chu Han's battle position was right in the center of the stage. His opponent, number 145, came from an unknown martial arts school and was at the early stage of the third realm. Upon seeing how young Chu Han was, the opponent was overjoyed. "My luck is good. I didn't expect your school to let a recent graduate participate in the competition." "I hope it's as you expect," Chu Han replied with a faint smile. Once the battle began, the strength Chu Han displayed exceeded what his opponent had imagined. In the midst of a fierce exchange, Chu Han did not find himself at a disadvantage. The gravity he experienced was tenfold. Under 10 times the gravity, he could only exert the strength of the early third realm. This allowed him to match his opponent's strength. However, Chu Han was quickly adapting to the tenfold gravity. Initially, his opponent could exert some pressure on Chu Han, but soon that pressure dissipated. Bang! When Chu Han felt no pressure, he swiftly punched his opponent down to the ground, ending the battle. "In the next round, I hope to face a stronger opponent." Chu Han earned a victory point and advanced to the next round. The battles of the other members of the Hammer Martial Arts School also began one after another. Wei Feng and Li Wu had good luck, also achieving victory. The other 2 simply lacked the strength and lost decisively. In the other teams, Liaoning Martial Arts School and Guangdao Martial Arts School each secured 5 victories. Leiting Martial Arts School had poor luck, with 2 participants drawing a bye, thus earning only 4 victory points. Next came the second round of draws, where 73 individuals drew 73 new numbers, with number 37 once again receiving a bye. This time, Chu Han drew number 22, and his opponent was number 52. As he stepped onto the arena, he realized that the person holding number 52 was actually Lan Yu. He did not expect to face Lan Yu so soon, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Lan Yu also looked at him with eyes full of animosity. Chu Han, in this battle, I will surely wipe away the humiliation you caused me before. Lan Yu's aura began to rise rapidly. Upon learning that his opponent was Chu Han, even Lan Kuei suggested he concede immediately. However, Lan Yu saw Chu Han's performance in the first round and noticed that his strength seemed to have diminished, which gave him a glimmer of hope. The participant who had just been defeated by Chu Han was only at the early stage of the third realm, while Lan Yu was at the peak of the second realm and possessed dual talents, believing himself to be stronger than that individual. Thus he thought it was a great opportunity for revenge. Chu Han, let me show you my true strength. Lan Yu shouted, his body radiating blue and golden energies. Suddenly wings made of tornadoes appeared behind him, with golden lightning flashing within the whirlwinds. This was his new power gained from merging two talent abilities. With a wave of his wings, a violent storm and countless bolts of lightning surged towards Chu Han. Upon seeing this, Chu Han immediately used his agility to dodge the attacks. Faced with such a dense barrage of attacks under the tenfold gravity restriction, he could not dodge all the attacks solely with his agility, and instead blocked them with his blade. Seeing this, Lan Yu frantically flapped his wings, creating even more wind and lightning attacks. Chu Han was forced to dodge awkwardly under his onslaught. No, Chu Han's strength is far beyond this. He was clearly much stronger when we sparred. Wei Feng, watching from below, expressed his doubts. Just keep watching, Chu Han won't lose. Gao Jun seemed to sense something and was not worried. On stage, Chu Han executed the flowing light shadow, his body transforming into a stream of light, evading Lan Yu's attacks. His speed increased, and his body felt lighter, as if he was about to reach a limit and undergo a significant enhancement. Seeing this, he charged directly towards Lan Yu amidst the attacks. Lan Yu was startled and immediately unleashed a more ferocious attack. Don't think you can get close to me. Suddenly the pressure to evade increased several times. Yet it was under this extreme pressure that his body was continuously surpassing its limits. Finally, it felt as if a door within his body had opened. He became suddenly lighter, and his speed instantly doubled, easily dodging Lan Yu's attacks. I really have to thank Lan Yu this time. If it weren't for him, my Bodis adaptation speed wouldn't have improved so quickly. Chu Han was exhilarated, feeling that his Bodis functions had undergone an evolution. This allowed his body to almost adapt to the tenfold gravity, increasing his combat power by several times. Facing Lan Yu's attack, he threw a punch. Exploding fist. A distorted explosion rang out in the air, dissipating all of Lan Yu's attacks with that single punch. Impossible. Lan Yu let out an angry roar as his blood surged, his rage intensifying. Suddenly the two wings behind him transformed into giant blades. With a wave of his hand, the two blades of wind and lightning slashed towards Chu Han. Wind, lightning, slash. Lan Yu roared, unleashing his strongest strike. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Even many Fourth Realm warriors were shocked by this strike. Will Xiao Ye's strike be enough to kill Chu Han? If he fails, I must rescue him quickly. Lan Kuei thought anxiously while watching from outside the arena. Although he was pleased that his son possessed such great power, he could not accept any harm coming to him. On the arena, Chu Han showed no signs of dodging, nor was there any fluctuation of energy from his body. What is he doing? If he doesn't react soon, he will be in life-threatening danger. The audience watching from the stands voiced their concerns. What is Chu Han doing? Lan Yu's move is enough to kill a Fourth Realm warrior. Is he really going to take it heat-in? Zhao Tianlong and Vice President Zhou were equally puzzled and somewhat worried. Suddenly Chu Han erupted with a ball of blazing flames, then punched towards Lan Yu's wind and lightning blades. Flame, exploding fist. A massive explosion erupted on the arena, creating a giant fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters, completely engulfing both Chu Han and Lan Yu. As the flames erupted, Lan Yu's wind and lightning blades rapidly disintegrated. Xiao Yu. Lan Kuei shouted, disregarding the rules of the competition and rushing into the sea of flames on the arena. Through the raging flames, he saw Chu Han's fist smashing into his son's chest. He could almost hear the sound of ribs shattering. At the same time, he realized that his son's limbs had been completely broken by Chu Han, rendering him unconscious. Chu Han, you are seeking death. Lan Kuei roared, instantly transforming into a golden thunder eagle charging towards Chu Han. Faced with the furious attack from Lan Kuei, Chu Han smiled faintly. His body retreated rapidly, moving out of the range of the flames. Simultaneously, he manipulated the flames to quickly condense as the terrifying heat began to gather towards Lan Yu's location. Oh! Lan Kuei realized he had been deceived and let out a roar, abandoning the pursuit of Chu Han to help his son dispel the harm caused by the flames. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Under Lan Kuei's full force, the flames on the arena instantly dissipated. At the center of the arena, Lan Kuei held Lan Yu's lifeless body, the killing intent emanating from him, now uncontrollable. In an instant, everyone in the venue felt a chill. How did Lan Yu suddenly sustain such severe injuries? It seemed that without timely treatment, he was bound to perish. Some of the more powerful martial artists could see that Lan Ye's injuries were grave. No wonder Lan Kuei was openly displaying his killing intent. This young man named Chu Han was too ruthless. After all, this was merely a competition between martial arts schools. He had stirred up great trouble, and Lan the master would likely seek revenge for his son on the spot. Chu Han had already offended Lan Kuei terribly. Why would he do such a thing? Gao Jun watched the scene unfold, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly lamenting. Chu Han severely injured Lan Yu on behalf of the Warhammer Martial Arts School. With Lan Kuei's vengeful nature, the Warhammer Martial Arts School would undoubtedly be held accountable. In time, they would also bear the wrath of the Lan Ying Martial Arts School. Second brother, take Xiao Yu to the Martial Arts Association's medical room for treatment as soon as possible. Lan Kuei fed several types of pills to the unconscious Lan Yu before handing his son over to his brother for rescue. He then suddenly turned to look at Chu Han. You want to avenge your son? Chu Han mocked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Lan Kuei's expression darkened further, his killing intent becoming palpable, enveloping Chu Han. His strength is formidable. Chu Han surprisingly felt an aura from Lan Kuei that was not weaker than that of the Black Crow leader, of course, before the latter had injected a large amount of dark blood potion. Chu Han, you will surely die today. At this moment, Lan Kuei had lost all reason and charged at Chu Han like a beam of golden light. Chu Han placed his hand on the gravity knob on his chest, but did not twist it, because someone was standing up for him. Roar! A deafening lion's roar reverberated throughout the entire competition venue. A shadow instantly blocked the golden light. As the two energies collided, the golden light was immediately repelled. Lan Kuei, the martial arts school ranking competition is still ongoing. This is not the place for you to settle personal grudges. Your son's injury was merely an unintended consequence of the young people's battle. I will not allow you to take revenge on Chu Han. Zhao Tianlong said sternly. But those with discerning eyes could see that he was clearly favoring Chu Han, and rather excessively at that. No wonder Chu Han dared to strike so ruthlessly. It turned out his backing was Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong, you can protect him for a time, but you cannot protect him for a lifetime. Lan Kuei knew that his strength was inferior to Zhao Tianlong, so he could only force himself to endure. Engaging Zhao Tianlong would yield him no benefit, and it would also cause the martial arts school to lose its qualification in the competition. He could only leave a threat and turn away from the arena. Master. The members of the Lan Ying Martial Arts School were all furious at this moment. They found it hard to accept Zhao Tianlong's blatant suppression. Usually it was the Lan Ying Martial Arts School that bullied others, but this time they had suffered a great loss in front of Chu Han and Zhao Tianlong. Continue the competition. Lan Kuei left behind a sentence before turning to walk towards the medical room. Once out of the crowd's sight, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Such a repressed feeling was something he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Chu Han slowly walked down the arena under everyone's gaze. Many martial arts schools had already remembered this opponent. The competition continued under Zhao Tianlong's announcement. Soon the second round of matches was entirely concluded. On the Warhammer martial arts side, Chu Han and Wei Feng won the second round, while Li Wu lost. After combining the two rounds of the first stage, the Warhammer Martial Arts School had a total of 5 victory points. Next, the rankings for the first stage of the martial arts schools were tallied, with the Lan Ying Martial Arts School tying for first place with 9 victory points alongside the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School. The Thunder Martial Arts School ranked second with 8 victory points. The fourth place only had 6 victory points. The Warhammer Martial Arts School and the other 2 martial arts schools each had 5 victory points, placing them tied for 5th. This ranking surprised many. We made it into the top 5. At this moment, Gao Jun was the happiest. He did not expect that the Warhammer Martial Arts School could achieve such outstanding results in the first round. However, amid this excitement, there was also a tinge of worry, as Chu Han had completely severed ties with the Lan Ying Martial Arts School. He continually prayed in his heart that they would not encounter the Lan Ying Martial Arts School in the second stage of the competition. Next up is the drawing ceremony for the second stage's elimination battles. Without any time for rest, the host began to explain the rules of the second stage of the competition. There are a total of 16 numbers in this draw, with white numbers 18 for the upper half and black numbers 18 for the lower half. The teams from the two halves will not meet before the finals. There are a total of 16 numbers in this draw, with white numbers 18 for the upper half and black numbers 18 for the lower half. The teams from the two halves will not meet before. Other martial arts schools will each send a representative to draw numbers. Number 1 will face number 2, number 3 will face number 4, and so on. The winning martial arts school will enter the top 8. While the losing martial arts school will be directly eliminated. As soon as the rules were announced, the audience on the scene erupted. Everyone instinctively looked towards the Thunder Martial Arts School. As a rising martial arts force, the Thunder Martial Arts School's strength was comparable to that of the Lan-Ing Martial Arts School and Crazy Blade Martial Arts School. No matter which half they went to, they would bring considerable trouble to the Seed Martial Arts Schools in that half, and might even eliminate them. Meanwhile, the members of the other martial arts schools did not wish to find themselves in the same half as the Thunder Martial Arts School, or they would have no chance of entering the top 4. I hope my luck continues to be good today. Gao Jun's palms were sweating as he stepped onto the drawing stage under everyone's expectant gazes. Soon all 14 martial arts schools had obtained their draw numbers. The matchups for the upper and lower halves were immediately clear. When everyone saw that the Thunder Martial Arts School's number was white 5, the venue erupted in excitement. The Lan-Ing Martial Arts School's luck is not too good. They are set to encounter the Thunder Martial Arts School early. The people from the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School were probably secretly celebrating at this moment, as they had no opponents in the lower half. Look, that Warhammer Martial Arts School where Chu Han is located drew black number 8. Such good luck. The Lan-Ing Martial Arts School seeks revenge, but has no chance at all. Gao Jun returned to the team with a face full of excitement, unable to contain his smile. It seems my luck has not run out. Let's aim for the division finals and challenge the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School. The competition soon began. The elimination matches required each martial arts school's contestants to take turns stepping up to battle against those of the opposing martial arts school. Those who lost would exit, while those who won would continue until all contestants from one martial arts school were defeated. This was a true elimination match. A losing meant there was no opportunity to continue. Thus, the intensity of the battles far exceeded that of the first stage. The Warhammer Martial Arts School had good fortune, as the martial arts schools they faced in the first 2 rounds were relatively weak. With the performances of Chu Han, Wei Feng, and Li Wu, they easily entered the division finals without much effort. Next, they would face the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School. In the upper half, even missing a contestant, the Lan-Ing Martial Arts School still swept through effortlessly and met with the Thunder Martial Arts School. Next, it was the semifinals that the audience had been looking forward to. First, the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School would face off against the Warhammer Martial Arts School. The Zhanshui Martial Arts School has made it this far solely by luck. Once they encounter the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School, they will soon face defeat. Zhanshui Martial Arts School surrender. The audience on stage hardly believed in the Zhanshui Martial Arts School, urging them to leave quickly. Gao Jun, however, did not mind smiling as he said, reaching the top 4 has already exceeded my expectations. In the battle against the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School, everyone should just do their best and not get injured. Thank you, Master Gao. Wei Feng and Li Wu naturally agreed happily. Chu Han merely nodded lightly, his gaze falling on Wu Qi from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School. Among all the contestants from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School, only Wu Qi was worthy of his attention. Although Wu Qi had not reached the 5th level, he felt like a sharp blade yet to be unsheathed. With a concealed sharpness, he struck with lethal precision. This Wu Qi is definitely a master with the blade, Chu Han assessed in his heart. The match between Zhanshui Martial Arts School and Kuang Dao Martial Arts School begins. With the host announcement, a contestant from each of the Zhanshui Martial Arts School and Kuang Dao Martial Arts School stepped forward. The first participants from both teams were the weakest, yet the weakest contestant from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School possessed initial stage 4th level strength. As soon as he took the stage, he defeated 3 members of the Zhanshui Martial Arts School. Li Wu fought with all his might, but could not secure a victory. However, he managed to exhaust much of his opponent's energy and left him with some injuries. When it was Wei Feng's turn, his strength was also at the initial stage of the 4th level, allowing him to easily claim victory. The Zhanshui Martial Arts School finally defeated the first contestant from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School and avoided being swept away. The second contestant from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School also had initial stage 4th level strength and possessed wind elemental attributes. His strength closely matched Wei Feng's, and they quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, both struck their opponent simultaneously, losing their combat abilities. Thus, only Chu Han remained from the Zhanshui Martial Arts School, while the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School still had 3 members, with the strongest Wu Qi yet to make his move. The Zhanshui Martial Arts School has reached its end. Next, we will witness the duel between the Lan-Ing Martial Arts School and the Lei Ting Martial Arts School. The audience in the stands began to discuss, collectively cheering for the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School, hoping they would quickly defeat the last member of the Zhanshui Martial Arts School. The third contestant from the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School was a young man with a buzz cut, possessing mid-stage 4th level strength. As he took the stage, he looked at Chu Han with an arrogant expression. Now all the spectators are hoping for your school to get off the ring. I advise you to surrender proactively to avoid suffering physical pain. You merely got lucky defeating an arrogant scion of facing me. It won't be so easy. With a bang, his words were only half finished as he was knocked off the stage by Chu Han's strike. As Chu Han's body adapted to the tenfold gravity, his strength continually increased. A mid-stage 4th-level martial artist was no longer his opponent. Next, Chu Han looked at the team from Kwangdao Martial Arts School and said lightly. The entire venue fell silent before erupting into cheers. No one expected that a mid-stage 4th-level martial artist would be instantly defeated by Chu Han. Even at this stage of the match, there was still a surprise. Immediately, the Kwangdao Martial Arts School sent out their 4th contestant, a tall young martial artist whose strength was close to the latest stage 4th level. Yet he still could not escape the fate of being defeated instantly, not even given a chance to strike. Once again, with a single punch, Chu Han resolved the battle. Wu Qi, it's your turn. Chu Han provocatively beckoned to Wu Qi. Wu Qi also looked at Chu Han. Their eyes met, igniting an intense exchange of glances across the arena. Wow! The audience's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, cheering for both of them. This Chu Han is too fierce. Not only did he defeat 2 opponents, but he also dares to provoke Wu Qi. It seems he didn't use his full strength during the fight with Lan Yu. Oh, just how strong is his true power? This match is certainly going to be exciting. Chu Han's powerful performance sparked intense interest from the audience regarding his battle with Wu Qi. Chu Han, you really are quite arrogant. Oh, I wonder who among you and Wu Qi will become my final opponent. A martial artist from the Lan Martial Arts School, with a streak of white hair, revealed an expectant smile. At that moment, Wu Qi across from him suddenly smiled. Carrying a long knife, he stepped forward and said, very well, you qualify to be my opponent. After their recent exchange of glances, Wu Qi had already recognized that Chu Han was also a master with the blade, possessing great strength. This excited Wu Qi, who was obsessed with martial arts. He cherished battles with geniuses, especially blade masters. How about we compete in blade techniques this time? Wu Qi suddenly suggested, his voice carrying a hint of excitement, as he slowly drew the large knife from his back, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Han's eyes, and he nodded, saying all right. His fundamental blade technique had not advanced in a long time, and Wu Qi's proposal was exactly what he desired. Testing his skills against a true master of blade techniques would allow him to gain greater insights. He also drew his blood shadow battle blade, pointing its tip at Wu Qi. In the next moment, both moved simultaneously. There were no flashy martial skills, only a simple clash of blade techniques. The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the arena. Chu Han engaged Wu Qi with his gale blade technique, his strikes continuously sealing off all of Wu Qi's movements, seizing the initiative. His blade became increasingly swift, each strike accurately targeting the flaws in Wu Qi's technique, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. How is this possible? Wu Qi was shocked. He had practiced blade techniques since childhood, mastering the flowing blade technique to an extraordinary level, yet he was completely suppressed by Chu Han. What he did not know was that Chu Han's gale blade technique had already reached the peak realm of perfection. He suddenly retreated several steps, sheathing his blade. Then, gripping the blade hilt tightly, he narrowed his gaze, saying, you are strong, but I wonder if you can withstand this strike of mine. Chu Han felt a chill. He sensed a change in Wu Qi's aura. The originally outward aura gradually receded, gathering entirely at the blade hilt, as if an invisible intent was condensing in the air. This is the draw technique. He instantly realized that this was his opponent's ultimate move. The draw technique is a skill that tests the speed and timing of a swordsman, often winning by speed before the opponent can react. Take this. Wu Qi shouted, his figure charging towards Chu Han, like an arrow released from a bow, his hand abruptly pulling the knife as the long blade was drawn. Swish! A silver-white blade light slashed towards Chu Han's chest, like lightning, the speed so fast that it was difficult to discern its trajectory. The speed of this strike had exceeded the limits of a 4th-level martial artist. Chu Han's pupils suddenly constricted. Limited by the tenfold gravity, he could not evade this strike, relying solely on his Bodis reaction. At the moment the blade light approached, his mind suddenly became serene. In Wu Qi's strike, he gained a new understanding. The realm of his fundamental blade technique elevated in an instant, reaching the peak of perfection. Clang! Chu Han suddenly drew his blade, arriving ahead of Wu Qi. He successfully blocked Wu Qi's strike. The entire arena fell into a dead silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. He actually blocked Wu Qi's draw technique. Chu Han appears younger. Could it be that his blade technique talent surpasses Wu Qi's? Incredible. The Kwangdao Martial Arts School may be about to lose. Wu Qi's father in the team of the Kwangdao Martial Arts School was also filled with shock. I never expected anyone to receive Xiao Qi's draw technique. It seems this time he has met a true opponent. But then a smile appeared on his face. However, my son is not to be underestimated. This duel may very well become the opportunity for his breakthrough. In the center of the arena, Wu Qi stared at the blocked long blade, momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Good. Good. You have indeed not disappointed me. He sheathed his blade, his gaze becoming even more fervent. Only an opponent like you is worthy of me using my strongest strike. Wu Qi, as a martial arts enthusiast, had not encountered an opponent like Chu Han for a long time. His training in swordsmanship had always progressed smoothly. This led to his swordsmanship realm being unable to break through for 2 years. It was only upon meeting Chu Han that he felt a surge in his understanding of swordsmanship during their recent duel. The bottleneck that had troubled him for over 2 years began to loosen. Therefore, he had to give his all in seeking a breakthrough in actual combat. I apologize, Chu Han, but I might have to use my spiritual power with this strike. Wu Qi's spiritual energy surged wildly, rapidly converging onto the blade. His sword sheath trembled slightly, as if some terrifying force was about to break free. This is my ultimate move, a level martial technique, Yin Dao Shu. This martial art requires nurturing the blade with spiritual power. The longer it's nurtured, the stronger its power. I have nurtured this blade for 3 years. Wu Qi explained solemnly. Chu Han nodded slowly, gripping the blood shadow battle blade tightly. Make your move. He would naturally not retreat, even if the other party used their spiritual power. Wu Qi slowly drew his long sword, and a terrifying energy erupted from the blade in an instant. This energy quickly enveloped Chu Han. Before the blade even arrived, Chu Han's body felt an immense pressure. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of Wu Qi's strike. In the distance among the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy's team, a white-haired warrior's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression became extremely grave. Wu Qi's strike was one he was not confident he could withstand. Even if he were to fight, Wu Qi facing this strike would only allow him to evade its edge. Chu Han, what will you? The audience in the stands fell silent, all eyes fixed on the ring, ready to witness the final outcome. At this moment, Chu Han was completely enveloped by Wu Qi's sword light. He gripped his sword with both hands as if gaining insight. The battle blade in his hands sliced out in an instant, clashing with Wu Qi's strike. Thanks to you, I've completed this move. Breaking Army 7 Styles, 7th style. On the ring, 2 potent forces clashed together, erupting in a dazzling sword light. Everyone saw the red blade light devour the white blade light. When the brilliance faded, Wu Qi's long sword had been cleaved into 2. Meanwhile, Chu Han's battle blade continued to emit a fierce radiance. The victor had been determined. I have lost. Wu Qi gazed at the broken sword in his hand. However, I must thank you. I have gained much from this battle. New insights continuously surged in Wu Qi's heart, urging him not to delay for even a moment. Next time we meet, I will not lose. He left this remark before immediately jumping off the ring and departing the venue. The crowd from the Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy exchanged glances. Only the master looked excited. He is on the brink of a breakthrough. With Wu Qi's exit, the host immediately announced the victory of the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy. I announced that the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy has defeated the Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy and officially qualified for the finals. The entire venue erupted in cheers, with all the spectators shouting Chu Han's name. They were also filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches of the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy. I really want to see if Chu Han can defeat the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy or the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. This was the thought of all the spectators at that moment. Chu Han has become stronger. No wonder he dared to confront Lan Kuei. In the VIP section, Zhao Tianlong spoke with excitement. Vice President Zhou frowned slightly. But after today, Chu Han and Lan Kuei will be irreconcilable. Who should we take action? Zhao Tianlong waved his hand. Chu Han only asked me to help protect his parents. He should have his own solution. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from intervening. It can only be this way. I hope he can successfully pass the martial arts examination, then Lan Kuei will lose the means to act against him. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chu Han returned to the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy's team. Everyone looked at him with admiration, as if viewing a hero returning. Brother Chu, your strength is truly shocking. I might not even be your opponent. Gao Jun said with a beaming smile, flattering him. Now Chu Han had given him hope for championship contention. He wished he could hold Chu Han in high regard. Next, let's see which will win between the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Soon the next highly anticipated duel in the ring began. With the exit of Lan Yu, the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy found another 4th-tier martial artist to replace him. Their overall strength was thus enhanced. The 10 contestants from both martial arts academies were all above 4th tier, making the battles naturally intense. The audience's cheers and roars surged in waves, pushing the competition to its climax. In the end, both academies fought until the last person. Thunder Martial Arts Academy's Yuan Lin against Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy's Bai Xiao. The strongest contestant from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy was a woman. Bai Xiao from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy was the warrior with a streak of white hair. The battle between them was fierce, a pinnacle clash of spiritual power and martial techniques. Ultimately, after Bai Xiao displayed her 5th-tier strength, Yuan Lin quickly fell. The Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy lived up to expectations, achieving victory. Next, it will be the final match of the Martial Arts Academy ranking competition, with the Warhammer Martial Arts Academy facing the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy. The atmosphere in the venue surged to a new climax with the host's announcement. The audience's cheers rose and fell like waves. At the same time, Lan Kuei returned to the competition venue. He did not deliberately hide the gloom on his face, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Chu Han. "Bai Xiao, if you can incapacitate Chu Han, I will agree to the conditions you proposed earlier," Lan Kuei said darkly. Bai Xiao's face instantly revealed a cruel smile. "Master Lan, you said it yourself, don't go back on your words." He stepped into the center of the ring, representing the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy as the first to appear. Then he looked at Chu Han. "Chu Han, there's no need for such trouble. Let's each represent our respective martial arts academies in a decisive battle, one match to determine the victor. How does that sound?" Chu Han glanced at Lan Kuei behind Bai Xiao. "Is this your decision or Lan Kuei's decision?" "Chu Han, Bai Xiao's intention is my intention. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat directly." Lan Kuei sneered. Chu Han turned to look at Gao Jun, who nodded repeatedly at him. Now the future of the entire martial arts academy rested on Chu Han alone, and Gao Jun naturally would not oppose. "All right then, let's settle it in one match." Chu Han replied decisively. This indeed saved some time. Bai Xiao, the strongest contestant from the Blue Eagle Martial Arts Academy, was also the only fifth-tier martial artist. Chu Han, whose talent overshadowed Wu Qi, was the biggest dark horse in this competition. The showdown between the two strong contenders thrilled all the spectators. They chanted the names of Chu Han and Bai Xiao, pushing the atmosphere in the venue to its peak. "Chu Han, today's duel will make you regret your decision." Lan Kuei stared fixedly at Chu Han as if looking at a dead man. He was filled with confidence in Bai Xiao. The battle between Chu Han and Bai Xiao was about to erupt. As a fifth-tier martial artist, Bai Xiao's strength was naturally formidable. Her power far exceeded that of Wu Qi and Yuan Lin each strike, bringing immense pressure to Chu Han. Under the constraint of 10 times the gravity, Chu Han faced his greatest opponent. Bai Xiao did not hold back from the very beginning, launching a full-force attack on Chu Han. His talent was unknown, but his elemental affinity was ice. Wielding a light, blue curved blade, he emanated an immense chill, as if the air itself had frozen. Bai Xiao swung his blade towards Chu Han, who retaliated with his own weapon. After a fierce exchange, Bai Xiao soon found himself at a disadvantage. His swordsmanship was far inferior to Wu Qi's, and he was no match for Chu Han. Raising his right hand, he struck out with a palm from afar. White icy elemental energy instantly coalesced into several ice blades, shooting towards Chu Han at great speed. Chu Han did not dare to be careless and immediately utilized his movement technique to evade the ice blade's assault. However, he soon realized his movements had become sluggish. The surrounding ice elemental energy had slowed him down. He quickly infused fire elemental energy into his blade, severing the incoming ice blades. "Fire elemental, huh?" Bai Xiao's expression turned cold as he raised his hand to grasp forward. "Ice prison." Instantly, white ice elemental energy gathered around Chu Han, forming a massive ice cage that trapped. The walls of the ice cage were covered with sharp ice spikes. As Bai Xiao clenched his fist, the surrounding ice spikes shot towards Chu Han. Seeing this, Chu Han swung his battle blade, the red blade light flashing as he cut through all the incoming ice spikes. At the same time, he slammed his flame explosion fist against the ice prison overhead, completely vaporizing the ice before him. A large amount of white steam suddenly filled the arena, obscuring both his and Bai Xiao's figures. In the next moment, a wave of chill spread, causing the mist to freeze into ice powder that fell to the ground. The two figures reappeared. "Your strength is nothing special," Chu Han mocked. Courting death, Bai Xiao was immediately enraged by Chu Han. He gathered elemental energy into his curved blade, which transformed into a light blue sharp edge. "Try my move, Ice Seal Slash." With a single slash, the white icy elemental energy erupted from his blade. Like a white ribbon, it fell towards Chu Han. Wherever it passed, a layer of frost instantly formed on the ground surrounding the arena, and even the air was frozen solid. This move was Bai Xiao's killing strike. With his level 5 elemental power, he had no doubt Chu Han would be unable to withstand it. Chu Han did not dare to be careless, and the burning star flame within him erupted instantaneously. The fire elemental energy surged into his blade, and then he swung it. Boom! The collision of fire and ice forces instantly caused the white elemental energy to retreat, as if it were melting away. Bai Xiao's face changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. What kind of flame is this? It can actually counter my ice elemental energy. He had practiced ice elemental techniques for many years, yet it was the first time he encountered a fire elemental warrior who could so easily dispel his chill. In terms of elemental strength, Chu Han was far inferior to him, yet he still effortlessly neutralized Bai Xiao's cold energy with flames. This indicated that Chu Han possessed an undeniably powerful fire affinity talent. But didn't Lan Kuei say that Chu Han had not awakened any talent? Chu Han did not respond, and suddenly stomped his foot. The fire elemental energy within him and the burning star flame erupted simultaneously, and the pale red flames rapidly spread outward. The frost created by Bai Xiao instantly melted away, replaced by fierce flames that turned the arena bright red, making the air scorching. Bai Xiao was forced to retreat repeatedly by the flames, channeling all his ice elemental energy to its limits to form an energy shield isolating Chu Han's flames. A mere elemental shield cannot withstand me. Although Bai Xiao was at level 5, he posed less pressure on Chu Han than Wu Qi. Chu Han gathered red elemental energy in his battle blade, preparing to unleash the 7th strike of the Pejuan 7 styles to crush Bai Xiao in one blow. Just as his blade was about to descend, he suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. Then came a slight feeling of dizziness. Someone was attacking his mind. Chu Han immediately followed the source of the mental attack and discovered that the one attacking him with spiritual force was actually Bai Xiao. It turned out that mental force was Bai Xiao's true trump card. Chu Han suddenly understood. Bai Xiao's talent was the rare mental type talent. No wonder Lan Kuei trusted Bai Xiao so much. Bai Xiao's mental attacks were akin to dimensional suppression against warriors of the same level. Even level 6 warriors would fall prey to his mental assault. Unfortunately, this time, he encountered Chu Han. His mental attacks only caused Chu Han slight interference. Chu Han's actions suddenly came to a halt, giving Bai Xiao an opportunity. No matter how strong you are, what uses it? Facing my mental attack, you'll be at my mercy. Bai Xiao felt extremely pleased, immediately swinging his curved blade towards Chu Han's dantian. This strike was aimed at crippling Chu Han. However, just as Bai Xiao was about to succeed, Chu Han suddenly moved. The blood shadow battle blade traced a strange arc through the air. Swoosh! Bai Xiao's arm holding the blade was instantly severed. Without giving Bai Xiao a chance to react, Chu Han retaliated with a flame explosion fist, striking Bai Xiao's dantian. Boom! Flames erupted all around Bai Xiao. He let out a piercing scream, his body transforming into a massive fireball that flew towards the Blue Eagle Martial Hall's team. Lan Kuei caught Bai Xiao in one swift motion, unleashing his elemental energy to disperse the flames engulfing Bai Xiao. At that moment, Bai Xiao had completely become a cripple. With one arm severed and severe burns covering his body, the most important thing was that Lan Kuei could no longer sense any fluctuations of elemental energy from Bai Xiao. What are ruthless means? Lan Kuei said through gritted teeth. Likewise, Chu Han replied with a cold smile. Lan Kuei's expression fluctuated as he looked at Bai Xiao, feeling troubled. Bai Xiao was a hired thug. He had paid handsomely for hailing from the Bai family of Tianyuan province, a family with a master among them. Now Bai Xiao had been crippled. Even though it was Chu Han who made the move, he could not escape responsibility. Chu Han, don't think that just because you've crippled Bai Xiao you've won. He is from the Bai family, definitely someone you cannot afford to offend. Lan Kuei coldly laughed, leading the members of the Blue Eagle Martial Hall off the arena. Background, huh? Chu Han narrowed his eyes, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Now he had completely offended Lan Kuei. To clear his name, Lan Kuei would undoubtedly exaggerate the enmity and shift all the blame onto him. At that time his enemies would double. Looks like I need to take the initiative, Chu Han thought to himself. With the exit of the Blue Eagle Martial Hall, the final winner of this competition had already been determined. Although the final battle was somewhat bloody, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. Everyone was shouting the names of Chu Han and the Warhammer Martial Hall. Let us congratulate the Warhammer Martial Hall for winning the championship in this martial arts ranking competition. The host took the stage, excitedly announcing the final results of the match. The audience's cheers became even more fervent. The Warhammer Martial Hall, a martial hall that no one initially believed in, ultimately secured victory due to Chu Han's strong performance. Everyone knew that the first place for the Warhammer Martial Hall was almost entirely due to Chu Han's efforts. The name Chu Han was deeply etched in the hearts of every audience member and every VIP. Immediately the members of the Warhammer Martial Hall came forward to bask in the glory of their victory. Gao Jun, as the hall master, represented the Martial Hall to receive the first place reward. He knew that from this day forth the Warhammer Martial Hall would no longer be nameless. As the best performer in this competition, Chu Han also received an additional reward. The host handed a box containing a pill to Chu Han's hands. This is the reward for the best performer, a boundary-breaking pill. Boundary-breaking pill. Chu Han's heart was immediately stirred. The breakthrough pill can directly elevate a latest-stage warrior below the 5th rank by one major realm. As long as one's cultivation reaches latest-stage ranks 1 to 4, consuming the breakthrough pill allows for an immediate advancement to the next rank. Therefore, it is most cost-effective for a latest-stage rank 4 warrior to consume it. Through this reward of the pill, one can discern the thoughtful intentions of the competition organizers. In previous martial arts ranking competitions, the strongest contenders were mostly latest-stage rank 4 or at the peak of rank 4. The victor could consume a breakthrough pill to instantly elevate their cultivation to rank 5. I currently have no need for the breakthrough pill. Chu-Han pondered and took the wooden box from the host's hands. His true cultivation remained at the limit of rank 2, on the verge of breaking through to rank 3. Thus he planned to wait until his own cultivation reached rank 4 before making further decisions. Next, there were still some concluding processes of the competition. After everything concluded, Gao Jun transferred the 3 million rewards into the accounts of Chu-Han and his companions. Chu-Han, I've booked a private room at the Tianhai Hotel. Let's celebrate together tonight. Gao's family warmly invited everyone, but Chu-Han declined, saying, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be joining. Gao Jun felt a bit disappointed. Without Chu-Han, the celebration would lack its essence. Yet he still smiled and said, All right, if the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School gives you any trouble, you must tell me. Although my strength is not as formidable as yours, I can still offer assistance. Chu-Han smiled in response, saying, If it becomes necessary, I will contact Master Gao. Given Lan Kuei's disposition, the Warhammer Martial Arts School would surely be on his list of grudges. However, Chu-Han did not want his grievances with Lan Kuei to affect others, so he parted ways with Gao Jun and the others. At this moment, evening was approaching, and he prepared to head home. As soon as he entered the neighborhood, he received a message on his communicator. It was the delivery of the Flame Demon Warblade he had exchanged for with military merit. Before long, an armored military vehicle arrived at the entrance of Linjiang community. The vehicle opened, and 2 soldiers responsible for escorting the Flame Demon Warblade stepped down. Chu-Han waved and approached to greet them. Chu-Han, it's me. The 2 soldiers quickly confirmed Chu-Han's identity and handed over a large crate to him. After signing for the receipt, Chu-Han eagerly took the large crate home. Xiaohan is back. Why did you bring a big crate? Is it a prize from your competition? As soon as he stepped inside, his father excitedly asked. You knew I participated in the competition. Chu-Han was surprised he hadn't mentioned the competition to his parents. Don't forget that I used to be involved in martial arts. I pay attention to the martial arts ranking competition every. Chu-Han said with a smile, pulling out a tablet to show Chu-Han. Even though your mother and I didn't attend in person, various trending topics about the martial arts ranking competition have already made it to the top 10 hot topics in Jiang City, with several discussing you. Chu-Han took the tablet and saw that the first trending topic was about him. Shocking. 18-year-old youth dominates the martial arts ranking competition. Who exactly is Chu-Han? Scrolling down, he found 3 more trending topics about himself, one of which concerned his feud with the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School. It seems I have truly become famous in Jiang City. Chu-Han scratched his head. As long as it didn't interfere with his life and cultivation, he didn't care about such things. The feud between you and Lan Kuei has reached an irreconcilable level. Oh, I didn't expect things to develop this quickly. Chu-Han expressed concern over Chu-Han's conflict with Lan Kuei, his tone growing heavier. Dad, it's fine. You should take a look at what I brought back. Chu-Han said with a smile, raising the crate in his hand. Seeing that Chu-Han did not want to continue discussing this matter, Chu-Han did not press on. Instead, he curiously asked, What's inside? It seems so mysterious. Chu-Han smiled without answering, placing the crate on the ground and slowly opening it. Immediately, a gentle warmth radiated out. Both father and son felt a wave of warmth. Inside the crate lay a completely black war blade, its surface etched with dark red patterns. That warmth emanated from the blade itself. This is a fire attribute spiritual weapon. As a former martial artist, Chu-Han recognized the blade's extraordinary nature at a glance. Indeed, this blade was exchanged with military merit from my last military mission, Chu-Han explained with a smile. A fine blade. Chu-Han exclaimed as he ran his hand over the blade, then noticed the 2 large characters engraved on it: Flame Demon Warblade and Scrade Weapon. Chu-Han immediately lost his composure. All my assets combined back in the day couldn't buy a spiritual weapon, let alone an Scrade Flame Demon Warblade. Even in the entire Jiang City, there are very few martial artists who can afford such a high-grade weapon. My son has truly made something of himself. Chu-Han was extremely excited, his face filled with pride. Hurry, try out this blade. Chu-Han reached for the Flame Demon Warblade. As he held it, a warm current flowed from the blade into his palm. The warm current circulated within his body for a round before returning to the blade. This is one of the characteristics of a spiritual weapon. The Flame Demon Warblade weighed about 500 pounds, but to Chu-Han this weight was merely a trifle. He held the Flame Demon Warblade in hand, swung it a few times, and found it to be exceptionally comfortable. He infused his fire attribute spiritual energy into the Flame Demon Warblade, causing the dark red patterns on its surface to instantly brighten, emanating an astonishing heat. Indeed, it is a fine blade, Chu-Han exclaimed. He realized that the heat radiating from the blade far exceeded what his infused fire attribute spiritual energy could produce. The fire attribute spiritual energy he infused had already received an enhancement from the Flame Demon Warblade. He then infused the flames of the burning star fire, causing the flames on the blade to become incredibly violent, with heat soaring. This blade also enhanced his innate fire abilities. "In my hands I will never tarnish your name as the Flame Demon," Chu-Han said solemnly before storing the blade in his spatial dimension. That evening the family gathered for dinner. Chu-Han enjoyed the rare warm moments. At the dining table his mother Zhang Milan brought up the matter of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School again. "Let's wait until the martial arts grand examination is over. I don't want this matter to affect my mindset," Chu-Han casually responded, using the grand examination as an excuse. Neither of his parents understood his thoughts. Late at night, Chu-Han suddenly withdrew from his mental cultivation, abruptly opening his eyes. He took out the shape-shifting mask he had drawn today and put it on his face. With a thought, the mask instantly transformed into the fearsome visage of a blue-faced Fang Yiksha. The moonlight outside shone on his face, enhancing his terrifying appearance. "This will do for my disguise." His voice also transformed into a chilling, raspy tone. He then changed into black clothing, pushed open the window, and jumped down from over 10 stories high. Soon his figure vanished into the night. In the bustling Jiang City at night, Chu-Han moved through the steel jungle unnoticed. The Tianqing Villa area is the most luxurious community in Jiang City. Each standalone villa here is worth hundreds of millions. Only those from prominent families or powerful factions reside here. As a wealthy family in Jiang City and the owner of the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School, the Blue family's villa was no exception to its grandeur. On a hill to the west of Tianqing Bay stood a single villa, that of the Blue family. However, at this moment the Blue family was not faring well. The entire villa was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Lan Kuei paced back and forth in the hall, his expression dark, continuously dialing his communicator. "Hello, Master Li, you must help me out with the Bai family matter. Brother Zhang, we have a life-and-death friendship. How can our cooperation end just like that? Mr. Wang, about that matter we agreed on." With each number he dialed, Lan Kuei's expression grew gloomy. "Damn it, they are all a bunch of greedy bastards." Lan Kuei roared in frustration. Because the Blue Eagle Martial Arts School lost its #1 position, many of its external partners tore up contracts and defaulted. Additionally, due to the matter with Bai Xiao, many friends and brothers distanced themselves from him. The Bai family's issues still needed to be resolved by him alone. "Chu-Han, don't think you'll have it easy." Lan Kuei gazed out the window, his mind filled with thoughts of revenge against Chu-Han. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded in the villa. The villa's door flew into the hall at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a dark figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. "Lan Kuei, your time of death has come." The black-clad figure, wearing a terrifying mask with green fangs, resembled a hellish ghoul. Coupled with his sinister voice, it instantly startled Lan Kuei. "Who are you? How dare you play tricks on me?" A flash of anger flickered in Lan Kuei's eyes, knowing the black figure was merely an enemy in disguise. But who could this person be? Lan Kuei's mind raced through images of his enemies, yet none matched the figure. Chu-Han. Impossible. Though strong, Chu-Han was no match for him. "Who the hell are you?" Lan Kuei's primal force erupted, unleashing a crushing pressure toward the shadow. Yet he found the shadow unaffected. Shock filled his heart. This person was formidable. Observing Lan Kuei's changing expression, Chu-Han knew his disguise had worked. He twisted the gravity vest's knob to its limit, restoring gravity to normal. An unprecedented lightness coursed through his body. Every cell, relieved of immense pressure, became intensely active. His blood and chi surged uncontrolled. His primal force, like a long-accumulating mountain flood, burst forth. Chu-Han realized his cultivation had just broken through to the 3rd tier. "No matter who you are, you won't run wild here today." Lan Kuei, finally losing patience, unleashed his 6th tier. Violent lightning attributed primal force gathered in his palm as he struck a palm strike through the air at Chu-Han. Golden Thunder Palm. A colossal golden thunder palm bore down on Chu-Han with destructive force. Unfazed, Chu-Han's body was instantly clad in a black crystalline armor. His innate ability, Lava Crystal Armor. Break. He punched toward the incoming palm. Though seemingly ordinary, the strike embodied the essence of fist technique. Bang! With a deafening roar, golden lightning shattered into countless sparks and dissipated. Chu-Han stood proudly, his fist still poised. Residual electricity crackled on the crystal armor, but failed to harm it. What ability is this? Lan Kuei's eyes turned grave. Though the golden thunder palm was a probing strike, it had used 80% of his strength. Yet it was effortlessly neutralized. Lan Kuei, use your trump cards quickly, or you'll lose your chance. Chu-Han's cold, raspy voice came like a death knell. Arrogant. Lan Kuei roared, no longer hold. The enemy's abilities were bizarre, and his origins unknown. Lan Kuei had to unleash his ultimate move to secure a one-strike victory. His hands formed seals rapidly, his aura soaring. Then a phantom of a golden giant eagle material. It was the same ability as Lan Yes. Lan Yes' golden thunder eagle ability was inherited from Lan Kuei. However, Lan Kuei's mastery was far more refined and profound. With a piercing eagle cry, the golden giant eagle merged into Lan Kuei's body. Instantly his aura surged again. Golden lightning attributed primal force gathered and compressed in his hands. Lightning flickered on his palms, a result of uncontrollable energy leakage. Thunder roar, sky-tearing claw. With a roar, Lan Kuei's right hand formed a claw and struck through the air. Crackle. Golden lightning coalesced into 5 claw marks, tearing through the air and descending upon Chu Han like a cataclysm. Facing this attack, Chu Han's eye sharpened. He had already compressed a vast amount of fire-attributed primal force into his right fist and punched directly. Extreme Flame Explosive Fist. This was the combined martial technique used to kill the Black Crow leader. Refined, its power was reduced, but controllable, causing no harm to his arm. The two powerful attacks collided. Raging flames engulfed the golden thunder claw, while the claw's tearing force slowly ripped a path through the fire. The entire Blue family villa hall was plunged into a storm of fire and lightning. Flames raged. In an instant, the ground collapsed and walls cracked. Like a natural disaster, the villa faced annihilation. Soon flames consumed and ignited the entire building. The thunder claw, struggling through the flames, gradually depleted its energy and dissipated. The thunder vanished. Lan Kuei, drained of all strength and resistance, was instantly swallowed by the surrounding flames. Up! Lan Kuei's scream echoed through the villa. The hearts of the Blue family members sank. If Lan Kuei fell, they would have no defense. Through the flames, Chu Han swiftly reached Lan Kuei and shattered his dantian with a punch. Lan Kuei collapsed to his knees, unable to muster any strength. "Who are you?" Lan Kuei rasped with his last breath. A soft chuckle sounded in his ear. Looking up, he saw the mask fade from the figure's face, revealing a visage he hated to the core. "It's you, you're..." Crack! Before Lan Kuei could finish, Chu Han snapped his neck. He then searched the body and he infused his primal force into it, and it responded. His consciousness connected to a space containing various treasures. The space was about 100 cubic meters, indicating the ring was a grade spatial equipment. Indeed, Lan Kuei's spatial ring. This is a jackpot. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Han stored the ring. "Run! Get out of here!" A familiar gruff voice came from upstairs. Hurried footsteps retreated. A cold smirk curled on Chu Han's lips as his mask reappeared. Lan Biao led a group of martial artists carrying 2 stretchers as they fled the villa. Chu Han accelerated, blocking their escape. Suppressing his fury, Lan Biao cupped his hands. "Friend, whatever grievance you had with my brother since you've killed him, can you spare us?" All eyes turned to Chu Han with pleading looks. He said nothing, gazing at Lan Yu and Bai Xiao on the stretchers. Then he spoke flatly. "Except for the Blues, the rest can leave." The martial artists for the Blue family fell to. They dropped their weapons and stretchers, fleeing into the distance. "Come back!" Lan Biao roared, but no one obeyed. They only quickened their pace. Useless trash. In his unwillingness, Lan Biao was killed by a single punch from Chu Han. Then Chu Han's gaze fell on the 2 stretchers. With a wave of his hand, 2 streams of red flame fell upon Lan Yu and Bai Xiao. In moments, they turned to ash in their unconscious state, vanishing completely. Chu Han set a fire, incinerating the bodies of Lan Kuei and Lan Biao. However, just as he was about to leave, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance, blocking his path. These 2 individuals moved swiftly and could sense Chu Han's presence even in the night. Moreover, their auras were powerful, each surpassing that of Lan Kuei. Chu Han was slightly astonished. When did Jiang City have such pairs of 6th-tier experts? They likely were not from Jiang City. When the 2 saw the burning Lan family villa behind Chu Han, their expressions immediately darkened. "Who are you? What happened to the Lan family? Did you do this?" One of them questioned urgently. The command-like tone annoyed Chu Han. Even though he was wearing a mask, he deliberately concealed his aura. Thus the 2 before him clearly regarded him as a weakling. "He's acting so suspiciously, he must know something," said the other. "Very well, I will make him speak immediately." That person reached out towards Chu Han. "Quickly answer my question. Do you recognize Bai Xiao?" "Bai Xiao?" Chu Han's pupils suddenly constricted. These 2 were looking for Bai Xiao. They were from the Bai family. Their speed was indeed impressive. It was clear that the news of Bai Xiao being severely injured had already reached the Bai family. A strong killing intent exploded from Chu Han. The hand reaching for him suddenly froze in midair, grasped tightly by Chu Han. "It's you." Crack! Chu Han instantly crushed the opponent's wrist. "Ow!" The person screamed in horror and quickly retreated. Suddenly, a red blade light shot forth, directly severing his throat. Upon learning their identities, Chu Han decisively launched a sneak attack. With one strike, he eliminated the more arrogant of the 2. While he was confident in defeating them under siege, he couldn't guarantee capturing both. Now that one of them was down, the pressure on him was significantly alleviated. "Who are you?" the other exclaimed in shock, quickly drawing his sword and looking at Chu Han warily. "You will never find out." Chu Han replied coldly. "What about Bai Xiao? What happened to him?" "Bai Xiao. He might have been burned to death." "You're seeking death." The person roared with rage at these words, swiftly swinging his long sword imbued with a sharp, golden energy towards Chu Han. Chu Han blocked with his sword, which immediately unleashed a torrent of flames surging along the sword towards the man. This is the Flame Demon Warblade. The man quickly withdrew his long sword, avoiding Chu Han's fiery assault. Very well, today, I will use your blood to honor my blade. Chu Han's momentum suddenly surged, and he unleashed his full power against his opponent. The sudden appearance of these two had disrupted his plans. If he delayed any longer, other experts from Jiang City might also show up. At that time, he would risk exposure. He must end this quickly. Skyfire 9 transformations. First transformation. Chu Han's aura suddenly skyrocketed, his strength multiplying by more than 2. Breaking Army 7 styles. 7th style. The red glow on Chu Han's blade rapidly expanded, immediately engulfing the man. Not good. The man's pupils constricted. He felt himself plunging into unprecedented danger. He hurriedly circulated his inner force to form a shield, while activating his metal attribute talent to enhance his defense against Chu Han's strike. However, as the red blade light descended, all his defenses were instantly shattered. Sizzle. The red glow dissipated, leaving behind a body split in half, and a terrifying chasm extending several dozen meters. However, as the red blade light descended, all his defenses were instantly shattered. Sizzle. The red glow dissipated, leaving behind a body split in half. He quickly set 2 more fires to help the 2 incinerate. Then he left the scene immediately. He rushed home at top speed, closing the windows, everything in the house as usual. Chu Han felt a wave of relief in his heart. He had successfully resolved the grudge between his family and the Lon Eagle Martial Arts Hall, and the long-standing revenge plan was finally accomplished. The only downside was that he had provoked the troublesome enemy of the Bai family. After the martial arts grand examination, he wouldn't mind visiting the Bai family. Even if he was not a match for the Bai family's master, the others might not be so formidable. Subsequently, he retrieved Lan Kuei's spatial ring from his storage. Inside were most of Lan Kuei's assets, which had now become Chu Han's spoils. The most eye-catching items were a large number of energy stones. There were 1343 low-grade energy stones and 115 mid-grade energy stones. This was undoubtedly a significant fortune. In addition, there was a set of grade combat gear, 2 sets of grade combat gear, and several sets of grade combat gear. For weapons, there was 1 grade battle blade and spear each, plus several B and grade weapons. In terms of martial arts techniques, there was a grade technique, Thunder Punishment Technique, grade martial arts, Golden Thunder Palm, grade martial arts, Lightning Flow Shadow, Fist, grade martial arts, Thunderbolt Finger, and grade body technique, Thunder Flash. Regarding pills, there was a large quantity of various pills sufficient to support the training needs of a martial arts hall, and were also Lan Kuei's hard work. These training resources represented Lan Kuei's greatest wealth. Chu Han estimated that they were worth at least 1 billion federal coins. In addition to these training resources, there were some other items. For example, dozens of branded umbrellas and over 100 pieces of various types of QQ underwear and stockings. Chu Han examined them with a critical mindset and found that Lan Kuei had quite a taste in that regard. At that moment, Chu Han discovered a small wooden box, palm-sized and somewhat worn, in the corner of the space, which immediately piqued his curiosity. With a thought, the small wooden box appeared in his hand. Opening the box revealed a black metal piece inside. What is this? Chu Han examined the metal piece in his hand. It was made of an unknown metal, neither gold nor iron, yet it was quite heavy. The metal piece was engraved with strange patterns with unknown characters. This further ignited Chu Han's curiosity. Lan Kuei must have stored this for a reason. He infused a strand of qi into it, but there was still no response. Chu Han pondered briefly, and then released his spiritual sense to investigate. To his surprise, this attempt revealed some different things. He then infused his spiritual sense into the metal piece, and indeed some information appeared in his mind. This information combined to reveal a fragmentary mental attack secret technique. It was called Spiral Seal. Lan Kuei actually had such a treasure. Chu Han was overjoyed. According to the information in his mind, the Spiral Seal was one of the moves in a master-level mental secret technique. It was not a complete mental secret technique. Although the Spiral Seal was only one move, it was a genuine master-level mental attack method. Moreover, those below the master level could also cultivate it. With this secret technique acquired, Chu Han wasted no time and immediately entered the training of the Spiral Seal. While Chu Han was deeply immersed in his cultivation, the upper echelons of Jiangsheng were thrown into turmoil by a single piece of news. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the communicator of Zhao Tianlong, the president of the Martial Arts Association, rang urgently. He sat up from his bed and answered the call. President Zhao, something has happened. The Lan family has been exterminated. Instantly, Zhao Tianlong shook off his sleepiness, his brows furrowing deeply. He immediately dialed Vice President Zhou's communicator. Old Zhou notified the armed members of the association to assemble at the Lan family's villa in 10 minutes. Zhao's own family was also in the Tianqing Bay community, and he rushed to the scene first. Upon arriving at the Lan family's villa, he found only ruins and raging flames. Before long, Vice President Zhou arrived with his subordinates. The flames at the scene had already been extinguished, and the air was thick with ash. The fire was too fierce. Vice President Zhou squatted down, pinching a bit of ash with his fingertips, his brow furrowing tighter. From the degree of burning, the culprit must be a powerful fire attribute martial artist. Their flames could ignite even steel and concrete, leaving no trace behind here. Zhao Tianlong scanned the ruins with a grave expression. Lan Kuei, Lan Biao, Lan Yu. None of them can be found, neither alive nor dead. With Lan Kuei's 6th-stage strength, it's impossible for him to have left no sign of resistance, even if he was ambushed. The one who struck must have been even stronger than him, and their actions were swift and decisive, clearly having. Zhao Tianlong rubbed his temples, feeling an intense headache. The Lan family has operated in Jiangxing for many years and had a significant influence. Now that they have suddenly been exterminated, the higher-ups will definitely inquire. If we have no leads, it will be hard to explain. Just then his communicator rang again. Upon answering, Zhao Tianlong's expression grew even graver. Vice President Zhou hurriedly asked. Bai Xiao is also missing. He may have been killed in the same incident. Zhao Tianlong spoke solemnly. The Bai family even sent 2 6th-stage experts to pick up Bai Xiao, and now those 2 have vanished without a trace. The timeline of their disappearance almost perfectly overlaps with the extermination of the Lan family. Vice President Zhou analyzed. The Bai family members likely encountered the culprit, resulting in their deaths as well. It must be so. The brutality of this murderer exceeds imagination. If he is still hiding in Jiangxing, it will pose a considerable threat to the city. Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with seriousness. This night in Jiangxing was destined to be tumultuous. Chu Han cultivated at home for an entire night, finally mastering the spiral seal completely. This secret technique allows the mental energy to condense into a spiraling shockwave that directly attacks the enemy's mind. The spiral wave is several times stronger than the mental attacks used by Bai Xiao before, making it Chu Han's strongest trump card at present. After finishing his cultivation, it was already morning. Chu Han immediately proceeded to draw a lottery. Congratulations, the host has obtained level martial skill, Thunder Resilience Fist. It was yet another Thunder attribute martial skill. Chu Han now possessed the most Thunder attribute martial skills sufficient to form a complete Thunder combat system. With only 2 days left before the martial arts exam, he planned to focus on cultivating Thunder attributes at home. Chu Han got up to wash and eat breakfast. The morning news was playing on the television. The female anchor's voice was grave. Last night at 10 o'clock, the owner of the well-known martial arts school in Jiangxing, the Lan family, was exterminated, and their villa in Tianqing Bay was engulfed in flames. Key members of the Lan family, including Lan Kuei, Lan Yu, and Lan Biao, are missing. What? Chu Zhan's chopsticks fell onto the table with a clatter, his face filled with shock. The Lan family was exterminated. Who did this? This news was too shocking for Chu Zhan. He claimed to have let go of the grievances with the Lan Eagle Martial School. Yet seeing the news of the Lan family's deaths, he could not remain calm inside. The Lan family was exterminated. Chu Han feigned surprise. His heart, however, remained unaffected. The fate of the Lan family was merely a consequence of their own actions. He took a sip of porridge and said lightly, the Lan family has always been domineering, offending many people. Perhaps they were wiped out by some enemy. Chu Zhan paused for a moment before nodding. That's true, but the methods are too ruthless. Just then the door. Chu Han stood up to open the door, and upon seeing the person at the door, he felt a slight stir in his heart. Could it be that Zhao Tianlong had suspected him? He maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he greeted, Uncle Zhao. What a rare visit, please come in. Zhao Tianlong entered the living room, his gaze lingering on Chu Han's face for a few seconds before he got straight to the point. Chu Han, do you know about the Lan family's incident? I just found out about it as well. Chu Han pointed to the news playing on the television. Zhao Tianlong studied his expression, finding no signs of deception, and smiled. I came to ask if you know anything about the extermination of the Lan family. I don't know. Chu Han repeatedly waved his hands, laughing. The Lan family has done many unjust deeds and must meet their end. Perhaps a good person eliminated them. Zhao Tianlong could only smile bitterly at his words. Then he added, there's something else I must remind you about. The Bai family members have also gone missing, and they are very concerned about Bai Xiao's death. The news of you injuring Bai Xiao has also reached the Bai family. It's likely they will come looking for trouble with you. Thank you for the reminder, President Zhao. I will be cautious. Alright, just be careful. They'll do my best to help you with the Bai family situation. Zhao Tianlong gave a few more instructions before leaving. Take care, Uncle Zhao. Chu Han did not dare to be negligent. The existence of the Bai family brought him some pressure. However, with pressure comes motivation, and his only goal now was to become stronger as quickly as possible. In the next 2 days, Chu Han trained in both the Thunder Origin technique and the Thunder Strike technique, causing the Thunder attribute elemental power within him to surge dramatically. Meanwhile, he learned all the Thunder attribute martial skills he had on hand, including Thunderbolt Stab, Furious Thunder Slash, Thunder Movement, Golden Thunder Palm, Lightning Flow Shadow Fist, Thunderbolt Finger, and Thunder Flash. He had now mastered them all. Each martial skill had reached a perfect realm. At the same time, his 9 layers body refining technique and mental strength cultivation had not lagged behind. After the battles in the martial arts school's ranking competition, the gravitational force Chu Han could withstand in his normal state had reached 15 times. During cultivation, he could endure a gravitational force of 30 times. The item he drew the next day was a clever martial skill, Cloak Hammer technique. He didn't use hammers, so it would be of no use to him. Soon the day of the martial arts exam arrived. Chu Han got up early to draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained 1 Bloodthirsty Vine Seed. Bloodthirsty Vine, a type of mutated plant with tough vines and toxic thorns, bloodthirsty and murderous, forever loyal to its master. He now had some methods for cultivating the Bloodthirsty Vine seeds in his mind. It's just a seed which is temporarily of no use. Chu Han glanced at the introduction and left the seed in the lottery space. He planned to wait until after the martial arts exam to research how to make it take root and sprout. The aftermath of the massacre of the Lan family has yet to fully subside, but the streets of Jiang City are already enveloped in a different fervent atmosphere. The martial arts examination, a test that concerns the futures of countless young candidates. The attention far exceeds that of the martial arts school ranking competitions. It is a true annual event of national interest. The plaza of the Martial Arts Association is bustling with people. The staff have already cleared the area of unrelated individuals, allowing only candidates and their respective teachers to enter. The parents of the candidates can only wait outside the designated line. Chu Han is wearing level combat gear today, carrying the Yinma battle blade on his back, and left home early. Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan accompanied him to the examination just like other parents. Seeing the crowd densely packed on the street where the Martial Arts Association is located, Chu Han immediately thought of the college entrance examination from his previous life. The two seem to be no different. The anticipation of the parents is the same. You guys don't need to wait for me here. You can see my results at home, Chu Han advised. However, his parents shook their heads simultaneously, their attitude firm. We will stay here to watch. Other parents are the same. Chu Han, feeling helpless, had no choice but to compromise. As he stepped into the designated area, a staff member approached to check. Please present your personal information and examination permit. We need to verify your examination information. Chu Han handed over his ID and examination permit. Upon seeing the words social candidate on the examination permit, the staff member visibly paused. After verifying Chu Han's personal information and finding no issues, the staff member said, "Your information has been verified. You can enter now." Chu Han took back his ID and examination permit and headed straight to the plaza of the Martial Arts Association. Nearly 10,000 candidates had gathered here, but fewer than 100 had reached the level of a warrior. Most of them were concentrated in the top-ranking schools like 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools. Han Ge. A familiar voice called out. It was Zhao Feiyu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. After obtaining warrior certification, Zhao Feiyu returned to his family to train and had only just returned to Jiang City yesterday. Your strength is already close to the late stage of the 2nd rank. Chu Han noticed that Zhao Feiyu's strength had improved again. Zhao Feiyu squeezed out of the 1st high school's group. I can't compare to you. I heard you made quite a splash in the martial arts school ranking competitions. Though he said it was nothing, there was an unmistakable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The two chatted casually, instantly drawing many gazes. Most of the gazes came from the direction of 3rd high school. After all, Chu Han was once a prominent figure there, so his appearance immediately caught the attention of many. Isn't that Chu Han? It seems he really succeeded in registering. Did he join 1st high school? Not sure, but I heard he also participated in the warrior certification. The murmurs continued intermittently, but Chu Han didn't mind. However, these voices also attracted the attention of another person. Chu Han. Another familiar voice came. It was Wang Hao, who pushed through the crowd and quickly walked up to him. This former head teacher of Chu Han looked at him with a gaze full of gratification. It seems you successfully registered. Teacher Wang. Chu Han smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. Wang Hao was someone who had always believed in and supported him, and Chu Han had always remembered that. Your progress is truly surprising. Wang Hao patted his shoulder, his tone filled with emotion. I have taught so many students, and you are the most outstanding. Speaking of which, this will be my last time teaching students. Chu Han was taken aback. Teacher Wang, are you resigning? Wang Hao nodded, a hint of helplessness on his face. After you dropped out last time, the school leaders felt I was not managing well and have been targeting me. I also dislike their methods, so I don't want to endure that anymore. Once you students graduate, I can leave the school. Moreover, having taught a student like you, I can consider my teaching career without regrets. Wang Hao said with a smile. What do you plan to do afterward? Chu Han asked. I might look for a martial arts school to be a coach or join a free warrior team to hunt alien beasts in the wild. There will always be something suitable for me. Wang Hao spoke lightly, but Chu Han knew he was still reluctant to give up the teaching profession. If he wanted to join a martial arts school or a warrior team, Wang Hao could have done so long ago. After pondering for a moment, Chu Han took out his communicator and directly dialed Zhao Tianlong's number. Uncle Zhao, I have something to bother you with. My high school teacher Wang Hao has rich teaching experience and his insights on warrior training. He is now leaving 3rd high school. Could you see if other schools need a teacher? Zhao Tianlong was checking some work arrangements for the martial arts examination. Upon hearing Chu Han's words, he immediately agreed. I didn't expect that the first time you asked me for a favor it was for someone else. 1st high school should still be lacking excellent teachers, so I will have a word with the principal there. After hanging up the communicator, Chu Han mysteriously smiled at Wang Hao. Teacher Wang, since 3rd high school doesn't value you, you should go to 1st high school. 1st high school? Wang Hao was puzzled. You will find out soon. Quickly, Wang Hao's communicator rang. Hello, is this Teacher Wang? I am the principal of 1st high school. I heard you are leaving 3rd high school. Why not take some time to come to our school for a visit? We have many positions suitable for you. Wang Hao hung up the communicator, looking at Chu Han with shock. He hadn't expected Chu Han to have such influence. A single phone call had arranged his job. This is not something an ordinary warrior can achieve. Chu Han, you. Teacher Wang, you deserve this position. Chu Han smiled. You have taught me so much, this little matter is nothing. Wang Hao was very moved, patting Chu Han's shoulder. Good luck in the examination. I believe you will achieve good results. At 7:30 in the morning, all candidates gathered at the plaza of the Martial Arts Association. Zhao Tianlong stood on the high platform, his voice imbued with powerful primordial energy instantly resonating throughout the venue. The examination venue for this major test is set within the trial secret realm developed by the Longxia Federation. You will all enter the secret realm together and take the examination with candidates from across the province. He paused before continuing. Each person will receive a high-tech wristband that will record your identity information and scores, and will also have positioning and emergency functions. Once you enter the secret realm, the wristband will activate automatically. The flow of time within the secret realm differs from reality. You may experience a long duration inside. I wish all candidates good luck. Soon the high-tech wristbands were distributed. Chu Han put it on his wrist, and the screen displayed his identity information. Chu Han Social Candidate Examination Permit Number 220504039. Once all candidates were ready, the ground in the center of the plaza slowly cracked open, revealing 4 enormous teleportation gates. The candidates entered the teleportation array in batches according to their numbers. Chu Han followed the crowd and walked into the teleportation gate. As his surroundings faded to white, the space began to twist and rotate. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a new world. Before him lay an unfamiliar primitive forest with towering ancient trees blocking the sun, stretching endlessly. He was alone, as all candidates had been assigned to different locations. The screen of the wristband lit up, displaying a line of text. First phase of the martial arts examination, traverse the death forest, time limit 24 hours. The shorter the time taken, the higher the score. Killing alien beasts will grant extra points. 24 hours. Indeed, time flows much faster in the secret realm. Chu Han had reviewed the detailed information of past martial arts examinations and knew that they were generally divided into 2 stages. Passing through the death forest was merely the most basic test. Those who could not pass would not be qualified to study at the martial arts university. Chu Han glanced at his wristband, which currently displayed a score of 0. Next to the score was a constantly changing countdown, adding a sense of urgency. Let's go, Chu Han said as he swiftly entered the forest, weaving through the trees. His gravity suit exerted a force of 15 times his weight, yet his speed remained impressive. After traveling a few miles, he suddenly noticed the rotting leaves beneath his feet moving. Accompanied by rustling sounds, a group of palm-sized black beetles emerged from beneath the leaves. Their shells glistened with a metallic sheen, and their enormous mandibles resembled scissors. These were the low-grade corrupted beetles. Upon seeing Chu Han, the beetles unfurled transparent wings on their backs, and suddenly took to the air, swarming toward him. Flames erupted around Chu Han, and the approaching swarm of corrupted beetles was instantly reduced to a cloud of ash, vanishing from sight. The beetles had a strong desire to attack and could fly, but their lethality was quite average. For some ill-prepared candidates, the sight of them flying in groups would indeed be frightening. But for Chu Han, they were no more than a light drizzle. After he dealt with the corrupted beetles, the score on his wristband changed to 35 points. Continuing forward, all the strange beasts he encountered were of the low-grade variety. After walking for about an hour, he suddenly came across a dense thicket. The thicket was entwined with countless dark green vines adorned with sharp barbs. These vines reminded Chu Han of the bloodthirsty vine seed he had obtained. As soon as he approached, the vines seemed to come to life, lunging toward him. The barbs on the vines glinted with a cold light. Once ensnared, he would undoubtedly be cut and bruised. Chu Han, disinterested in dodging or taking a detour, unleashed the flame of the burning star from within. Wherever the red flames spread, the vines instantly ignited. Soon the fire engulfed the entire area. Amidst the towering flames, the burning vines thrashed wildly before quickly turning to ash. The score on Chu Han's wristband rapidly increased, surpassing 100 points in an instant. Clearly the points from these vines were significantly higher. He passed through the fiery area and soon encountered a marshland ahead. The surface of the marsh was dotted with green plants, appearing remarkably tranquil. However, under Chu Han's mental probing, he immediately sensed hundreds of venomous snakes over 3 meters long lurking beneath the water, waiting for prey to approach. They are first-grade water poison snakes, and their venom is quite potent. Although this was a specially created secret realm, the beasts within were no different from those in reality. Chu Han quickly recognized the situation. Such a large gathering of first-grade venomous snakes beneath the marsh was obviously intended to deter candidates from approaching. Only candidates with formidable strength would consider crossing the marsh directly. Whether detouring or engaging in a battle of wits with the snakes, this marsh would consume a considerable amount of the candidate's time. Finally encountering first-grade beasts, Chu Han felt a surge of excitement. This was because defeating first-grade beasts could yield higher scores. Without hesitation, he leaped into the marsh. The next moment, the water surface erupted in waves, and several arrow-like figures shot out toward him. Suddenly, arcs of lightning burst forth from Chu Han. In the blink of an eye, the approaching water-poison snakes were electrocuted to charred remains, falling lifelessly into the water. Such immense power! This is indeed a lightning attribute attack. The attack that had just taken down several water-poison snakes was merely an external projection of his energy, yet it filled him with delight. This was the first time Chu Han had used lightning attributes in combat, and he was instantly filled with enthusiasm. He stomped on the water's surface, channeling a vast amount of lightning energy into the water. Instantly, the entire marsh began to boil, and the water-poison snakes, stimulated by the lightning, shot out from the water's surface. This was precisely the scene Chu Han wanted to see. He imbued his fists with lightning as he simultaneously executed the lightning motion technique, transforming his figure into a streak of lightning as he swiftly maneuvered among the water-poison snakes. His fists struck rapidly, each punch carrying the power of lightning. This was the Krade martial art he had learned 2 days ago, lightning flowing shadow fist. This martial art focused on punches that struck like lightning, requiring at least dozens of punches per second to be considered proficient. Coupled with the unique effects of the lightning attribute energy, it could deliver extremely fast strikes to the target. Countless shadowy fists swiftly enveloped the surrounding water-poison snakes, and wherever they struck, the snakes exploded into a mist of blood, staining the water's surface red. By the time he crossed through the marsh, his score had already exceeded 500 points. Following that, Chu Han also defeated a 3-tiered, 1,000-year-old locust tree that had become a spirit. He eliminated a group of bloodthirsty 2-tiered man-eating flowers, and finally dispatched a group of first-grade spotted giant centipedes. He had successfully navigated through all the core areas of the Death Forest. When he reached the end of the Death Forest and completed the first phase of the test, his score had already surpassed 1,000 points. Moreover, he had only spent 3 hours traversing the Death Forest. A notification indicating that he had passed the assessment appeared on his wristband. Completion time: 3 hours, 5 minutes 13 seconds, score 1373. He clicked the return button on the wristband, and a portal appeared before him. Stepping into the portal, he arrived in a new space. He needed to wait for the other candidates before the second stage of the exam began. In this new space, the flow of time would slow down, mirroring reality. Therefore, Chu Han would not have to wait too long. Outside, in the massive room at the top of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. This was both the data center for real-time monitoring of candidates' information and the only room in Tianyuan province capable of controlling the examination secret realm. The martial arts examination was a major event for the Longxia Federation, so every time the secret realm opened, many powerful figures would be present. Among these powerful figures was the 8th-tier Grandmaster Chu Tianxiong, a person whose mere stomp could shake the entire province. Although the president of the Tianyuan Provincial Martial Arts Association was also present, he was exceedingly polite in the face of Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong would emerge from seclusion during the examinations every year to oversee the examination center. He also focused on the talented candidates from Tianyuan province. He glanced at the examination timer on the screen and smiled. 3 hours have passed in the Death Forest. Some impressive little guys should have already made it through the mid-marsh area. Immediately, a middle-aged man spoke up. Old Chu, we have quite a few promising candidates in Tianyuan province this year. I wonder if anyone can break the record set by the predecessors. Well, let's hear everyone's thoughts. Oh, I've been in closed-door training for a while and don't know much about this year's talents, Chu Tianxiong said with interest. Upon hearing this, the others in the room began to share their opinions. I guess the fastest person is Li Tianhe from the Provincial Experimental High School. His great talent hurricane killing allows him to swiftly pass through the marsh as long as he avoids battling the underwater creatures and doesn't greedily chase points. He will surely be the first in the first phase. Not necessarily. Don't forget his classmate Lin Shuya, who possesses an great spatial talent and should be better suited to handle the environment of the Death Forest. Ling Ying from the Ling family in J City should not be underestimated either. Her martial arts level is reportedly already at Tier 3. And then there's Bai Niao from First High School, who is said to have awakened a rare grade shadow attribute talent. In terms of potential, he surpasses his cousin Bai Xiao. When Bai's name was mentioned, everyone fell silent for a moment. The matter regarding Bai Xiao had reached the provincial city and was no secret among the martial arts elite in Tianyuan province. It's a pity that the genius Lan Yu, who possessed dual talents from Jiang City, was eliminated along with the Lan family. Otherwise, he would have been the greatest rival to Li Tianhe and the others. Don't forget there's also a member of the Zhao family from Jiang City, Zhao Feiyu, whose strength cannot be underestimated. Indeed, Jiang City has produced some talents in the past 2 years. It's just unfortunate that this year's geniuses have fallen too quickly. Everyone was discussing the most promising candidates in the province, and when Lan Ye's name came up, a sense of regret washed over them. I heard that Chu Han from Jiang City is also participating in the examination. If the rumors of him defeating Bai Xiao are true, then his strength is the strongest among all candidates. Suddenly someone mentioned Chu Han. I've heard that Chu Han is quite a restless character. I wonder what kind of storm he will stir up during the martial arts examination. His strength is merely what the people of Jiang City spread. It may not be true. I've also heard that he has no talent and was expelled from school. They hadn't seen Chu Han in action, so they were still skeptical of his abilities. At this moment, a message popped up on the large screen monitoring the examination information. Everyone looked over in shock. Chu Han, he has already passed through the Death Forest. It took Chu Han only 3 hours to pass the Death Forest. I recall the record for Tianyuan province was 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 47 seconds. He broke the record. Not just the provincial record, but even the national record. That was set by Marshal Saint Yi Tianxin. Look at his score, 1373 points. Just what kind of prodigy is this Chu Han? Exclamations of astonishment filled the room. It seems the rumors about Chu Han defeating Bai Xiao are true. Then his strength must have already reached the 5th rank. As the crowd came to their senses, they realized the tales circulating in Jiang City about Chu Han were all factual. The 5th rank power was even more unbelievable. What a delightful little fellow. It appears Tianyuan province is about to witness a true super genius. Chu Tianxiong's eyes blazed with excitement as he sprang to his feet in exhilaration. Quick, tell me everything about Chu Han. Everyone chimed in, sharing the information they had gathered from Jiang City. Elder Chu Zhao Tianlong is in Jiang City. Why not ask him? Someone suggested. I'll contact that Zhao kid myself. The elder took out his communicator and directly dialed Zhao Tianlong's number. Zhao Tianlong was also in a group monitoring the grand examination's progress. Suddenly feeling his communicator vibrate, he pulled it out and was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. He dared not hesitate and quickly answered, Elder Chu, you need something from me. Zhao kid, tell me everything you know about Chu Han. The elder's slightly anxious voice came through the communicator. What's wrong? Did something happen to Chu Han? Zhao Tianlong was momentarily confused. Use your head. Nothing's wrong with Chu Han. He's just passed the first stage of the exam with a score of 1373 points. Chu Tianxiong's words left Zhao Tianlong frozen in place. If not for the curious stares of those around him, he would have thought he was dreaming. I recall only 3 hours have passed in the Death Forest. That means he broke it. Not just the provincial record, but even Marshal Saint Yi's national record. Chu Tianxiong's voice brimmed with fervor. Zhao Tianlong was at a loss for words to express his shock. Even as the one most familiar with Chu Han's strength, he was profoundly stunned by the news. At the same time, a surge of elation washed over him. If Chu Han maintained his lead, this year's top scholar of Tianyuan province would hail from Jiang City. Elder Chu, to be honest, Chu Han is a friend of my son. He was originally a prodigy with a potential value exceeding 3000 points. Zhao Tianlong dared not conceal anything and divulged all the information about Chu Han. After listening, Chu Tianxiong grew even more exhilarated. It seems this Chu Han is indeed an extraordinary one. I'm increasingly eager to see him continue creating miracles. Ending the call, Chu Tianxiong fell into brief contemplation. Then he said, let Chu Han start the second stage ahead of schedule. No need to wait for the others. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Sun, the chairman of the Provincial Martial Arts Association and a 7th-rank martial grandmaster, immediately protested excitedly. Elder Chu, while other students are still in the first stage, letting Chu Han advance early means entering a different examination space. Those other second-stage spaces are abandoned ones with much higher difficulty and far more ferocious beasts than normal. Most importantly, the beasts in those abandoned spaces aren't deterred by the repellent waves from the examinee's wristband. If Chu Han gives up, even pressing the distress button would be useless. It could cost him his life. Chairman Sun elaborated at length his main aim to dissuade Chu Tianxiong. Chu Han was a rare genius, and he wanted no accidents. But Chu Tianxiong thought otherwise, declaring loudly, "I see no issue. For a genius, drastic measures are necessary. In our era, there was no such thing as beast-repelling functions. The martial arts exams claimed lives, and true geniuses never fell within those trial realms. Just do as I say. You'll bear any consequences." Chu Tianxiong commanded without hesitation. Chairman Sun could only sigh, complying with the decision and ordering the arrangement of a separate examination space. Inside the realm, Chu Han, having nothing else to do, sat in meditation to cultivate. Suddenly his tech wristband vibrated. Looking down, he saw a notification. "Examinee Chu Han, you have qualified to begin the second stage of the exam early. Do you agree? Note: starting early will enter a special examination space. In this space, the distress function cannot be activated if danger arises, and there is a risk of death." What's this? Did I trigger a special instance? Chu Han felt as if he were playing a game. Since the message came to my wristband, someone outside must know about this. Is someone trying to test me? Never mind. I'm bored anyway. Might as well try this so-called early exam. Without a second thought, he immediately clicked agree. The space around him shifted once more. The next moment, he found himself on a vast, boundless grassland. Another message came through his wristband: second stage of the martial arts exam, Beast Horde Challenge. The more you slay, the higher your score. Early examinees must carefully decide whether to challenge the next wave of beasts. Once the challenge begins, it cannot be abandoned. So the second stage is about slaying beasts, and the wristband's distress function is useless. Even if the challenge fails, the battle doesn't stop, hence the risk of death. Chu Han instantly understood and braced himself for combat. Haha, I knew this kid wouldn't back down. He agreed without a second thought. I like his spirit. Now let's see how many waves of beasts he can take down. Chu Tianxiong exclaimed excitedly as he watched Chu Han enter the second stage space on the screen. Inside the examination space, the ground beneath Chu Han's feet began to tremble. Like an earthquake, a rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Chu Han looked toward the source and saw a cloud of dust rising on the grassland a kilometer away. From the sound, a herd of beasts was charging toward him. This wave of beasts was vast in number, or it couldn't have created such a commotion. Chu Han drew his flame demon warblade and calmly awaited their arrival. When the beasts were less than 100 meters away, Chu Han finally saw them clearly. They were a herd of unranked ironclad rhinoceroses. Each one was twice the size of the largest rhinoceros from his past life, with hide as thick as iron armor. Fierce by nature and fond of combat, they would charge without hesitation at any alien presence. Even if they're unranked, a charge of hundreds would force a second-rank martial artist to yield, Chu Han mused. But this is perfect. Let them help me adapt to the 15-fold gravity. He took a deep breath, letting his blood and energy circulate slowly. Facing the oncoming ironclad rhinoceroses, he chose not to use his primordial force, intending to temper himself with basic combat techniques. Soon the horn of the leading rhinoceros was right before him. In response, Chu Han simply extended his left hand. With a loud bang, he caught the horn barehanded. Despite the immense impact, Chu Han stood unmoved while the horn snapped under the sheer force. He grabbed the beast's head and swung it with all his might. The multi-ton ironclad rhinoceros was hurled like a cannonball. Crashing into the herd behind it, exploded into a spray of blood. Dozens of ironclad rhinoceroses were instantly crushed into pulp. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Chu Han let out a hearty laugh, charging into the herd of armored rhinos with his flame demon warblade in hand. The blade traced simple, crisp arcs, each stroke precisely slicing across the necks of the ironclad rhinoceroses. Wherever he passed, the bodies of the ironclad rhinoceroses fell in droves. Under 15 times the gravity, he used only basic blade techniques to slay these beasts, which better tempered his body. It also improved his bonus adaptation to high-gravity conditions. Outside in the room of the Tianyuan Province Martial Arts Association, a separate screen displayed Chu Han's assessment data in real time. On this screen was a radar-like area densely dotted with red points. Amidst the red points, a single blue point moved with unusual activity, representing Chu Han. The red points around Chu Han were decreasing steadily and rapidly. Chu Tianxiong frowned slightly. His pace is still too slow. With his strength, if he used martial techniques, he could clear dozens in one move. He's clearly holding back. Beside him, President Sun remarked, "He's clever. After using a powerful technique to kill dozens at the start, he slowed down, likely conserving energy for the higher-level beasts ahead. Everyone nodded in approval. The sly kid, Chu Tianxiong said with a smile. However, these martial arts grandmasters had all misunderstood. Chu Han simply wanted to hone himself, not conserve energy. As time passed, his killing speed was quietly increasing. Because his body was adapting better to the 15 times gravity, his steps grew more agile, his muscles easier to control, and his strength gradually improved. As the last ironclad rhinoceros fell at his feet, the first wave of beasts was completely eradicated. His wristband immediately displayed his first wave results. First wave of beasts eliminated. Time 5 minutes 17 seconds. Total kills 500 unranked ironclad rhinoceroses. Score 500 points. Outside, Chu Tianxiong and the others saw the score on the screen. This kid hasn't let us down. He got faster as he went on. He must have found some trick, Chu Tianxiong said with great satisfaction. 500 ironclad rhinoceroses in 5 minutes. That's faster than other candidates clearing the normal difficulty. President Sun exclaimed in shock. Let's keep watching. The second wave is coming soon. Inside the secret realm, Chu Han rested for only a minute. The second wave of beasts arrived quickly. This time it was 200 rank 1 tusked boars. The stampede of 200 tusked boars created a greater commotion than 500 ironclad rhinoceroses. Tusked boars. I'm most familiar with these beasts. Chu Han smirked, recalling his first expedition. That one tusked boar that knelt and begged for mercy had left a deep impression on him. Come on, let's finish this quickly. To Chu Han, tusked boars were merely larger versions of ironclad rhinoceroses. Their main attack relied on their tusks. Soon the first tusked boar charged at Chu Han, its massive tusks gleaming as they lunged toward his chest. Chu Han shifted his feet, slightly easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he swung his flame demon warblade, severing the boar's head from its body in one fluid motion. He leaped directly into the midst of the tusked boars, provoking their ferocity as they all lunged at him. Though their attacks were fierce, they could never touch his body. Instead, his flame demon warblade, like a scythe of death, mercilessly reaped the lives of the tusked boars. Outside, Chu Tianxiong watched the rapidly decreasing red dots on the screen, a look of surprise on his face. This speed is even faster than killing the ironclad rhinoceroses. Tusked boars are stronger and faster than the rhinos, yet he handles them with such ease. The second wave is meaningless. It's just free points for him. Chu Tianxiong's admiration grew even stronger. Soon the second wave was eliminated. Time 1 minute 48 seconds. Total kills 200 rank 1 tusked boars. Score 800 points. Chu Han enjoyed another brief rest. Next is the third wave. 100 rank 2 tiger-fanged hounds. This is the real test. Tiger-fanged hounds are notoriously troublesome. They possess the speed and strength of a tiger and the cunning and teamwork of a wolf. Ordinary candidates struggle against even 20 of them. 99 give up here. But Chu Han faces 100 alone. The difficulty isn't just 5 times greater. I wonder if the tiger-fanged hounds will give him trouble. Chu Tianxiong and the others eagerly anticipated Chu Han's next performance. Inside the secret realm, accompanied by sharp barks, the third wave of tiger-fanged hounds soon appeared. Chu Han looked up and saw 100 tiger-fanged hounds rapidly closing in. These hounds were larger than the tigers of his past life, with lean, powerful muscles and thick fur covering their bodies. Unlike the ironclad rhinoceroses and tusked boars, the tiger-fanged hounds did not charge recklessly. Instead, they split into several packs, encircling him from different directions to trap him before launching a fatal attack. Interesting. A glint of excitement flashed in Chu Han's eyes. His goal was not just to kill these hounds, but to ensure not a single one touched his body. He aimed to further hone his speed and reflexes amidst their siege, better adapting his body to the 15 times gravity. Soon a pack of tiger-fanged hounds charged at him, launching a fierce assault. Chu Han moved with basic footwork, weaving through the attacks of the tiger-fanged hounds. Their strikes missed him by mere millimeters every time. He sought this extreme effect to unlock more potential within his body. As the hounds gathered in greater numbers, his space to dodge grew smaller. In this extreme situation, he found his physical capabilities continuously improving. His bonus adaptation to the 15 times gravity steadily increased. This was exactly the effect he desired. It's been a minute and Chu Han hasn't killed a single tiger-fanged hound. Soon someone raised a question. On the screen, the number of tiger-fanged hounds remained at 100 with no reduction. The blue dot representing Chu Han was completely surrounded by a dense mass of red dots with no gaps. He's using these hounds to train his footwork. Chu Tianxiong's statement was startling. He pointed at the screen saying, "Look, the blue dot isn't stationary. It's shifting positions with minute constant movements." Hearing Chu Tianxiong's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. They now had a completely new perception of Chu Han. After another 10 minutes, the blue dot on the screen began to move rapidly. At the same time, the surrounding red dots started decreasing at an alarming rate. It seems he's about to pass. A minute later, Chu Han's third wave results appeared on the screen. Time 1 minute 3 seconds. Total kills 100, rank 2 tiger-fanged hounds. Score 1,000 points. The room fell into silence. The third wave of beasts posed no threat to Chu Han at all. The siege of rank 2 beasts is far from his limit. Next is the fourth wave, 50 rank 3 beasts. This is already the limit for candidates in previous years. Last year's top scholar was stopped at the fourth wave. Inside the secret realm, Chu Han soon confronted the fourth wave of monstrous beasts. A pack of colossal gorillas, each standing 5 meters tall, their bodies unnaturally muscular and dense. So these are wild gorillas, grade 3 monstrous beasts. Chu Han instantly identified them. Renowned for their extraordinary physical prowess, wild gorillas possessed immense strength and near-impregnable defenses. In battle, they fought with unrestrained ferocity, charging headlong, striking with overwhelming force, and excelled at coordinated group tactics. This pack numbered 50. Their synchronized assault promised catastrophic devastation. Moreover, their neurominoid forms granted them rudimentary combat intelligence, even the capacity to mimic human martial techniques. The most effective way to defeat such beasts was sheer overwhelming power. Chu Han sheathed his blade and flexed his hands. Since you rely on brute force, I shall shatter force with force. Before the words had faded, the lead wild gorilla lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Seeing Chu Han's comparatively diminutive frame, it sneered, then raised its massive fists high and slammed them down upon the earth. Boom! The impact detonated like an artillery shell. The ground heaved violently, fracturing into a web of jagged fissures as stones and clods of soil erupted skyward in a violent plume 6 meters high. The remaining wild gorillas followed suit without hesitation, all hammering their fists into the ground in unison. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless thunderclap reverberated through the chamber. 50 beasts striking simultaneously turned the earth itself into a ravaged field, dust and debris churning thickly in the air. Even seasoned grade 3 or 4 martial cultivators would suffer grievous injury from the shockwave alone. Having finished their barrage, the wild gorillas halted, pounding their chests triumphantly and roaring in exultation, certain that Chu Han, that frail human, had long since been pulverized into crimson pulp. Yet when the dust settled, Chu Han stood unscathed within the cratered ground, unmarked, unhurried. He brushed dust from his sleeves and lifted his gaze toward the pack, his eyes glinting with quiet derision. Is that all? Roar! Enraged by his survival, the wild gorillas bellowed in fury. The alpha roared once more and brought its titanic fist crashing down toward Chu Han's skull. Chu Han neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he met the blow head-on with a single devastating punch. Crack! His fist pierced straight through the wild gorilla's forearm bone. Shattered bones splintered and slick with blood shot outward like a spear, piercing the beast's own heart. Roar! At the sight, the others howled anew and surged forward en masse. But against Chu Han's might, their fate mirrored the first. He became a tiger unleashed among sheep, tearing through the pack with savage, unstoppable momentum. Barehanded, he wielded only pure, unadulterated force, rending flesh, snapping bone, and scattering viscera across the battlefield until his surroundings were strewn with severed limbs and arterial spray. Within moments, the entire pack lay slaughtered. Wave 4 cleared. 57 seconds elapsed. 50 grade 3 wild gorillas eliminated. 2,000 points. Gazing at the notification glowing on his wristband, Chu Han felt a surge of exhilaration. The higher the wave, the greater the reward. Outside the realm, senior masters observing the trial drew sharp breaths. 57 seconds. His kill speed has actually increased. Chu Tianxiong stroked his beard with evident satisfaction and laughed heartily. Excellent. This is precisely how a true genius should perform. The youth's limits remain far from reached. I wonder whether the grade 4 and 5 beasts ahead will finally compel him to unleash his full power. Others nodded, eyes alight with anticipation. Then before Chu Han, the fifth wave manifested 20 grade 4 earth-raging bears. Earth-raging bears. Now this grows truly intriguing. Chu Han murmured, a spark igniting in his gaze. From afar, they resembled ambulatory mountains, towering over 8 meters, their eyes burning with feral, bloodthirsty malice. Far more vicious than wild gorillas, earth-raging bears delighted in crushing prey alive. Worse still, they wielded a unique ability, geomantic gravitation control. For martial cultivators, this power was a living nightmare. Once ensnared in gravitational suppression, their combat efficacy plummeted drastically. Even a cultivator 1 grade higher might still fall prey to these beasts. For candidates undergoing the martial Dao examination, this trial bordered on insurmountable. Chu Tianxiong's expression tightened. A tremor of doubt stirred within him. The gravitic ward of earth-raging bears is notoriously difficult to overcome. Even the legendary martial Saint Yi Tianxin, during his own examination, barely managed to slay 10. I wonder how many Chu Han will fell. Chu Han has shattered records at every step. He will surely astonish us further. Beside him, Master Sun, the association head, remained optimistic. You speak wisely. Let us watch closely what marvels he shall unveil. Inside the secret realm, Chu Han now stood encircled by 20 earth-raging bears. He could distinctly sense the surging earthen primal energy coiled within each beast. Geomantic gravitation control. Let me test just how heavy your gravity truly is. A faint smile curved his lips, and in the next instant he launched himself forward, driving a devastating punch straight into the eye of one bear. The explosive force of his blast fist technique shattered the beast's skull like a rotten watermelon, triggering immediate incandescent rage across the entire pack. They roared in unison, ochre-hued primal energy erupting from beneath their paws, spreading outward to form massive gravitic wards, each spanning dozens of meters in diameter, centered upon a single bear. Chu Han felt his body sink, pressure compressing his frame with terrifying intensity. 16-fold, 17-fold, 18-fold, 25-fold. Each bear could generate up to a 10-fold gravitational field. Combined with the baseline 15-fold gravity of the realm, the cumulative weight bore down upon him at 25 times normal. Yet crucially, their gravitic wards did not overlap, offering Chu Han a critical advantage. Even so, enduring 25-fold gravity while confronting grade 4 earth-raging bears posed grave peril. Without hesitation, he adjusted the dial on his chest to 1, effortlessly nullifying the oppressive weight. A 10-fold gravitational field now held negligible effect upon him. As the bears closed in, he unsheathed the flame demon battle blade, vanishing in a streak of crimson light. He reappeared midair, his blade tracing twin arcs of searing red energy that cleanly severed the necks of 2 bears in a single motion. Then he wove through the pack like a crimson phantom. Within mere breaths, the remaining bears lay lifeless upon the blood-soaked earth. Wave 5 cleared. 24 seconds elapsed. 20 grade 4 earth-raging bears eliminated. 4000 points. His wristband flashed anew. His cumulative score now stood at 9673 points. It's done. He did it in just 24 seconds. The Martial Saint Ye's record has been broken by Chu Han. Outside observers watched in stunned disbelief. This was no dream, but reality unfolding before their eyes. Chu Han had not only accomplished what none before him had achieved, he had done so with greater mastery, greater speed, and breathtaking audacity. Senior martial masters erupted into cheers and jubilant celebration. The examination is not yet over. Chu Han may attempt wave 6, interrupted Chu Tianxiong, his gaze locked intently upon the exam interface. The screen confirmed it. Chu Han had selected wave 6. The final challenge was imminent. The assembled masters exchanged startled glances. They had nearly forgotten the 6th wave existed in phase 2. In decades, no candidate had ever advanced this far. Few had even glimpsed wave 5. Yet Chu Han now ascended beyond precedent, toward the uncharted summit. Wave 6 comprises 10 grade 5 monstrous beasts. How can Chu Han possibly survive? He risks certain death. Master Sun cried out in mounting alarm. Though Chu Han's strength rivaled that of a grade 5 cultivator, facing 10 such beasts simultaneously defied all odds of victory. Elder Chu, we must halt the trial immediately. Dispatch rescuers into the realm to extract Chu Han. Master Sun urged. Chu Tianxiong cut him off firmly. No need. Chu Han is no reckless fool. As elders, our duty is respect, not interference. He is forging history before our very eyes. We are witnesses, nothing more. Let us simply watch. Chu Han adjusted the gravity around him to 15 times once again. At the same time, a powerful aura of a strange beast emanated from afar. This aura was in the sky. Chu Han looked up only to see 10 enormous black shadows diving down from the clouds, obscuring the sun and the sky. This is a 5th-tier Cyclops vulture. Chu Han immediately recognized these strange beasts, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He did not expect to face flying beasts this time. Moreover, they were the particularly special Cyclops vultures among flying beasts. These flying creatures stood over 5 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 15 meters, boasting robust claws and sharp beaks. The most bizarre feature was their head. Instead of 2 eyes, there was a blood-red single eye the size of an egg in the center of their foreheads, emitting a strange red light from its pupil. These beasts are very dangerous. Even Chu Han had to admit the power of the Cyclops vultures. What? The 6th wave of strange beasts actually consists of 10 5th-tier Cyclops vultures. Outside, Chu Tianxiong let out a roar that shook the entire Martial Arts Association building. He never imagined that the 6th wave of the assessment would involve such a troublesome existence. President Sun's expression grew serious as he said, "The corrupting aura of the Cyclops vultures can burn flesh and corrode meridians, and the red light from their single eye can attack the soul. Even 6th-tier martial artists must avoid their sharpness when faced with the assault of 10 Cyclops vultures." Without aerial combat capabilities, facing 10 Cyclops vultures is akin to walking into death. Chu Tianxiong thought to himself that he had been too careless. Little son, quickly activate the special passage to the secret realm. He'll go in personally to rescue Chu Han. He no longer cared about rules or martial artist reputations. The most important thing now was to ensure Chu Han's safety. Only a living prodigy could be considered a true prodigy, otherwise it would become a regret in his heart. All right, I will handle it immediately. President Sun did not dare to delay and hurriedly notified his subordinates to open the special passage to the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the 10 Cyclops vultures flew at high speed, creating winds strong enough to blow away martial artists below the third tier. Chu Han stood facing the wind, unaffected in the slightest. One Cyclops vulture was the first to launch an attack, flapping its wings fiercely and diving down like an arrow released from a bow, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Its sharp beak aimed directly at Chu Han's head. The speed of this strike was incredibly fast, far surpassing any previous strange beast. Chu Han's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned his feet, his body slightly tilting like a ghost, dodging the sharp beak. Just as the beak of the Cyclops vulture brushed past him, his right hand shot out like lightning, accurately striking the vulture's neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the neck of the Cyclops vulture was instantly shattered by Chu Han, causing its massive body to lose balance and roll uncontrollably to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the vulture launched its attack to its demise took less than 0.1 seconds. Outside in the observation room, the red dot representing the Cyclops vulture instantly vanished. Chu Tianxiong sharply caught sight of this, seeing his eyes widening in disbelief. Could he have a way to deal with these strange beasts? Chu Tianxiong's heart raced. After some thought, he did not stop the staff from opening the passage to the secret realm. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he thought to himself, "Good kid. I hope you can continue to create miracles." The remaining 9 Cyclops vultures, enraged by their companion's swift demise, dared not recklessly approach. The sudden burst of power from Chu Han made them feel fear. Cyclops vultures were very cautious beasts. After witnessing the death of their companion, they instinctively distanced themselves from Chu Han. They circled in the air, emitting eerie cries. In the next moment, the 9 Cyclops vultures simultaneously spat out red, corrupting aura towards the ground. Instantly, a dark red mist surged towards Chu Han like a tide, enveloping a radius of hundreds of meters, in corrupting aura, the air thick with a pungent odor. Chu Han noticed that some plants on the ground withered and decayed at a visibly rapid pace upon contact with the corrupting aura, and even the rocks on the ground were corroded, turning into puddles of liquid. Moreover, this corrupting aura not only had a strong corrosive property, but also bore a scorching temperature, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several-fold. Chu Han did not dare to be careless. The burning star flame within him erupted instantly, with pale red flames emanating from his body, forming a flame barrier to protect himself. This was the first time he used his talent during the second phase of the assessment. The corrupting aura that approached the flame barrier was instantly ignited, dissipating into black smoke. With a thought, Chu Han spread the flames outward. The corrupting aura retreated in defeat under the burning flames, and the area that was originally shrouded in red gradually returned to clarity. The Cyclops vultures circling in the sky saw this scene, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. The flames of the burning star made them instinctively feel dread, and they dared not approach Chu Han any closer. They cried out again, and the red eye on their foreheads began to rotate. In the next moment, the 9 Cyclops vultures unleashed chilling red light from their single eyes, instantly enveloping Chu Han. Chu Han could clearly feel the intense mental fluctuations emanating from the Cyclops vulture's eyes. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind as countless strands of mental energy assaulted his sea of consciousness. These mental attacks were more concentrated and violent than the mental attacks from the White Owl, but that was all. Chu Han only felt a brief pain before quickly retracting his mental energy, forming a solid defense in his mind. The mental attacks from these Cyclops vultures were merely a tickle to him, and could not cause him any harm. "Is this all the power you have?" Chu Han shook his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. He could clearly sense that although the mental power of these Cyclops vultures was strong, it still could not break through his mental defenses. "Since you enjoy mental attacks, then let's see how you fare against mine." A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he immediately activated the Spiral Seal secret technique. The formless mental energy coalesced into a spiral-shaped attack wave in his sea of consciousness, arriving in an instant. This was his first time using the Spiral Seal in actual combat, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. He saw 5 of the Cyclops vultures suddenly halt in midair, the red light in their foreheads disappearing, then exploding instantaneously, showering red blood mixed with brain matter everywhere. The Cyclops vultures that lost consciousness fell from the sky, like kites with broken strings, completely dead. Such powerful force. Chu Han was overjoyed, not expecting the power of the spiral seal to be so astonishing, taking down 5 Cyclops vultures renowned for their strong mental abilities with a single strike. Without hesitation, he activated his mental energy once more and unleashed the spiral seal again. The remaining 4 Cyclops vultures could not escape the fate of their eyes exploding and also fell from the sky. In just a matter of seconds, all 10 fifth-tier Cyclops vultures were killed by Chu Han. Chu Han stood in place, rubbing his swollen head, feeling a hint of fatigue. Continuously using the spiral seal twice had drained a significant amount of his mental energy. It seems I can't use this technique consecutively in the future. The mental consumption is too great. He thought to himself. The 6th wave of strange beasts has been eliminated, taking 9 seconds to kill 10 fifth-tier Cyclops vultures, earning 100 points. Your second phase assessment is complete with a current total of 19673 points. This major examination has concluded. 2 notifications sounded consecutively from the bracelet. Chu Han knew that his martial arts examination had ended. Outside, Chu Tianxiong and the others stood frozen in place, the entire room engulfed in silence. Although the special passage to the secret realm had not yet opened, Chu Han had already completed the exam. There was no need for rescue. 9 seconds. He took only 9 seconds to eliminate 10 Cyclops vultures. Chu Tianxiong burst into laughter, excitedly slapping the table. Chu Han has made history. This is an unprecedented history, one that even the martial Saint Yi Tianxin could not achieve. So monstrous. Simply monstrous. Others nodded excitedly, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. They knew that Chu Han's performance had far surpassed everyone's expectations. This young man would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable accomplishments in the future. In the assessment space, Chu Han's figure gradually became blurry. The wristband indicated, "Your examination has concluded, and you will soon be teleported out of the assessment space." Chu Han looked at the increasingly distorted space, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This examination had brought him immense experience. His body had completely adapted to the effects of the 15-fold gravity. He adjusted the gravity multiplier to 20 times, and the discomfort returned. From now on, my normal gravity will be 20 times. The surrounding space gradually stabilized, and Chu Han realized he had arrived at a completely unfamiliar place. It was a very concealed secret room entirely made of dark metal, without windows, and only a heavy iron door in front. In the center of the room stood a stone table, surrounded by 4 stone chairs. Where is this? Did the spatial teleportation of the secret realm go wrong? Chu Han was a bit bewildered, realizing his technological wristband had no indicators and could provide no information. He thought of checking it. At worst, he could break through the door. At that moment, the iron door suddenly made a cautious sound and slowly opened to the left. Immediately, a figure walked in, an unfamiliar old man. The old man wore a simple practice outfit, his hair gray, and a gentle smile graced his face. He looked like an ordinary neighbor, but Chu Han dared not underestimate him. This person was Chu Tianxiong. As Chu Tianxiong approached, Chu Han could feel an extremely profound. It was an unfathomable power, like a calm sea, seemingly tranquil on the surface, but harboring boundless energy beneath. This old man's strength is at least at the master level. Chu Han was shocked, instantly realizing the other party's identity was anything but simple. The impact this old man had on him far exceeded that of Lin Baiwei's master Fan Lao. The other party's strength was likely at the 8th stage of martial arts, a grandmaster. Young friend, Chu Han, congratulations on passing all assessments of the martial arts grade examination. Chu Tianxiong said with a smile, his tone warm, yet carrying undeniable authority. Your performance has exceeded all our expectations. Chu Han quickly replied, Senior, you flatter me, it was just luck. Luck? Ha ha. Chu Tianxiong laughed heartily, sitting down by the stone table and gesturing for Chu Han to join him. To defeat 10 5th stage one-eyed vultures in just 9 seconds, and to disregard the gravity barrier of a earth-shattering bear, that is not something luck can explain. Your talent is comparable to the martial Saint Yi Tianxin of the past. You are a pillar of our Longxia Federation's future. Chu Han's heart jolted. He recognized the name Yi Tianxin. He was the most legendary martial artist of the Longxia Federation in nearly a century, achieving the realm of martial saint at a young age, repeatedly turning the tide, and was a cornerstone of the Longxia Federation. The old man compared him to Yi Tianxin, which was an extremely high compliment. Senior, you flatter me. The martial Saint Yi is a legendary powerhouse. I can only strive to catch up. Chu Han said humbly, but excitement was hard to conceal in his heart. It seemed his performance in the secret realm had been exceptional enough to draw attention from some elders. Chu Tianxiong nodded with a smile, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. It's good that you have this mindset, but young man, being a bit arrogant is not a problem. Chu Tianxiong paused, his gaze fixed on Chu Han. I came to find you today to congratulate you, and also to inquire about your situation. According to the information we gathered, you did not awaken any talents while at Jiangcheng No. Free High School. How did you undergo such a remarkable transformation in such a short time? Chu Han had anticipated this, since he was found the other party would naturally be curious about his strength. He did not hide anything and spoke truthfully. After the awakening failure, I continued to practice at home and unexpectedly awakened my talent. I found it quite magical at the time. As he spoke, he immediately activated the lava crystal armor to cover his entire body, surrounded by a scorching aura. The power of the flame of the burning star was contained within, not released outward, yet still exuded a domineering heat. The flame of the burning star was one of his trump cards, and it was best to keep it hidden within the lava crystal armor. This is my talent, the lava crystal armor, which also contains firepower. I suspect it may be its level talent. Chu Han disguised the two talents as one to explain the source of his strength. Chu Tianxiong stood up, walked in front of Chu Han, and closely examined the lava crystal armor, his eyes filled with deep shock and excitement. He could distinctly feel that the firepower contained within the armor was extraordinarily domineering, far exceeding that of an ordinary level talent. Level? Ha ha. Chu Tianxiong suddenly laughed loudly. This is more than just level. Even among level talents, this is the most top-tier existence. With such talent, no wonder you could progress so quickly. His tone was filled with excitement, even trembling. This is wonderful. Truly, heaven helps our Longxia. With a genius like you, it's possible to break out of Blue Star and conquer the starry sky. Conquer the starry sky. Could it be the otherworldly battlefield? Chu Han's heart stirred. He remembered that the top powerhouses from Blue Star would go to the otherworldly battlefield. Could this be what Chu Tianxiong was referring to? Chu Tianxiong smiled and explained, the so-called otherworldly battlefield is just the tip of the iceberg of the starry sky. Blue Star is merely an inconspicuous planet in the vast universe, like a grain of sand in the sea. There are more than trillions of humans in the universe, and the humans of Blue Star are just the weakest among them. On the cosmic stage, there are countless powerful races and even more ruthless competition. The truly outstanding talents are all fighting for the status of Blue Star, humans battling bloodily in the universe. Chu Han's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Indeed, in this world's universe, there was not just one civilization of Blue Star. The ultimate of martial arts should not be just the martial saint of Blue Star. There are even more powerful existences in the universe. The legendary martial god may truly exist. Senior, just how powerful are the humans in the universe? Chu Han could not help but ask. He still did not know where the ceiling of combat power in this world lay. Chu Tianxiong shook his head. You don't need to know too much right now. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Instead, it will affect your mindset. Once your strength reaches a certain realm, you will naturally come into contact with these secrets. He patted Chu Han on the shoulder. What you need to do now is to constantly improve your strength. Your talent is excellent and the future is limitless. I look forward to your growth and your contributions to the Blue Star human race. Chu Han nodded heavily, a surge of lofty ambition rising within him. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. One day, I will venture into the universe, letting the name of the Blue Star human race resonate across the starry sky. Chu Tianxiong laughed in satisfaction. Good. You have ambition. Come, I will take you to meet someone who is eager to see this young genius of yours. Saying this, Chu Tianxiong turned and walked towards the iron door. Chu Han followed him closely, still unable to calm his heart. The vastness of the universe, the competition among races, the pinnacle of martial arts, all filled him with motivation. Chu Tianxiong brought Chu Han to a conference room, opened the door, and inside sat a martial arts expert. This aura should also belong to a master-level powerhouse. Chu Han inwardly marveled. This person was Sun Hejian, the president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Upon seeing Chu Han, President Sun was also quite excited. He immediately stood up and warmly said to Chu Han, Chu Han, congratulations. Your performance in the secret realm was truly shocking. You are a rare genius in a century. Even old Chu has praised you endlessly. He is the president of our Tianyuan province's Martial Arts Association. Oh, just call him President Sun. Chu Han, upon hearing this, did not dare to be negligent and smiled. Thank you for the praise, President Sun. May I ask if my results have been released? President Sun laughed heartily. Results? Your total score is nearly 20,000 points, undoubtedly the top scorer of this martial arts grade examination. It's already been preordained. Advanced reservation. Chu Han displayed a hint of confusion. You may not know, but aside from you, the other candidates are still undergoing the first phase of the Death Forest assessment, and many have yet to complete half the journey. That's right, President Sun explained with a smile. So my advanced assessment was specially arranged. Exactly. Although you completed the advanced assessment early, your score has shattered records, even surpassing that of Yi Wuxing during the grand examination years ago. Therefore, your position as the top scholar is assured. Chu Han's heart leaped with joy. Although he had anticipated his results, confirmation still stirred his excitement. The The title of provincial top scholar would grant him greater advantages. Most importantly, this was his parents' expectation. If he told them about his results, they would surely be the happiest people. He then recalled that his parents were still waiting outside the Jiang City Martial Arts Association for him to finish the exam. But it seemed that he was currently in the provincial city. When can I go back? Chu Han looked at President Sun. President Sun smiled and said, next you can relax and wait for the assessment to conclude. Afterward, we will arrange your return home. During this time, you can cultivate at the Provincial Martial Arts Association, and you can freely use the resources here. Thank you, President Sun. Chu Han nodded, showing his understanding. After all, he was still officially a candidate for the martial arts grand examination. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Master Chu surely has more to discuss with you. President Sun bid farewell to Chu Han. As the president, he had to oversee the grand examination across the province. Young Chu, soon you will be renowned throughout the province, and in the future your name will resonate across the nation. Indeed, Master Chu Tianxiong said with a smile. Chu Han was contemplating President Sun's last words. Master Chu, an eighth-tier powerhouse. It seemed there was only one person in the province who could command such respect from President Sun. You are Master Chu Tianxiong. Chu Han immediately thought of a name and asked Master Chu. Haha, I didn't expect to be recognized by you, little guy. Master Chu Tianxiong did not deny it. Chu Han's eyes brightened excitedly, saying, Master Chu, I can't believe I meet your true self. 20 years ago, your heroic deed of suppressing the eighth-tier Black Serpent Dragon has become a model for the entire province and even the nation. Master Chu Tianxiong was the person Chu Han's father Chu Zhan respected the most. Chu Han often heard his father mention this during his childhood. During the battle that suppressed the eighth-tier Black Serpent Dragon, Master Chu Tianxiong saved over 100,000 lives. Chu Han felt nothing but respect for such a powerhouse. A hero does not dwell on past glories. Master Chu Tianxiong waved his hand, and a manual appeared in his grasp. You have a fire attribute talent, so as a meeting gift, and as my investment in you, I give you this cultivation method. Master Chu Tianxiong unceremoniously handed the method to Chu Han. No refusals. Upon receiving it, Chu Han saw that the manual's cover bore the words, 9 Dragons True Fire Technique. This is a relic of one of my sworn brothers. He asked me to pass it on to a true genius, a pillar of the nation, to help continue the ideals of protecting humanity. Master Chu Tianxiong spoke of his brother, and a hint of sadness crept into his words. He looked at Chu Han solemnly and said, this technique is inscribed cultivation method. I hope that under your care it will shine brilliantly, and that I and my brother's expectations will not be in vain. Chu Han did not expect this technique to have such a history. Being sworn brothers with Master Chu Tianxiong meant he was also a super powerhouse, but unfortunately, he had fallen too early. He nodded deeply and assured Master Chu Tianxiong, Master Chu, thank you for your trust. I promise not to let you or that senior's expectations down. Good. I was right not to misjudge you. Master Chu Tianxiong said excitedly, repeatedly expressing his approval. Alright, I should go check on the results of the other candidates. After all, the province has many geniuses, not just you. Master Chu Tianxiong smiled and stood up to leave. Take care. After bidding farewell to Master Chu Tianxiong, Chu Han couldn't wait to open the 9 Dragons True Fire Technique to examine it. The more he read, the more impressive it seemed. Undoubtedly, it was a top-tier fire attribute technique. The 9 Dragons True Fire Technique could further condense fire attribute elemental power, forming the so-called Dragon Fire. The highest realm was the 9 Dragons realm, which could condense the elemental power within into 9 fiery dragons possessing the ability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Cultivating to the highest realm could even reach the Martial Saint realm. With a strong fire attribute talent as support, the upper limit of this technique would be even higher. So powerful. Chu Han was filled with shock. He memorized all the incantations of this technique and then stored it in his spatial dimension. Inscribed cultivation's secret method was beyond the comprehension of even his 10,000-fold talent. The profound realm of the technique required not only comprehension, but also the support of one's own strength to understand what higher realms entailed. Chu Han was in no rush to fully grasp it. He only needed to cultivate the first layer for now. He left the conference room and arrived at the Martial Arts Association's training room. He began to cultivate according to the incantations of the 9 Dragons True Fire Technique. To enter this technique, he must transform the fire attribute elemental power within into dragon fire. This process lasted for an hour before Chu Han successfully transformed all his elemental power. When he released the fire attribute elemental power again, a terrifying high temperature instantly surrounded him. The temperature was comparable to that of the flame of the burning star, incredibly terrifying. The transformation into dragon fire also made Chu Han's elemental power more solid and pure. However, transforming into dragon fire was just the first step of cultivation. The next step was the cultivation of the first layer of the 9 Dragons True Fire technique. The first layer was comparatively much simpler for Chu Han. Unlike the transformation of elemental power into dragon fire, which required a significant amount of time, the first layer of the 9 Dragons True Fire technique demanded greater talent and comprehension from the cultivator. Chu Han completed the first layer of the 9 Dragons True Fire technique in just 10 minutes. At this moment, a red flame dragon coiled around him, exuding a devastating aura. The fire dragon was over 10 meters long with clear scales, claws, and whiskers, surrounded by blazing dragon fire, truly a physical entity. Under Chu Han's control of the elemental power, this fire dragon could move its body flexibly, both large and small. At its largest, it could exceed 20 meters in length, and at its smallest, it resembled a nimble little snake swimming in the palm of Chu Han's hand. Let's try an attack. Chu Han raised his hand, and the fire dragon instantly transformed into a red light, crashing against the wall of the training room. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire dragon crashed violently into the alloy wall, instantly releasing a terrifying high temperature. The several meter thick alloy wall melted into dark red molten iron under the scorching dragon fire, leaving a massive hole in the wall. Fortunately, the other side of the hole was also the training room, so no one else was harmed. What powerful force! Truly inscrate technique. He did not utilize the power of the flame of the burning star for this move, yet its might was still astonishing. He could also merge the flame of the burning star into the fire dragon, significantly increasing the power of this attack. The only drawback was that controlling the fire dragon consumed a lot of elemental power, but it was enough to make Chu Han immensely satisfied. In just over an hour, this technique had elevated his strength to the next level. He felt increasingly grateful to Master Chu Tianxiong. Knock knock. A series of knocks sounded from outside the training room. Chu Han opened the door to find a few staff members from the Martial Arts Association. Mr. Chu, what happened inside? We detected high-level energy fluctuations and damage to the wall. Chu Han helplessly pointed to the large hole in the wall inside. I'm sorry, this was an accident during my training. The staff members were all taken aback, staring at Chu Han as if he were a monster. Such destruction from training. It was no wonder the president had instructed them to pay special attention to him. I don't need to compensate for this, right? Chu Han asked, voicing his biggest concern. Of course not. The president said that as long as Mr. Chu is safe, you can do whatever you want. One of the staff members said with a smile. That's good to hear. Chu Han nodded and glanced at the time on his wrist. There was still some time before the martial arts examination concluded, so he continued his training. It wasn't until noon that the examination finally came to an end. Although only 4 hours had passed outside, 30 hours had elapsed within the secret realm. Chu Han was able to leave. He happened to run into the beaming Chu Tianxiong and President Sun. It seemed that the performances across Tianyuan province must have been excellent, otherwise these two leaders wouldn't be so happy. Chu Han, I can arrange for someone to take you back to Jiang City at any time. It's up to you. If you like, you can also stay a few more days, President Sun said with a smile. Chu Han shook his head with a smile. I just want to return to Jiang City now. My parents are waiting for me outside the Martial Arts Association. All right, I'll arrange that right away. President Sun acted quickly, immediately taking out a communicator to make arrangements. At this moment, a hint of surprise appeared on Chu Tianxiong's face, which quickly turned to joy. You have already mastered the first level of the 9 Dragons True Fire Art. Chu Han nodded, stretching out his right hand as a fire dragon emerged from his palm, swirling around him once. This truly feels like dragon fire. Chu Tianxiong was overjoyed, his face turning bright red with excitement. That's wonderful. It seems I didn't give this cultivation method to the wrong person. Thanks to Elder Chu's gift, I was able to achieve such results. Chu Han said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Chu Tianxiong, he boarded the special vehicle sent by President Sun, heading straight to Jiang City. Meanwhile, the Martial Arts Association squares in various cities across Tianyuan province were bustling with activity. Candidates were being teleported out of the secret realm in batches. Parents rushed forward to greet their children. In an instant, the square was filled with joyous voices. Some achieved excellent results with families cheering joyfully. Others were downcast due to failures, their families silent. In the crowd, Chu Zhan and Zhang Milan were intently watching waves of candidates being teleported out. Don't worry, perhaps he's at the back, Zhang Milan comforted. At this moment, Zhang Milan's communicator rang. Upon checking, she suddenly beamed. Don't worry, perhaps he's at the back, Zhang Milan comforted. At this moment, Zhang Milan's communicator rang. Upon checking, she suddenly beamed with joy. It's a call from our son. Mom, you and Dad don't need to wait there anymore. Due to some circumstances, I was teleported to the provincial city and am now heading to Jiang City. You can go home first. Chu Han's voice came from the communicator. Xiao Han, how did you do on the exam? His parents were very concerned about his results. I did very well. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be the top scorer in the province. Chu Han said without modesty. This good news needed to be shared with his parents as soon as possible. Really? You're not lying to us, are you? Hearing this news, Zhang Milan felt dizzy for a moment, unable to... Of course not. You can rest assured, the provincial results will be announced tomorrow morning, and you'll have something to busy yourselves with then. Chu Han said with a smile. That's wonderful. Then your dad, and I will head back now. Zhang Milan hung up the communicator and excitedly embraced Chu Zhan. Chu Zhan was also very excited, and in his enthusiasm, he lifted Zhang Milan and spun around. He completely forgot that his body was weaker than that of an average person. Meanwhile, near the Martial Arts Association Square in the provincial city, a group of candidates gathered in a cafe comparing their scores, the atmosphere both lively and tense. I took 9 hours and 12 minutes to pass the Death Forest, and in the second phase, I hunted down 7 wild gorillas, achieving a total score of 2,977 points. Li Tianhe raised his hand to show his score on the bracelet, his face unable to hide his pride. He was the genius of the Li family in the provincial city, with a strength at the early stage of the third tier, the highest among all candidates. Last year's top scorer only had over 2,933 points. Your score should be secure. Someone immediately flattered. A beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor beside him flashed a hint of regret, extending her wrist. This time I've lost to you again. My score is only 2,792 points. Shuya, with your score you can choose any of the 4 major martial arts universities in the country, Li Tianhe said, with a smile, feeling relieved. Lin Shuya had been his competitor for the past 3 years, and now hearing her concede made Li Tianhe feel incredibly relaxed. Not bad. The martial arts examination results are just temporary. Once I get to Magic Capital Martial Arts University, I will definitely surpass you. Lin Shuya was not someone who easily conceded. With the conclusion of the martial arts examination, they had already set their sights on university admissions. So your goal is Magic Martial University? I guess I will be going to Capital Martial University. As a genius, I have long decided which university I want to attend, Li Tianhe said. He was still a bit worried and asked, have the scores of geniuses from other cities been obtained? At this moment, a classmate raised his hand to speak. The scores from Lingying in City J have also come out. She scored 2,745 points. I also got by yes score from a friend at First High. He scored 2,699 points. Zhou He from City A got 2,579 points. Zhao Feiyu from Jiang City scored 2,611 points, and Lei Ming got 2,527 points. With a powerful network, Li Tianhe and the others had already obtained the scores of all geniuses within the province. As expected, Taiyan's score is the highest. From now on, we can call him the top scorer. Everyone said excitedly. Great. Today's expenses are on me. Oh, everyone can order whatever they like. Li Tianhe declared proudly. Just as he was enjoying this glory, his communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a message from his uncle who worked at the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Li Tianhe stepped aside to open it, and his smile instantly froze, his brows tightly furrowed. Uncle, you must be mistaken, right? My total score is 2,977 points higher than last year's top scorer. How could I be second? He immediately called back, his tone full of disbelief. The information is absolutely accurate. The internal rankings have been determined. The score of the first place has not been publicly announced yet, but it far exceeds yours. Do you think I would joke about such matters? Said the voice on the other end of the communicator, extremely serious. Li Tianhe hung up the communicator, completely stunned. He kept pondering who could achieve a score higher than 2,977. This was simply beyond his comprehension. What happened? Lin Shuya noticed his abnormality and hurried. Li Tianhe took a deep breath and slowly said, my uncle said I am second. Oh, someone has a score much higher than mine, but the results haven't been announced yet. What a... Everyone immediately erupted in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. This is impossible. Who could achieve such a high score? I don't know. My uncle didn't specify the exact score, only said that we would find out when the official announcement is made tomorrow. Li Tianhe said, his expression serious, filled with strong unwillingness and curiosity. Thinking of how he had just been so smug, he immediately wanted to find a hole to hide in. Inside the Jiangxing Martial Artists Association, Zhao Tianlong was staring at the internal ranking list in his hands, a broad smile plastered across his face. Jiangxing's results in this major examination were remarkable. Zhao Feiyu scored 2,611 points, ranking 6th in the province. Lei Ming scored 2,515 points, placing 19th, and Li Minggran scored 2,442 points, coming in at 27th. Including the provincial top scorer Chu Han, who achieved a staggering score of 19,673, there were a total of 4 people who made it into the top 30 in the province. Last year, counting Zhao Feifei, only 2 individuals entered the top 30, marking a doubling in performance. Every time Zhao Tianlong saw the name at the top of the list, he couldn't help but feel a shock. 19,673 points. This was an unprecedented achievement. Even the record set by the martial Saint Yi Tianxin back in the day was only 9,035 points. Chu Han surpassed it by a full 10,000 points. This kid Chu Han has truly brought honor to Jiangxing. Zhao Tianlong laughed heartily. The provincial top scorer has also broken the national record. It seems my position might rise with the tide. Fei Yu's performance was also commendable. Let's reward him well. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chu Han finally returned home. The moment he opened the door, bang, bang, two loud sounds of firecrackers echoed. A shower of red and gold petals fell from the sky. Congratulations to my son for returning victorious. Congratulations. Excitement radiated from his parents' faces. Haha, you guys did this. Chu Han was also very happy. Xiao Han, you must be hungry, your dinner is ready, and his mother Zhang Milan pulled Chu Han toward the dining table while his father took out a good bottle of wine. Dad, aren't you supposed to avoid drinking? Chu Han asked in confusion. Chu Zhan smiled. It's no problem on such a joyous occasion, I'll have a small drink. Your mother agrees, so you should have some too. All right. Chu Han opened the wine bottle and poured a glass for his father, filling one for himself as well. Chu Zhan laughed heartily, raising his glass. Come son, let me toast you. Congratulations on becoming the provincial top scorer. Cheers. Although it was Chu Han's first time drinking, he didn't seem awkward at all. After all, he had drunk before in his previous life. The three of them sat around the table, sharing a joyous meal. Chu Han recounted some of his experiences during the martial arts examination, making his parents feel both anxious and excited. Dad, I met Grandmaster Chu Tianxiong. During the conversation, Chu Han mentioned Chu Tianxiong. Grandmaster Chu, you really met him? Chu Zhan was also very excited upon hearing the name. Of course, Grandmaster Chu even provided me with significant help. Chu Han recounted his encounter with Chu Zhan was even more thrilled after hearing this. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. My son has gained the attention of Grandmaster Chu. My wish has been half fulfilled. He then turned serious, advising Chu Han. Xiao Han, you must strive to become stronger and not let Grandmaster Chu down. I look forward to the day when you will battle among the stars. Of course, my goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. That night was filled with the laughter and joy of the family. The next morning, Chu Han did not forget to draw his items for the day. He opened the system and clicked on the lottery. The colorful wheel spun rapidly. Congratulations, you have obtained Grade Talent Clone. Clone can create one clone with all the abilities of the original body. The clone's strength is 80 of the original, and the consciousness, experience, and memories are shared with the original body. If the clone dies, it requires a 12-hour interval to revive. A new talent. Chu Han's eyes lit up. This talent is quite simple. It allows the creation of a clone. Although the clone's power is only 80 of the original, it can share data and information. This is an extremely powerful auxiliary talent. For Chu Han right now, it is truly an icing on the cake. Integration. Chu Han immediately integrated the new talent into his body. This time the talent integration did not enhance his strength. With a thought, another Chu Han appeared on the bed. So amazing. Chu Han tested all the abilities of the clone and was very satisfied with this talent. Xiao Han's results are out 19,673 points. He is the provincial top scorer. Outside the room, his parents' excited voices of celebration could be heard. Although Chu Han had already informed them of his results yesterday. Now seeing the official announcement, his parents couldn't help but feel thrilled and celebrated again. At 6 o'clock today, the province's results would be announced. Countless examinees and their parents eagerly awaited this moment, all wanting to know their rankings. Li Tianhe, Lin Shuya, and the others from the provincial city clicked on the rankings the moment they were released. When they saw the name and score at the top, everyone was stunned. First place, Chu Han, total score 19,673. Second place, Li Tianhe, total score 2,977. Third place, Lin Shuya, total score 2,792. 19,673 points. Li Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, refreshing the page repeatedly, confirming the score was correct before he was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? That's nearly 17,000 points higher than me. The previous provincial record was only 3,200 points. He even broke the national examination record set by Marshal St. Yi. The news spread like wildfire across the province, instantly igniting public opinion. Major media outlets in Tianyuan province reported extensively, with major news websites placing Chu Han's photo on the front page. The headlines were equally striking. Super genius, Chu Han 19673 points, break the national record, wins provincial top scorer. Chu Han's name became a household name overnight, turning him into a celebrity within the province. Even within the entire Longxia Federation, many paid attention to this matter. Subsequently, both the Tianyuan province and Jiangxing rewarded Chu Han for his top scorer status. The Jiangxing government, in conjunction with the Martial Arts Association, awarded Chu Han a standalone villa in the Riverside community, along with 30 million federal coins, as startup capital. The Tianyuan provincial government rewarded Chu Han with 2,000 lower-grade energy stones, 200 middle-grade energy stones, and a custom-made grade combat suit. These two forms of rewards were incredibly generous. Chu Han's family moved from the commercial housing into the villa. Chu Han becoming the top scorer also turned the leaders of the third high school into a laughingstock. The principal of the third high school even resigned in disgrace under the pressure of public opinion. Meanwhile, Chu Han's home became a hub of activity. Countless reporters, fans, and interviewers flocked to his home, blocking the entrance to interview or take photos. Even the old house he had previously rented turned into a popular photo spot, with people coming daily to take pictures. His parents were overwhelmed with various interviews. Even relatives who had long lost contact came to establish connections. Chu Han didn't dare to return home, opting to hide in the exclusive training room of the Jiangxing Martial Artists Association. After the results of the provincial examination in Tianyuan province were announced, the battle for recruitment had quietly begun. The admissions centers of the four major martial arts universities in the Longxia Federation held urgent meetings overnight. The central topic was singular: at all costs they aimed to recruit Chu Han into their institution. Upon seeing Chu Han's score of 19873, the other martial arts universities promptly withdrew his information. It was absurd. A prodigy who had shattered the national record was not something they could aspire to touch. They were utterly incapable of competing with the four top martial arts universities. Rather than wasting effort, it was wiser to focus on other candidates. This was Chu Han's fifth day in the training room of the Martial Arts Association. The items he had won in the lottery over these days were ordinary, lacking high value. Today, after he had just trained for a while, there was a knock on the training room door. To his surprise, it was Vice President Zhou. "Vice President Zhou, what brings you here?" Chu Han said somewhat. Vice President Zhou smiled. "Naturally, it's about you. The admissions personnel from the four major martial arts universities have arrived. Hurry and come meet them." So soon. Chu Han had not expected the admissions office to act so quickly. Since they were from the four major martial arts universities, he dared not delay and immediately went downstairs with Vice President Zhou. Upon arriving at the president's office, Zhao Tianlong was hosting four distinguished guests. "Chu Han has arrived, coming quickly." Zhao Tianlong enthusiastically waved at Chu Han. "Uncle Zhao." Chu Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the four individuals in the room. He noticed that each of them had reached the pinnacle level of sixth-stage martial artists. No wonder they are teachers from the nation's top martial arts universities. Each of them possesses such strength. Chu Han marveled inwardly. This is Chu Han, the pride of Jiangxing, also the martial arts champion of Tianyuan province. Zhao Tianlong introduced proudly. The other four nodded while also sizing up Chu Han. The first to speak was a resolute man dressed in a sharp military uniform. His eyes were sharp like an eagle as he turned to Chu Han and said, "Chu Han, I am Qin Feng, the admissions representative from Longxia Military University." "Hello, Chief Qin." Chu Han saluted. Qin Feng returned the gesture. "I have heard that you are an honorary member of the base troops outside Jiangxing and have been awarded a level 3 military merit medal. Today, seeing you in person is indeed exceptional." "It's just luck on my part," Chu Han said modestly. The surprise was evident in the eyes of the other representatives at their conversation. They had not anticipated that Chu Han held such an identity and had even received a level 3 military merit medal. This medal was a supreme honor in the military earned through real-life combat. This was undoubtedly a significant plus for Chu Han. Qin Feng, being from the military, had access to this. He paused and stated directly, "As long as you join military university, we will grant you the rank of second lieutenant and provide officer benefits. In the future, your field training and mission execution will yield full military merit. You should understand the significance of military merit. With it, you can obtain anything. Moreover, with the backing of the federal military, the resources, preferential treatment, and promotion channels are unmatched by other schools, offering you a unique advantage for your future development in the military." After Qin Feng finished speaking, Chu Han did not immediately respond, but seemed deep in thought. Observing this, a refined young man smiled and said, "Chu Han, I am Lu Qingfeng, responsible for admissions at Tiannan Martial Arts University." "Hello, Teacher Lu." Chu Han greeted politely. Lu Qingfeng wasted no time and said directly, "The resources we can offer may not compare to the other three, but we promise to provide you with the highest level of academic access on campus. You will have access to all martial arts techniques and manuals in the library, even level secret tomes. You can freely choose to consult any instructor, including powerful martial artists at the 8th stage, such as department heads. You will also receive 3 opportunities each year for exclusive training in a secret realm, with all resources in the secret realm belonging entirely to you." Lu Qingfeng concluded, but Chu Han still did not express his decision. At that moment, a woman dressed in a luxurious red gown spoke up. "Chu Han, I represent Modu Martial Arts University, and my name is Shun Manyan." "Hello, Teacher Shun." Shun Manyan chuckled lightly. "Chu Han, Modu Martial Arts University never lacks resources or money. As long as you join us, we will provide you with training resources worth 200 million federal coins each year. Moreover, Modu is backed by the East Sea, where various fierce beasts dwell, providing the most intense practical training. Additionally, we have collaborations with over 30 top martial arts universities worldwide. Each year, we have an exchange student program that allows you to interact and spar with talented martial artists from around the globe, broadening your horizons. Joining Modu Martial Arts University is undoubtedly your wisest choice. Shin Man-yun was confident, as Modu Martial Arts University had always been financially generous and successful in using resources to attract students. Modu Martial Arts University is indeed a good choice, Chu Han murmured, feeling astonished by the financial power of Modu Martial Arts University. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Lu Chengfeng's expressions darkened. They knew that Chu Han leaned more towards Modu Martial Arts University, and he had not considered their institutions. Their gazes instinctively turned to the admissions representative from Jingdu Martial Arts University. Even Shin Man-yun's attention was drawn there. Jingdu Martial Arts University was ranked first in the Longxiao Federation and was the only institution capable of contending with Modu Martial Arts University. The stance of Jingdu Martial Arts University would directly influence Chu Han's choice. Chu Han was also curious about Jingdu Martial Arts University's conditions. The representative from Jingdu Martial Arts University had remained calm and seemed quite confident. He stood up and said to Chu Han, I am Zhao Hongtao, the representative of Jingdu University. Hello, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Hongtao nodded and said proudly, Chu Han, Jingdu University has always been the benchmark and leader of the Federation's martial arts. The conditions we offer you will not be inferior to any other school. First, we offer training resources valued at 100 million each year, and upon enrollment you will receive a reward of 10000 credits. The credits at Jingdu University can be exchanged for any resources, techniques, or secret realm quotas. Various activities within the school require credits for participation. Then you will hold the highest levels class access, granting you maximum permissions in all areas, including the true martial pavilion, training rooms, gravity chambers, and trial towers. After Zhao Hongtao finished speaking, Qin Feng and Lu Chengfeng's expressions grew even more severe. Jingdu University's offers were also extraordinary, with only Modu University's conditions capable of competing. Now the final decision rests with Chu Han. It depends on which university he chooses. In truth, Chu Han's goal had always been Jingdu University, and among the same level offers, he was more inclined towards Jingdu University. He contemplated and then looked up at Zhao Hongtao, asking, Teacher Zhao, if I join Jingdu University, will I have access to the Sky Academy? As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the four admissions representatives changed simultaneously. Even Zhao Tianlong, who had been standing aside, displayed an unexpected expression. How do you know about the Sky Academy? Zhao Hongtao's eyes flashed with surprise as he immediately responded. The other three representatives also looked at Chu Han, their expressions filled with confusion. Seeing the reactions of the four, Chu Han felt that the Sky Academy was seemingly not so simple. He replied, I previously encountered a martial arts genius who is a student at the Sky Academy. I heard that the Sky Academy is the best academy, so I wanted to ask if I could enter the Sky Academy for further study. The four of them suddenly realized. Zhao Hongtao explained, Classmate Chu Han, your understanding of the Sky Academy seems to be somewhat misguided. Oh, how so? Chu Han became even more curious. Zhao Hongtao elaborated, the Sky Academy is not an affiliate of Jingwu University, but rather a premier institution independent of the four major martial schools. It gathers genius martial artists from around the globe, and the entrance requirements are far beyond your imagination. However, you need not worry, with your talent you will surely enter the Sky Academy in the future. Moreover, gaining entry to the four major martial schools is the best pathway to the Sky Academy. Regardless of which school you choose, as long as you perform excellently, there is a chance to qualify for selection by the Sky Academy. Chu Han was shocked, realizing how high the level of the Sky Academy was, gathering geniuses from all over the world. He quickly asked, Then how can I enter the Sky Academy? Zhao Hongtao looked at Chu Han's eager gaze, smiled slightly, and threw out the final card. If you choose Jingwu University, I can guarantee that you will obtain the qualification for selection to the Sky Academy within a year. Moreover, I can give you a spot in the top 100 university elite competition right now. This statement was like a thunderclap, causing the other three recruitment representatives to become immediately unsettled. Shin Man-yun exclaimed, Zhao Hongtao, are you crazy? The spots for the top 100 university elite competition are incredibly precious, earned through fierce competition among numerous elite students in the school. You're just handing one to a newcomer. Lu Chengfeng also furrowed his brows, saying, the participants of the top 100 university elite competition are all top-tier students in their third and fourth years from various schools. No matter how strong Chu Han is, he is merely a newcomer. How could he possibly compete against those seniors? Is Jingwu willing to sacrifice its performance in a major competition to gamble on Chu Han's future? Yet Zhao Hongtao remained unfazed. He glanced at Chu Han and said, Chu Han's talent is comparable to Yi Wuxing. He is worth our gamble. Moreover, I believe he will soon grow capable enough to stand firm in the competition. Lu Chengfeng and Xin Manyun sighed, realizing that this card from Jingwu University had completely cut off their hopes. The top 100 university elite competition is an important pathway to the Sky Academy. As long as one can rank within the top 50 in the competition, they will be directly granted admission to the Sky Academy. This card was incredibly tempting. They could not match it. Chu Han also made a choice after Zhao Hongtao presented. Though the conditions from other schools were enticing, none could compare to the opportunity to go directly to the Sky Academy. He nodded at Zhao Hongtao and said, Teacher Zhao, I choose Jingwu University. As expected. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Feng, Xin Manyun, and Lu Chengfeng all showed expressions of disappointment. Compared to the offer from Jingwu University, their conditions were indeed lacking. The three representatives stood up to take their leave. Chu Han, if you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Magic Martial University will also consider helping you to enter the Sky Academy. Xin Manyun did not forget to remind Chu Han. Zhao Hongtao wore a satisfied smile as he stepped forward and patted Chu Han on the shoulder, saying, Classmate Chu Han, welcome to Jingwu University. As the winner of this round, Zhao Hongtao also felt a sense of relief. Teacher Zhao, when can I report? You can go to the school a week later. I will personally arrange the matters for you then, Zhao Hongtao said. In this week you can prepare well and spend some more time with your family. Chu Han nodded. Soon after, Zhao Hongtao also left. When he walked out of the Martial Arts Association's door, he took out his communicator and dialed. Old Xiao Chu Han has agreed to join Jingwu University. On the other end of the communicator, a booming voice came through. Xiao Zhao, you did well. I will personally meet this Chu Han next. In the president's office upstairs, Zhao Tianlong smiled and congratulated. Xiao Han, Jingwu University is indeed the best choice. You and Fei Yu will be classmates. You must take good care of him in the future. Uncle Zhao, you jest. Fei Yu and I are good friends, but it is only right for us to look out for each other. Chu Han smiled and replied. Fei Yu's sister is also at Jingwu University. You can ask her for help if needed. Then thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chu Han replied with a smile. He then returned to the training room to continue his practice. Watching Chu Han's departing figure, Zhao Tianlong shook his head, revealing a sly smile. I wonder if Fei Fei can capture this outstanding young man. All I can do is this. Now the capital that Chu Han possessed alone was enough to drive all the major families crazy. He merely wanted to gain an advantage by being close to the source. Even if the two could not reach that stage, the Zhao family would not suffer losses. That evening, Chu Han ended his practice early and returned home. In recent days, due to not being able to find Chu Han, the reporters and fans at his doorstep had decreased significantly. This allowed Chu Han to return home earlier. After arriving home, he informed his parents about his decision to choose Jingwu University. His parents were very supportive of his choice and celebrated with him. Xiao Han, when do you plan to report? His parents were more concerned about when he would go to the capital. In 7 days I will set off. Chu Han answered truthfully. Hearing this, his parents' faces showed reluctance, but they were still happy for Chu Han. In the following days, Chu Han continued his training as usual. The 9 Dragons True Fire technique had already reached the 2nd layer, and his own elemental power level had also reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Training had consumed a considerable amount of his lower-grade energy stones. Fortunately, he had a sufficient number of energy stones, and the recent lottery had provided new supplies. At the same time, he did not neglect the training of the 9-layer body refinement technique and his spiritual power. As soon as this group of people saw Chu Han appear, they immediately understood that they had been exposed. Chu Han's gaze swept over the crowd before him, his tone calm. Who are you looking for? A 6th-tier martial artist stepped forward, his gaze sinister as he fixed his eyes on Chu Han. Are you Chu Han? Come with us, and you'll know what to do when we arrive. What if I refuse? Chu Han's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. The martial artist's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was Bai Xiao's father. After hearing that Bai Xiao had been crippled by Chu Han, he had been seeking revenge. Later, upon learning of his son's death, his desire for vengeance became even more resolute. Even though Chu Han was now the top scholar in the province, he had not given up on his chance for revenge. Upon seeing Chu Han in person, the killing intent within him could no longer be suppressed and erupted alongside the power of his Yuan force. A powerful sense of oppression began to envelop Chu Han. The other martial artists witnessing this also moved to take their positions, preparing to strike at any moment. You can try. Chu Han quietly adjusted the gravity control knob on his heavy gravity suit, setting it from 20 times gravity back to 1 time. Instantly, his body felt as though it had broken free from its shackles, becoming incredibly light. Let me show you the results of my recent training. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts, and the spiral seal was activated in an instant. Invisible mental energy coalesced into 4 spiral-shaped attack waves, accurately striking the sea of consciousness of the 4 6th-tier martial artists. Oh! The scream erupted instantly. The 4 sixth-year martial artists clutched their heads tightly with both hands, their eyes glazed over, as they instantly lost consciousness. They had not expected that Chu Han possessed such a domineering mental attack technique, suffering severe injuries as a result. In the blink of an eye, the situation had drastically changed. With a flip of his wrist, the flamed demon battle blade appeared in Chu Han's hand. Fire element Yuan force surged into the blade, causing a red light to erupt from the edge. Die! Chu Han whispered sharply, executing the flowing light phantom movement to its utmost. His figure transformed into a streak of red light, darting past the bodies of the 4 unconscious sixth-year martial artists in an instant. The flash of the blade was fleeting, and the necks of the 4 martial artists were instantly severed. Swish! 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 4 soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously as the heads of the 4 sixth-year martial artists fell to the ground. They died without ever comprehending what had happened, their eyes still reflecting the pain and confusion caused by the mental attack. After disposing of the 4 sixth-year martial artists, Chu Han did not pause. His figure flickered rapidly, the flamed demon battle blade sweeping across the remaining 12 fifth-year martial artists like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The 12 fifth-year martial artists had no chance to resist and were successively slain by Chu Han. After shedding the weight of gravity, Chu Han's speed had reached a new level. The 5th-year martial artists hardly had a chance to even glance at him before being killed in an instant. In just a breath's time, Chu Han had resolved all 16 martial artists. The area in front of his villa fell silent, leaving only him standing amidst the pool of blood holding the battle blade. Such speed, such a domineering mental attack. Hidden in the shadows by Chongming, the head of the Bai family, felt a storm of emotions surging in his heart, his expression grave to the extreme. He had come with many experts to investigate whether Chu Han was the one who killed Bai Xiao and the 2 sixth-year martial artists of the Bai family. He never expected that Chu Han's strength would be so terrifying. To effortlessly annihilate 4 sixth-year and 12 fifth-year martial artists was simply unheard of for a young man who had just finished the martial arts examination. No wonder he can break so many records. He truly is a prodigy among prodigies. At the same time, Bai Chongming also confirmed that Bai Xiao and the 2 sixth-year martial artists must have died at Chu Han's hands. Stop hiding, come out. Chu Han's gaze shifted toward the large tree on the left side of the villa, his tone indifferent. If you seek revenge, feel free to attack. Bai Chongming knew he had been exposed and no longer concealed himself. He slowly emerged from behind the tree, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent, surrounded by the powerful aura of a master pressing down on Chu Han like a mountain. Young man, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Bai Chongming's voice was low, laced with intense fury. Having killed so many from the Bai family, today is your day of reckoning. He understood very well that Chu Han was the top scholar in the province, attracting the attention of the federal high-ups. If he could not kill Chu Han today, once Chu Han entered the capital's martial arts university, the Bai family would never have a chance for revenge. Thus he had to act quickly, resolving to eliminate Chu Han at the fastest speed before dealing with any traces left behind. Otherwise, if he delayed too long, other martial artists in Jiang City would start to notice. Indeed, they are from the Bai family. Chu Han understood in his heart. His guesses were correct. Only the Bai family could mobilize such power. Even that master-level expert had come personally to act. He looked at Bai Chongming coldly, and said Bai Xiao and the other 2 Bai family members brought this upon themselves. EY cannot be blamed. Sophistry. Bai Chongming shouted angrily, there's no point in further discussion, prepare to die. The master-level Yuan force erupted instantly, and white Yuan force surged like an overwhelming tide toward Chu Han. Bai Chongming's Yuan force attribute was the same as Bai Xiao's, both being ice attribute. However, the coldness he released was 100 times more powerful than Bai Xiao's. Chu Han immediately felt his body become numb and sluggish. He quickly circulated his fire attribute Yuan force to counteract the ice attribute coldness from Bai Chongming. At the same time, he sensed a trace of master-level pressure within Bai Chongming's Yuan force. However, this pressure had become difficult to affect Chu Han at this point. As he faced a master-level expert for the first time, he dared not be careless and went all out. Spiral seal. Chu Han concentrated his thoughts, and his mental energy coalesced into an even more powerful attack wave charging toward Bai Chongming's sea of consciousness. He knew that master-level experts had certainly trained their mental energy. To attack with mental force, he could not hold back. Bai Chongming's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting Chu Han to dare to launch a mental attack against him. Arrogant. To dare to compete with a master in mental energy today, I will show you what true mental energy is. With a cold huff, he unleashed his mental energy in his sea of consciousness, forming a solid barrier. Buzz. The invisible mental forces collided between the two. Chu Han could only feel his spiral wave crash against a solid fortress, sending a sharp pain through his sea of consciousness as he staggered back 2 steps. Indeed, the master-level mental force was formidable, his spiral seal had been blocked, and he had suffered a backlash. However, Bai Chongming was not unscathed either. He felt his sea of consciousness churn, the collision of mental forces had also dealt him a certain degree of impact. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had not expected Chu Han's mental energy to be so refined, almost breaking through his defenses. Interesting, but not enough. Bai Chongming steadied his mind, and immediately directed his mental energy to attack Chu Han. Chu Han did not dare to be careless, quickly consolidating his mental energy to guard his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, his sea of consciousness suffered a violent impact. A soul-rending pain spread throughout his sea of consciousness. Facing Bai Chongming's mental attack, his mental energy was forced to retreat step by step. The entire sea of consciousness was undergoing an unprecedented assault. Oh, hold on. Chu Han's inner self roared. He could not afford to lose in this battle of mental energy. If his mental force was breached by the opponent, he would be at their mercy. At the critical moment, Chu Han combined the mental energy cultivation method he had obtained from that visualization with the secret method of the spiral seal. Since the spiral seal was an offensive mental secret technique, he decided to take the opposite approach. He created his own defensive mental energy technique. Soon he formed a defensive shield filled with spiral patterns within his sea of consciousness. Bai Chongming's mental energy slammed against it, significantly reducing its power. Chu Han managed to withstand Bai Chongming's mental assault. Next came a phase of mutual exhaustion and stalemate in their mental energy. Both stood in place, yet an invisible clash of mental forces occurred around them. Chu Han and Bai Chongming's clash of mental powers lasted for a full minute. Bai Chongming still could not break through Chu Han's mental defenses. Instead, Chu Han's mental strength grew amidst the fierce confrontation, steadily becoming stronger. Bai Chongming was forced to withdraw his mental power. The first round of their clash ended in a stalemate. Bai Chongming struggled to hide his shock, his expression as grim as could be. He never expected that as a 7th-tier master he would be unable to defeat a recently graduated young man with mental power. No wonder his grandson, Bai Xiao, had suffered such a thorough defeat against Chu Han. After all, even he as a grandfather could do nothing against Chu Han. Since mental power was ineffective, Bai Chongming immediately changed tactics. He raised his right hand, forming a palm as white ice attribute energy fiercely gathered and struck at Chu Han from midair. Mystic Ice Palm. In an instant, a chilling wind howled as a massive white hand formed from ice attribute energy rapidly flew towards Chu Han. Faced with the master's strike, Chu Han's fighting spirit surged. Activating the 9 Dragons True Fire technique, a lava crystal armor covered his entire body with dragon fire energy surging out from the gaps in the armor, engulfing him in flames. As the massive white hand approached, Chu Han unleashed a punch. Flame Explosion Fist. Chu Han's fist collided with the white hand, instantly erupting into a blaze of light. The white hand quickly vaporized under the high temperature, turning into a sea of white mist. Bai Chongming, unknown to Wen, had already summoned a silver-white spear which pierced through the mist, heading straight for Chu Han. Holding the Flame Demon Battle Blade, Chu Han mobilized the dragon fire power within him, instantly enveloping the blade in a layer of raging flames. Clang! Chu Han swung his blade to block Bai Chongming's spear. In the next moment, the two immediately engaged in close combat. Frenzied Wind Blade Technique. Shadowless Spear. Amidst the flashing blade light and spear shadows, the sound of intense metal clashes echoed. After a round of exchanges, the tremendous impact left Chu Han's arms numb, and the black crystals of the lava armor shattered in many places. The ground where they fought was already reduced to fragments, turning into countless powders. The strength of a master-level energy is indeed terrifying, surpassing that of a 6th-tier martial artist by more than one level, he thought to himself. In terms of physical capability, he believed he was stronger than Bai Chongming. But as a 7th-tier master, the thickness of Bai Chongming's energy far exceeded Chu Han's. In each clash, Bai Chongming relied on pure energy, while Chu Han had to augment his physical strength to counter it. Breaking Army 7 Styles, 7th Style. Chu Han struck with his strongest blade toward Bai Chongming. Bai Chongming sensed a crisis, quickly executing a stronger martial technique to counter Chu Han. Mystic Ice Breaking Array Spear. The weapons of both sides collided violently. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated throughout the entire Jiang city. A violent burst of energy erupted, creating a massive pit over 50 meters in diameter centered around the two. Fortunately, Chu Han had gradually moved away from his house during the battle with Bai Chongming. Otherwise, this clash would have definitely affected the villa. Chu Han staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself, blood streaming from his hands dripping onto the blade's handle. Bai Chongming also retreated several steps, his arms trembling uncontrollably. How could he possess strength comparable to a master? Bai Chongming was horrified. At this rate, he would be unable to defeat Chu Han in a short time. He saw Chu Han plunge the flame demon battle blade into the ground, his hands forming seals. Let me show you this move. He activated the 9 Dragons True Fire technique, and the dragon fire within him erupted, gathering into 2 flame dragons over 20 meters long. The 2 flame dragons immediately charged towards Bai Chongming with devastating power. This is the 9 Dragons True Fire technique. You actually learned this skill. Bai Chongming looked at the 2 flame dragons, his shock intensifying. He decided to unleash all his strength as his ice attribute energy erupted like a blizzard. The white ice-cold energy continued to gather, ultimately forming 2 frost giants over 20 meters long. Instantly, 4 dragons soared into the sky above Jiang City, engaging in a fierce battle. In an instant, the winds rose and clouds surged. The world changed color. The dragon roars echoed throughout Jiang City. All who witnessed these 4 dragons believed a miracle was about to occur tonight. In the sky, Bai Chongming's 2 ice dragons held the property advantage, and with Bai Chongming's profound energy, they quickly gained the upper hand. On the contrary, Chu Han's 2 flame dragons fell into a disadvantage. Chu Han knew that dragging it out with Bai Chongming would be unfavorable for him, so he immediately directed the 2 flame dragons to charge at Bai Chongming. Naive, Bai Chongming waved his hand, and the 2 ice dragons pursued with greater speed. Just as the 2 flame dragons were about to approach Bai Chongming, they were intercepted. Under Bai Chongming's control, the 2 ice dragons used their massive bodies to entangle and bind the 2 flame dragons within, rendering them unable to escape. Though the 9 Dragons True Fire technique is powerful, your energy will soon be exhausted. Bai Chongming taunted as he held the upper hand. But he noticed a triumphant smile at the corner of Chu Han's mouth. Star-burning flame merge. Chu Han shouted, infusing all the star-burning flame within him into the 2 flame dragons. In that moment, the star-burning flame and the dragon fire completely fused. The flames on the 2 flame dragons erupted violently, instantly melting the 2 ice dragons. Carrying the aura of annihilation, they charged towards Bai Chongming. Not good. Bai Chongming exclaimed, feeling a tremendous threat to his life. He immediately mobilized all the ice attribute energy within him, activating several layers of ice shields for defense around his body. Boom! The fire dragons crashed into the ice shields, instantly transforming into a sea of flames. In the next moment, the ice shields created by Bai Chongming began to dissolve layer by layer, ultimately being engulfed by the sea of fire. Bai Chongming let out a series of agonizing screams, desperately charging through the inferno. His body was still ablaze, his hair completely ignited, and much of his exposed facial skin burned away, leaving him in a disheveled state. He roared, unleashing his energy again to extinguish the flames on his body, his eyes filled with even more killing intent. He took out a pill the size of a white dove egg from his spatial gear and swallowed it immediately. I never thought I would have to use this kind of thing against you. In the next moment, Bai Chongming's aura began to soar, quickly restoring him to peak condition. Chu Han, you have exhausted your trump cards while I still have ample energy. Are you ready to die? Bai Chongming laughed. At this moment, Chu Han's complexion was somewhat pale, and controlling the 2 flame dragons while merging them with the star-burning flame was a tremendous drain on his energy. It's time to end this. Bai Chongming shouted, angrily charging forward with his spear. You are right, it's time to end this. Chu Han smirked coldly, the star-burning flame within him raging again. Heavenly Fire 9 changes. First change. Chu Han's aura suddenly surged at a terrifying speed. In an instant, his power nearly matched that of Bai Chongming. Bai Chongming's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of secret technique is this? It can forcibly enhance one's strength. Chu Han did not respond, he only wanted a quick resolution. He flashed forward, appearing before Bai Chongming as if teleporting. The flame demon battle blade, infused with star-burning flame and dragon fire energy, slashed towards Bai Chongming's neck. The speed of this strike was several times faster than before, with the blade light flashing in an instant. Bai Chongming was greatly alarmed, attempting to evade, but was too late. He could only raise his spear to defend. Boom! Another loud crash rang out as Bai Chongming was directly smashed into the ground by Chu Han's strike. Puff! Bai Chongming spat out a mouthful of blood and frantically retaliated against Chu Han. The two instantly entered a life-and-death battle phase. The intense battle lasted less than 30 seconds, and both had nearly exhausted their internal energy. The effect of Chu Han's Heavenly Fire 9 changes. First change began to fade, and his aura rapidly decreased. Bai Chongming was not much better off, barely holding onto a breath of energy as he thrust his spear at Chu Han. Chu Han died. Puff! The flame demon battle blade instantly pierced Bai Chongming's body. Bai Chongming looked back in shock, realizing that Chu Han had somehow appeared behind him. No, this was another Chu Han. Swish! The flame demon battle blade slashed upwards, instantly cleaving Bai Chongming's body in two. In an instant, he lost all vitality, his eyes widening in disbelief and regret. Chu Han sheathed his sword, standing tall as his figure became illusory, eventually vanishing from sight. I never expected to rely on a clone to resolve this battle. Master-level experts are indeed difficult to... After dealing with Bai Chongming, Chu Han sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out some pills that restored his elemental energy from his spatial storage and consumed them all. He also took out several low-grade energy stones and placed them on his body, operating the 9 Dragons' True Fire art to rapidly recover his elemental energy. In this battle, he had truly exhausted all his trump cards. He had just slain a master. Such a feat could be said to be unprecedented. Chu Han had also genuinely witnessed the overwhelming power of a master. This battle had brought him great gains, especially the experience gained from fighting a master. The breakthroughs in his mental prowess had significantly enhanced his strength. This would also benefit his future cultivation. Once his elemental energy had recovered somewhat, he approached Bai Chongming's corpse and took a silver bracelet from him. It was a Kraid spatial bracelet containing Bai Chongming's wealth. Additionally, he found another Kraid spatial equipment on the bodies of the other 16 martial artists. Naturally, he accepted everything. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored all 17 corpses into his spatial storage. The bloodthirsty vine seed he had obtained a few days ago needed high-quality flesh and blood as nutrients to take root. Bai Chongming and the others had been powerful martial artists in life, and their corpses were perfect for cultivating the bloodthirsty vine. He then ignited flames to burn away all traces of blood on the ground. However, he could not eliminate the traces of battle left in front of the villa. If Zhao Tianlong and the others came to inquire, he planned to say that he had overpracticed. At most, he would have to pay some maintenance fees which he could afford. He then checked the inheritance of Bai Chongming in the spatial bracelet. As the head of the Bai family and a master-level powerhouse, Bai Chongming's wealth was far more extravagant than Lan Kuei's. He had several grade weapons, armor, and martial skills, and even more grade items. There were countless various pills, energy stones, special materials, and rare treasures. All of these combined were worth at least several billion federal coins. Moreover, another grade spatial ring contained items worth hundreds of millions. His net worth had surged once again. He now possessed as many as 5 pieces of spatial equipment. However, there were not many items among the plundered goods that Chu Han could use immediately. He planned to keep them for later to sell alongside Lan Kuei's inheritance. After completing all this, Chu Han quietly sat cross-legged once more. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from afar. Chu Han was startled and looked in the direction of the sound, discovering an elderly man quietly observing him no more than 10 meters away. When did he arrive? Chu Han was shocked. His mental perception had not detected the old man's approach. This could only mean one thing: the old man was extraordinarily strong. His strength far exceeded that of the head of the Bai family, and also far surpassed his own. Who are you? Chu Han asked, seeing that the other party seemed not to want to strike. My name is Qiu Zhan. You can call me Old Qiu or Teacher if you like, Qiu Zhan said indifferently. Teacher. Chu Han was momentarily taken aback. Frantically searching his memories, he was certain he had never met this person. Who exactly was he? Chu Han, you truly surprised me. You actually killed a master by yourself. Such strength and means far surpassed those of Yi Tianxin back in the day. Qiu Zhan continued, I came here to see you in person and assess whether you qualify to become my disciple. It seems your potential exceeds my expectations. Hearing Qiu Zhan's words, Chu Han suddenly thought of something. He immediately asked, are you a senior from Jingwu University? It seems your mind is quite sharp. Qiu Zhan smiled. After you were admitted to Jingwu University, I came to Jiang City and have been observing you for 2 days. Fan Song, that old geezer, didn't lie to me. You are indeed a genius in body refining. Fan Song. Old Fan. You are the old guy that Old Fan mentioned to introduce me to a powerful master. Chu Han recalled what Old Fan had said before leaving about introducing him to a strong master. He had not received any news since, and he thought he had been overlooked. Now it seemed that was clearly not the case. Haha, that's right. I am the Dean of the Body Refining Academy at Jingwu University. Qiu Zhan laughed heartily. Then he suddenly became serious, looking at Chu Han with piercing eyes, and asked Chu Han, do you wish to become my disciple and join the Body Refining Academy? I do. Chu Han immediately agreed. Since the other party had come to him, he had no reason not to accept. Old Qiu was indeed the person Old Fan had arranged to introduce him to. Most importantly, Qiu Zhan's strength far exceeded Chu Han's imagination. Even the 8th tier Grandmaster Chu Tianxiong was much weaker compared to Qiu Zhan. Chu Han could clearly sense Qiu Zhan's power. The old man's true strength, even if it hadn't reached the 9th tier, was likely at the very limit of the 8th tier. On the other hand, Chu Han's true goal was the Sky Academy. Jingwu University was merely a stepping stone for him, and he wouldn't linger there for too long. Even if he had chosen the wrong teacher, it would not be a loss for him. Ha, great. From today on, you are my second disciple, Qiu Zhan. Qiu Zhan laughed heartily. Chu Han could see that Qiu Zhan was extremely happy and excited. As your teacher, I have nothing else to give you, This grade body refining technique, beast god transformation, will be your welcome gift, Qiuzhan said as he tossed a manual to Chuhan. Chuhan hurriedly caught it, feeling immensely grateful to this. Just for becoming a disciple, he was given an grade technique. Following such a teacher, his benefits would surely. Thank you, teacher. Chuhan sincerely bowed in gratitude, his heart full of curiosity about this beast god transformation technique, wondering what kind of method it was. At this moment, Qiuzhan continued, this technique is a product of my early years, continuously improved over the years. You can try cultivating the first layer, it will greatly aid your strength. Chuhan nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will do my best to complete the first layer of cultivation. Although he had never seen this technique before, he was quite confident in his own talent. He planned to complete the first cultivation session before heading to school as a surprise for his teacher. Then he invited Qiuzhan into the villa to rest. Qiuzhan thought for a moment and agreed. All right, I will return to the capital tomorrow, so I will stay at your house tonight. Qiuzhan readily accepted. Qiuzhan suddenly asked as he thought of something. By the way, what are your thoughts on those who attacked you? Do you need my help? Chuhan smiled. No need to trouble you. I can handle it myself. That's good. If there's anything you can't handle, just come find me. My disciple will never be bullied. Qiuzhan snorted coldly, exuding an aura that far surpassed by Chongming's. So strong. Chuhan couldn't help but marvel at his teacher's strength. Now his backing had become stronger. At this moment, the people from the Martial Arts Association arrived late. Vice President Zhou and his group reached the scene and immediately asked upon seeing Chuhan, Chuhan, what happened here? Was that battle just now caused by you? Chuhan smiled and replied, I was practicing and sparring with my teacher and accidentally made some noise. Vice President Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, as long as you're fine, that's good. If anything happened to you, we would be in big trouble. He did not pursue the matter any further, especially when he saw old Qiu beside Chuhan. He couldn't help but feel astonished. To become the master of the prodigy, Chuhan, this old man, was certainly not an ordinary person. Considering that Chuhan had been recruited by Jingwu University, it was highly likely that his teacher was a significant figure from Jingwu University. Realizing this, Vice President Zhou slightly bowed to Qiuzhan. Senior, we won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, he immediately led his team away. After Vice President Zhou left, he still felt somewhat uneasy. He had a nagging feeling that things were not that simple. After a moment of thought, he took out his communicator and dialed a number. Hey, old Zhou, why are you contacting me so late? On the other end of the line was Zhao Tianlong, the former president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. This year's exceptional results in the Jiangxing examination had earned Zhao Tianlong an opportunity for promotion. With the backing of his family's influence, he would soon assume a key position at the Martial Arts Association headquarters in the capital. Meanwhile, in terms of personal strength, he was also preparing to break through to the Grandmaster level within 2 years. In Jiangxing, the presidency of the Martial Arts Association would be taken over by someone else, and he had delegated all the handover tasks to Vice President Zhou. Knowing that Vice President Zhou was contacting him now, Zhao Tianlong understood that something urgent must have come up. It's about Chuhan. Chuhan. Upon hearing the name Chuhan, Zhao Tianlong immediately became agitated. As the pride of Jiangxing, Chuhan must not encounter any problems. Zhao Tianlong hastily asked, what happened? Is Chuhan all right? Chuhan is fine. It seems he engaged in a fierce battle. The area near his home is littered with traces of destruction from the fight. However, he claimed it was caused by sparring with his mentor, and there were no traces left by other martial artists nearby. Vice President Zhou explained. I see. As long as Chuhan is safe, that's what matters. Zhao Tianlong let out a long sigh of relief and added, that kid has never been one to stay out of trouble. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm Jiangxing's interests, we don't need to interfere. By the way, you mentioned Chuhan is with his mentor. Do you know who his mentor is? How would I know? But that person gave me an unfathomable impression. Definitely no ordinary powerhouse. Chuhan has been admitted to Jingwu University. His mentor is likely a prominent figure from that institution. You must not offend him. Zhao Tianlong cautioned. Then it's best I leave them alone. Vice President Zhou broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He promptly abandoned the idea of investigating the truth behind Chuhan's battle. Meanwhile, at Chuhan's invitation, Qiuzhan arrived at his home. Chuhan immediately went to the basement to fetch his parents. When Qiuzhan and Zhang Milan learned that the elderly man before them was Chuhan's mentor at the university, they treated Qiuzhan like an honored guest and entertained him with utmost hospitality. The next morning, Chuhan went through his routine lottery draw. This time he obtained a Star Beast illustrated guide. It recorded information about some of the more famous alien beasts in the universe, greatly broadening Chuhan's knowledge. It was still a decent reward. After breakfast, Qiuzhan returned to the capital. Chuhan also had important matters to attend to that day. After seeing Qiuzhan off, he boarded a train heading to the provincial capital. He did not inform anyone of this trip. By the time he arrived in the provincial capital, it was already noon. Upon exiting the station, Chuhan quickly changed his attire. He also made some simple disguises. His face was pockmarked, his head was covered in disheveled long hair, and he glued a thick beard to his chin. He looked like a wandering martial artist in his 30s who had been roaming the world for years. No one would ever guess that he was the highly anticipated top scholar of the province. His purpose for this trip was clear: to dispose of those inheritances he carried, the remnants from the spatial equipment of Bai Chongming Lan Kuei and others. These items could not find suitable buyers in Jiangqing. Apart from the official trading center, the provincial capital also housed a branch of the global-scale commercial alliance, the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance, full name Starry Sky Alliance, was the largest commercial alliance in the world, controlling over 30 of the global economic resources. As a top-tier commercial alliance, the Star Alliance only opened trading malls in provincial-level cities within the Longxia Federation. Only the Star Alliance branch in the provincial capital had the capacity to handle goods worth billions. More importantly, the alliance's rules gave him peace of mind. One of the Star Alliance's unwritten rules was no questions asked about the source, only the value. It was perfect for disposing of illicit goods. In the official trading center, he would inevitably face inquiries about the origin, which made Chu Han uneasy. Leaving the station, Chu Han hailed a taxi. To the Star Alliance. The driver's eyes flickered with awe as he nodded quickly. Sir, you must be a martial artist, right? The Star Alliance is the most magnificent place in our provincial capital. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a skyscraper. The building stood nearly 100 meters tall, shaped like a vertical crystal. On its front were engraved 4 large characters, Starry Sky Alliance. Chu Han got out and walked inside, instantly stunned by the opulence. The first-floor lobby was over 10 meters high, topped with a massive dome embedded with simulated starry sky lights that shimmered with a faint luster. The floor was paved with black, dragon-patterned stone, and on both sides were potted plants infused with primal energy, exuding a refreshing aura. Behind the service counter in the distance was a huge holographic screen scrolling through various trading information of the Star Alliance. What drew the most attention were the service staff in the lobby. The men were all tall and handsome, dressed in uniform white shirts and black trousers. The women wore professional suits with beautiful faces and gentle temperaments. Each one seemed like a carefully selected model. As a top-tier commercial alliance, the Star Alliance had extremely high requirements for its service personnel, demanding not only advanced education and professional competence, but also looks and temperament as key selection criteria. He walked straight to the service counter, where he was greeted by a young woman with a sweet smile and a soft voice. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? I need to sell a batch of items. Your level is too low. Oh, please contact someone with higher authority to handle the transaction, Chu Han said. The woman paused briefly but maintained her smile. May I ask what type of items you wish to sell, sir? And roughly what value? We will arrange a suitable person in charge based on your situation. Various types. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, and equipment, beast materials, etc. The value is at least several billion, Chu Han said calmly. Several billion. The smile on the woman's face froze instantly, and her eyes were filled. She had worked at the Star Alliance for 3 years and had received many high-value clients, but a single transaction reaching several billion was extremely rare. Not daring to show any neglect, she quickly said, Please wait a moment, sir. I will report to my superiors immediately. Please have a seat in the waiting area over there. Chu Han nodded and sat down on a sofa in the waiting area. Before long, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a composed demeanor strode over briskly. The man wore a warm smile and said, Hello, sir. I am Wang Bo, the manager of this Star Alliance branch responsible for handling large-scale transactions. I heard you have a business deal worth several billion to discuss. Wang Bo's gaze quickly swept over Chu Han, a hint of doubt in his mind. This man before him was dressed plainly with the aura of an ordinary third-rank martial artist. Hardly the image of a client capable of producing goods worth billions. Nevertheless, he dared not be negligent, for in this world very few dared to trifle with the Star Alliance. That would be me, Chu Han said, standing up with a calm tone. Please, sir, come this way. We can talk in the VIP room, Wang Bo said warmly. Chu Han nodded and followed Wang Bo into a spacious VIP room. The VIP room was also lavishly decorated, 10 times more luxurious than those in the trading center. Every detail screamed 3 words: we spare no expense. Chu Han sat down on the sofa and got straight to the point. I have a batch of cultivation resources that I want to sell all at once. Are you able to handle it? Sir, you jest. There is nothing in this world that the Star Alliance cannot handle. Please bring them out, and we will give you the most satisfactory price, Wang Bo said with a smile. Very well. Chu Han took out a spatial ring, the one he had acquired from the Night Owl. He had already placed all the items he intended to sell inside it. He handed the spatial ring directly to Wang Bo. Most of the items I want to sell are in here. Feel free to. Wang Bo's eyes lit up. The fact that Chu Han produced a spatial artifact right away was proof of his capability. Delighted, he immediately took the spatial ring. Wang Bo infused his vital energy into the spatial ring, allowing him to observe the situation inside. His expression instantly shifted from shock to seriousness. Your items are truly astonishing. Wang Bo took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes when he gazed at Chu Han changed entirely. Initially skeptical, he now fully believed that this seemingly ordinary man indeed possessed the capability to present goods worth billions. Wang Bo excitedly listed the items inside. 1 rank martial technique, 4 rank weapons and armor. A total of 13 rank techniques, martial skills, weapons, and armor. The quantity of techniques, martial skills, weapons, and armor below a rank exceeded 80. There were 26 tier pills, 105th tier pills, and over 1,000 pills of lower tiers. 100 kilograms of a rank forging materials, 400 kilograms of materials from beasts below the 7th tier. And there are also 2 rank spatial equipment. Wang Bo, excited, was nearly shouting by the end. Every one of these items was highly sought after in the market. Moreover, some items were priceless. Altogether, the conservative estimate of their total value exceeded 5 billion. Sir, the value of your goods is extremely high. Wang Bo steadied himself and said earnestly, I need to report to my superiors immediately to request the highest level pricing and payment authority. Please wait a moment, I will be back shortly. Chu Han nodded silently. It seemed this transaction had already exceeded Wang Bo's authority. Wang Bo quickly left the VIP room, his heart racing with excitement. If he could facilitate this transaction, he would earn a substantial commission. The bonus from this deal would be enough for him to live for a month. He immediately contacted his superiors and detailed the situation. The superior on the other end was equally shocked upon hearing the list. They immediately granted Wang Bo the highest level of authority, instructing him to ensure the completion of this transaction. After hanging up the communicator, Wang Bo re-entered the VIP room. With an even warmer smile, he said to Chu Han, Sir, I have obtained the highest level of authorization. For the items you are selling, my final offer is 5.8 billion. What do you think? 5.8 billion. Chu Han's heart stirred. This price was higher than he had anticipated. The unused techniques, martial skills, weapons, equipment, and materials were all cleared at once. What remained were only the energy stones, pills, and spare weapons and combat suits. Important techniques like the 9-Dragon True Fire Art, the 9-Layer Body Refinement Technique, the Heavenly Fire 9 Transformations, and the Spiral Seal were not included in the sale list. He had also sold 2 pieces of spatial equipment, which was why the price was so high. That works, Chu Han nodded. He then took out an unnamed bank card and said, Please transfer the money to this card. Sure. Please hold on. Wang Bo excitedly began the operation. 1 minute later, 5.8 billion federal coins had arrived in Chu Han's card. Meanwhile, Chu Han transferred all the items from the spatial ring into Wang Bo's spatial equipment. This transaction was now complete. Counting the money in his personal account, his total savings had approached 6 billion. His net worth had skyrocketed by 30 times. After completing the transaction, Wang Bo handed a gold card to Chu Han with a smile. Sir, the Star Alliance has classified you as a level premium customer. This is your gold card, and you will enjoy a 20% discount on purchases at the Star Alliance in the future. Oh, then I shall accept it, Chu Han replied with a smile. Wang Bo then handed Chu Han a business card saying, Sir, this is my business card. I hope we can have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. If you wish to sell materials or purchase any items in the future, feel free to contact me at any time. Chu Han accepted Wang Bo's business card and stored it in his spatial ring. I actually need to purchase something, so I will trouble manager Wang to help me with that. Wang Bo immediately smiled and said, I would be happy to assist you. What do you wish to buy? A level Nirvana pills, 7th tier life fruits, or life water, all of which can heal martial artists' injuries, Chu Han stated after a moment of thought. Wang Bo was taken aback. The items Chu Han mentioned were all exorbitantly priced. Please wait, I will check. Wang Bo immediately began to search the item sale list in the Star Alliance branch's market system, his brow. What's wrong? Chu Han asked. Wang Bo replied with a trace of apology. Sir, currently at the Tianyuan Province Star Alliance branch, only Nirvana pills are available for sale. The life fruits and life water require a month of advance reservation. If you are in a hurry, you can only purchase the Nirvana pills. Then I will take the Nirvana pills, Chu Han replied decisively. He had thoroughly confirmed the effects and values of several items before coming here. Given his father's current condition, and a level Nirvana pill would be sufficient to restore his father to peak condition and even elevate his strength further. The price of a level Nirvana pill is 4 billion per pill. As a level customer, you can enjoy a 20% discount, making the total price 3.2 billion federal coins, Wang Bo stated excitedly. This would be another transaction worth tens of billions. For Wang Bo, it meant another lucrative bonus. Under Wang Bo's attentive service, Chu Han quickly completed the purchase of the Nirvana pills. 2 billion federal coins were deducted from his card without any reluctance. On the contrary, he was even more looking forward to the effects of the Nirvana pills. With the Nirvana pills, his father's injuries would be completely resolved. Chuhan also bought some tonics and health supplements for his mother. Only then did he leave the Star Alliance. He did not immediately return to Jiang City